decisive in killing, passionate, time travel, otherworldly, golden finger with the power of Qianjue. He travels to the Douluo world, condensing the Qianjue. Martial soul, achieving the Qianjue divine position, and witness how the young man gradually becomes the strongest person on the continent. Chapter 1. Transmigration. Qianjue has transmigrated. Transmigration is a good thing. Every old bookworm harbors a dream of it in their heart. But when such an event truly happens to oneself, the first thought is not about stirring up a storm in this world, holding power in hand, or indulging in the company of beauties. Instead, it is the confusion and fear of leaving the familiar world behind and facing an unfamiliar one, especially in the situation Qianjue encountered. Transmigration can involve being directly reborn in the womb, starting anew, or having one's soul inhabit a prince, vying for favor and legitimacy, even transmigrating into a waste. Character, where fortunes can turn in 30 years, leading to a tale of not underestimating the youth and poverty. But none of that compares to Qianjue's situation. He never expected that after transmigrating, he would find himself in such a predicament. Men, women, the elderly, children. Over 100 people lay in neat rows on an open ground, and he was among them. At that moment, Qianjue didn't even realize he had transmigrated. He thought he had been kidnapped or dragged into some sort of pyramid scheme or cult, and that these people were performing some strange ritual which explained the current situation. So he didn't dare to act recklessly. After cautiously tilting his head and observing for a while, he noticed that there were no guards around, and the group of people lying there was eerily quiet. Even their breathing was undetectable. Only then did he start to doubt and check the condition of those nearby. Dead people. The few around him were lifeless corpses. The people lying on this open ground were probably all dead. He was now a child. It seemed he had indeed transmigrated. After staring blankly for a few seconds, Qianjue turned and ran to the side, diving headfirst into a nearby haystack, burying himself completely. At that moment, he began to feel dazed, his body involuntarily trembling a bit. Fortunately, the appearance of these dead people was not gruesome. One could even say it was peaceful, with no traces of bright red blood in sight. This somewhat lessened the shock Qianjue experienced. Even so, it took him a long time to regain his composure. After hiding in the haystack for quite a while, and after confirming that there were no other people nearby, he finally calmed down and, stealing his courage, carefully crawled out of the haystack. After carefully checking on a few of the bodies again, Qianjue finally confirmed that these people were indeed all dead, and apart from a small wound on their chests, there were no other injuries. Of course, it was also possible that he couldn't find the cause. After all, he wasn't a police officer or a doctor or any related professional, so he had no idea how they died. Not daring to linger, he rummaged through the bodies for some money, dragging the body of a child from the edge back to his original position before fleeing from this terrifying and bizarre place. Fear, worry, elation. Qianjue lay in the fields, breathing heavily. After escaping from that corpse-filled open ground, he had been running wildly through the mountains and fields, afraid to take the main road, which was just some dirt paths made by humans, fearing he might encounter those who had killed the villagers, afraid they would discover him, the lucky survivor. Although it was very likely that the murderers had already left, the child's body he now occupied should have been dead, and it was his transmigration that allowed him to be reborn. So, most likely, he should be safe for the time being. During his escape, Qianjue also analyzed the situation, using his analytical results to comfort himself. Eventually, he allowed his heart, during the run, to transform from fear to exhilaration. He ran recklessly in the mountains and fields, seemingly rediscovering the innocent heart he had when he played in the countryside as a child. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. He had been reborn, though he didn't know the situation in this world, though he had arrived to find a ground covered in corpses. But still, he should count this as a new life. He just didn't know about his parents. Qianjue's previously joyful mood suddenly sank again. He remained silent for a while, unable to figure out how to express his feelings. Even though he had left his family and friends, even though he didn't know what his current situation was or where he was, the thought of giving up this opportunity to return made him a little unwilling. Transmigration is a wish that many people dream of, and he truly didn't know if he could go back or how to do so. So, please forgive me. After praying in his heart for his family, Qianjue buried his guilt towards his loved ones deep within and began to think about the problems he now faced. He had transmigrated to another world. The reason for this, he estimated, he would not be able to understand, at least not now, so he didn't need to think too much about it. But transmigration, shouldn't it be accompanied by some sort of golden finger? Why, after so long, was there still no system notification or anything of the sort? System? Qianjue tried calling out. Beep! Your transmigration system has been activated. Qianjue murmured, hoping to hear such a voice in his mind. However, several minutes passed, and Qianjue still felt nothing unusual. Could it be that I'm calling it wrong? Qianjue thought for a moment, suddenly starting to search his own body. After a while, he threw a bag of coins on the ground and slapped his forehead. I never had any strange or extraordinary items on me. But it seems I don't have any golden fingers that, perhaps I haven't met the activation conditions yet. In the novels he had read before, there were protagonists who only activated their systems after living long lives or ascending to the throne. Maybe he was in a similar situation. Qianjue could only comfort himself this way. After being sad for a while, Qianjue suppressed his fantasies and began to face everything around him. First of all, his body had indeed turned into that of a child. He curiously examined his body, even pulling down his pants to take a look. His body was quite healthy, neither fat nor thin, and quite sturdy. He looked to be about 5 or 6 years old. What pleased him the most was that the nearsightedness from playing on his phone was gone, and he no longer had to wear glasses, which made Qianjue very excited. He wondered if this world had glasses. Qianjue suddenly became a bit worried again. His clothes were made of coarse linen, resembling what farmers used to wear in ancient times. The bag of coins was mostly copper, with only about a dozen silver coins that were not large, similar in size to 5-cent coins, featuring some patterns and a character that looked like Koan's soul inscribed with silver. This character was not a Chinese character. Instead, it resembled a pictogram. Yet, Qianjue instinctively knew that this character was pronounced as Hun. He bit down on it, leaving shallow teeth marks that he stood up and carefully looked around. To his eyes, everything was green, with not a trace of the familiar electric towers or communication tower. It seems I must be in ancient times. This is a bit troublesome, but I hope it's not one of those worlds where rivers run with blood and 10 steps kill a person, where blood rains down upon cities. As a reader, used to find novels and dramas like The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The Return of the Condor Heroes, and Heavenly Sword and Dragon, slaying saber carefree and exhilarating, but now, as an ordinary person, having to live in such a world. Qianjue swallowed hard. Looking at the sun, which had begun to lean towards the west, Qianjue spent over 10 minutes psyching himself up before finally gathering the courage to step out and see this world. Tob continued. Chapter 2. Qianjue walked along the main road, not knowing how long he had been walking, but still not seeing any signs of a town. The soreness in his feet was nothing. What mattered was that he had to concentrate on observing the surroundings. First, he was afraid of encountering someone who recognized him. What if they asked him a few questions and he couldn't answer? Second, he was worried about running into people on horseback or in carriages. At that time, he would have to hide immediately. If the other party was someone of status and this world had some special rules requiring a lowly person like him to kneel, he wouldn't understand, and if he got killed, it would be very unfair. So Qianjue was very tired from walking all this way, but there was no way around it. He couldn't afford to be careless. Everything in this world was unknown to him. After an unknown amount of time, when his legs were beginning to feel unable to move, Qianjue finally encountered someone. This person was dressed similarly to Qianjue, middle-aged and alone, carrying something on a shoulder pole. Qianjue didn't dare to get too close, just quietly followed behind and observed. The man had dark skin, and the burden he carried made rhythmic creaking sounds under his regular pace, while he muttered slogans or something similar. Seeing that this man looked very ordinary, resembling people from his previous life in China, Qianjue felt a bit more at ease. He still didn't know what he looked like. Throughout his journey, he hadn't seen any water sources, so he was quite worried. Now it was fine. Regardless of whether he looked like his childhood self or the original appearance of this body, there shouldn't be any problems. He slightly quickened his pace, quietly overtook the man with the shoulder pole, and continued walking along the road. By this time, the sun was not far from the horizon. Soon, the number of people he encountered gradually increased, and he saw groups of 2 or 3 people talking. They were not speaking Mandarin, but another language that Qianjue couldn't describe. Strangely, he understood it. The pronunciation was very different from Chinese, but he knew the meaning of each sound. Qianjue speculated that this was probably due to the body he inhabited. He felt that he wasn't directly transported back to the ancient times, but rather to a world from a certain work. When he silently followed those people and heard some of their words, he finally confirmed which world he had crossed into. Douluo continent. Qianjue stood still, somewhat surprised in his heart. It turned out to be this world. In his previous life, he had naturally read this novel and knew what kind of world it was. To put it simply, everyone is born with a martial soul, and when they awaken their martial soul at the age of 5 or 6, if the martial soul is not good, they can live peacefully as a commoner. If the martial soul is good, they can try to cultivate soul power. Just like the protagonist, Tang San, who was born with dual martial souls, step by step trained and fought monsters, eventually overthrowing the most powerful organization in this world, the Spirit Hall, and ascending to godhood with his loved ones. This is Douluo continent, a world where appearance matters. The novel of Douluo continent has a total of 4 parts. And before he crossed over, the 4th part, Ultimate Douluo, was still being serialized. Qianjue felt a bit panicked. The personal combat power in Douluo continent is evident from the final ascension of the protagonist Tang San to godhood. And what consequences would arise from having outstanding personal combat power? In this world, martial prowess can violate prohibitions. This world is not just generally dangerous. Forget it. Since he was already here, what does it matter how dangerous it is? Can he go back? Qianjue comforted himself. The most important task now was to determine which time period of Douluo continent he was in. If it was before the plot began, then he should find Tang San and follow the protagonist. It should, probably be less dangerous. If it was later parts, then it would be troublesome. Because he was very clear on the plot of the later parts, he could only pray that it was still in the time of the first part. To determine what time it was, Qianjue needed to observe more. Suppressing his speculations, Qianjue continued walking along the road. Not long after, he saw the city gate of town. The gate appeared to be about 3 or 4 stories high. Perhaps ordinary people in this world would find it tall. But to Qianjue, who was used to the prosperity of the present world, it seemed rather simple. However, the name of the city, Nodding City, felt somewhat familiar. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out why. So he decided to put his thoughts aside and enter the city. The guards at the city gate did not conduct strict inspections, and they generally only targeted adults. As for a child like Qianjue, the guards didn't even pay him any attention, so he entered the city quite easily. Nodding City was not prosperous, at least in Qianjue's eyes. But on the street, resembling a scene from a movie, various vendors were busy, and the different businesses still made Qianjue feel somewhat curious. However, curiosity aside, Qianjue remained cautious. He didn't speak or touch anything, just looked around with curiosity, until the sun set and the sky gradually darkened. Qianjue bought 2 flatbreads to satisfy his hunger and began to think about where to stay for the night. He definitely couldn't go to an inn. Being so small, the innkeeper might not even pay attention to him. Moreover, although he didn't have much money, his identity as a child was too weak. Going in alone seemed a bit dangerous to Qianjue. So in the end, he had to consider other lodging options. Qianjue was actually a very adaptable person. He could enjoy life and endure hardships. Staying in a hotel was fine, and staying up all night in an internet CAF was okay too. But the problem was that there was no internet CAF here. After searching for a while, he finally spotted a few wooden boxes piled together in a corner of an alley, the kind made from rough wooden planks. He pushed one slightly and saw that the ground underneath was noticeably cleaner than the surrounding area, indicating that the box hadn't been moved for a long time. After opening it, he found it relatively clean, and perhaps due to the rough construction of the box, it wasn't sealed, so the air inside was quite pleasant. This would do. It was a decent place, Qianjue thought to himself. However, after finding a suitable spot, Qianjue didn't immediately crawl into rest. Although he was very tired, he didn't want to rest just yet, probably also at night. He wasn't so carefree as to be able to sleep soundly on his first night in another world. After wandering around and memorizing the location in his mind, Qianjue began to stroll around Nodding City again. Then he took back what he said earlier about Nodding City not being prosperous. This city had a different atmosphere at night. Although there were no electric lights or neon signs from his previous life, various lanterns and candles lit up the streets, with vendors calling out and decorations everywhere. The bright stars and moon seemed even more radiant than in his previous life. And this dreamlike scene made Qianjue recall a line from a song. I only wish the dream one to wake, as willow catkins flutter throughout the city. He was actually still a bit of an artistic youth. As Qianjue mocked himself in his heart, he continued walking and suddenly spotted a merchant in Chun Pavilion. Through the doorway, he caught a glimpse of a lively scene inside, which made him realize what kind of business this was. Qianjue looked at his small hands. TSK. What a pity. Qianjue sighed. Just then, a few crashing sounds broke through the crowd ahead, and people began to gather. With a desire to understand the situation, Qianjue, taking advantage of his small stature, quickly squeezed through the crowd to the front. But before he could see what was happening, he heard a cold voice ring out. Third soul skill, invisible sword. Then he felt something brush past his face, and a few drops of warm liquid splashed onto his skin. The person behind him suddenly clutched their thigh and fell to the ground, screaming in agony. The people around also gasped in shock, retreating a considerable distance, revealing Qianjue and the person who was screaming. Qianjue first touched the liquid on his face and looked at it in front of him. It was blood. After glancing around to assess the situation, he finally realized what had happened. He quickly turned and squeezed through the crowd to run away. Following the route from his memory, Qianjue ran to the hiding place he had previously scouted, and only then did he start gasping for breath. The two people just now know. They should be two soul masters had clashed and fought on the street. One of them wielded a sword that emitted a faint light, while the other was enveloped in an unknown beast phantom. Just as Qianjue dove in, the sword-wielding person unleashed a sword aura soul skill, directly piercing through the other person's chest. Although the sword aura weakened as it passed through the human body, it still accidentally injured the onlookers nearby. Perhaps it was the protagonist's halo, but that sword aura just barely grazed past Qianjue's face. This was the first time Qianjue felt he had narrowly escaped death. If that sword aura had been off by just a little bit, he would have been killed. Are you an idiot? Knowing what kind of world this is, you still dare to join in the chaos. Qianjue scolded himself in his heart. He had been cautious all day, yet he became lax as night fell. What a fool. After scolding himself, he began to calm down slowly. He knew that his relaxation stemmed from the fact that he was aware he had come to the Douluo continent for what he learned during the day. This world wasn't as bad as he had imagined, and since he was familiar with the plot, he felt he could live well in this world. That was why he started to let his guard down, no longer being as cautious as before. Moreover, although Qianjue knew that personal power in this world was immense, surpassing that of the martial arts world, he had never experienced it firsthand and lacked that awareness, which ultimately led to this incident occurring. Forget it. Let this serve as a reminder to himself that no matter what, he must not forget the dangers of this world. Qianjue slapped his thigh. After such an incident, he lost interest in going out and began to ponder what he should do next while tucked inside the wooden box. Based on what he had seen today, it seemed that soul-guiding devices had not yet become widespread, so the plot should be set in the earlier parts. Then, should he go find the protagonist Tang San, as he had thought before? After all, he was the legitimate protagonist, surrounded by a protagonist's halo, so following him should pose no danger. Furthermore, by following Tang San, his own strength could improve quickly, and then he wouldn't have to be afraid anymore. He could truly enjoy the pleasures of this world. Yes, he should go find Tang San. Qianjue reaffirmed his previous thoughts. But the problem was, he didn't know where they were. In Holy Spirit Village? He also didn't know if the Douluo plot had already started. If it had, then he wouldn't be in Holy Spirit Village anymore, and he would have to think of other ways. Tomorrow. He would first try to find out what time it was. After pondering for a moment, Qianjue made up his mind. For the time being, he settled back into the wooden box, repeatedly sorting through the plot of Douluo continent. Although he initially struggled to remember many details with repeated sorting, the entire plot of Douluo continent gradually became clearer. After an unknown number of repetitions, The exhausted Qianjue could no longer hold on and dozed off. To be continued. Chapter 3. Sacred Soul Village Pancakes. Pancakes, 1 copper soul coin each. You deadbeat. You went gambling all night again. Are you really going to lose all the money in the house before you're satisfied? Dear, take it easy. I won't dare next time. Dare? How many times have you said that before? When have you not dared? Aya, I swear this is the last time. If there's a next time, I will cut off my descendants. All right, you dare to curse my son? Let us see if I don't deal with you today. Hey, have you heard? Last night, everyone in Goldwater Village was killed, and the deaths were tragic. What? Is that true? I still owe old Lou from Goldwater Village several silver soul coins. Does that mean I don't have to pay him back now? Damn, are you even human? Why don't you pay me back, and I'll burn them for him? Various voices gradually drifted into Qianjue's ears, growing louder and more numerous, making it increasingly difficult for his brain to ignore them. After his eyelids twitched twice, he suddenly opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. Thud! Ow! Qianjue covered his head, gritting his teeth as he twisted his face, enduring the sharp pain for a few seconds. Amidst the pain, he recalled his current situation. Crawling out of the wooden box, Qianjue stretched lazily, moving his stiff body. As his curled-up body straightened, the bones made crisp sounds. Fortunately, his body was small now, allowing him to nestle in this wooden box. Habitually, he reached to touch his nostrils and hair, and upon finding no grease, he began to come to his senses. Oh, being smaller has its advantages. I don't have to wash my face and hair every day. After playfully teasing himself, Qianjue took a few deep breaths, the cool air helping to clear his still-dazed mind. First, let us eat something, then figure out what time it is now, whether the plot has started, and make plans for what to do next. Qianjue crawled back into the wooden box, rummaged through his clothes to find the soul coins tightly wrapped in a money pouch, thought for a moment, then pulled out 5 copper soul coins before putting the rest away and exiting the box. Stepping onto the street, this world refreshed his understanding once again. The bustling crowd was nothing unusual. What stood out was that he frequently saw people with white or yellow halos under their feet. He even spotted an old man selling breakfast, standing on 2 soul rings, 1 white and 1 yellow, using a rolling pin that emitted a faint glow to make pancakes. So this is a soul ring. Qianjue quietly observed the soul rings of the people around him, marveling in his heart. Although he had seen the soul rings on the 2 duelists last night, he had been too frightened at the time to pay attention. Indeed, this is a magical world. There is no peak martial spirit, yet every household has its own martial spirit. What can my martial spirit be? Suppressing his yearning, Qianjue walked over to the old man's stall and sat down. Hey kid, what do you want to eat? Old man, give me 2 pancakes and a bowl of that soup. After thinking for a moment, Qianjue naturally spoke in the language of this world, pointing to a pot of soup nearby. Kid, is this your first time eating here? Let me tell you, the pancakes and sauce soup here are a specialty of Notting City. If you haven't tried my food, you'll regret it for life. The old man said as he placed 2 pancakes in a dish and brought a bowl of the sauce soup to Qianjue. The sauce soup was topped with a few bits of green onion. Qianjue took a bite of the pancake and then a sip of the soup. It's really good. The sauce soup is somewhat like shrimp paste from my past life. And I don't know what technique was used to make the green onion pancake, but it's unexpectedly crispy and delicious. It's delicious, soul man. How is this pancake so crispy? Good, right? I don't mind telling you, the dough for these pancakes is made with my martial spirit. And every time I need the dough, I have to use my soul skill and special technique to mix it. So in this whole world, only my pancakes can be this crispy. You can't find them anywhere else. All right, old Wong. How many times have you said this? Stop boasting and hurry up and give us some pancakes and a few more bowls of sauce soup. 3 men who had just arrived at the stall interrupted the old man, as boasting with some exasperation. Hey, coming right up. Old Wong turned to get the pancakes. Meanwhile, the 3 men took the opportunity to chat. Hey, have you heard? The entire village of Goldwater was killed yesterday. It was really tragic. I heard. It must have been those evil soul masters again. Qianjue listened for a moment and confirmed that the village they were talking about was the one he had fled from yesterday. So that village was called Goldwater Village. Qianjue quickly perked up his ears to listen closely. I heard the Spear Hall has already sent people to investigate. I just don't know what the results are. What's there to know? I think they probably won T catch the murderer. This ISN T the first time something like this has happened. I heard that this year alone, in our Fasnuo province, there have already been 3 incidents of evil soul masters killing people and slaughtering villages. Our nodding city is so close to Xinghua. If those evil soul masters hide in Xinghua, we in Qianjue can't keep pursuing them. The Spirit Hall doesn't take such matters seriously. I reckon this will end up unresolved. Just like that? That's over 100 lives. One of the men slammed the table in anger, growling indignantly. The first man who had called out patted him, signaling him not to be so agitated. What can we do? We're not even soul masters. It's good enough for us to survive. Who knows, maybe next time it'll be us. He stopped mid-sentence, but everyone knew what he meant. Yeah, in this world, if you're not a soul master, you're just an ant. Only by becoming a soul master do you have a chance to live spectacularly in this world. And these people are just laborers, yet they pity others. Hey, speaking of which, Goldwater Village, like Sacred Soul Village, also produced a soul sage, right? How could it be slaughtered by evil soul masters like this? One of the men suddenly asked with some confusion. Old Ding, you only came in recent years and don't know. Goldwater Village was very prosperous more than a decade ago. After all, it produced a soul sage in recent decades. Unlike Sacred Soul Village, which hasn't seen one in over 100 years. About 10 years ago, that soul sage died for some reason. Then a group of revenge seekers came to Goldwater Village and killed everyone in his ancestral home. So many people from Goldwater Village were afraid of being implicated and moved away. That's why their village declined. Otherwise, not to mention Sacred Soul Village, even compared to our village, Goldwater Village would probably be much more prosperous. Hearing this, Qianjue's eyes suddenly lit up. What a stroke of luck. It seems that Sacred Soul Village isn't too far from here. I can go check it out directly. After all, if I ask, I wouldn't know how to get the information I want. Seeing is believing. If I personally go to Sacred Soul Village, I'll know what the situation is now. Thinking this, Qianjue couldn't wait any longer and quickly finished the remaining sauce soup, calling out to the busy old Wang. Old man, how much do I owe you? Old Wang turned around, looked at Qianjue with a smile, and said, that'll be 3 copper soul coins. Wait a moment, I'll get their stuff first. Qianjue took out 3 copper soul coins from the 5 he had prepared and gave them to Old Wang after he finished his work. Grandpa, can I ask how to get to Shenghan Village from here? Old Wang, who was about to turn around and continue his work after receiving the copper coins, turned back with a surprised look. Going to Shenghan Village? Are you going alone? That place is not close. What do you want to do there? Where's your father? Oh, my father went ahead to buy some wine. We want to go there to find my second uncle. I heard him say he couldn't remember the way. So I thought I'd help him ask. Qianjue recited the explanation he had prepared in advance. I see. Shenghan Village is quite far. It'll take a long time to walk there, and it's hard to explain. Old Wang, without any suspicion, slightly raised his head and squinted his eyes in thought. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he smiled at Qianjue. Right, you can go find Old Ding and return to Shenghan Village with him. He comes to the city every few days to restock, and today seems to be his restock day. You and your father can follow him back. He should be at the grocery store over there in the market. Okay, thank you, Grandpa. Goodbye. Acting like a child, Qianjue bid farewell to Old Wang and walked towards the grocery store in the market while asking for directions. Looking at the various shops passing by and their different name signs, Qianjue realized that there were many characters he did not recognize. It seemed he needed to study literacy well. It would be funny if he improved his strength but remained illiterate. Deep in thought, Qianjue slowly arrived at the market. The market was livelier than the streets. In addition to various shops, there were even more vendors carrying goods. Hey sir, want to buy some purple infant grass? It's great for making tea, and I've heard it can enhance soul power. If a child drinks a lot, they might even awaken their martial soul with full innate soul power. Sir, don't listen to him brag. The purple infant grass is only good for boosting vitality. Come take a look at my treasure. This old turtle was caught after I stayed up all night last night, and I estimate it to be nearly 100 years old. It's a great tonic. If you buy it and kill it, you might even get a 100-year soul ring. What do you say? Just 10 silver soul coins. Really? The middle-aged man who had stopped became interested. Seeing that there was a chance to make a sale, the turtle vendor quickly replied, of course it's true. Although the turtle doesn't sound impressive. It has high defense. Just look at the shell, it's just perfect, the vendor said, knocking on the turtle-esque shell. The prospect of 100-year soul ring attracted attention, and he became even more enthusiastic in his pitch. No, 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 don't talk nonsense. I meant that the grass can boost vitality. That's true. The vendor. To be continued. Chapter 4. Heading to Qianjue village, Qianjue was walking amidst various calls of vendors when he suddenly saw a sign with 3 large characters. Zahapi. What kind of shop is this? Although he didn't recognize the middle character, he figured this must be the place. Qianjue silently added a star to his literacy task in his mind and walked into the grocery store. To be honest, the grocery store didn't look big from the outside, and it turned out to be quite small inside as well. However, while the storefront was small, the backyard warehouse was quite spacious. Although the variety was not extensive, the quantity was impressive. Various condiments like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, along with all kinds of alcohol, filled the entire backyard. Hey, little guy, whose child are you? How did you get in here? Just as Qianjue was looking around at the entrance of the inner courtyard, he was called out by someone. Oh, uncle, I'm looking for Grandpa Deng. Where is he? Qianjue was not shy at all and directly asked the person. Grandpa Deng? Oh, you're looking for old Deng, huh? Yes, moving some stuff right now. He'll be out soon. Just wait outside, don't go in. If you break something, you'll have to pay for it. Okay, I got it, uncle. I'll wait at the door. After agreeing, Qianjue obediently stood at the entrance. All right, don't run around. The man called out again before returning to the backyard warehouse. After a while, a man in his 40s or 50s came out, carrying a heavy load. He glanced at Qianjue, but didn't speak, heading straight outside to set down his load before turning back to call Qianjue. Kid, are you looking for me? What is up? Are you Grandpa Deng? I want to go to Qianjue village, but can't find the way. I'd like to go with you. Qianjue thought he wouldn't be nervous because he assumed that someone called Old Deng would be around the same age as Wang Laodu. To his surprise, it turned out to be a middle-aged man, and he didn't seem very friendly. His tone was rather blunt and a bit fierce. What? Just you alone? No way. Kid, running around alone. What if you run into danger? We're your adults. Hearing this, Qianjue felt more at ease. It showed that although the man looked fierce, he had a kind heart. Qianjue made a sad, almost crying expression. They passed away. Before they left, they told me that my second Uncle Jack lives in Qianjue village and asked me to go find him. I heard from Grandpa Wang, the pancake vendor, that you're also from Qianjue village, so I came to look for you. Qianjue fabricated an identity as Old Jack's nephew. He didn't dare to directly say he was looking for Tang Hao. Firstly, he didn't know when that would be, and whether Tang Hao was still in Qianjue village. Secondly, he was worried that if Tang Hao found out he was specifically looking for him, he might become suspicious, which would be counterproductive. You're Old Jack's nephew? Can you take me there? You can rest assured. I'm very well behaved and one run around. You just need to take me to Qianjue village, and I'll handle the rest myself. Old Deng looked at him and thought for a while before hesitantly agreeing. I can take you there, but I have to take you to Old Jack's house to confirm that you're really going to him. Great. Qianjue quickly agreed. No matter what requirements there were, he just wanted to get there first. After all, he was still a child, and as long as the person was a bad person, he wouldn't make things difficult for a kid. All right, then just follow me. I'll say it up front. I want be stopping off and a rest. If you can't keep up, I want wait for you. Don't worry, Uncle Deng, I'll keep up. When are we leaving? Qianjue was a bit excited. I just finished stocking up, so we're leaving now. Saying this, Old Deng picked up his load, and a shoulder pole creaked as he stood up. Qianjue then saw him move just like the first person he encountered when he entered the city, with his body shaking rhythmically with each step. As he walked, he turned his head and said to Qianjue, "Keep up, kid." Qianjue responded and followed closely behind, taking a keen interest in studying Old Deng's movements. He noticed that the load was not stationary on his back, but bounced up and down with his steps. Each time the load bounced up, Old Deng took a step forward, and each time he landed, the load fell just right, allowing him to push it up again and move forward. Such movements, although making the load feel heavier, transformed continuous pressure into intermittent pressure, greatly saving his strength. Indeed, no matter which world it is, the wisdom of working people is boundless. Qianjue sighed. Slowly, Qianjue followed Old Deng out of the city. Once outside, He began to get more familiar with old Deng and started to subtly engage him in conversation. Uncle Deng, do you usually do farm work? Me? No, I don't. I run a small shop. Apart from stocking up, I just take care of my little shop. Oh, really? Is Shenghun Village big? Are there many small shops like yours? Not bad. Shenghun Village has about 300 households, and I'm the only shop in the village. After all, it's a long way to come for supplies, and carrying them back is not something just anyone can do. Just you alone? That must be very profitable. Many people must come to buy things from you, especially for drinks. I only make enough for the travel expenses. After all, villagers usually buy things like oil, salt, rice, soy sauce, and vinegar. As for alcohol, there's quite a bit, especially since we have a drunkard in the village who drinks every day. He has fallen so low that his 4 or 5-year-old son has to take care of him. Old Deng seemed to look down on that drunkard, frowning and making a tisk-tisk sound while shaking his head. Hearing this, Qianjue's heart suddenly jolted. Yes, a drunkard who needs his son to cook and take care of him every day. It must be Tang Hao and Tang San, the father and son. Moreover, Qianjue instantly deduced the current time frame. It was when Tang San and Tang Hao were still living in Shenghun Village, and the plot hadn't started yet. What good time, yay? Qianjue clapped his hands together excitedly, making a light paw sound. What's wrong? Old Deng turned back to look when he heard the sound. Seeing Qianjue's slightly excited expression, he asked curiously, Ah, nothing. By the way, Uncle Deng, is that drunkard your village's blacksmith? Yes, how did you know? Has that drunkard's bad reputation already spread to your place? Old Deng seemed to have an epiphany. Yes. My father said he hates people like that the most. Lazy and good for nothing. Qianjue happily continued along with old Deng's words. Yes, but we can't do anything about him. It's just a pity for his child, having to suffer so much at such a young age because of that worthless man. Kids, it's okay to suffer a bit. Those who endure hardship will rise above others. He will definitely have great prospects in the future. Qianjue responded with a smile, completely forgetting that he was also a child at the moment. Old Deng was somewhat surprised by his words and turned back to look at him again. Seeing Qianjue smiling brightly, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Indeed, he is still a child. He was sad about his family's death in the city, but now he is in such a good mood. He really doesn't understand. The not understanding here doesn't mean that Qianjue is a naughty child, but rather that he is still young and doesn't comprehend what these matters mean. TSK. It's better to not understand. Not knowing what he was thinking, old Deng let out a sigh again. Uncle Deng, what's wrong? It's nothing. Nothing at all. Let us hurry up. With that, the two of them, one big and one small, continued walking for quite a while. From this journey, Qianjue learned a lot of things. For example, the place where Qianjue was located was the Heavendoe Empire. And there was another empire on this continent called the Douluo Empire. Of course, Qianjue already knew these things. He had read the Douluo continent novel and remembered these major aspects. However, more specifically, he was currently in the southwestern part of the Heavendoe Empire, in the Fasnuo province, within the jurisdiction of Notting City. Notting City was not a large city, but because it was very close to the border with the Douluo Empire, it was one of the starting points for trade between the two empires, which made Notting City prosperous. As a result, the common people in the surrounding villages lived much better than those in other places. The Spirit Hall, being the only official organization for soul masters, sent people to various villages every year to awaken the martial souls of children of appropriate ages. And this year, South Awakening would take place in 3 months. 3 months, I must settle down in Holy Soul Village within 3 months, then build a good relationship with Tang San and his father, and then try my luck to see what my martial soul might be. Qianjue made up his mind in his heart. After all, he was a transmigrator, considered a child of destiny, right? Even if he didn't have a twin martial soul like the main character Tang San, he should be too far off, right? We've arrived. Just as Qianjue was silently fantasizing about the future, he suddenly heard old Deng calling out. He looked up and saw a stone tablet with 3 large red characters written on it. Holy Soul Village. Chapter 5. Arrival at Shenghun Village. Finally arrived, Qianjue felt a sudden excitement in his heart. He took a deep breath twice, trying to suppress his excitement. But it wasn't that easy. What he might be meeting next are Tang San and Tang Hao. These are the protagonists of this world and one of the strongest powers. Let us go. I'll take you to find village chief Jack. Qianjue calmed down. He had figured out how to explain yet. Uncle Deng, you can go about your business. Just tell Grandpa Jack that my home is over there. I can find it myself. Qianjue tried to say to Old Deng. Old Deng frowned upon hearing this. No, I said I would take you there. Come on, I'll take you over right now. Qianjue looked at Old Deng's determined expression, knowing he couldn't persuade him. So he had to agree first and take it one step at a time. All right, then I'll trouble you, Uncle Deng. Let us go. The village chief's house isn't far. Will be there soon. Old Deng picked up the burden again, leading Qianjue towards Old Jack's house. Qianjue followed closely behind, his mind racing. He had thought about running away first, but after escaping, this matter would definitely spread in the village, and he wouldn't be able to stay in Shenghun village anymore. It seems that what is destined to come will eventually come. He could only rely on his persuasive skills. Qianjue thought to himself, quickly brainstorming how to respond later. Village Chief Jack. Old Deng and Qianjue hadn't walked far before stopping in front of a house, calling out for Village Chief Jack at the door. Who is it? Soon, an old voice came from inside. Who is it? What do you want with me? The footsteps gradually approached, and with a creak, the door slowly opened. Oh, Deng Sheng, what do you want with me? The old man opening the door saw Old Deng standing there and asked with a smile. Before Old Deng could speak, Qianjue suddenly knelt down. Grandpa Jack, I finally found you. Qianjue suddenly burst into tears. Hey, little guy, what is wrong? Get up, get up. Old Jack initially hadn't noticed Qianjue, but now he was taken aback by Qianjue's sudden action. Where did this little guy come from? Why is he kneeling upon meeting? Old Deng had originally wanted to explain to Old Jack, but upon seeing the current scene, he shook his head and said nothing, standing aside. Grandpa Jack, I'm from Qianjue village. A few days ago, a group of people suddenly came to our village, and they killed everyone they saw. Our entire village was wiped out. Woo-woo. Qianjue started crying as he spoke. I saw my father and mother being brutally killed by those people while trying to protect me. Woo. They told me before they died that I could come to Shenghun village to find a grandpa named Jack, saying he is a good person known far and wide in the nearby villages, and he would definitely take me in. Woo-woo. The more Qianjue spoke, the sadder he became, as if he had suffered a great injustice, and he couldn't stop. What? Qianjue village was massacred? Old Jack was momentarily shocked by what Qianjue said, looking fearfully at Old Deng. Old Deng nodded seriously at him. I heard something about it while I was in the city today. It's said to have been done by evil soul masters, and everyone in the village was killed. As Old Deng spoke, he looked at the still crying Qianjue. I wondered why this child seemed a bit strange. It turns out it was like this. Sigh, he is also a pitiful child. Old Jack looked at Qianjue and suddenly remembered that the child had just asked him to take him in, right? Although the matter of Qianjue village being destroyed is very serious, he needs to find time to go to the city to inquire about the situation in detail. After all, they are all villages under the jurisdiction of Notting City. And what if there are follow-up situations? As the village chief, he has the responsibility to understand it clearly. However, those are all later matters. The urgent thing now is to deal with this child first. He turned to look at his yard and saw his little grandson peering curiously at him from the door. Somewhat shy. This is a bit troublesome. I should take him in. There are already quite a few children in my family. And taking in a child out of the blue, even if I don't consider my old partner, I have to think about my son and daughter-in-law's feelings. But if I don't take him in, the former village chief of Qianjue village indeed had some connection with him. And he is a pitiful child whose entire village has died, and he saw his parents die in front of him. Old Jack shook his head, his eyes full of compassion. He reached out and pulled Qianjue up from his crying. Child, it's not that Grandpa doesn't want to take you in. It's just that my family also has quite a few people, and there is not much income, so I'm really unable to help. Upon hearing this, Qianjue's heart tightened, and the tears on his face stopped for a moment. Then he didn't say anything, just looked at Old Jack pitifully. Old Jack was flustered by this gaze, and quickly said, But don't worry, I will help you ask around in the village to see which family is willing to take you in. Don't worry, the villagers of Shenghun village are kind-hearted people. There will definitely be someone to take you in. Qianjue's tension eased a bit, secretly thinking, as long as I can settle down in Shenghan village. I can go to any family. Woo woo. Thank you. Thank you, Grandpa Jack. It's okay, get up, child. Let us go find someone. Old Jack pulled Qianjue up, brushing off the dust on him. Old Deng looked at the crying Qianjue and suddenly thought of his own child from the past. His expression gradually became serious, and, finally, he suddenly spoke. Why don't we let him follow me? I'll take him in. Old Jack looked at Old Deng in surprise. Deng Shengyu. No, you can't take care of a child by yourself. It's best to find him a couple S family. That way, he can get the best care. Trust me, village chief, I can definitely take good care of him. Just give me a chance. Old Deng looked at the village chief, his expression serious and solemn, his eyes full of determination. Old Jack looked at him in silence for a moment, then slowly sighed. You have forgiven yourself. How can I not give you a chance? But ultimately, it still depends on the child's opinion. Saying this, he looked at Qianjue. Child, do you want to follow your Uncle Deng? Your Uncle Deng is a good person, but he is all alone, and there's no woman to take care of things. Em willing. Qianjue quickly replied. No woman to take care of things. Being all alone is good. Qianjue almost couldn't help but cheer. This way, no one can control me, and I will have plenty of time to do my own things. All right, then come back home with me. From now on, as long as I, Deng Sheng, have a bite to eat, you won't go hungry. Old Deng was also a bit excited, hurriedly walking over to pull Qianjue, but was stopped by Old Jack. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? Let me tell you first, I will come to see. Little guy, I still don't know your name. Old Jack only then remembered that he had the chance to ask Qianjue's name. Qianjue, my name is Qianjue. Qianjue, good name. The universe is vast, and dual jade is precious. Right? I will come to see little Jew often. You must take good care of him for me. After praising Qianjue's name a couple of times, Old Jack continued to remind Old Deng. Rest assured, Village Chief Jack. This time I will definitely take good care of my child. Old Deng also solemnly promised. All right, let's go then. I'll take you back. Old lady, I'm going to Old Deng's place for a bit. Don't wait for me to have dinner tonight. Old Jack continued to hold Qianjue's hand, saying he would send Old Deng back to his house, while also calling out to the yard. Hey, got it. A voice from the yard responded, belonging to an old woman. All right, let's go. Old Deng didn't linger, taking 2 steps to his burden, bending down to pick it up. Let's go. He called back, shouldering the burden and heading towards his home. The slight hunch in his back from years of carrying loads seemed to vanish at this moment. His back was straight, and his steps were lighter. To be continued. Chapters 16, San, and Qianjue were led by Old Jack, following Old Deng through the village for about 10 minutes before stopping in front of a house. Old Deng set down his burden and opened the door. Come in quickly. I'll show you where you'll be staying. Ignoring the burden at the door, Old Deng took Qianjue's hand and pulled him inside. Upon entering, Qianjue's eyes were immediately drawn to the various goods piled together. The entire living room was filled with merchandise, leaving only a half-meter wide aisle for passage. On one side of the aisle stood a large cabinet, and above it, there was a locked window. Seeing the window, Qianjue knew it must be Old Deng's selling window, just like those small shops at the gates of schools in his previous life. Qianjue was pulled along through the aisle and passed through a doorway into the small courtyard of the house. The courtyard was not large, about 40 to 50 square meters, resembling a miniature version of a Beijing courtyard. Old Deng led Qianjue directly to a room opposite, took a key from his keyring, and unlocked the door of the locked room. With a soft creak, the door opened, and some dust fell from the top of the door. Old Deng waved his hand above Qianjue's head to prevent the dust from settling on him. As the door opened, the scene inside fell into Qianjue's view. How to describe it? It was a typical child's room, with a small bed equipped with a mosquito net and various wooden toys scattered on the floor. It was evident that a child had once lived here. It was just unclear why the room was abandoned and locked up later. How about it, little Hue? You can stay here from now on, Old Deng said, looking at the room with some anticipation. Thank you, Uncle Deng, Qianjue replied happily, though he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. It's not easy. Finally, I have a place to stay. I guess I can settle down in Holy Soul Village. Seeing that Old Deng had settled Qianjue in and looked excited, Old Jack sighed and patted Old Deng on the shoulder. It's good that you can come out. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. Village Chief, Why don't you stay for dinner? Old Deng quickly urged when he heard old Jack say he wanted to leave. Yeah, Grandpa Jack, stay and eat with us. Qianjue also encouraged. No, I still need to go find the village chief of the neighboring village to discuss some matters. Next time, I'll come back in a couple of days to see little Jew, and then we can eat together. Old Jack shook his head firmly, insisting on leaving. Seeing this, Deng Sheng and Qianjue did not insist further and had to escort old Jack to the door. Go back, go back. You surely have a lot to do today. We'll talk in a couple of days. Old Jack waved his hand, walking away with a heavy heart. Qianjue and old Deng waited until old Jack's figure turned the corner and disappeared before turning to look at each other. The two, one big and one small, exchanged glances, unsure of how to break the silence. Finally, it was old Deng who felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward and broke the ice. A little Jew, can I call you that from now on? Let's go inside and see what we're having for dinner tonight. Should I still call you Uncle Deng? Qianjue asked, not really wanting to change how he addressed him, as he felt he wouldn't be staying in Holy Soul Village for long. Once his martial soul awakened this year, if everything went well, he should be heading to the Nodding Soul Master Academy to learn about being a soul master. That's fine, just call me Uncle Deng. Come on, let's go to the kitchen and get some cured pork ribs. We're having that for dinner tonight. Old Deng was a bit excited, leading Qianjue to prepare for dinner. Okay, Qianjue agreed, obediently following old Deng inside. 3 days later, on a clear morning, as dawn broke, Qianjue cautiously crouched behind a large rock on a small hillside adjacent to Holy Soul Village, carefully watching a small boy at the top of the hill. The boy looked about 5 or 6 years old, dressed simply with a wheat-colored complexion and a clean, short head of black hair. Wow, so this is Tang-san, huh? Quite ordinary, Qianjue commented. Tang-san's appearance was not outstanding, at least. He looked like an ordinary farmer's child at that moment. However, Tang-san's demeanor was anything but childlike. He was disciplined, and every movement made him seem exceptionally different. At that moment, Tang-san sat cross-legged at the top of the hill, beginning to meditate with his eyes closed. Qianjue knew that Tang-san was waiting for the sunrise to practice his purple extreme magic eye. Not daring to disturb him, Qianjue remained crouched behind the rock, holding his breath. Finally, the first ray of sunlight broke through and reached the top of the hill, causing Tang-san to open his eyes as if he sensed it. And he began to absorb the essence of the rising sun with his unique breathing technique. Before long, Tang-san slowly closed his eyes again, and a white vapor flowed out of his mouth, dissipating slowly. After sitting in silence for a while, Tang-san opened his eyes, sighed, and began talking to himself. Qianjue was too far away to hear what he was saying, but he knew he had to make his move before Tang-san headed home. Taking a deep breath, Qianjue pretended he had just arrived at the hill, carefully moving from behind the rock to the path leading up the hill, then confidently walked toward Tang-san. Oh, there is someone else here. Tang-san didn't turn around or look back. He simply got up from the ground, dusted himself off, and prepared to head home to wake Tang Hao for breakfast. Even though Qianjue had not been deliberately quiet, Tang-san had already noticed him from the sound of his footsteps. He recognized that this was another child about his age, but he didn't think much of it. The area wasn't dangerous, and other children could come up here too. Generally, however, children wouldn't be up so early, and the adults in these mountain villages had their own tasks, so no one had the leisure to come up and watch the sunrise. For the past 2 years, Tang-san had practiced his purple extreme magic eye here every morning without being disturbed, until today when someone finally broke that routine. Hello, are you here to watch the sunrise too? Looks like I got up a bit late. Qianjue took the initiative to greet Tang-san. Tang-san originally didn't want to interact with Qianjue. After all, he thought he had nothing in common with these ordinary children. But since Qianjue had greeted him, his upbringing from his previous life made it hard for him to ignore someone as kindness. Hello. Tang-san nodded at Qianjue, preparing to pass by him. However, just as they brushed past each other, Qianjue, feeling quite familiar, stopped him. Hey, don't rush off. You haven't told me your name yet. You're my first friend in Holy Soul Village, and we both share a love for watching the sunrise. So we must be fated to meet. Tang-san, who quickened his pace in a hurry to leave, furrowed his brows even tighter upon hearing the footsteps chasing after him, finding the child, named Qianjue, quite annoying. However, Despite his dislike, Tang San had no good way to resolve the situation. He couldn't just kill him, could he? Although he had that capability, and after killing him, he could hide the body and use some corpse-dissolving or beast-attracting potion to quickly erase all traces. But if he did that, how was he any different from the demonic leaders of his past life? After all, the other party hadn't really done anything threatening to him. They were just a bit bothersome, and he wasn't that heartless. Qianjue was well aware of this point. As the saying goes, a gentleman can be deceived by a straight face. As long as he had no malice towards Tang San, no matter how clingy he was, Tang San wouldn't really take action against him, even if he found him annoying. So Tang San could only turn back helplessly and seriously say to Qianjue, "My name is Tang San, but I really have urgent matters to return home to. Can we talk next time we meet?" Tang San? "Oh, you're the blacksmith's son from our village, right? I can't believe it's you. My uncle mentioned you and praised you, saying he had never seen such a sensible child, and told me to play with you more. I didn't expect to run into you so soon." Qianjue clapped his hands happily like a child. Tang San, is this person like a sticky plaster? With no other options, Tang San shot a speechless glance at Qianjue, disregarded him, and used his ghostly shadow technique to dash down the mountain. Seeing this, Qianjue didn't chase after him anymore, knowing he couldn't catch up. A smile spread across his face as he thought, "Hee, I don't believe you can escape from my grasp." Slowly making his way down the mountain and back home, Old Deng was already up making breakfast. "Where have you been? Why did you get up so early today?" Old Deng hurriedly put down what he was doing and asked upon seeing Qianjue. This morning, when he got up, he had gone to check on Qianjue as usual, but when he didn't see him and only found the neatly made bed, he was startled. Thinking back to Qianjue's intelligence and curiosity about the world these past few days, Old Deng figured he must have just gone out to observe the morning world nearby. After a long time, he managed to calm his anxious heart and began preparing breakfast for Qianjue. Sure enough, not long after, Qianjue returned, and he had a question right from the start. "Uncle Deng, I went to watch the sunrise on a nearby hill. By the way, I also met a child named Tang San." "Tang San? That child, he's a good kid too. But remember, next time you go out, let me know. I was surprised when I didn't see you in the room this morning." "Oh, I'm sorry, Uncle Deng. It was too early, and I was afraid of disturbing you," Qianjue said apologetically to Old Deng. It's fine. Just remember next time. You're the best." Old Deng patted Qianjue's head. "Come on, let's have breakfast." Chapter 7. Settling things the next day. Tang San arrived at the foot of the mountain and saw Qianjue waiting for him. He had a phrase in his heart that he didn't know whether to say or not. "Tang San, you're here. Hurry, let's go up the mountain, or we'll miss it." Qianjue eagerly approached to grab Tang San's hand, but was dodged by Tang San. Why are you here again?" Tang San asked, somewhat speechless. "Of course, I'm here to watch the sunrise. What else could it be? I specifically waited for you here. Do you know how hard it is to find someone to watch the sunrise with?" Tang San really wanted to curse. If it weren't for not wanting to interrupt his training of the purple extreme demon eye, he would have turned around and left. He had already decided in his heart that he would look for another place to train the purple extreme demon eye in the afternoon. If he couldn't afford to provoke Qianjue, he could still avoid him. Avoiding Qianjue, Tang San quickly climbed toward the peak of the mountain, using the ghost shadow mysterious steps. Since he had already seen it yesterday, it didn't matter to use it again. "Hey, Tang San, why are you running so fast? Wait for me." Qianjue saw Tang San running up the mountain in silence and secretly smiled, hurrying to catch up. However, climbing the mountain was not as easy for Qianjue as it was for Tang San. Though the mountain wasn't high, the path was somewhat rugged. By the time Qianjue reached Tang San, panting heavily, Tang San was already sitting cross-legged, meditating. Qianjue walked over, pretending to be a bit unhappy, and asked, "Tang San, why did you run so fast without waiting for me? You did the same yesterday. Do you not consider me a friend anymore?" Tang San opened his eyes and glanced at him. Taking a couple of deep breaths, he suppressed the words, "I really don't consider you a friend," that almost slipped out. His upbringing prevented him from saying such hurtful words. After all, he was still a child, and Qianjue meant no harm. He just wanted to be friends with someone who shared the same interest. "All right, I'm sorry, Qianjue. I should have waited for you. Forget it. I'm not a petty person. I forgive you." Qianjue waved his hand generously. "Then I have a request. when the sunrise happens, could you please not talk and not disturb me? Tang San asked Qianjue. Since Qianjue wasn't leaving, Tang San had no choice but to hope that Qianjue wouldn't disturb him while he trained the purple extreme demon eye. After all, there weren't any particularly strange phenomena when training the purple extreme demon eye. The most noticeable thing was that his eyes would emit a purple light. As long as he sat a little away from the edge, Qianjue shouldn't be able to see it. Okay, I won't disturb you then, Qianjue promised. He had no intention of bothering Tang San during his training. Although Tang San might dislike his clinginess, he wouldn't truly be annoyed. But if he really disturbed Tang San's training, it was likely that Tang San wouldn't be so friendly anymore. Qianjue found a spot not far from Tang San, sat cross-legged like him, and quietly waited for the sunrise. He planned to see if he could also catch a glimpse of that purple aura when the sun rose. Finally, the first ray of light of the day shone on their faces, and Tang San opened his eyes at that moment. Both of them widened their eyes, watching the sun slowly rise. However, when the sun was halfway up, Tang San was still focused on it, while Qianjue was already in tears. I can't take it anymore. Qianjue suddenly squeezed his eyes shut and rubbed them quickly with both hands. Although the rising sun wasn't blinding, it still had brightness, and exposing his eyes to the air for a long time made them extremely dry, even though he tried hard not to close his eyes. His body instinctively produced a lot of tears to moisten them. When he opened his eyes again, the sunrise was nearing its end. After waiting for the last outline of the sun to appear, Tang San closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. Blinking a few times and wiping his tears with his clothes, Qianjue stood up, stretched lazily, and moved his stiff muscles, waiting for Tang San to finish. Before long, Tang San also stood up. Qianjue, I have to go home. My family is cooking. Tang San said to Qianjue proactively. Great, let's go down the mountain together. I need to go home for breakfast too. Tang San didn't object. He had anticipated that Qianjue would come today, so he added more water to the porridge he made and had also reduced the fire on the stove. He just didn't expect Qianjue to be so persistent, waiting for him at the foot of the mountain. As the two descended the mountain, Qianjue took the opportunity to chat with Tang San. Tang San, how old are you? I'm 6 years old. I'm a bit over 5. Oh, then I'm older than you. From now on, I'll be your big brother. Don't worry. I'll protect you. Qianjue patted his chest confidently. Tang San glanced at Qianjue without responding. Hey, by the way, little San, why do you run so fast? You disappeared like smoke both yesterday morning and today. Qianjue unintentionally referred to Tang San as Little San and directly asked why he ran so fast, showing no fear of Tang San's suspicion. In fact, Qianjue knew it was because of Tang San's ghost shadow mysterious steps, but he had to ask. A child noticing something so obviously strange about Tang San would raise suspicions if he didn't inquire. Tang San shook his head and casually said, I just exercise regularly. If you exercise often, you could do it too. Bull, who are you trying to fool? This is clearly not something you could achieve just by exercising. Qianjue exclaimed. Oh, I know. You've already participated in the awakening ceremony and awakened your martial soul, right? Martial soul? Awakening ceremony? As soon as the topic shifted to martial souls and the awakening ceremony, Tang San became interested. He knew that in this world, everyone would awaken a martial soul, but he had only heard vague rumors about it and hadn't looked into it specifically. I haven't participated in any awakening ceremony. Can you tell me about it? You haven't awakened yet? All right, then I'll tell you today. Qianjue put his hand on Tang San's shoulder, taking the opportunity to put his arm around him. Tang San looked at the hand on his shoulder, but remained silent. In this world, everyone is born with a martial soul inside them. This martial soul will determine your life and accompany you throughout your life. Hearing this, Tang San was somewhat puzzled and activated the Xian Tiangong's soul power to circulate within his body, checking himself. Seeing Tang San silent, Qianjue guessed what he was doing. He didn't point it out, but continued. There is no way to detect the martial soul. It can only be activated through the martial soul awakening ceremony. Tang San remained silent, and Qianjue continued. The martial soul awakening ceremony is initiated by the most powerful organization in this world, the Martial Soul Hall. They have branches in every town, and every year, the Martial Soul Hall sends soul masters to various villages to conduct the martial soul awakening ceremony for for children around 6 years old. After the ceremony, we awaken our martial souls. Isn't the most powerful organization supposed to be the government? Tang San asked, puzzled. In his world, although various sects and factions thrived, the government remained the most powerful. Even if some strong individuals could take on hundreds or thousands, they would eventually tire out. Thus, the government was always the strongest. The government, Qianjue, the two great empires of this world, along with all other sects, may only be able to contend with the Spirit Hall by joining forces. Qianjue recalled the endless offerings after the conspiracy of the Spirit Hall was unveiled, and the fact that the 99th level Douluo was still alive, and he shook his head gently. If that's the case, why hasn't the Spirit Hall unified this continent? After all, the alliance of the two great empires and all the sects should be impossible, right? This time, it was finally Qianjue's turn to glance at Tang San. You ask me, and I ask who? Don't interrupt me. Then you continue, Tang San said, unable to refute and had to obediently give in. After the awakening of the martial soul, if it's not a waste martial soul and can possess soul power, then one can cultivate, become a soul master, and embark on the path to becoming a god. Qianjue spoke passionately. However, at this moment, Tang San still did not understand this world, so he was not very aware of how powerful advanced soul masters were. Thus, he was quite skeptical about Qianjue's mention of becoming a god. Becoming a god? How powerful is a god? Tang San asked suspiciously. Qianjue turned to look at Tang San and said seriously, very powerful. One person can suppress an entire world. Tang San looked at Qianjue's serious expression and was speechless. He still did not believe it, but he did not dwell on it anymore, as it was useless to do so now. So what kind of martial soul is considered a good martial soul, and what kind is considered a waste martial soul? There are no clear definitions for good and waste martial souls. No one has summarized what constitutes a good martial soul and what constitutes a bad one. There are countless types of martial souls in the world, and no one can fully account for them. But generally speaking, in most cases, the rarer the martial soul, the better it is. Oh, I see. When is this year's martial soul awakening ceremony? Tang San asked his last question. In 3 months. Village Chief Jack should come and find you then. Don't worry, you won't miss it. I see. I understand. Thank you for telling me so much. Tang San sin si tenget Qianjue. No one had told him these things before, and at the same time, Tang San noticed the difference in Qianjue. He had tried to communicate with the other children in the village, but whether the other children knew so many things or not, he often found it very difficult to communicate, and they simply could not understand what he wanted to know. What is there to thank for? We are friends. I know a lot of things. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask me directly. We are friends. Tang San looked closely at Qianjue and solemnly extended his hand. All right, then we are friends from now on. My name is Tang San. Qianjue extended his hand. Qianjue. There was no expression of excitement on his face, but he was overjoyed inside. Done. To be continued. Chapter 8. Tang, how time flies, and in the blink of an eye, Qianjue has lived in Holy Soul Village for more than 2 months. During these 2 months, Qianjue's primary task, of course, was to increase Tang San's favorability. Every day, he would look for Tang San and bring him various treats. He had also met Tang Hao, but this man was somewhat fierce and not very welcoming. However, seeing that Qianjue frequently brought food for Tang San, which helped the originally malnourished child improve quite a bit in health over the past 2 months, Tang Hao stopped giving Qianjue a hard time. In the remaining time, Qianjue first familiarized himself with the writing of this world, then exercised daily, pondering what advantages he had that could help him live better in this world. The result was evident. Aside from his understanding of this world, Qianjue was otherwise useless. So, he had no choice but to cling even tighter to Tang San's leg, waiting for the martial soul awakening ceremony to arrive. Tang San, what are you doing? Qianjue arrived at Tang San's doorstep but saw no one. He only heard the sound of clanging metal. He called out a couple of times, and the sound immediately stopped. After a while, Tang San came out from the workshop on the side. Seeing what Qianjue was holding, Tang San helplessly said, "You brought me something again, huh?" Qianjue's eyes lit up when he realized Tang San was the one forging. He didn't answer, but handed over a box of pastries and eagerly asked, "What are you doing? Forging?" Tang San welcomed Qianjue into the workshop. Placing the pastries aside, he continued to hammer away at a thick iron block with his hammer. This is called forging, not just hammering. I'm preparing for my dad to pass on his skills to me. If I awaken a useless martial soul, I'll still have a way to make a living. Qianjue rolled his eyes. Tang San really spoke without thinking. Not to mention that he would later awaken two powerful martial souls. Just the knowledge of Tang's sect in his mind made Qianjue believe that even if Tang San couldn't become a soul master, he would still bring significant changes to this world. However, now that Tang San had started forging, Qianjue remembered from the original story that Tang San had to hammer this iron block 10,000 times. After just a couple of days, old Jack would come to invite Tang San to the martial soul awakening ceremony. It's finally coming. Qianjue couldn't suppress his excitement again. What are you making with this iron? Qianjue asked excitedly. Hearing Qianjue's excitement, Tang San looked at him curiously, unable to understand why he was so thrilled. My dad said if I hammer this iron block 10,000 times, he would teach me the craft. Sure enough. Then hurry up and hammer. I'll cheer you on. I hope you complete this task soon. As Qianjue said this, he found a spot to sit down, seemingly preparing to watch Tang San forge. Tang San rolled his eyes at Qianjue and ignored him, focusing on his forging. He had long been used to this. Even though Qianjue was a child like him, he was nothing like the other kids in the village. When it came to play, it was always about games. But with Qianjue, it felt like he was just there to keep him company, not disturbing him while he worked, either daydreaming or just watching him. Fortunately, Tang San had grown up in the Tang sect in his past life and hadn't experienced much. Otherwise, he might have thought that Qianjue was planning to develop some sort of overly friendly relationship with him. Clang, 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 clang. The rhythmic sound of the hammer striking the iron block echoed. Tang San focused entirely on the iron block, finally controlling the hammer to hit different spots. Meanwhile, Qianjue was also staring at the iron block, but his eyes were unfocused, lost in his fantasies. He imagined awakening a powerful martial soul, then training and leveling up, breaking through to become a god, effortlessly defeating the likes of Douluo and Qianjue, and Bye Dong. Hee. Qianjue, wake up. Tang San shook Qianjue, who was still daydreaming. Huh? What's wrong? Qianjue looked at him dazedly. Tang San rolled his eyes. It's getting dark. You should go home, or Uncle Dang will come looking for you again. All right, okay, I'll head back first. See you tomorrow. Qianjue turned to look at the sky, and indeed the sun was setting. Will you come tomorrow? I'll still be forging all day. Don't you find it boring? That's true. Qianjue thought for a moment. But if I don't come, I'll have nothing to do. Well, I'll see how I feel tomorrow. I'm leaving now, bye. Waving his hand, Qianjue set off on his way home. I didn't expect to daydream for an entire day. Qianjue muttered to himself as he walked home. But those aren't real. How could it be that easy to become a god? Thinking about the hardships Tang San faced in the original story, I wonder how much he endured and how many trials he went through before finally becoming the sea god. I don't know if I can do it. Sigh. Forget it. Let fate take its course. I'll see what kind of martial soul I can awaken first, then make plans for the future. Yawning, Qianjue quickened his pace and returned home. A few days later, at Tang San's house. Tang Hao, are you busy? Just as Tang San was working hard on his 10,000 strikes of forging, he heard an old voice from outside. Tang San's eyes brightened. Yesterday, Qianjue had told him that the martial soul awakening ceremony would likely be in the next few days. Now that old Jack had come here, it was very likely because of this matter. He hurriedly went out to greet him, respectfully bowing. Grandpa Jack, hello. What brings you here? Before old Jack could speak, Tang Hao also came out. Is there something you need, village head? Tang Hao's tone remained cold, distant. But old Jack was already used to Tang Hao's attitude and was not surprised by his cold response. He continued speaking to himself. Tang San is almost 6 years old, right? He should participate in this year's awakening ceremony, which is in 3 days. Tang Hao glanced at Tang San, still cold, got it. After saying that, Tang Hao turned back to continue forging his tools. Old Jack didn't mind Tang Hao's behavior and looked at Tang San, who was excited yet calm, smiling as he said, "It seems our little San already knows what the martial soul awakening ceremony is." Tang San nodded. "Yes, I know. After the martial soul awakening ceremony, we can awaken our martial souls and then train to become soul masters. Hearing Tang San's words, Tang Hao paused his hammering for a moment and then continued rhythmically hammering away. Yes, little San, you have to work hard. Remember, our Holy Soul Village once produced a soul sage, which is why our village is called Holy Soul Village. I hope you can take it a step further and become a soul Douluo so we can rename our village to Douluo Village. By then, the whole village will be proud of you. Tang Hao, who was nearby, could no longer listen and put down his forging hammer. Old Jack, that's just a legend. And I don't want little San to become a soul master. It's perfectly fine to be a blacksmith like me. Old Jack was enraged by this. Tang Hao, legends come from facts. This is the honor of our village. No one is allowed to insult it. I tell you, if I hear you say this again, I'll expel you from the village. Besides, if little San can cultivate, what else would he become if not a soul master? Become someone like you? Look at what you are now. Old Jack pointed at Tang Hao's messy hair and pale complexion. And little San, if it weren't for these past few months when Qianjue frequently brought him food, how could his body develop properly? How could you be so heartless? Yes, you don't care much, but the little girl is still a child. I don't know where the little girl's mother went or why she's not here. But if she were here and saw you abusing the little girl like this, she would definitely fight you. I'll pick up the little girl in 3 days. You better take care of yourself. Old Jack originally wanted to say something, but seeing Tang Hao with his head down, he didn't continue and could only leave with a final remark. Take care of yourself. After Old Jack left, Tang San hurriedly said to Tang Hao, Dad, please don't be sad. I have never blamed you. Tang Hao shook his head and turned back into the house. A remark to do your own thing and not disturb me caused Tang San's steps, which were about to follow, to stop. Tang San truly had never blamed Tang Hao. No matter what, Tang Hao was always his father. Although he had never felt any paternal love, he hoped that one day he would. Sighing, Tang San turned back to the forging table and continued his forging work. Inside the house, Tang Hao was holding a black box. The box was long, about 1.5 meters long and 1 foot wide, and looked very heavy. Tang Hao gently caressed the box, and before he knew it, tears were streaming down his face. Little girl, did I do something wrong? There is undoubtedly a conflict in Tang Hao's heart regarding Tang San. If it weren't for the fact that he had conceived Tang San, with Tang Hao and his wife, the Silver Emperor, joining forces, even if they couldn't defeat the Martial Soul Hall at that time, it would have been no problem for them to escape. So over the years, Tang Hao had hardly taken care of Tang San, allowing him to grow up suffering from hunger. And even after Tang San cooked for him for the first time and started taking care of him, this conflict had never disappeared. But today, one sentence from Old Jack made him realize something. Yes, this is her and a Yin's son, a gift that a Yin was willing to sacrifice for. Before she passed away, she made him promise to take good care of Tang San. But over the years, he had been ruining this gift. Little girl, Dad is sorry for you. Just wait a little longer. After 3 days, when you awaken your martial soul, if you inherit our Hao Yin clan's martial soul, then I will definitely train you to become the world's top soul master. If you don't inherit it, then we can just live peacefully in this holy soul village and spend our lives here. Tang Hao gently caressed the box, making a decision in his heart. Chapter 9, Martial Soul. 3 days later. Tang San, come out quickly. Today we are going to awaken our martial souls. Tang San and Old Jack were outside Tang Hao's house, with Old Jack smiling as he watched Qianjue calling for Tang San. After returning home, Old Jack felt that his words were a bit heavy, so he felt embarrassed to go back in to see Tang Hao and waited outside instead. Qianjue also didn't go in. He was very excited and didn't want to enter, just waiting outside for Tang San. Dad, I'm going now. Hearing Qianjue's call, Tang San, who was already prepared, turned to look at Tang Hao, who was still lying in bed. Hurry up and go, come back early. Tang Hao's voice remained calm. But Tang San felt that his father seemed to be less indifferent toward him than before. Okay, he replied excitedly and turned to go out. Tang San, let's go quickly. The soul masters from the spirit hall are already here. Don't keep them waiting. Tang San did not respond immediately, but respectfully saluted Old Jack before helplessly saying to Qianjue, don't panic. Panicking won't help you awaken a rarer martial soul. I'm just excited. Let's hurry up. Qianjue said as he pulled Tang San and started running toward the spirit hall in the center of the village. Grandpa Jack, hurry up and catch up. During the run, Qianjue also urged old Jack behind them. You all slow down, my old bones can't run fast. Old Jack helplessly quickened his pace to catch up. The village's spirit hall was just a wooden house, only larger than an ordinary house. Such a village-level spirit hall was the lowest level among all spirit halls. The people from the spirit hall didn't even send anyone to stay there, directly leaving it to the village to manage. After all, the role of this level of spirit hall was merely to provide a place for the martial soul awakening ceremony. When Qianjue and Tang San arrived, there were already 8 people inside, 7 children and 1 adult. The 7 children were the other kids from the village who needed to undergo martial soul awakening. The adult was the soul master sent by the spirit hall to perform the awakening ceremony in Shenghan village this year. This person appeared to be in his 20s, dressed in white tight-fitting clothes and with a handsome appearance, wearing a black cloak draped over him. Besides a soul character the size of a fist, embroidered in a flamboyant style on his chest, he also had a badge on his left chest. The badge depicted 3 crossed long swords. Standard attire for personnel directly under the spirit hall. Tang San and Qianjue didn't know yet that this badge had significance. The number of 3 swords represented the 3rd rank title of Soul Master, the Great Soul Master. And the long swords indicated that this attendant from the spirit hall was a battle soul master. After waiting a little longer, old Jack finally arrived, panting. He pushed open the door, first surveyed the children, and after confirming that all the children needing awakening this year were present, he respectfully bowed to the young man. Honorable Soul Master, I trouble you this time. The young man slightly bent his body in return, a hint of pride showing in his expression, and asked lightly, Are you sure everyone is here? Yes, all the children needing awakening this year are here. All right, then let's get started quickly. I don't have much time. After confirming that everything was correct, the young man no longer lingered. He walked over to a nearby table, opened his bag, and took out 6 black round stones and a shiny blue crystal ball. He arranged the 6 black stones on the ground in a hexagonal formation and said, Children, don't be afraid. My name is Su Yuntao, a great soul master of the spirit hall at level 26. This year, I will awaken your martial souls. No matter what happens later, you don't need to worry. It won't harm you, understand? Qianjue, Tang San, and the group of children quickly replied in unison. Good. I hope I can find some good talent today. Wolf Spirit Possession. Su Yuntao shouted softly. A faint blue light released from his forehead and infused into his body. Instantly, his black hair turned ash gray, and this gray hair gradually spread to his arms. At the same time, his fingernails hardened and elongated, protruding forward, and his muscles bulged, making his figure appear even larger. With the sudden appearance of white and yellow soul rings beneath his feet, Su Yuntao looked formidable, except for Qianjue and Tang San. The other children were startled by this scene, all exclaiming and stepping back. Su Yuntao shook his head at the group of children. I said, don't worry. This is just the effect of my martial soul, the lone wolf, being possessed. If anyone awakens a beast martial soul today, they will gain the same ability. Then he looked at Tang San and Qianjue. All right, you 2 are brave children. You go first. Qianjue and Tang San exchanged glances, neither speaking. But Qianjue had already made up his mind to let Tang San go first. After all, Tang San's martial soul had already been determined. It was better to let him go first to boost his luck. After a few seconds, seeing that Qianjue hadn't spoken, Tang San stood up. I'll go first. Tang San wasn't particularly afraid of not awakening a good martial soul. He still had the Xian Tian treasure record and the Tang sect's unique skills. If he couldn't cultivate a martial soul, he could continue to focus on studying his Tang sect's unique skills. After all, that was also a lifelong goal he could strive for. All right, you stand in the middle here. Don't move, just close your eyes and feel. Su Yuntao brought Tang San to the center of the formation arranged with the 6 black stones, instructed him not to move around, then quickly shot 6 streams of soul power into the 6 black stones on the ground. Instantly, a golden light radiated from the 6 stones, forming a light cocoon around Tang San that enveloped him. After that, one golden light spot after another rushed out from the black stones on the ground, floating around in the light cocoon for a while before entering Tang San's body. Tang San closed his eyes, a look of enjoyment on his face, and the golden light in the cocoon increased over time. Su Yuntao was somewhat excited, because the more golden light points there were, the stronger the martial soul being awakened at that moment. And at that time, the number of golden points emerging from the black stones during Tang San's awakening was more than he had ever seen. However, he soon felt disappointed. In the hand that Tang San raised, he did not see any extraordinary martial soul, but rather the most common plant in this world, blue silvergrass. Su Yuntao shook his head in disappointment. What a pity such a strong fluctuation resulted in a useless martial soul. It seems there's no need to test soul power. Next, Su Yuntao patted Tang San's shoulder to signal him to leave the center of the formation and waved at Qianjue. Tang San walked to the side in a daze, looking at the blue silvergrass in his hand, somewhat astonished, while also contemplating the abnormal fluctuations of his Xian Tian Gong during the martial soul awakening. Although Su Yuntao said that blue silvergrass couldn't be cultivated, he was a bit disappointed, but not too much affected. He could just focus on studying his Tang sect's unique skills in the future. Meanwhile, seeing Su Yuntao beckoning him, Qianjue hurriedly walked into the formation and obediently closed his eyes. Su Yuntao appreciated Qianjue's straightforwardness and didn't say much. He once again shot 6 streams of light into the formation. Under the golden radiance, Qianjue felt what Tang San had just experienced. Warmth. This was Qianjue's first feeling. It was as if he were wrapped in a warm world, an indescribable comfort. No wonder Tang San had shown such an enjoyable expression earlier. As time passed, the warm aura began to seep into his body, and Qianjue felt 2 phantoms slowly separating from his soul. The outline of the phantom gradually became clear, and Qianjue finally saw what his martial soul was. To be continued. Chapter 10. Qianjue. It was a white being holding a bow and arrow, wearing a black mask, alongside a wolf head with a white mask, floating in the air like smoke. This is Qianjue, the eternal huntress, Qianjue, a hero from League of Legends in his past life. It's actually it. Qianjue was somewhat shocked. Memories slowly resurfaced in his mind. It was the last moment he crossed into this world. On a stormy night while playing League of Legends, controlling his jungler hero, Qianjue, chasing down his marked enemy. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck his building. Over 100 million volts of electricity surged into his computer, and the entire screen transformed into a white light that engulfed him. So it was like this. Qianjue. Qianjue recalled his memories of Qianjue. Qianjue is a pair of spirit souls symbolizing death, divided into the sheep's spirit and the wolf, independent yet never separated. For those who calmly accept their fate, the longbow of the sheep spirit can swiftly send them away from the paradise of the living, while those who attempt to escape their destiny are hunted down by the wolf spirit, suffering under its powerful bites. Since the people of the Runeland have had a concept of death, Qianjue has always been worshipped as the god of death. In the background story of League of Legends, Qianjue is considered one of the few deities. However, even gods symbolizing death have become mediocre under the balance mechanism of League of Legends, only able to gain the favor of a small number of summoners through their unique hunting mark mechanism. Coming back to reality from his memories, the ritual had reached its final moment. The shadow of the sheep spirit within Qianjue slowly merged with Qianjue's body, and after one last flicker, the sheep spirit completely fused with Qianjue's figure. However, strangely, Qianjue's body did not undergo the same assimilation phenomenon as other beast martial souls. His body remained unchanged, except for the addition of a black mask on his face. This mask was entirely black, appearing to be made of ancient wood, with 2 pointed protrusions resembling ears at the top, and a curved symbol drawn in the center of the forehead, giving the mask an ancient and mysterious look. Most astonishingly, from the eye holes of the mask, Qianjue's eyes could not be seen. Instead, 2 balls of eerie blue flames danced slowly in their place. This. Su Yuntao looked at the mask on Qianjue's face, feeling utterly shocked. Although he had sensed from the radiance of the ritual that it should be another powerful martial soul awakening, He was still somewhat prepared, but did not have overly strong expectations, especially since there was Tang San, an anomaly, in front of him. Under the powerful light of the ritual, what awakened was a useless martial soul. Therefore, while Su Yuntao felt somewhat prepared, he did not anticipate too much. But now, seeing the mask on Qianjue's face and the two balls of eerie blue flames in the mask's eye holes, he immediately understood. A top-tier martial soul. It must be a top-tier martial soul. Su Yuntao's limbs trembled, unsure where to place them, feeling so excited that he didn't know what to do. This was not only because, as a deacon of the Martial Soul Hall, reporting the awakening of a top-tier martial soul would yield considerable rewards, but also because such a mysterious top-tier martial soul was born under his guidance. Besides the strong sense of achievement as the guide of this child, the benefits he would receive as the child grows up would be immeasurable. Tang San also saw the mask on Qianjue's face. Just from the flustered expression and actions of Su Yuntao, Tang San knew that Qianjue's awakened martial soul must be extraordinarily powerful. Moreover, he had never heard of any mask that could turn one's eyes into such flames. Just looking at the mask, Tang San could feel the ancient and mysterious essence contained within it. "Congratulations, my friend." Tang San smiled slightly, speaking in a voice only he could hear. He almost felt envious if he really awakened just the blue silvergrass. Everyone fears comparison. If he truly awakened a useless martial soul like blue silvergrass, while Qianjue awakened such a powerful martial soul, he felt he might experience jealousy for the first time. But it wasn't like that. He knew he had also awakened another martial soul. That hammer. Just as he could sense the power of Qianjue's martial soul, he could also sense that his hammer was a very powerful martial soul. So now, with both of them awakening such powerful martial souls, how could it not be a joyful occasion? Finally, Su Yuntao came back to his senses from his shock and fantasies about his future. He squatted down in front of Qianjue with a blue crystal ball, about to speak, but his eyes met the boy's slightly lowered mask. As he was captivated by the two eerie dancing flames beneath the mask, he suddenly felt a wave of fear. He instinctively wanted to retreat, but his squatting position caused him to sit down on the ground. "What is this?" He widened his eyes, took a deep breath, and quickly got up. He shook his head vigorously, his heart turbulent. Why? Why did he recall the harrowing experience of his first hunt for a soul beast? Why was he afraid? "Soul Master, are you okay?" Qianjue also awakened from the experience of his martial soul manifestation. He had never felt his body so light, as if he were no longer bound by gravity, moving effortlessly. At the same time, he felt that his breathing, vision, hearing, and other senses had greatly improved, as if the entire world had become clearer. Additionally, streams of energy began to flow slowly through his limbs and bones. This must be soul power. It feels like the inner energy seen in martial arts novels, Qianjue thought, while trying to control it. Then he discovered that controlling the soul power was possible, but very obscure and difficult to manage. Just as Qianjue was trying to feel it more deeply, he saw Su Yuntao squatting in front of him. He instinctively looked over, and before he could speak, he saw Su Yuntao suddenly retreat, sitting down on the ground, then quickly standing up and shaking his head, as if he had seen something terrifying. He was somewhat bewildered and quickly checked his body. He wouldn't have turned into a monster, would he? But even if he turned into a monster, Qianjue wouldn't be scary. After several checks, Qianjue found that his body's appearance had not changed at all. It was just that he had a mask on his face. Beside him, the wolf spirit was quietly floating there, its ghostly lower half drifting like smoke. With a thought, the wolf spirit began to slowly circle around his body. Could it be that he scared Su Yuntao with the wolf spirit? Qianjue thought, wanting to laugh, as it looked so handsome. Although he wanted to laugh, he was still concerned since it was his martial soul that scared Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao did not respond, taking a couple of deep breaths again. "Come, child, retract your martial soul, and we'll test your innate soul power. Do you know how to retract it? Just use your thoughts. Think about bringing your martial soul back." After being startled, Su Yuntao suppressed his excitement and prepared to continue with his work. But his attitude towards Qianjue was noticeably kind. Qianjue tried to summon back the sheep spirit and wolf spirit with his thoughts, and as he concentrated, the mask on his face and the floating wolf spirit gradually disappeared. seeing Qianjue's mask slowly vanish, returning to his original youthful face. Su Yuntao also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. All right, let's test your innate soul power. Just place your palm on it. Qianjue had no objections and placed his right palm on the crystal ball handed over by Su Yuntao. As soon as his palm touched the blue crystal ball, Qianjue felt a tremendous, as if he had been electrocuted, firmly adhering his palm to it. At the same time, the soul power within him surged out as if it had found an outlet, the speed of the outpouring even causing pain in his meridians. The crystal ball in Su Yuntao's hand lit up, a dazzling deep blue light gradually spreading from a single point in the center to the entire crystal ball, making it shine like a beautiful sapphire. According to the phenomenon of the crystal ball testing soul power, even if it only emitted a glimmer of light, it could be said that the tester possessed soul power. Now, with such glaring brilliance, it could only mean one thing. The tester had full innate soul power. Indeed, full innate soul power. Su Yuntao sighed softly. This was within his expectations. If it weren't full innate soul power, he might have been surprised. With a flash of green light, Su Yuntao flicked Qianjue's palm away from the crystal ball. At this point, most of the soul power within Qianjue had already been drained. "Child, what is your name?" "My name is Qianjue," Qianjue replied. He had already guessed what Su Yuntao was going to say next. It was nothing more than wanting to recruit him into the Wuhuan Hall. Sure enough, Su Yuntao continued. "Good name, little Jew. Are you willing to join our Wuhuan Hall? As long as you join us, with your talent, you will definitely receive the best training. We will at least find you a powerful soul master above soul saint, whose martial spirit matches yours, to teach you. What do you think?" Qianjue widened his eyes and stared at Su Yuntao, saying nothing. Seeing that Qianjue was silent, Su Yuntao continued, "At the same time, for each of your soul rings, we will tailor the most suitable ones for you. Once your level increases, we can even invite our 2 elders to help you hunt soul rings. You must know that they're both title Douluo level powerhouses. So how about it? Join our Wuhuan Hall? Uncle, I think I need some time to consider. I also want to discuss it with my family." Qianjue didn't know how to refuse, so he could only postpone it this way. "All right, discussing with your family is good. By the way, what is the name of your martial spirit? And does it have any special functions? I need to record this." Su Yuntao was not anxious. Discussing with family was fine. The Wuhuan Hall was large and influential, so he was not worried about not being attractive. The most important thing now was to complete the awakening ceremony task and report this matter back to the branch in Nodding City as soon as possible. My martial spirit is called Qianjue, and its function is combat. It can significantly enhance my physical abilities," Qianjue answered. To be continued. Chapter 11. The ability of the Qianjue martial soul. Every martial soul has its own characteristics. Take the Shrek 7 monsters, for example. Dai Mubai's white tiger martial soul is robust with great attack power. Xiao Wu's soft bone charm rabbit martial soul is flexible and enchanting. Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul is tough and highly adaptable, with the Haotian hammer being incredibly heavy. Ma Hongjuan's phoenix martial soul has special flame effects. Zhu Zhuqing's nethercat martial soul is extremely swift. As for Oscar and Ning Rongrong, their support-type martial souls provide numerous buff effects for their teammates. After Qianjue awakened his Qianjue martial soul, he subconsciously received information about its special effects. The Qianjue martial soul is very unique and can even be described as 2 martial souls. The sheep spirit of Qianjue allows for martial soul possession, and after possessing, Qianjue's attacks do not cause pain. Yes, they do not cause pain, which is quite strange. At the same time, the sheep spirit also grants Qianjue a skill called the Mark of Qianjue. This mark allows Qianjue to tag enemies, whether they are soul beasts or soul masters. The mark has no duration and cannot be detected, but there are restrictions and cooldowns. For soul masters, the mark of Qianjue cannot be used on those with a lower soul power level than his. For soul beasts, the mark cannot be used on those with a year limit lower than Qianjue's current soul ring year limit. For example, if Qianjue's current soul power level is 35 and his third soul ring's year limit is 2,000 years, then the mark of Qianjue cannot be used on soul masters below level 35 or on soul beasts with a year limit less than 2,000 years. Additionally, The mark of Qianjue can only be used once every 7 days. When Qianjue kills an enemy marked with a mark, he will permanently gain a 5 enhancement based on his current constitution. This enhancement is comprehensive, including Qianjue's soul power, physical fitness, nerve reaction speed, vision, hearing, smell, and so on. However, this enhancement seems to have a diminishing effect. The more he hunts with the mark of Qianjue, the more obvious the diminishment becomes. The specifics of how much it diminishes are a long string of data that Qianjue cannot fully understand. But it essentially means that he cannot continuously enhance indefinitely at one stage. Unlike the sheep spirit, the wolf spirit cannot possess, but it can fight simultaneously with Qianjue while he is possessed by the sheep spirit. Moreover, the attack effects of the wolf spirit are entirely different from those of the sheep spirit. The sheep spirit makes Qianjue's attacks painless, while those attacked by the wolf spirit will feel immense pain, which is the exact opposite. The wolf spirit's attributes are related to Qianjue, accounting for 50 of Qianjue's attributes. Of course, the wolf spirit's attacks involve biting and pain enhancement, so its effects are certainly better than Qianjue's 50 attributes, and sometimes its impact may even surpass Qianjue himself. The wolf spirit grants Qianjue a skill called the hidden mark of Qianjue. Its only effect is invisibility. Yes, invisibility. However, this invisibility does not refer to Qianjue, but to the Qianjue martial soul. Living beings cannot see Qianjue. Therefore, when Qianjue awakened his martial soul earlier, neither the possessed sheep spirit nor the floating wolf spirit was seen by anyone in the wooden house. They only saw the mask formed on Qianjue's face when the sheep spirit possessed him. Thus, they always thought that Qianjue's martial soul was that mask. In fact, Qianjue could also make this mask invisible if he wanted to. However, Qianjue thought the mask looked quite good and cool, and could serve as a smoke bomb to hide his martial soul, so he was happy with it. At last, the effects of the Qianjue martial soul have been introduced. Qianjue. So is this martial soul named this way? Or do you want to name your martial soul after yourself? Su Yuntao asked in confusion. It's not Qianjue, it's Qianjue. The Qian from the vast world. Qianjue corrected him. Oh. So this martial soul is called Qianjue mask, right? It's a weapon martial soul, and its effect is to greatly enhance physical fitness. Su Yuntao quickly recorded this information and gave Qianjue a certificate that recorded his martial soul name and innate soul power, along with Su Yuntao's signature and the special seal of the Martial Soul Hall. Take this. It's your Martial Soul Awakening Certificate. If you want to study at a Soul Master Academy, you'll need it. Of course, if you join our Martial Soul Hall, you won't need it. I will personally report it for you. Qianjue took the certificate and carefully stored it away. All right, you can go rest over there and think about whether you want to join our Martial Soul Hall. Su Yuntao patted Qianjue's shoulder, indicating he could rest. Qianjue walked over to Tang San, and they exchanged smiles. Just as Su Yuntao was about to awaken the next child, Tang San suddenly stepped forward. Uncle, why didn't you test my soul power? Su Yuntao was in a good mood and patiently explained to Tang San, who had just awakened the blue-silver grass martial soul. I didn't test your soul power because blue-silver grass is one of the most common plants, very weak, and it's basically impossible for it to possess soul power. Even if it has a little, it's not enough to support your cultivation, so I didn't test it. Do you understand? I understand, but I still want to test it, can I, uncle? Tang Sen understood Su Yuntao's meaning, but he still wanted to check his soul power. He wanted to see if the inner power of his Xiantian skill was the same as the soul power of this world. If it was, then even if the blue-silver grass couldn't be cultivated, he could practice the Xiantian skill and try to see if obtaining a soul ring could help him break through his limitations. Okay. If you want to test it, go ahead. Su Yuntao agreed to Tang San's request, happy about it. He handed over the crystal ball and indicated for Tang San to place his palm on it. Tang San complied, and as soon as his palm touched the blue crystal ball, his body trembled violently, and the crystal ball's immense attraction startled him. Like Qianjue, Tang San felt his inner power detach from his body and quickly surge towards the crystal ball. If Qianjue's soul power test had been within Su Yuntao's expectations, then the dazzling blue light of the crystal ball now left him utterly shocked. What is going on? Isn't a waste martial soul? How can it have full innate soul power? Su Yuntao murmured to himself. He turned to look at Tang San, seemingly hoping Tang San would provide him with the answer. However, how could Tang San tell him that it was because of his cultivation of the Qiantian skill? So, he was naturally disappointed. But unlike in the original story, Tang San was not a clueless novice. During these 3 months, he had learned a lot from Qianjue. Now he was sure that the inner power he cultivated in the Qiantian skill had transformed into soul power upon arriving in this world. The reason he had been unable to break through the first layer of the Qiantian skill was that he had not obtained a soul ring, which limited his soul power level. Thus, Tang San did not ask any more questions. After thanking Su Yuntao, he returned to Qianjue's side. Seeing Tang San return, Su Yuntao also came to a realization. Yes, so what if it's full innate soul power? No matter how much the blue silvergrass cultivates. What can it do? A waste martial soul is ultimately a waste martial soul. Shaking his head, Su Yuntao called the next child to the formation. He was looking forward to awakening the next powerful martial soul. However, reality proved that powerful martial souls do not appear so easily, at least in this village. No more miracles occurred. After collecting the 6 black stones and the blue crystal ball, Su Yuntao once again crouched down in front of Qianjue. How is it? Have you thought it over? Are you willing to join our spirit hall? Qianjue looked at Su Yuntao, feeling somewhat helpless about his persistence. I haven't discussed it with my family yet. Oh, right? You haven't discussed it yet. Then you have to go back first, right? I'll go with you. Since you've awakened such a powerful spirit, I should go and share the good news with your family. Okay. Seeing Su Yuntao's excited expression, Qianjue knew he couldn't refuse. Su Yuntao pushed open the door, and outside, Old Jack immediately greeted him with a tense expression. Master, how is it? Is there any possibility this year for the children in our village to become spirit masters? Su Yuntao smiled and reached out to shake Old Jack's hand. Yes, yes. And it's a top-tier spirit with full innate soul power. Congratulations, village chief. After Qianjue awakened his top-tier spirit, he became very friendly towards Old Jack as well. Really? Really? Which family child is it? Old Jack asked excitedly. Well, it's this child named Qianjue. Su Yuntao smiled and pointed to Qianjue beside him. Yes, it's little Ju. Great. Really great. So wonderful. The heavens have finally favored our holy soul village again. Old Jack clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and looked up to thank the heavens in his heart, feeling immensely proud of the decision to take in Qianjue back then. Grandpa Jack, it's not just me. Tang San also has full innate soul power. Qianjue, seeing that Su Yuntao only mentioned himself and not Tang San, reminded him. Tang San too. Old Jack looked in shock at the two standing together, feeling overwhelmed by this sudden happiness. To be continued. Chapter 12. Good news. Old Jack had always felt that Qianjue and Tang San were different from the other children in the village. They were very sensible and had good character. He never expected that both of these children would possess innate full soul power. This truly is a blessing from heaven. But why? After finally suppressing his excitement, Old Jack was somewhat puzzled as to why the soul master from the spirit hall only mentioned Qianjue and not Tang San. Faced with Old Jack's confused gaze, Su Yuntao felt a bit helpless. His martial spirit is blue silvergrass. Do you understand what that means, village chief? Blue silvergrass. Why is it blue silvergrass? Old Jack mumbled, somewhat dazed. Yes, why is it blue silvergrass? Even an ordinary martial spirit would be better. Why does it have to be a useless martial spirit? Su Yuntao also sighed. After a long silence, Old Jack squatted down and first patted Qianjue's head. Good child, your talent is truly outstanding. Grandpa feels fortunate to have made an incredibly correct decision back then. You must grow up. Our entire village will take pride in you in the future. Qianjue happily nodded at village chief Jack, but did not speak. After patting Qianjue's head again, Old Jack turned to Tang San and held his arms with both hands. Little San, I didn't expect your talent to be so remarkable as well. It's a pity that you have such a father who couldn't pass on a good martial spirit to you. Otherwise, both you brothers would become top-notch soul masters, and that would be a great story. However, tell Grandpa, are you willing to go with Qianjue to a special school to learn the cultivation methods of soul masters? There, You will find the most accurate knowledge about martial spirits, and perhaps you can find a way to make your blue silvergrass stronger. Before Tang Xin could speak, Su Yuntao interjected, shaking his head helplessly. Village chief, once a martial spirit is awakened, it cannot be changed. While blue silvergrass is not completely untrainable, it is indeed too weak. Even if it gains soul rings with the increase of soul power, it 1T becomes strong. Sending him to school 1T be of much use. Grandpa Jack, I would really like to go, but I need to ask my dad about this first. Upon hearing the two speak, old Jack sighed. Yes, you are still a child. You need your father to make decisions for you. All right, I will go speak to Tang Hao, and I will definitely advocate for you. A determined light shone in old Jack's eyes. For these two children, Qianjue's future would surely be very bright. He could not bear to see Tang San live a life of mediocrity because of his weak martial spirit. Even if there was only a tiny possibility, he wanted Tang San to have a try. All right, village chief, I want to go with Qianjue to meet his father. I hope he can support Qianjue joining our spirit hall. You know, our spirit hall is the most powerful organization in this world. Only by joining our spirit hall can Qianjue receive the best training. All right, Soul Master, I will take you there right away. Old Jack agreed, and then said to Tang San, Little San, you go home first and discuss with your dad. I will finish up with Qianjue here and then come find you. Is that all right? Okay, Grandpa, you go ahead and be busy. Tang San obediently replied. Then. Soul Master, let us go. Old Jack stood up, took Qianjue by the hand, and called to Su Yuntao. All right, let us go. Old Jack pulled Qianjue, preparing to leave, when Qianjue suddenly turned back to Tang San. Little San, I will come find you later. Qianjue knew that Tang San had twin martial spirits, so he was not worried about Tang San being unable to attend the Soul Master Academy. Now, he just had to send Su Yuntao away first. After all, Tang San would be an enemy of the Spirit Hall in the future. Since he had decided to lean on Tang San, he naturally could not join the Spirit Hall. So, Qianjue and Tang San parted ways, bringing Su Yuntao and old Jack to his home. Deng Sheng, come out to welcome us. Good news, great news. As they approached home, old Jack saw Deng Sheng guarding the window, selling goods. Really? What is it? Did little Ju awaken a martial spirit that can be cultivated? Deng Sheng naturally knew what day it was, and on this day, if old Jack came to share good news, it was most likely that Qianjue had awakened a martial spirit, and their village was about to produce a soul master. Deng Sheng hurriedly came out from the grocery store, somewhat excited to greet old Jack and the others. Deng Sheng, congratulations. Little Ju has awakened a top-tier martial spirit and possesses innate full soul power. From now on, you will be the father of a soul master. Old Jack stepped forward and pulled Deng Sheng, saying, Is that true? Little Ju awakened a top-tier martial spirit. What top-tier martial spirit? Is it powerful? Deng Sheng was stunned, asking somewhat dazedly. Powerful? It's beyond powerful. By the way, look, this is the Soul Master from the Spirit Hall. He helped Little Ju awaken. He came this time to ask you to support Little Ju joining the Spirit Hall. Isn't that impressive? Yes, Mr. Deng. I am Su Yuntao, the hosting Soul Master for Little Ju's Martial Spirit Awakening Ceremony. Little Ju's talent is unparalleled. Please let him join our Spirit Hall. Only in our Spirit Hall can he receive the best training. Seeing that he had introduced himself, Su Yuntao took a step forward and addressed Deng Sheng. Join the Spirit Hall? What do we join the Spirit Hall for? Deng Sheng was still somewhat bewildered. For what? You don't have to do anything. This question caught Su Yuntao off guard. What do you do in the Spirit Hall? Right, what do you do? After all, talents like Qianjue definitely wouldn't have any tasks like himself. Realizing this, Su Yuntao continued. After Little Ju joins the Spirit Hall, he doesn't have to do anything. The only task is to cultivate. Once he grows up, he will probably become a guardian of our Spirit Hall, only needing to protect the safety of our Spirit Hall. Oh, I see. Deng Sheng finally came to his senses. He looked at Qianjue, who was also calmly looking at him. Deng Sheng immediately understood his meaning. After all, they had been living together for several months, and there was some tacit understanding between them. Soul Master, I think we still need time to consider this. How about this? Do you usually stay at the Spirit Hall in Notting City? Once we make our decision, we will come to inform you. Is that all right? Su Yuntao couldn't understand the exchange between Qianjue and Deng Sheng. He only thought that this family was stunned by the good news and hadn't yet realized the benefits of joining the Spear Hall. So he decided not to say much and give them more time to consider. You need time to think, huh? All right, let's leave it at that for today. You all think it over carefully. I won't disturb you any longer. But once you decide, you must come to the Spear Hall in Notting City to find me and let me know your decision. Okay, rest assured, my lord. Once we've made up our minds, we'll come find you. Deng Sheng respectfully replied, Tosu Wento. All right, then that is settled. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. I'll look forward to your good news. Since he had already conveyed the situation, there was no need for him to stay any longer. He still needed to report back and then consider what to do next. Turning around and walking to Qianjue, he silently patted his head. Little Jew, I will wait for you to come find me. Goodbye. After saying that, Su Yuntao left in big strides and soon disappeared from sight. After Su Yuntao left, Deng Sheng pulled old Jack uncertainly and asked, Village Chief, I'm not dreaming, right? Little Jew really awakened a very powerful martial spirit? Of course it's real. Deng Sheng, I tell you from now on, you will be the father of a genius soul master. Get ready to enjoy the blessings. Our village is the same. In the future, it will be known as the village that produced genius soul masters. TSK. Old Jack rubbed his palms together, lost in thoughts about the future. After a long while, he sighed and patted Qianjue's head, saying, Little Jew, do your best to become a top soul master as soon as possible. I hope I will still have time to see that scene. All right, I need to go find Tang Hao now. I must persuade him to let Tang San attend the Soul Master Academy. Our village still has a spot for an intern. All right, speaking of which, this is also related to you. Deng Sheng. Originally, our village's intern spot has gone unused for many years. Unexpectedly, this year we have two. You might not know, but that child Tang San also has innate full soul power, which is considered a blessing from heaven. However, I didn't expect that his father didn't pass on a good martial soul to him, so he only awakened the worst blue-silver grass martial soul. Still, I don't want little San to just give up on becoming a soul master like that. I plan to give our village's intern spot this year to Tang San, so he can study at the Soul Master Academy. Who knows, he might gain something from it. You know their family situation best. All their money has been spent by that drunkard Tang Hao here to buy alcohol. Old Jack walked over to Deng Sheng and patted his shoulder as he spoke for a long time. I understand. Although Tang Hao is a terrible person, Tang San is a good child. I also really want to help him, Deng Sheng responded. So, if little Jew doesn't join the Spear Hall and gets taken away for training, he's probably going to have to pay for himself to attend the Soul Master School. But don't worry, with little Jew's talent, no matter which Soul Master School he goes to, it will be an honor for them. They won't only waive tuition fees, but they'll also reward you, so you don't need to worry. Understand? I understand. But if he joins the Spirit Hall, will little Jew be taken away? Deng Sheng said he understood, but his focus was on other things. Old Jack heard this and immediately knew what he was worried about. He advised Deng Sheng, I know you can't bear to part with little Jew. After these months, I can clearly feel that you two have been living well together. But you shouldn't be a burden to little Jew, understand? The Spirit Hall is indeed the most powerful organization in this world. I am very supportive of little Jew joining them. Don't delay little Jew's future, got it? As old Jack continued to persuade, his tone became serious. Got it, village chief. Deng Sheng suddenly felt that Qianjue awakening a top martial soul didn't make him as happy as before. I will not join the Spirit Hall. At that moment, Qianjue suddenly spoke up. Old Jack and Deng Sheng turned in surprise to look at Qianjue. Why, little Jew, don't be willful. The Spirit Hall is the most powerful organization. After joining the Spirit Hall, you'll receive the best training. Exactly because it is the most powerful organization. If I join, when I have an easy path. With my talent, no matter what I do, someone will guide me. Someone will help me. Growing up like that would just make me a flower in a greenhouse. I plan to study at the Soul Master Academy in Notting City with Tang San. Hearing Qianjue's words, Old Jack and Deng Sheng were shocked. Is this really something a child would say? Can a child really think of so many things? Can he even consider his own growth environment? The way Deng Sheng and Old Jack looked at Qianjue now was as if they were looking at a monster. All right, Grandpa Village Chief, aren't you going to find Tang San? I'll go with you. Uncle Deng, you stay at home and wait for me. When I come back, we can discuss this properly. Qianjue couldn't stand the looks from the two any longer and urged old Jack to go find Tang San. Okay. Then you go early and come back early. All right, let's go. Old Jack thought about meeting Tang Hao again and felt a bit of a headache. But for Tang San's future, he resolutely took Qianjue and headed towards Tang San's home. To be continued. Chapter 13, Finding the Master. When Qianjue and old Jack arrived at Tang San's house, they found Tang San alone, forging his iron ore with a hammer. However, Tang San's forging posture was quite peculiar. With each strike on the iron ore, he seemed to exert all his strength, hitting it heavily. But the force is mutual. When the hammer strikes the iron ore, it naturally rebounds fiercely, and at that moment, Tang San begins to spin his body, seemingly trying to rotate the hammer around before striking the iron ore again. It looked like a method of using force against force. However, while it sounds clear, actually doing it is not so easy. Each time, either the hammer slipped from his grip or it made his body unsteady, preventing him from completing the spin. Even if he was lucky enough to complete the spin, the hammer would fall aside and not land on the iron ore. Seeing Tang San's actions, Qianjue understood that what Tang San was practicing was the Hao Ian Sec's ultimate skill, the chaotic wind hammer technique. It seemed that, just like in the original story, Tang Hao had already recognized Tang San's talent and was preparing to start training him. Indeed, Tang Hao now not only knew that Tang San had twin martial souls, but also, after being scolded by old Jack last time, had become somewhat enlightened. So when Tang San told him that old Jack said he could let him go to the Nodding Academy as a working student, he considered it for a moment and agreed. Thus, Tang San was very happy now. He felt that after awakening his martial soul, Tang Hao's feelings towards him had changed, no longer as indifferent as before. Regardless of what caused the change, he felt he had taken a step closer to his father's love. This led old Jack to think that he would have to persuade Tang Hao extensively to agree to send Tang San to Nodding Academy as a working student, but unexpectedly, Tang Hao immediately agreed and asked him to come back to pick up Tang San later. This made old Jack feel relieved, and he sighed. Tang Hao has finally turned over a new leaf. He then left contentedly, leaving Qianjue behind. Seeing that Tang San was preparing to go to Nodding Soul Master Academy in 3 months, just like in the original story, Qianjue felt at ease. He pulled Tang San aside and said, "I'm also preparing to go to Nodding Soul Master Academy, and we can live together again. However, you will go in 3 months, and I might go in a couple of days to take a look first." Go in a couple of days? But doesn't the Soul Master Academy start in 3 months? What is the point of going now? Tang San asked, puzzled. I need to go find someone who can teach me first. Otherwise, these 3 months will be wasted. I'm not like you. You have your father to teach you. Little San, don't think your father is so downcast now. You must be a capable person. Tang San looked at Qianjue, his eyes filled with gratitude. Qianjue was the first person to affirm his father so confidently, and over the past few months, he could sense that even though Qianjue rarely spoke to his father when he visited, somewhat ignoring Tang Hao, he had never spoken ill of him and would occasionally remind Tang San to bring food to his father, which showed that Qianjue still respected him. All right, then we'll meet in 3 months. I will give you a gift then, Tang San said seriously to Qianjue. Seeing Tang San suddenly so serious, Qianjue smiled and patted his shoulder. What meeting in 3 months? I still have to stay for 2 days. In these 2 days, I need to figure out my martial soul first. When I leave, I will come to say goodbye to you. Okay, that has settled then. I'll head back now. Uncle Deng is still waiting for me in the house. After bidding farewell to Tang San, Qianjue strolled back home. On the way back, he couldn't help but release and retract his martial soul, the Qianjue feeling quite happy. After Tang San left, Tang Hao emerged from the house again. Little San, it's time to cook. By the way, I haven't asked you, what martial soul did that kid awaken? Dad, Qianjue awakened a top-tier martial soul. He said it's called the Qianjue Mask, and its effect seems to be greatly enhancing physical quality. Also, like me, he has innate full soul power. The Qianjue Mask. A top-tier martial soul, innate full soul power. Why haven't I heard of such a martial soul? Tang Hao frowned and muttered to himself after hearing Tang San's words. Maybe he is the first person to awaken such a martial soul. Dad, Qianjue is also very outstanding. He knows many things. In the past few months, I've learned a lot from him. He also said you're a capable person who can teach me. He has no one to guide him. So he plans to go to Nodding Soul Master Academy in a couple of days after familiarizing himself with his martial soul to find someone who can teach him. Hearing this, Tang Hao furrowed his brows even tighter. Did he really say that? Tang Hao couldn't understand how a child like Qianjue could see that he was a capable person. Really, Dad, I also think you're a capable person. Even if it's just your blacksmithing skills, you shouldn't be stuck in this village. Why do you? However, before Tang San could finish his sentence, he was rudely interrupted by Tang Hao. Enough. Don't say anymore. Hurry up and cook. I'm hungry. Tang Hao turned with a dark face and went back into the house. Oh. Tang San was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly smiled. It seems my father really is a capable person. 2 days later, after familiarizing himself with his martial soul, Qianjue bid farewell to Tang San and entered Nodding City again with Deng Sheng. The Nodding Soul Master Academy is also a landmark in Nodding City. After asking a few people, Deng Sheng and Qianjue quickly found the entrance to the academy. Hey, you two, what are you doing? What are you looking at? As soon as they arrived at the school gate, they were reprimanded by the gatekeeper. Deng Sheng was about to step forward to speak when he was stopped by Qianjue. Excuse me, could you please inform us that we are looking for a master? A master? What master? We don't have any masters here. Hurry up and leave. The gatekeeper continued to harshly reprimand them when he saw that Qianjue and Deng Sheng wanted to find someone and showed no intent to leave. Qianjue didn't waste any words and immediately activated his sheep spirit, the ancient and mysterious sheep spirit mask appearing on his face. The mask's eyes glowed with 2 eerie blue flames, staring intently at the gatekeeper. I'll say it again. We're looking for a master. Please inform us. Qianjue repeated coldly. The gatekeeper felt a wave of fear wash over him as he was stared at by Qianjue, realizing he had encountered someone tough. He trembled and took 2 steps back. You, what do you want? I tell you, this is the Soul Master Academy, and there are soul masters inside. If you cause trouble here, be careful not to leave unscathed. He shouted with a fierce but hollow bravado. I'll say it again. We are looking for a master. I'll give you an incense stick's worth of time to help us find him. Otherwise, next time at 1 just a warning. Seeing that he dared to speak harshly again, Qianjue gave him one last warning while controlling the invisible wolf spirit to give him a little push from behind. Ah! The gatekeeper jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, covering his rear and writhing in pain. It took him a while to calm down. He looked at Qianjue, and when he caught sight of those eerie glowing eyes, he quickly turned away. Hurry up, Qianjue urged him once more. The 2 simple words seemed to resonate with something terrifying in the gatekeeper's mind, and he hurriedly ran away. Once he was far from Qianjue's sight, he couldn't help but shed tears of grievance. He glared resentfully in the direction of Qianjue, thinking about going to find the supervisor, to seek help from the school leaders, to complain, and to get them to teach that little brat a lesson. But his body honestly headed towards the master's residence. He could only comfort himself in his heart. He wasn't in a position to stand firm right now, so he would first call the master over. If the master claimed not to know him, or if there was any conflict, he would immediately report it. Cursing inwardly, he arrived at the master's residence, wiped his tears dry, and the guard knocked on the master's door. Who is it? Came the master's calm voice from inside. Master, there are 2 people, one big and one small, looking for you at the school gate. That child is a soul master, but judging by his age, he must have just awakened his martial soul. I think they probably found out you were here and wanted to take a shortcut. I told them you weren't here, but unexpectedly, he hit me right away and insisted I come find you. I had no choice but to notify you, the guard added with embellishments. Creak. The door was pulled open from the inside. The guard immediately looked at the master with a pitiful expression. The master glanced at him with a blank face before stepping out and, while closing the door, asked flatly, How did he hit you? Where did he hit you? He. The guard was about to answer when he suddenly fell silent. Yes, how did he hit me? At that time, he was clearly in front of me. I don't know, but it was definitely that little brat who hit me. He admitted it, the guard said resentfully. The master closed the door and shot him a glance. Just a single sentence. It definitely wasn't without reason that he hit you, made the guard shut his mouth. The master walked towards the school gate, and the guard followed closely behind. Before long, They saw Qianjue and Deng Sheng waiting at the school gate. You. Hello, I am the master. I don't think I've seen you before. May I ask what you need from me? The master's somewhat hoarse voice rang out. As he approached, he searched his mind for memories about Deng Sheng and Qianjue, ultimately confirming he had never seen these two people. Qianjue looked at the master, who had now withdrawn the sheep spirit possession. The master was a man of medium build, slightly on the thin side, with an unremarkable appearance and short black hair styled in a 3 to 7 part. His hands were clasped behind his back straight, and his serious eyes were fixed on Qianjue and Deng Sheng, waiting for them to state their reason for seeing him. Qianjue felt a bit nervous under the master's serious gaze, and the words he had prepared suddenly escaped him. Can I go to your residence to talk? It's a bit inconvenient here. The master frowned. Just you and me? He initially thought it was Deng Sheng, the adult, who was looking for him. Even if it was about this child, he expected it to be Deng Sheng discussing it. But unexpectedly, it was this child communicating with him, while that man remained silent behind. Yes, I'm going with you. Uncle Deng is just dropping me off, Qianjue replied to the master, then turned to Deng Sheng and said, Uncle Deng, you can go about your business now, regardless of whether it works out or not. I'll come find you at the grocery store later. Don't worry. Sigh, all right. Then you do your best. I'll be waiting for good news, Deng Sheng said, patting Qianjue's head before turning to leave, looking back every few steps. After watching Deng Sheng leave, Qianjue turned back to the master, waiting for him to speak. All right, follow me. The master turned and led Qianjue to his residence. Along the way, neither of them spoke. Qianjue walked beside the master, constantly observing him, but the master showed no signs of embarrassment, still looking straight ahead without glancing aside. They arrived at the master's residence in silence. After closing the door, the master sat down at his usual research table and casually said, All right, speak up. What do you need from me? No need to compete with me in patience here. To be continued. Chapter 14. Apprenticeship. Qianjue scratched his head, smiled awkwardly a couple of times, and finally delivered his prepared opening line. Hello, master. The thing is, I had my martial soul awakening ceremony a couple of days ago, and I awakened a martial soul. I want to know how I should cultivate it afterward. I heard that you are a great scholar in martial soul theories, so I would like to seek your guidance. The master sighed and began to organize the notes on his desk. Sure, but why should I guide you? Give me a reason. Because my martial soul is very special, and you will definitely be interested, Qianjue replied. Of course, he knew how to pique the master's interest. All it took was a peculiar martial soul. However, upon hearing Qianjue's words, the master did not seem too intrigued. All right, but whether it's special or not isn't for you to decide. Fine, just release your martial soul. And let me take a look, the master said, adjusting his sitting posture, lazily leaning back in his chair, looking at Qianjue as if to say, please begin your performance. Without further ado, Qianjue immediately unleashed his Qianjue martial soul. In an instant, an ancient and mysterious mask slowly emerged, concealing his face. From the eye holes of the mask, 2 faint blue flames danced, illuminating the master. The master immediately felt a wave of fear wash over him, as if death itself had fixed its gaze upon him. He instinctively sat up from his chair, his expression turning extremely serious. Due to his sudden movement, he even knocked over his chair. What kind of martial soul is this? A mask like this, a top-tier martial soul, the master muttered to himself, staring in astonishment at the mask forming on Qianjue's face. Once Qianjue was possessed by the sheep spirit martial soul, the master quickly deduced from the ancient material of the mask, the mysterious runes, and those peculiar flame-like eyes that this must be a top-tier martial soul. Moreover, the feeling of being targeted by death that followed made him realize that even among top-tier martial souls, this one was certainly among the foremost. After calming himself down, the master slowly approached Qianjue and carefully observed the mask. There are mask-type martial souls, but I have never heard of any mask martial soul being a top-tier one, as most of these are spirit-enhancing types leaning more toward support. And as far as I know, support-type martial souls have never had innate full soul power. But I can be certain that your martial soul is indeed a top-tier one, and your soul power must also be innate full soul power. Am I right, child? Qianjue didn't say anything. He just smiled, but the master couldn't see it. All he saw was Qianjue pulling out the proof from the martial soul hall from his clothes and handing it to him. Qianjue mask martial soul. Innate full soul power. The function is to greatly enhance physical quality. No, this martial soul is definitely not just about enhancing physical quality. At least. The master recalled the fear he felt earlier from being targeted by death. At least, it also includes mental impact. He stared at Qianjue. Child, can you tell me what characteristics your martial soul has? You are right. Your martial soul is indeed very special. The master asked slowly, now genuinely interested. Sorry, master. You know, for a special martial soul like this, it's safer for me not to reveal its special effects, right? Qianjue smiled at the master, retracting the sheep spirit's possession. The master looked at Qianjue and nodded slowly after a moment. He sighed, realizing that Qianjue had a point. If the special effects of his martial soul were leaked, it could easily become a target for enemies. But it is indeed a very powerful and interesting martial soul. If he could study it, perhaps he could improve his theory of the top 10 core competencies of martial souls. Unfortunately, you are right. You are indeed a smart child. Then, can you tell me how your martial soul enhances your physical quality so I can help you? Since Qianjue was unwilling to reveal the special effects of his martial soul, the master did not insist and prepared to see if he could provide guidance from other aspects. However, before he could finish his sentence, Qianjue interrupted him. Unless it's someone very close to me, someone I can ensure won't harm me, I can only tell them, Qianjue suddenly said after interrupting him. The master looked at Qianjue, his thoughts racing. However, no matter how fast his thoughts turned, they could not match Qianjue's actions. Suddenly, Qianjue kneeled down. Please accept me as your disciple and teach me how to cultivate. I wish to respect you as my teacher. Qianjue recited the lines he had seen in dramas and novels about apprenticeship. After all, he had never experienced this before, so he could only borrow from others, even if it was somewhat awkward. You, child, what are you doing? Get up. You. Qianjue felt embarrassed, but the master did not. He only felt a bit flustered and disoriented. After a long pause, he finally spoke to the kneeling Qianjue. Child, don't rush. Listen to me. Although I consider my theoretical knowledge unmatched, theory is ultimately theory. Because of my martial soul, my soul power can never break through to level 30. So you need to think carefully. I do not want to take you as my disciple. You must understand that your talent is absolutely top-notch. In these past few hundred years, many top-tier martial souls have emerged, but only 8 unique top-tier martial souls have appeared, each of whom suppressed an era. So do you understand the significance of your talent? Yes, I understand, Qianjue nodded. Even so, do you still want to worship me as your teacher? My strength is only level 29. After you become my disciple, aside from helping you with your first soul ring that you currently lack, all your subsequent soul rings may only be up to you to figure out. You need to think carefully. The master laid out his shortcomings regarding his inadequate strength. He was a practical person. Although he needed a disciple to realize his theories, he still hoped that his disciple would be willing. Teacher, I have thought it through. Please accept me. Qianjue once again bowed his head to the master. All right, since you have thought it through, I will accept you as my disciple. The master excitedly stepped forward to help Qianjue up. His strength had already reached its peak due to his martial soul, and he could no longer change that. However, his research could be validated through his disciple's growth. He needed a disciple with good talent to prove the correctness of his theory on the top 10 core competencies of martial souls. Thank you, teacher. After Qianjue stood up and looked at the master, he too felt a bit excited. Starting today, he would embark on his cultivation journey. Moreover, there was another advantage to taking the master as his teacher. He could shift a lot of knowledge that he shouldn't know onto the master. As the master had a scholarly image in everyone's eyes, he was simply the best scapegoat. All right, good child. Your proof records your name as Qianjue, right? From now on, I will call you Xiaoju. Remember, my name is Yu Xiaojing, but outsiders generally call me master. The title master carries both respect and mockery. However, in general, no one directly calls me by my name, so you can just call me teacher in the future. I understand, teacher. Good. Now tell me about the characteristics of your martial soul, so I can formulate a special cultivation plan for you. By the way, have you familiarized yourself with your soul power? Has anyone taught you how to cultivate your soul power? The master spoke and returned to his seat, taking out a notebook to prepare to record Qianjue's information. Master, I am familiar with soul power, but I'm not very skilled at controlling it. And no one has told me how to train my soul power. Qianjue honestly shared his situation with the master. Well, that's normal, because you have only awakened for less than 2 days. Generally speaking, the awakening ceremony of the Spirit Hall is held 2 to 3 months before the enrollment of the Soul Master Academy. During the time from when you awaken your martial soul to the start of school, it is meant for you to familiarize yourself with your martial soul and practice controlling your soul power. Once you complete these 2 steps after the academy starts, the teachers will gradually teach you how to cultivate soul power. There are no shortcuts to cultivating soul power. It requires daily meditation and practice to accumulate. However, it also depends on talent. A powerful martial soul gathers more energy from the heavens and earth during meditation. So the soul power accumulates more quickly and the cultivation speed increases. Oh, no wonder when we held the awakening ceremony, my best partner awakened the blue silvergrass. Even though he has full innate soul power, the soul master who hosted the ceremony said he wouldn't be able to cultivate and become a soul master. Qianjue subtly informed the master about Tang San's situation. Sure enough, the master immediately sensed something was off from Qianjue's words. What? You said his awakened martial soul is blue silvergrass, yet he has full innate soul power? The master furrowed his brow and confirmed with Qianjue. Yes. When Tang San tested his soul power, the brightness of the crystal ball was no less than mine. Is that so? That doesn't make sense. The master lowered his head, furrowing his brows, pinching his forehead with his right thumb and index finger. Unless. The master's eyes suddenly brightened. Unless what? Qianjue eagerly picked up the conversation. Unless your partner has twin martial souls. Yes, twin martial souls. The master suddenly looked up at Qianjue. If that's the case, your partner's talent is not inferior to yours and may even be better. The master looked at Qianjue, wanting to see his reaction. Although he had already accepted him as a disciple, the master still needed to determine Qianjue's character. If he was jealous, he would have to think of ways to correct that. Really, master, that's wonderful. We were both so sad about his martial soul being blue silvergrass for a long time. By the way, master, why don't you come back to the village with me later and meet Tang San? If it's suitable, you can accept him as a disciple too, so we can live together again. Qianjue hinted to the master, wanting to establish the master-disciple relationship between Tang San and a master as soon as possible. As long as the general storyline did not deviate too much, his advantage of knowing the plot would not disappear. Well, okay. Then I will go back to your village with you later. As long as he doesn't mind my strength, I will shamelessly accept another disciple. The master hesitated for a few seconds before making a decision. Twin martial souls are even rarer than a unique top-tier martial soul like Qianjue's. If he could take that child as a disciple, the master was confident that once these 2 children grew up, they would definitely be the 2 strongest individuals of this era. By then, he could also prove the correctness of his research. Don't worry, master. Tang San will definitely recognize you. A teacher's strength cannot be passed on to students. What can be taught is only knowledge. I understand this principle. So how could Tang San not understand? Rest assured, master, Tang San is even smarter than me, and he will probably beg you to accept him as a disciple. The master looked at Qianjue, filled with emotion. His acceptance of Qianjue was not solely because of his talent. No matter how good the talent is, if a person is not smart, they cannot go far. From a moment, Qianjue refused to tell him the complete characteristics of his martial soul. He knew that Qianjue was a clever person, just like his other disciple, Yu Xiaojiang. And Yu Xiaojiang's disciple must also be a clever person. He just didn't expect that another exceptionally talented smart child would appear now. This is truly. The master shook his head, marveling at his good fortune. He smiled and asked Qianjue, in your village, there must only be the 2 of you who get along well, right? The other children can't play with you. Yes, that's right, master. The other children are too stupid. It's not that they are stupid, it's that you are too smart. You are geniuses. To be continued. Chapter 15. Unparalleled talent. Alright, let's first take care of your matters. Tell me all about your martial soul characteristics so I can formulate a training plan for you. The master was eager to understand Qianjue's martial soul and then devise training methods for him. He suddenly felt that he had a lot of things to be busy with. The master wanted to see Qianjue's martial soul, but Qianjue did not immediately reveal his martial soul characteristics. Instead, he smiled and stepped forward, resting his arms on the table, saying, "Teacher, why don't you let me see your martial soul first? I heard your martial soul is a mutated beast martial soul, capable of existing outside the body like a weapon martial soul." The master frowned. If it were someone else saying this, he would definitely think they were mocking him. However, since it was Qianjue asking, it should mean something else. "All right, I'll let you see my martial soul," the master said, bringing his hands together in front of his chest and then quickly spreading them apart. "Come out, Luo Sanpao." With a puff, a light purple soul power emanated from the master's palms, and Qianjue felt a wave of soul power fluctuations coming from the master. In front of him, a creature appeared. It looked very much like a dog, but its size was more akin to a pig. Its body was over 1.5 meters long, and its waist was probably about the same. It had light purple fur all over, small drooping ears, a round bump on its head, and a pair of deep blue eyes blinking at Qianjue, who was staring at it. This was the master's mutated martial soul, Luo Sanpao. 2 yellow rings of a century's worth of soul power rose beneath the master's feet, slowly rotating. "Xiaoju, this is my martial soul. You can call it Luo Sanpao, or just Sanpao. It is indeed very special, being both a beast martial soul and resembling a weapon martial soul. After so many years of research, I have not found a second existence like it. Then it seems that you and I are also fated, teacher." Qianjue smiled as he looked at the master and released his Qianjue martial soul, performing the sheep spirit possession. "Teacher, actually my martial soul is not a mask. It is not a weapon martial soul, but a beast martial soul. This mask is just a manifestation of my martial soul possession," Qianjue said as the Qianjue mask slowly vanished, revealing Qianjue's smiling face once again. Just as the master was puzzled by Qianjue's statement and wondered why he retracted his martial soul, Luo Sanpao beside them suddenly stumbled and let out a couple of pained yelps. Indeed, Luo Sanpao's stumble was caused by Qianjue controlling the wolf spirit to collide with it. Normally, if Luo Sanpao was bumped, it would only feel a slight push and wouldn't feel any pain. But this time, after being struck by the wolf spirit, it felt as if someone had kicked it hard. This pain reflected back to the master, making him feel as though someone had punched him in the waist, causing him to involuntarily clutch his waist and gasp. Seeing the master's reaction, Qianjue approached him apologetically. "I'm sorry, teacher. I didn't mean to. I'm still not very skilled with this martial soul." However, the master did not blame him. He waved his hand, indicating that he was fine, and looked at Qianjue. "What do you mean by what you just said? Clarify it for me. You said your martial soul is a beast martial soul. So the one that attacked Sanpao just now was your martial soul. But how come I didn't see how you attacked? Is that also a characteristic of your martial soul?" Qianjue felt a bit embarrassed. He had simply wanted the master to notice the existence of the wolf spirit, which is why he used the wolf spirit to attack Luo Sanpao. He remembered that the wolf spirit's attack would cause pain, so he only controlled it to bump into Luo Sanpao, not expecting it to still cause the master pain. "Teacher, my martial soul is indeed called Qianjue, and like your Luo Sanpao, it is also a type of special beast martial soul," Qianjue said as he retracted the wolf spirit's Qianjue concealment effect. Thus, the wolf spirit, which had been quietly floating aside, and the sheep spirit's phantom that Qianjue was possessed by slowly revealed themselves to the master. This martial soul. The master was shocked beyond measure. He then realized that what he had thought was a top-tier martial soul mask was actually just an accessory to the martial soul. No, it could even be said to be half of the martial soul's accessory. The wolf spirit beside it also wore a similar mask, except it was white. Is this really your true martial soul? The master took 2 steps forward, coming in front of Qianjue. He widened his eyes and looked closely at the sheep spirit's phantom that Qianjue was possessed by. It had a slender body, white fur, 2 long white ears drooping down, and mysterious runes carved all over it. In its right hand, it held a peculiar long bow with black and white edges. Its bow arms were short and there were sharp protrusions on both sides of the bow grip, as well as at the bow pad and bow tip. Most importantly, this bow had no string. To an ordinary person's eyes, this bow looked like an imagined item. But the master knew that a bow appearing on a martial soul must have its significance. After examining the sheep spirit, the master turned to look at the wolf spirit. Compared to the wolf spirit evoked an even greater sense of fear. It wore an equally ancient and mysterious mask, had cold, piercing fiery pupils, and besides its sharp teeth, there was also a deep blue light within. Coupled with its smoke-like body, it floated silently in the air. Just now, you used it to attack me, didn't you? But why didn't I notice its attack? Wait, could it be that your martial soul can become invisible? The master was indeed a master. Just from Qianjue revealing his martial soul earlier in the previous attack, he deduced the effect of the wolf spirit. That's right, teacher. The Qianjue martial soul consists of the sheep spirit and the wolf spirit. Invisibility is a characteristic brought by the wolf spirit, called Qianjue's concealment, while the sheep spirit provides me with the characteristic of Qianjue's mark, which allows me to. At this point, Qianjue no longer kept it a secret and revealed the effects of Qianjue's concealment, Qianjue's mark, and the sheep and wolf spirits in terms of pain reduction and amplification to the master. After listening to Qianjue's explanation with a serious expression, the master closed his eyes and quietly contemplated for a while before slowly opening them. He stared at Qianjue for a long time, then sighed softly. Xiaoju, you must have saved the world in your previous life for this world to bestow such favor upon you. I take back what I said earlier. Your companion, though also extraordinarily gifted, I must admit his talent does not compare to yours. Qianjue, the Qianjue martial soul, an infinitely growing martial soul. Such a martial soul exists in this world. This world is truly wondrous. The master exhaled deeply, expressing his amazement. Xiaoju, do you know? I have never seen any martial soul that can grow infinitely like yours. Moreover, just from the information I currently understand, your martial soul contains at least 4 characteristics: enhancement, invisibility, pain reduction, and pain amplification. Any one of these 4 characteristics alone could qualify as a trait of a top-tier martial soul. Teacher, I understand enhancement and invisibility, and I can also feel their strength. But the latter 2 shouldn't be that useful, right? To me, they just seem like additional enhancements. Qianjue asked with confusion. The master smiled as he looked at Qianjue. It seems you haven't truly felt your martial soul yet. Wait here. After saying that, the master pushed the door open and left. In a short while, he returned holding a rabbit. The master handed Qianjue a dagger and instructed, "Go ahead. Try to attack it." Qianjue took the dagger. He knew what the master wanted to test, so he aimed the dagger at the rabbit's thigh and stabbed it in. He didn't hold back, and blood immediately flowed from the rabbit's wound, dyeing its fur bright red. But the rabbit didn't seem to feel anything. When it was stabbed, it seemed as if it had just been pushed a little. It moved 2 steps and then stopped, continuing to stare with its 2 red eyes, observing its surroundings. Did you see that? Even when wounded, it felt no pain whatsoever. Just imagine what would happen if your attack landed on an enemy, especially in a place they couldn't see. Qianjue's eyes lit up. You would think my attack didn't hurt him. Yes, if he continues to fight you like this. Various situations will soon arise. Moreover, think about it. If your weapon had other effects like poison, he might not even realize he was poisoned, and then... The master didn't continue, but Qianjue could imagine that scenario. Then, master, what about enhancing the wolf spirit's pain? You can try it. Use your wolf spirit to attack. Qianjue immediately controlled the wolf spirit to bite the rabbit's other leg. This time, the rabbit was not indifferent. Instead, it let out a piercing screech and immediately began to convulse violently, eventually collapsing and foaming at the mouth. The master and Qianjue stared in astonishment at the rabbit, which slowly lost its reaction, both amazed. They could guess that being hurt by the wolf spirit would be painful, but they didn't expect it to result in such a situation. The master approached and picked up the rabbit, which had lost its reaction, to check its condition. It was just unconscious and in shock, with no other symptoms, no signs of poisoning. After observing the situation, the master took out a bandage from a drawer in the room and wrapped the wound on its leg. Then he explained to Qianjue, who was watching beside him. After it wakes up, we can observe whether it will have other reactions after experiencing the amplified pain from the wolf spirit. Qianjue responded, indicating that he understood. So, do you now know the power of several characteristics of your martial soul? Qianjue obediently replied. There are many more uses for it, and you need to explore and develop them one by one. You must often think about how to use them, understand? Understand, master. Good. Xiaoju, your martial soul is a miracle. I am sure it is the most powerful martial soul of this era. This is your talent, an unparalleled talent. But you must know, no matter how powerful a martial soul is, if the person using it does not have the heart of a strong person, it will still be buried. So, from now on, your first task is to master your martial soul skillfully and then control your soul power. Once you complete these two tasks, I will teach you how to cultivate your soul power. Okay, master. Qianjue is now unconditionally committed to the tasks assigned by the master. All right, when you came here, you said you wanted to find your family, right? I will go with you now, and then we will return to your village to find the companion you mentioned. Okay. To be continued. Chapter 16. Taking on a new master after packing some things, the master accompanied Qianjue to the grocery store to find Deng Sheng, who was still waiting. When Qianjue informed Deng Sheng that he had successfully become a disciple, the simple man broke into a wide smile, and it seemed even the burden he was carrying felt lighter. Throughout the journey back to Holy Soul Village, the master was deep in thought about Qianjue's martial soul, occasionally asking Qianjue questions about it, sometimes frowning and other times his eyes shining with excitement. By the time the three of them rushed back to Holy Soul Village, the sky had begun to darken. At Qianjue's suggestion, the master suppressed his impulse to find Tang San and instead stayed at Qianjue's home. The next day, on top of a small hill, "Look, master, I knew he would be here. We come here every morning to practice at sunrise." Tang San said practicing at sunrise is better, Qianjue said, pointing to Tang San, who was meditating on a large rock. The master nodded, quite satisfied in his heart. This shows that you are both determined children. Hey, I think so too. Hearing the master's praise, Qianjue chuckled and walked towards Tang San with the master. At that moment, Tang San had just finished his training and stood up. He turned to Qianjue. "Xiaoju, you're here. Who is this uncle?" "Hee. Xiao San, didn't I tell you? I went to the city to find someone who could teach me. And here he is. Now, he is my teacher. I told him about you, and he is very interested in you." After hearing Qianjue's words, Tang San nodded and looked at the master. "Hello, uncle. Do you have any advice for me?" His attitude was very good. Since he was Qianjue's teacher, he should be a powerful soul master. I heard your martial soul is blue silvergrass. Do you think you can become a high-level soul master by cultivating blue silvergrass? The master got straight to the point without beating around the bush. I think blue silvergrass, although weak, has its advantages, such as low soul power consumption and fast reproduction rate, etc. I think I should be able to. Tang San knew the master was testing him, and he expressed his thoughts, hoping someone could answer his doubts. Well, quite confident. Good. Then do you know what kind of soul bee spirit ring should be added to your blue silvergrass? Is it a plant type or an animal type? What characteristics should the added soul beast have? What is the best age for it? In the future, how should your blue silvergrass develop? Have you thought about these questions? Tang San was taken aback, looking at the master, somewhat confused. I haven't thought about these. I don't have that knowledge yet. I will study it after arriving at the academy. The master smiled slightly. The academy doesn't have many people who understand this. No one will teach you how to match your spirit rings. No one will teach you how to develop your martial soul, and no one will have experience teaching students with twin martial souls. The master said confidently at the end. This was the path he chose after realizing he couldn't go far in the soul master field, and fortunately, he could now be considered a qualified pioneer. Tang San's expression turned serious. His father had once said that he must never tell anyone about being a twin martial soul, and that he should not use his other martial soul unless absolutely necessary. Now, even Qianjue didn't know about his twin martial souls. So how did Qianjue's teacher know? He frowned, his left hand slightly raised. Inside his sleeve were a few bone-piercing nails he had crafted for self-defense. At this moment, he was already prepared for a worst-case scenario. "Xiao San, don't be nervous. I won't harm you. Seeing Tang San's tense demeanor, Qianjue quickly reassured him. Qianjue knew Tang San's hidden weapon abilities. The master was just a level 29 soul master, who knew if he could withstand Tang San's hidden weapons now. Seeing Qianjue speak up, Tang San glanced at him, and his tense emotions eased somewhat. He realized he might have overreacted. He still trusted Qianjue's judgment. Since this middle-aged man could take Qianjue as a disciple, it should not be a big problem. However, Tang San still looked seriously at the master and asked in a deep voice, "How did you know I'm a twin martial soul?" The master did not know about Tang San's hidden weapons. He also did not feel threatened by Tang San and confidently replied, "Because Xiao Ju told me that although you awaken blue silvergrass, you have innate full soul power. Perhaps others do not know what this represents. But if I didn't know, then I would not deserve to be called a master. Blue silvergrass is a very weak martial soul. Generally, out of 30 people who awaken the blue silver grass martial soul, only one will have soul power, and that soul power will not exceed level 1. But you have innate full soul power. Based on my research, the size of innate soul power is proportional to the quality of a martial soul. So it is clear that your blue silvergrass cannot support your innate full soul power. Therefore, I am certain that you have another powerful martial soul, and it must be a top-level martial soul. Only a top-level martial soul can have innate full soul power." As the master spoke, he looked at Tang San with confidence, clearly believing that his judgment would be absolutely correct. Tang San's gaze and emotions gradually calmed down, and he argued, "But there are exceptions. What if my blue silvergrass is special?" The master shook his head, saying, "Blue silvergrass cannot be special. Special circumstances only occur when a martial soul undergoes mutation." "What is a mutated martial soul?" Tang San asked. The master patiently explained, "To understand martial soul mutation, one must first understand the issue of martial soul inheritance. Martial souls are inherited through genetic means. The martial souls of parents have a very direct influence on the next generation. The simplest example is that children directly inherit their father's or mother's martial soul. This is called family-style inheritance. Another, more difficult to understand, is mutated inheritance. For example, when both parents have innate zero soul power, but their child awakens a martial soul with soul power that can be cultivated. Even if this child's martial soul is still the same as that of their father or mother, we can still say that their martial soul has undergone mutation, though the degree of mutation is very small. This is the simplest form of mutated inheritance. When the degree of mutation during inheritance becomes significantly large, various situations can arise, such as differences in strength. For instance, both parents awaken powerful martial souls, but the child has a waste martial soul, or both parents have waste martial souls, but the child awakens a very strong martial soul, where the attributes of the martial souls differ, such as both parents awakening fire-type martial souls, while the child's martial soul is lightning-type, etc. There are many types of mutated inheritance. This is a very vast knowledge system that cannot be explained in a short time. So I won't elaborate on all of them. You just need to know that based on this knowledge, I determined that your blue silvergrass is not a mutated existence and that you definitely have another very powerful martial soul. Tang San nodded. Suddenly, he took a step back, increasing the distance between himself and the master, then knelt down on both knees and respectfully bowed 3 times to the master. "Master, please accept me as your disciple. Please teach me how to cultivate my blue silvergrass martial soul, and please teach me how to cultivate my twin martial souls." The master smiled, very pleased, and bent down to help Tang San up. "Silly boy, can't you see that I came here this time to take you as my disciple? Get up." "Thank you, master." "Haha, good. The master looked at Tang San and Qianjue, smiling, and he could hardly hold back his tears, feeling an indescribable joy in his heart, since he learned that his martial soul could not break through the level of 30. He stubbornly devoted all his energy to the study of martial souls. However, research remained just research, although he gained the title of master. More people used this title to mock his strength. This made the master realize that no matter how high one's knowledge or how profound one's research on martial souls, without strength, one could not prove oneself. But his own strength could no longer advance. What to do? He could only rely on others. Only by teaching a student with unparalleled strength could he prove his knowledge and choices, and prove himself. You Xiaojiang. I heard from Qianjue that your name is Tang San, right? Then I'll call you Xiao San from now on. Xiao San, let me see your martial soul, including the other one. All right, teacher. Tang San respectfully replied. He gathered soul power in his right hand, and as the blue light flickered, a small blue grass slowly took shape. The master observed carefully for a while and nodded. Indeed, it was just ordinary blue silver grass. All right, release your other martial soul for me to see. Tang San no longer concealed it, raising his left hand as a surge of black light erupted, condensing into a not-so-large hammer, with a faint halo swirling around it. Upon seeing the hammer in Tang San's hand, the master's eyes widened in shock, revealing an extremely excited look. He stared intently at the familiar hammer in Tang San's hand, muttering, Tang San, surname Tang. Such a martial soul appearing here. So you were his son. No wonder you have such talent. After a while, the master regained his composure. All right, Xiao San, put away your martial soul. Don't use this martial soul easily in front of others in the future. Also, without my permission, you absolutely cannot add a soul ring to this martial soul. This is very important, and you must remember it. The teacher is indeed a capable person. Tang San thought to himself as he looked at the master. His father had also instructed him like this. But teacher, why can't I add a soul ring? Tang San asked out of curiosity. It's not the right time to tell you yet. You just need to remember that not letting you use this martial soul and not allowing it to have a soul ring attached is just for your future considerations. You must remember this. All right, teacher, I will remember. Seeing the master so serious, Tang San also firmly kept this matter in mind. Just remember. Now, let us go down the mountain and then to Xiao San's home to meet your father. After all, Xiao San has become my disciple, and I also need to communicate with him. Okay, then teacher, let us go. Accompanied by the master and Qianjue, Tang San returned to the blacksmith shop. Dad, are you up? I have something to discuss with you. Tang San called out to Tang Hao in the back room after returning home. After a while, Tang Hao sleepily opened the curtain and walked out. What's wrong? Is the meal ready? Where is it? Tang Hao asked his usual morning question. Although he had decided to train Tang San, it was still hard to change the habits he had developed over the years. Dad, I have found a teacher, and he wants to talk to you. Tang San revealed the master's identity and intention. What? You found a teacher? Who told you to find one? Why didn't you discuss it with me first? Sure enough, upon hearing this, Tang Hao frowned. He then looked at the master who had come with him, but his frown deepened further. You two go out first. I have something to say to him. After a moment of silence, Tang Hao waved his hand to Tang San and Qianjue standing nearby. Qianjue shrugged. He didn't care. After all, he knew everything he should know and even the things he shouldn't know. Once Tang San and Qianjue went out, Tang Hao immediately asked, How did you find this place? And how did you know Xiao San? As he spoke, his gaze gradually became stern and his muscles began to tense. It was evident that if the master could not provide a satisfactory answer, Tang Hao might erupt in violence. And who would want to face the wrath of a titled Douluo? Speaking of which, Tang Hao and the master were not far apart in age. They were from the same era. Naturally, Tang Hao knew the master, and the master knew Tang Hao. At one time, Tang Hao had even idolized the master. So facing the pressure from a titled Douluo, the master was not afraid, but respectfully bowed. I have met you, Hao Tian. Tang Hao waved his hand, still looking at the master seriously, waiting for his answer. Returning to you, Hao Tian, I did not know you were living here. I came here entirely because I learned from my student that a martial soul, blue silver grass, awakened here, and the child has innate full soul power. You know, ever since my martial soul could no longer upgrade, I have devoted my energy to researching martial souls. For my research, I determined that this child must be a twin martial soul, so I came here. As Tang Hao listened to the master's words, he gradually lowered his guard. Your student, is it that kid? Tang Hao snorted coldly, slightly blaming Qianjue for leaking Tang San's situation. My student now also includes your son, the master smiled. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's eyes, which were initially fierce, stared at the master, and after a while, he coldly snorted again and said, You are barely qualified. In fact, in Tang Hao's view, the master was not just qualified, he was the best choice. In the early stages of a soul master's growth, what is needed is not a particularly powerful teacher, but a knowledgeable teacher who has a thorough understanding of martial souls. Such a teacher can help determine the future development direction of your martial soul, cultivate your team awareness, combat awareness, and so on. In these aspects, Tang Hao admitted that the master would indeed do better than he could. Since that is the case, Tang Hao said, walking into the bedroom and taking out something to throw over. The master quickly caught it and looked closely. It was a Soul Master Hall token engraved with 6 patterns, representing that it was the highest level of order from the Soul Master Hall. The master looked at Tang Hao. You can borrow this for now. After 3 months, when the Soul Master Academy opens, I will send him there. Help him pick out a few good soul rings. Remember, no matter what, he will always be my son. Tang Hao, since he has chosen this path, I will help him walk it well. All right, you can go now. The master silently kept the token but did not leave immediately. He looked at Tang Hao in front of him and couldn't help but ask the long-buried question in his heart. Why did you? But before the master could finish his question, he was rudely interrupted by Tang Hao. Enough. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, get out. After saying that, Tang Hao had already turned and returned to the house. Leaving the master standing there for a moment, he slowly sighed and turned to leave. Outside the house, Qianjue and Tang Sin were chatting under a tree not far away. As soon as the master walked over, Tang Sin couldn't help but ask, "How is it, teacher? Did my father make things difficult for you?" The master patted Tang Sin on the head. "How could he make things difficult for me? Although my strength is lacking. In terms of knowledge, no one should look down on me, even if that person is your father," the master said, his face full of confident smiles. In fact, he initially couldn't be sure if Tang Hao would be willing to entrust Tang San to him. Now that it was confirmed, it proved Tang Hao's recognition of him. This was the recognition from an idol and a title Douluo, naturally filling the master with pride. "That's great, teacher, thank you." Tang San sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Good boy. In 3 months, when the academy opens, your father will take you to me. In these 3 months, your father should teach you some things, so make sure to learn well from him. Do you understand?" "Good, teacher." "What about me, teacher? Should I start training with you now?" Qianjue asked from his side. "No need. You can wait until 3 months later to come. For these 3 months, follow the method I taught you yesterday to perfect your soul power control, and then familiarize yourself with and develop your martial soul. ISN to your father going to the city every once in a while. Each time he goes to the city, you can come to the academy to find me, and I will check your progress. Additionally, Xiao-san, if you have any questions, you can come to me with Xiao-ju. If I'm not available, just tell Xiao-ju your questions and let him convey them to me. This is your task for the next 3 months, understood?" "Understood, teacher." Qianjue and Tang San replied in unison. "All right. In these months, I will also study the development direction of your future martial souls. Let's all work hard." "Okay. That's it. I'll leave first." After the master finished speaking, he left without any hesitation and walked towards the village exit. Qianjue and Tang Sin watched the master leave until they could no longer see his figure. Then they turned to each other and smiled. "Xiao-san, from now on I will be your senior brother. Call me senior brother so I can hear it." Qian senior brother, hello. Please take care of me in the future." Qianjue was just joking, but Tang Sin took it very seriously and even bowed to Qianjue. Hey, all right. I was joking. We are now brothers. We should be closer. Don't do that." Qianjue quickly helped Tang San up. "Hey, how about you call me Ju Gu from now on?" Qianjue suddenly said with a smile. "After all, I'm older than you, so you want to lose out. What do you think?" "Okay, you ye." Tang San didn't mind. Qianjue was indeed older than him, and now he was also his senior brother, so calling him brother was appropriate. "Hey, all right, from now on, I'll protect you. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me." Qianjue happily put his arm around Tang San's shoulder. "All right, you should go back quickly. Go eat. Be careful your dad doesn't scold you again. I'll also go back to practice controlling my soul power." "All right, I haven't eaten yet today. Then I'll head back. Ju Gu, goodbye." Tang Sin only remembered he hadn't had breakfast after Qianjue reminded him, and after saying goodbye, he hurried back to the house. To be continued. Chapter 17. Soul Hunting Forest. 3 months later, Tang San, and Qianjue arrive at the entrance of the Nodding Soul Master Academy again with light luggage. All right, let's go in. Come back to visit often. Deng Sheng handed the bundle to Qianjue and Tang San, reminding them to return home frequently. Got it, uncle. Now Qianjue also lacked his usual smile, feeling a bit sad inside. After all, they had been together for more than half a year, and now suddenly having to part was a bit hard to bear. Uncle Deng, could you please visit my dad more often in the future? Occasionally bring him some food. I've learned my dad's skills, and I'll find a job at a blacksmith shop in the city. In my spare time, I'll earn some money, and then I'll go back to support you. All right, good child, I will take care of your dad. If he starts drinking like before, I won't sell him any alcohol. Deng Sheng smiled and patted Tang San's head. Qianjue handed the bundle back to Tang San and stepped forward to hug Deng Sheng. Thank you, Uncle Deng. Qianjue was truly grateful to Deng Sheng. If it weren't for his kindness in taking him in and caring for him without too many restrictions, he wouldn't have had time to find Tang San, and they wouldn't be in this situation now. All right, Xiaoju, go in. It's not like we won't see each other again. Just come back often whenever you have time. Deng Sheng comforted, patting Qianjue's shoulder. Okay, uncle, I'm going in now. You should head back quickly. Qianjue released his hug, took back his bundle, and waved goodbye to Deng Sheng. Go ahead. Deng Sheng nodded, smiling as he watched Qianjue and Tang San enter the academy. However, when he turned around, his eyes were already red. In the early morning, when most people were still in their dreams, 3 people, 1 large and 2 small, had already walked out of the academy gate. Teacher, where are we going to find soul beasts? Qianjue asked the master. The 3 who exited the academy were the master, Qianjue, and Tang San. We're going to the soul hunting forest 400 miles northeast of Nodding City. That's where the Empire raises soul beasts. I hope you can find suitable soul rings there. Raised? Soul beasts can be raised. Tang San asked eagerly for knowledge. The master nodded and said, high-level soul beasts cannot be raised, but low-level ones can. To put it simply, soul beasts are wild beasts with soul power. Just like how we soul masters need to awaken our martial souls. Soul beasts also need to go through an awakening process after they are born. But this awakening is spontaneous and occurs naturally. After awakening, if they fail to cultivate soul power within them, they remain wild beasts, living and dying under the constraints of their lifespan. However, if they cultivate soul power, they will transform from wild beasts into soul beasts, completely breaking free from the limits of lifespan. Without external interference, even the most ordinary soul beasts have the potential to cultivate into the highest level soul beasts of 100,000 years. Then, teacher, if that's the case, shouldn't soul beasts be everywhere, like the chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep raised in the village? Even if the awakening rate of these ordinary species is very low. With such a huge base, there should be many soul beasts. But it seems that soul beasts only exist in the soul hunting forest. Tang San knew about the 100,000-year soul beasts. Qianjue had informed him. However, he was very puzzled as to why soul beasts only existed in the soul hunting forest. Well, your question is very good. This is because soul beasts cannot come into contact with humans during the first few decades of their cultivation. If they are exposed to human presence for too long, their soul power will gradually weaken and eventually even disappear. So, even in places like the soul hunting forest, where the Empire and the Martial Soul Hall raise low-level soul beasts, those soul beasts are at least several decades old. Moreover, you cannot just enter the soul hunting forest directly. You need to apply for a token at the Martial Soul Hall. Only after obtaining the token can you enter. This is also to prevent the soul beasts on the outskirts of the soul hunting forest from turning back into wild beasts due to prolonged contact with humans. As the master explained soul beast knowledge to Qianjue and Tang San, they stopped at a nearby market to replenish water and dry food. They hired a carriage to take them toward the soul hunting forest. 400 miles is not a short distance, and they estimated that they would arrive by tomorrow. Inside the carriage, the master sat facing Qianjue and Tang San. Are you curious about where I put the supplies I just bought? In your belt. Where else? Qianjue responded quickly, but immediately regretted it after answering. Sure enough, the master looked puzzled and was about to ask, when Qianjue hurriedly continued. Every time you put something away, you wipe it on your belt. Although you did it secretly, I've noticed it after a few times. Tang San beside him also nodded, clearly having noticed this detail as well. The master's stiff face revealed a hint of satisfaction. Very good. Your observations are quite keen. That's right. Our items are all stored in this belt. As the master spoke, he took off the belt and wiped it. In his hand appeared another belt. This belt is a soul guide artifact that I obtained during my youth adventures. The 24 jade stones on it each have 1 cubic meter of storage space for items. Saying this, the master reached out and wiped again, and a black stone pendant appeared in his hand. This stone had an irregular shape, and its material resembled glass, with a faint flowing substance inside like quicksand. This stone was also obtained during an adventure. It can help people calm their minds and slightly accelerate their cultivation speed. When I obtained it, my companion left it for me, hoping that I could break through the 30th level with its help, but unfortunately, the master said, handing over the 2 items. Now they are yours. Each of you could choose one. Qianjue and Tang San looked at each other, momentarily unable to make a choice. Both knew that the value of the belt was clearly greater than that of the black stone. I'll take the black stone, and Xiao San can have the belt, Qianjue said, taking the black stone into his hands. Yu Yi. Tang San hesitated to speak. Take it. I know you have many little gadgets, and this belt will clearly serve you better. Besides, I don't practice as hard as you do. With this treasure, I won't fall behind in levels, Qianjue said, patting Tang San on the shoulder and shaking the stone he had received. But Zhuge. Tang San still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Qianjue. All right, stop being so sentimental. You take the belt. Can I keep something? Besides, you also gave me a gift, Qianjue said, raising his right hand, causing his sleeve to slide down, revealing a meticulously crafted silent sleeve arrow. Seeing the two argue, the master secretly nodded in his heart, revealing a faint smile. In fact, although storage soul guide artifacts are rare, the master and his companions had obtained several during their adventures with their martial soul fusion technique. They just hadn't gotten anything as good as this belt. The master didn't take out 2 at once, partly to see if the 2 children would be modest and unselfish, and partly because if he took out 2 of the same kind at once, they would have to be distributed according to seniority, which would not be conducive to his testing. All right, you 2 stop fighting. I have a bracelet here. Although it doesn't have as much space as the belt, it has about 7 or 8 cubic meters, which is enough to store daily items. So I'll give it to Xiaojue. Oh, that's great. Thank you, teacher. Qianjue was overjoyed when the master suddenly produced another storage soul guide artifact, as he really wanted a storage space. No need for a belt. Just afraid of the impact on Tang San being too great. Now that we have a small one, that is naturally the best. When Tang San saw Qianjue and received a storage hand ring, he no longer declined, receiving it with peace of mind and respectfully thanking the master. All right, since you have already assigned your items, let's each give our things a name. Seeing that the 2 had divided their items without any disputes, the master smiled and nodded, allowing them to name their items. As the 2 were playing with their items, upon hearing the master ask for names, Tang San pondered for a moment and named his 24 bridges on a moonlit night, a name that carried memories from his previous life. Qianjue, however, was not as thoughtful. Looking at the flowing light and shadow within the black stone, he directly named it Flowing Shadow Stone. As for the hand ring, Qianjue didn't even name it, and simply called it the storage hand ring. Once the 2 had played enough and put them on, the master instructed Tang San and Qianjue to practice retrieving items, while Qianjue had the additional task of meditating to feel the effects of the flowing shadow stone. The day quietly passed amidst these 2 activities. Finally, they arrived. Qianjue stretched lazily and crawled out of the carriage. The carriage had no shock absorption system, and luckily they now possessed soul power. Otherwise, with his small frame, he would have been jostled to pieces. However, they were soon captivated by the lively scene before them. Outside the vast soul-hunting forest, various houses and shops were bustling with traffic and crowds, creating a lively atmosphere. This lively scene was quite different from what they had initially imagined about the soul-hunting forest. However, Qianjue understood, bustling crowds are all for profit. It was similar to the major tourist attractions in his previous life, where the area outside the scenic spots looked the same. Seeing them stunned by the scene, the master began explaining the reasons for such a spectacle, how to hunt soul beasts, how to obtain soul rings, and what components constitute an excellent soul master team. As they spoke, they gradually walked deeper into the market. Distancing themselves from the noise, they came upon towering iron fences and a solemnly outfitted garrison. Halt! To enter the soul-hunting forest, show your hand token. As the three approached, they were stopped by the guards who had been watching them. The master tossed a token over. Although it was Tang Hao's 6-point hand token, his 3-point token immediately surprised the guard checking the tokens, who hurriedly ordered the soldiers to clear the path, not even questioning Tang San and Qianjue. Once inside the Soul Master Forest, the master answered various questions from Tang San and Qianjue while observing their surroundings, leading them deeper into the forest. Xiaoju, do you see that 10-year-old blazing cat? Can you release the 1,000-Ju seal on it? Qianjue tried a few times with his mind. It should be possible. Teacher, should I release it? Qianjue was somewhat excited. During his time in Holy Soul Village, he had tried to release the 1,000-Ju seal on other animals, but none were successful. After asking the master, he learned that it might be because those animals lacked soul power, making them unsuitable targets. Don't release it. It seems my initial guess was correct. For safety's sake, let's wait until we hunt the soul beasts later, the master said, beginning to share his research over the past few months. Xiao-san, based on my research over the past few months, I suggest that your blue-silver grass martial soul should take the control route. Therefore, your first soul ring should be chosen to enhance the toughness of your martial soul. My recommendations are these soul beasts: the lonely bamboo, purple leaf vine, connecting vine, fine pattern snake, and mandrake snake. Other soul beasts should ideally be around 300 to 400 years old. The mandrake snake should preferably be 100 to 200 years old. Teacher, isn't my blue-silver grass a plant martial soul? How can it absorb soul rings from beast-type soul beasts? And why should the age of the mandrake snake be lower? Is it because the soul ring of the soul beast is harder to absorb? As soon as the master finished speaking, Tang San raised his confusion. Well, that's a good question. Firstly, plant-type martial souls can indeed absorb soul rings from beast-type soul beasts. This is one of the 10 core competencies of my martial soul. The mimicry martial soul theory. Weapon martial souls are not limited to absorbing plant-type soul rings, and beast martial souls cannot absorb plant-type soul rings either. This has been a misconception for many years. Just like Xiaoju's martial soul, although your martial soul is a beast martial soul, I mainly recommended plant-type soul beasts for your first soul ring. They include arrow bamboo, iron pine, copper core tree, dense pattern vine, and silverline snake, with an ideal age of around 400 years. As for the second question, I expect the mandrake snake's age to be between 100 to 200 years. Not because the mandrake soul ring is hard to absorb, but due to the mandrake snake's power. The mandrake snake is extremely poisonous, not only causing paralysis, but also having a strong destructive effect on the body's nerves. It is one of the most terrifying existences among poison attribute soul beasts. Its body is incredibly tough. Ordinary swords and blades have difficulty injuring it, with only its mouth and eyes being weak points. However, the mandrake snake protects these two positions very well and is extremely fast. The age range of 100 to 200 years is based on a comprehensive assessment of your sleeve arrow and Xiaoju's wolf spirit. Otherwise, if I were alone, I would have to prepare to escape upon encountering a mandrake snake over 100 years old. Of course, the mandrake snake soul ring is also the most suitable for you. If it becomes your first soul ring, not only will your blue-silver grass's toughness greatly increase, but it might also allow your blue-silver grass to carry nerve toxins. Although it won't be as strong as its original form, if the contact time is slightly longer, it could likely incapacitate soul masters of the same level as you. That is a very powerful ability. I understand, teacher. Tang Sen nodded in realization. Then what about me? Teacher, which soul ring do you hope for the most? Qianjue quickly asked, wanting to know which soul beast's soul ring would suit him best. Yours is undoubtedly the silverline snake. Have you noticed that the soul beasts I recommended for you are all resilient and elastic? This is because I observed your sheep spirit. It has a unique bow on its left hand, but after you embody the sheep spirit, the bow does not manifest. Therefore, I recommended these resilient and elastic soul beasts as your soul rings. If you absorb the soul rings of these soul beasts, it is likely that your first soul skill will concentrate into a longbow weapon. Your sheep spirit, unlike other ferocious beasts, lacks claws, fangs, or horns, and can only enhance your physical attributes, so the bow on your sheep spirit is likely meant to compensate for this. Among these soul beasts, the best one is the silver-lined snake. It has the best toughness among these soul beasts, but this type of soul beast is relatively rare. It only lives around areas with silver mines and usually likes to hide in small caves, making it hard to find. Let's hope we have enough luck this time. Tang San and Qianjue looked at the master, their eyes filled with admiration. Indeed, my choice was not wrong. Strength cannot be imparted to students. What can be imparted is knowledge, and knowing the teacher is my fortune, Tang San thought to himself. Qianjue was also amazed. Although he could be considered the person who understood this world the most, the master had researched martial souls more thoroughly than anyone else. Even Qianjue hadn't thought of these things. Indeed, every profession has its expertise. To be continued. Chapter 18. Ambushed. Alright, let's get moving. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go back. Although the soul hunting forest is a breeding ground for soul beasts, it is still very dangerous. So we cannot let our guard down. Saying this, the master summoned his martial soul, the three-headed cannon. As soon as the three-headed cannon appeared, it seemed very excited, making aro sounds while rubbing against the master's feet. Although Tang San and Qianjue had seen the three-headed cannon before, they were still fascinated by its lively eyes, amazed that a martial soul could possess intelligence. Teacher, I don't think what you said about your martial soul mutating in a bad direction is correct. I believe your martial soul is actually evolving towards a higher level, just not fully successful yet. If it succeeds, your martial soul would definitely be the strongest in the world, Qianjue said, looking at the three-headed cannon and signed to the master. Yes. What a pity. One can only say that life plays tricks on people. The master squatted down and patted the three-headed cannon. His emotions had not changed much, and Qianjue could see that. How could he not see it? It had been so many years, and he had let it go. Now, he regarded the three-headed cannon as a companion. All right, enough talk. Let's move deeper into the forest, the master said, standing up and directing the three-headed cannon to lead the way, shaking its head and swaying. The three-headed cannon had an acute sense of smell. It could detect the traces and strengths of soul beasts, and it consumed very little soul power, allowing him to keep it out for a long time. The master explained as the soul rings at his feet flickered, leading Tang San and Qianjue to follow behind the three-headed cannon as they ventured deeper into the soul-hunting forest. As they walked, Tang San, with his keen eyes, suddenly pointed to a tree entwined with vines and said, "Teacher, is that a purple leaf vine?" The master exclaimed in surprise and hurried over with Tang San and Qianjue. Upon closer inspection, the master immediately concluded, this is indeed a purple leaf vine, but it is only 10 years old, which is too low. Let us keep searching. Okay. Tang San and Qianjue were not discouraged and continued their search in the forest. However, as they searched, evening fell. They had not failed to find the soul beast they needed. It was just that most of the ones they found were 10 years old, and they hadn't seen a single 100-year soul beast. Seeing the sun about to set, the master had to call off today's mission. The sun is about to set. Once it gets dark, those nocturnal creatures will come out to hunt, and it could be dangerous. So, let us set up camp first. With that, the master surveyed the terrain, selected a low spot, and took out a tent from his wrist soul guide, setting it up. Little San, sprinkle these around. The master tossed a bottle to Tang San. Opening the bottle and sniffing, Tang San quickly identified the powder's purpose. Got it, Tang San replied, evenly spreading the contents of the bottle around. Qianjue helped the master start a fire, roasting the dry food they had bought. After the group finished eating and filled their stomachs, the master called both of them over to review the knowledge he had taught them today. Both were mature and had good memories, so the master quickly finished reviewing the day's lessons. This made him feel a bit helpless. He wondered if he would soon reach a point where there was nothing left to teach. As they talked, the three-headed cannon, which had been lying nearby, suddenly lifted its head alertly, looking in one direction and emitting a warning aro sound. The master and the others quickly turned their attention to where the three-headed cannon was looking, only to see more than 10 ghostly green dots appearing and disappearing in the darkness, drifting towards them. Teacher, it's the phantom wolves. Tang San, using his purple extreme magic eye, was the first to spot the attackers. "You two stay here and don't move. It should be a pack of 10-year-old phantom wolves. I'll drive them away," the master said as he took out 3 masks from the soul guide and tossed them to Tang, San, and Qianjue. Just as he was about to step forward, he was suddenly stopped by Qianjue. "Teacher, why not let me try first? They're all wolves. Maybe my wolf spirit will have a special effect on them, and it will save you some soul power." Hearing Qianjue's words, the master hesitated for a moment, then agreed, stepping back a few paces to give Qianjue room. At the same time, he had the 3-headed cannon flank the area while he focused intently on the situation, ready to assist at any moment. Qianjue said he would take charge but stood still, silently releasing his 1,000-Ju martial soul. This time, he did not make the wolf spirit invisible, but completely concealed the sheep spirit. Thus, it appeared as if the wolf spirit had suddenly materialized and floated in front of the wolf pack. The pack of wolves, which had initially been eyeing Tang San and Qianjue as prey, were startled by the sudden appearance of the floating wolf spirit and instinctively took a few steps back, growling in warning. As they got a clearer view of the wolf spirit, the expressions of most of the wolves softened, but one in particular became even more aggressive. It took 2 steps forward and let out a provocative roar towards the wolf spirit. This was the alpha wolf of the pack. Qianjue, controlling the wolf spirit, ignored the alpha's provocation and stared at it with ghostly eyes. Under the deathly gaze, the alpha wolf gradually lost patience. After a furious howl, it lunged at the wolf spirit. Just as the alpha wolf leaped into the air, unable to change direction, Qianjue maneuvered the wolf spirit to shift half a meter sideways, dodging the attack while biting down on the wolf's waist. The saying goes, "Copper head, iron bone." Tofu waist, which refers to the wolf's physical characteristics from his past life. The waist is a vulnerable spot for wolves. Indeed, as soon as the alpha wolf landed, it let out a pained howl, frantically retreating while crying out in agony, as if the wolf spirit was the most terrifying thing. The alpha wolf retreated further and further until it finally turned and fled deep into the woods. Seeing their leader flee, the remaining wolves felt lost without their alpha and slowly retreated, their greenish eyes gradually disappearing. "Well done," seeing Qianjue successfully drive away the wolf pack. The master praised him. Qianjue scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. The master looked at Qianjue for a moment, nodded, and said thoughtfully, "Your 1,000-Ju concealment gives your martial soul strong stealth capabilities. Just now, I couldn't even tell you had released your martial soul. I wonder if it will still have such good effects after you obtain a soul ring. We'll see when the time comes." "It's hard to say right now," Qianjue replied nonchalantly, his character being one who would not let future uncertainties trouble him. Indeed, the master did not dwell on it anymore. "Then let us rest early. It's getting late. I'll have the 3-headed cannon keep watch. If there is any movement, it will alert us." Just as Tang San was about to agree, he suddenly caught a faint sweet smell and the aroma of tea. After sniffing carefully, he instinctively blurted out, "Everyone be careful, there is poison." At the same time, the 3-headed cannon's RO sounds rang out again, this time more urgent than when the phantom wolves had approached. The group instinctively stood up and huddled together, alertly watching their surroundings. While all of the Master's soul rings were once again placed on the 3-headed cannon. Seeing the 3-headed cannon's anxious demeanor, the master whispered, "Tonight is unusually restless. Be careful. What is coming this time is not something we can easily deal with." Tang San and Qianjue both nodded quietly, summoning their martial souls while carefully observing their surroundings. In the silence, faint rustling sounds finally became clear to the 3 of them, and they quickly discerned the direction and looked over. A snake about 3 or 4 meters long suddenly emerged from the bushes. With its dark green, triangular head, ruby-like small eyes, and elongated body, it was enough to send shivers down one's spine. The master widened his eyes and said solemnly, "It's a mandala snake, and it's nearly 400 years old. Xiao San, Xiao Ju, get ready to run." With a thunderous fart, Luo San Pao was ordered to attack. After giving the escape command, the master immediately instructed Luo San Pao to launch an attack. A bright yellow halo shone as Luo San Pao leaped into the air. Turning around, with a sound like thunder, A yellow protective shield suddenly burst forth from the rear of Luo Sanpao, enveloped in a thick cloud of yellow smoke, and swiftly struck the mandala snake, sending it flying like a broken sack. However, although the mandala snake was thrown up, its red eyes still fiercely fixed on the three, indicating that this attack had little effect on it. "You two run first," the master shouted anxiously at Tang San and Qianjue, then prepared to launch Luo Sanpao's second soul skill. However, before he could initiate it, the mandala snake in the air suddenly opened its mouth wide and let out a furious roar, halting its descent, with blood trickling from its 7-inch mark. Tang San's eyes lit up, an opportunity. He raised his right hand, and a glint of cold light shot swiftly from his sleeve. The master had said that the mandala snake's weaknesses lay in its eyes and mouth. At this moment, under the intense pain, the mandala snake was wide-mouthed and roaring. A faint sound of sharp object piercing flesh was heard, and the mandala snake in the air stiffened for a moment. Qianjue quickly controlled the wolf spirit to drift away. Sure enough, the moment the mandala snake fell to the ground after stiffening, it erupted with even more violent thrashing, causing dust and debris to fly everywhere. The master finally reacted, quickly pulling Qianjue and Tang San back a distance to watch the mandala snake struggle one last time. Observing the swirling dust, the master looked at Qianjue and Tang San for a while before sighing, "I still underestimated you. Xiaoju, your wolf spirit's sharp teeth can actually break through the scales of a 400-year-old mandala snake. You know, you haven't even obtained your first soul ring yet. And, Xiao San, your ability to seize opportunities is too strong. Based on the test I conducted with the sleeve arrow last time, it could at most penetrate the defense of a 200-year-old mandala snake. I didn't expect you to seize the chance to shoot the sleeve arrow into its mouth. This ability to seize the moment and accuracy. Xiao San, you are a born control-type soul master. Xiaoju too. You will definitely become the most powerful battle soul master." Qianjue and Tang San exchanged glances, feeling satisfied with their cooperation that night. "Good, very good. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise." The master clenched his fist excitedly as he watched the yellow soul ring slowly rising in the distance. "Xiao San, it's your turn. This mandala snake is the most suitable soul ring for you, and that fatal blow was also delivered by you. Hurry and absorb its soul ring." The master patted Tang San's shoulder, urging him to absorb the soul ring. Without further ado, Tang San walked over to the mandala snake's corpse, took a couple of deep breaths, adjusted his state to its best, and summoned the blue silver grass from his right hand, slightly releasing his soul power to connect with the mandala snake's soul ring. Indeed, at the moment Tang San's soul power touched the soul ring, the 100-year mandala snake's soul ring shook, then slowly flew towards Tang San. The master looked at the approaching soul ring and said in a deep voice, "Sit cross-legged and focus on your martial soul." Tang San quickly sat cross-legged, concentrating on his martial soul in his right hand. As the mandala snake's soul ring gradually approached, he felt an inexplicable pressure suddenly appear on him, as if what was floating towards him was not a soul ring, but a mountain. Just when the mandala snake's soul ring floated above Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul, suddenly, the soul ring rapidly shrank and then fell, encircling itself around the blue-silver grass in his palm. In an instant, a scorching energy surged wildly from the martial soul into Tang San's body. The intense heat almost instantly filled him, making his body tremble uncontrollably. Remember, no matter what, you must maintain your clarity and carefully feel every impact of the soul ring's power on your body. The master's reminder echoed in Tang San's ears. The next moment, his consciousness was completely immersed in that boiling ocean. To be continued. Chapter 19. Silver Line, Snake 2 days later. Qianjue dragged his somewhat tired legs, following the master through the forest. It had been 2 days since Tang San absorbed his soul ring, and the continuous searching for 2 days had left Qianjue feeling mentally and physically exhausted. 2 days ago, after Tang San absorbed the soul ring, the transformation of the blue-silver grass martial soul and its first soul skill, entangling, had greatly satisfied the master. Following that, The three of them devoted themselves to finding a suitable soul ring for Qianjue. During this period, they had not encountered any suitable options. For example, just yesterday, they came across a 400-year-old arrow bamboo, and at that time, Qianjue thought that it would be his first soul ring. However, after some consideration, the master ultimately decided against it, marking it on the map and continuing to move forward with the two. Not far ahead was a stone forest, where they hoped to find traces of the silver-lined snake. Tang Sen had already obtained the most suitable soul ring, and, as his disciple, the master also wanted to provide Qianjue with the best soul ring. That was why he had given up on the arrow bamboo yesterday. Nevertheless, that arrow bamboo was still a decent option. They had about 3 days' worth of rations left, and if they still couldn't find anything after 3 days, they could always return to look for that arrow bamboo. The three of them passed through the last patch of forest before the stone forest, and while passing through, they discovered a 300-year-old copper core tree, which further strengthened the master's resolve to find the silver-lined snake. With a fallback plan in place, they could pursue their goal with confidence. Master, it's easy to miss something if we just search like this. Is there a way to find its cave by following the traces left by the silver-lined snake? The master thought for a moment and replied, "The movement traces of a silver-lined snake are not much different from those of ordinary snakes. The distinguishing feature is its feces. True to its name, its feces are silver in color, so you should pay attention to any silver substances. Also, silver-lined snakes generally do not dig holes. They prefer to reside in small openings and cracks in the rocks, so be especially cautious of silver substances in those areas." Understood. Tang San and Qianjue both nodded. Although they now knew what to look for, they still had to search together, with at most one person observing one direction. After all, this was the soul hunting forest, a place where soul beasts roamed, and their levels were still very low. They could only ensure their safety by staying together. Finally, after several hours of tireless effort, they discovered a few silver particles in front of the cave. The cave was not large, about the size of a basketball, and looking inside through the entrance revealed a deep, winding interior. "This is it," the master said, picking up the particles with his hand. He gently squeezed them, and they flattened out. These are recent, not more than a day old. There is indeed a silver-lined snake here. We just don't know how many years old it is. So, master, what should we do? Should we wait here for it to come out? We don't even know if it's inside right now," Qianjue said, feeling a bit impatient. "Let Sen Pao smoke it out, and we'll know if it's inside. If it is, it won't he be able to stand it and will come out. If it's not, we can just wait here until it returns. But generally, it should be inside since silver-lined snakes are nocturnal creatures." As the master spoke, he called over Luo San Pao to the cave entrance, positioning his rear towards it while the first soul ring on his body lit up. "Spread out a bit. Fart like thunder. Shake the heavens, Luo San Pao." A light yellow gas suddenly erupted from Luo San Pao's rear, flooding into the cave and quickly dispersing throughout its interior with the force of the blast. The master stepped back to stand beside Qianjue and Tang San, and the three crouched behind some scattered rocks, intently watching the cave, which was slowly emitting yellow smoke. Hiss, hiss. Before long, a faint hissing sound came from the cave, growing louder, as if something was about to emerge. The hearts of the three immediately raced. Whether it was the silver-lined snake, whether it was of suitable age, and whether they needed to continue searching depended on what happened next. Whoosh! A silver flash shot out from the cave entrance and quickly slid into the distance. However, it had barely escaped when, bang, a large white radish landed directly in its path. The silver-lined snake had no choice but to slow down and prepare to change direction. "San Pao," the master called out in a low voice. He wouldn't let such an opportunity slip away. Boom! Luo San Pao, already prepared, unleashed his first soul skill. The silver-lined snake was caught off guard and, like the mandala snake, was thrown into the air. In mid-air, the outcome was predictable. The silver-lined snake was bitten by the wolf spirit, which had been waiting eagerly. However, the silver-lined snake's defense was even more formidable than that of the mandala snake. Qianjue felt as if the wolf spirit had bitten into a piece of soft metal. Its sharp fangs couldn't penetrate. Nevertheless, although the wolf spirit's fangs couldn't pierce through, the pain from being bitten and squeezed by the wolf spirit caused the silver-lined snake to twist and writhe in the air. The master, along with Qianjue and Tang San, cautiously moved in closer. After observing for a moment, he smiled. Xiaoju, you're in luck. This is a silver-lined snake over 300 years old. Look at its tail. It already has more than 3 ring scars. These scars appear every 100 years when it sheds its skin, making it a perfect fit for you. As a master spoke, he took out a short sword from his wristband. The scabbard of the short sword was entirely azure, embedded with 7 sapphires. The hilt had a piece of milky white jade, and the sword was about 1 foot and 2 inches long. Even though it remained in its scabbard, one could feel a chill emanating from it, even in the master's hands. Use this, it might be able to break through its defenses. The master handed the short sword to Qianjue, who slowly approached the silver-lined snake, observing its wildly twisting form in the air, which caused the wolf spirit to shake continuously. Feeling the force transmitted from the wolf spirit, Qianjue swallowed hard. After giving the silver-lined snake a 1,000-ju seal, he began to aim at the writhing silver-lined snake. He knew he had to end this quickly. Although the current situation seemed easy, it was based on the perfect cooperation of the 3, along with the wolf spirit's unique traits. Now, under the influence of the wolf spirit's pain enhancement, the silver-lined snake had temporarily lost its rationality. Once it regained its senses and instincts, it would launch an attack on the wolf spirit. It was crucial to note that if the wolf spirit got injured, it could trigger a backlash on Qianjue's soul power. Clang! The short sword clashed against the silver-lined snake, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. Qianjue's charged strike cut a significant gash into the silver-lined snake, causing light red blood to ooze out. Although the silver-lined snake was slashed and staggered, it continued to thrash its body, resisting the wolf spirit's bite. It was indeed the wolf spirit's pain reduction at work. Taking a deep breath, Qianjue aimed for the right moment and struck again. Slice! The short sword embedded itself perfectly into the previous wound, and the silver-lined snake cried out in response. The wolf spirit released the other half of the snake's body, and after a few writhes on the ground, the silver-lined snake finally went limp, devoid of life. A yellow soul ring slowly emerged from the portion of the snake's body that bore its head, floating in the air. At that moment, Qianjue, with the silver-lined snake's death, clearly felt the slight enhancement brought by the 1,000-ju seal. His body felt lighter and stronger, his vision sharpened. The various noises in the environment became clearer, and his mind seemed to become more lucid. Go ahead, sit cross-legged, focus on your martial soul, and stay alert, the master said, patting Qianjue's shoulder, signaling him to absorb the soul ring quickly. Okay, master, Qianjue replied, returning the short sword to the master before walking with somewhat heavy steps to the soul ring's side, sitting cross-legged. The soul ring slowly floated over, settling on Qianjue's head, gradually expanding, enveloping him. To be continued. Chapter 20 Perfect Martial Soul in the evening. Qianjue woke up from the warm ocean. Feeling the comfort all over his body, he was a bit surprised. Is this what absorbing a soul ring feels like? There was none of the torment and pain that Master and Tang San had described. Instead, what he felt was endless warmth and comfort. Now that this feeling had disappeared, Qianjue felt a bit lost. Did he succeed? Well done. So, what soul skill did he obtain? Noticing that Qianjue had woken up, Master S' stiff face revealed a faint smile. Although there had been no signs of pain during Qianjue's absorption process, Master knew it should be fine. But he could only relax now that Qianjue was awake. Hearing Master's words, Qianjue came to his senses, seeing Master and Tang San looking at him with concern. He smiled reassuringly and felt the first soul skill of his sheep spirit. Master, Qianjue exclaimed excitedly. You were right. My first soul skill is to condense 1,000-ju bao. As he spoke, he summoned his Qianjue martial soul, with the sheep spirit possessing him. Qianjue's mask covered his face. A yellow soul ring appeared beneath his feet, flickering slightly. He stretched out his hand, and a ghostly blue light flickered as a uniquely shaped longbow slowly formed. It was indeed the 1,000-ju bao, with its peculiar shape, sharp edges, and black and white patterns. Qianjue held the longbow, waved it a few times, and felt a deep connection with it, smiling with satisfaction. Master was also observing the longbow and nodded, It's indeed the one in your sheep spirit's hands. It seems my deduction was correct. I believe its effect should allow you to shoot soul power arrows. That's right, Master, Qianjue replied, raising the longbow in his left hand, aiming at a basketball-sized stone not far away. As he pulled his fingers back, a milky white light arrow quickly formed in the middle of the longbow. When Qianjue released both hands, the light arrow cut through the air, striking the stone with a bang, shattering it into countless small fragments. Master nodded. The speed and power are quite good. These two should be related to your soul power cultivation. Once your level increases, both its speed and power should be enhanced. But how about the soul power consumption? Not much. With my current soul power, firing dozens of shots shouldn't be a problem. It's just that forming the longbow consumes more soul power. Around 1/5, Qianjue replied, feeling very pleased with his soul skill as he stroked the longbow. It has more than just that function. Master stroked his chin, looking at the longbow in Qianjue's hand. Cool, mate. Try using your bow to attack that wood tree over there. Master pointed to a nearby tree. Qianjue touched the slender, sharp edge of the longbow and nodded. Huh. Qianjue swung the longbow forcefully toward the wood tree. Swoosh! The sharp edge of the 1,000-ju bow immediately embedded deeply into the trunk, only getting stuck because the bow's limbs began to thicken. Qianjue pulled the longbow out with force, and the sharp edge showed no signs of dullness. Master also reached out to touch the longbow, feeling its sharpness. He shook his head, somewhat sighing. Your first soul skill, if you say it's your martial soul. No one would doubt it. I initially thought Tang Sen's first soul skill was already very good, but compared to yours, indeed, the gap between martial souls is quite large. Master scratched his head in frustration, glancing at Tang Sen, somewhat worried about him getting discouraged. However, Tang Sen was a twin martial soul, and his potential would manifest later. Once he grew up and could attach a soul ring to another martial soul, that would be when he truly unleashed his power. All right, let's set up camp. We'll rest here tonight, and tomorrow morning we'll head back. After encouraging Tang Sen a few times, Master called Qianjue and Tang Sen to prepare for camping. However, Qianjue did not move, wearing a strange expression as he looked at Master. What's wrong? Is there still a problem? Master noticed Qianjue's unusual behavior. Master, we might not be able to go back just yet, Qianjue said, withdrawing the effect of the 1,000-ju hidden from the wolf spirit, revealing both the wolf spirit in the air and the sheep spirit possessing him. I feel like I need to attach another soul ring to the wolf spirit. The silver lion snake's soul ring, which is attached to the sheep spirit. What? Master exclaimed, rushing over. The silver lion snake's soul ring slowly revolved beneath Qianjue's feet, but the sheep spirit was possessing Qianjue, meaning the soul ring could be said to be under Qianjue or the sheep spirit. Are you sure you're not feeling wrong? Do you really feel that your wolf spirit can still attach another soul ring? Master confirmed again with Qianjue. Master, I really feel that I need to attach another soul ring to the wolf spirit. Otherwise, my soul power level should still be unable to improve, Qianjue stated seriously, sensing Master's solemnity. This vague, red sensation was hard to describe, but he clearly sensed that he truly needed another soul ring attached to the wolf spirit. One life, two souls, one soul, two lives, Master murmured, looking at Qianjue. That's right. You still have the 1,000-ju seal, which can enhance your physical qualities. This way, you can withstand the pressure brought by the dual soul rings. Moreover, your sheep spirit and wolf spirit, strictly speaking, are one martial soul, so there will definitely be no conflict when attaching soul rings. After piecing everything together, Master suddenly looked up at Qianjue with shining eyes. Perfect martial soul. This is a perfect martial soul, even for twin martial souls. At the same time, only one can be used. And one must also consider the conflicts of soul rings and the bearing capacity of the attributes attached by the soul rings. Xiao, Ju. Master suddenly placed both hands on Qianjue's shoulders, looking at him with burning eyes. You might be the only person in this world who can break through the limit of title Douluo. What virtue or ability? What virtue or ability do I have to have such a disciple? Master suddenly shed tears. It was tears of emotion. Is that so? Then Master, you might become a god's teacher in the future. Seeing Master's emotions were a bit off, Qianjue quickly joked to comfort him. And Xiao San's talent is also top-notch. I always feel that his blue-silver grass martial soul might not be ordinary. Master, think about it, Xiao San's hammer. At first glance, is not ordinary. It must also be a top-tier martial soul. If it were an ordinary weak blue silvergrass, could it possibly become a twin martial soul with such a hammer? Master was taken aback. Yes, historically, a few individuals with twin martial souls had both their martial souls at the same level. Even BB Dong's two spider martial souls belong to the same level, let alone different types. Master looked at Tang San, who also heard Qianjue's words. He was stunned for a moment and released his blue-silver grass martial soul with his right hand. Looking at the blue-silver grass swaying in his palm, Tang San felt a wave of doubt in his heart. Is it really like Brother Ju said? You're not an ordinary blue-silver grass martial soul. No, I tested it. Before obtaining the soul ring, his martial soul performed similarly to the blue-silver grass in all aspects. His first martial soul is indeed blue-silver grass. Master looked for a while and ultimately believed in his own testing. As for the situation Xiao Ju mentioned, it indeed made some sense. However, it could also be that the occurrence of twin martial souls is too rare and there aren't enough samples, thus leading to such a deduction. Then I don't know, maybe. Qianjue shrugged. After his interruption, the master finally managed to control his emotions. Next, we need to choose a suitable soul ring for your wolf spirit. Let's camp first, and let me think about it tonight. We will make a decision tomorrow morning. Okay, teacher. To be continued. Chapter 21. The Two-Headed Lizard early the next morning. The master called Tang San and Qianjue to get up. Xiao Ju, I know what soul bee's soul ring should be added to your wolf spirit. The master's stiff face showed a hint of excitement. Let me ask you, besides fighting, what do you think your wolf spirit is best suited for? Reconnaissance, it's reconnaissance. Before Qianjue could answer, the master excitedly revealed the answer. But from my observation, you can't see what your wolf spirit sees. If we could transmit the wolf spirit's vision to your mind, just imagine, wouldn't your wolf spirit become the most powerful reconnaissance tool? Stealthy, silent, and able to share your vision. Even in battle, it could perfectly monitor the entire situation, leaving no blind spots. What do you think? Then, do you have a target? Master? Qianjue asked the master with a smile, knowing that the master must have a plan. There is a soul beast called the Two-Headed Lizard, as the name suggests. It has two heads. Experiments have proven that although its two heads do not have independent thoughts, their vision, taste, hearing, etc. are all shared. How about that? Does it sound similar to the abilities you need now? So I think this soul beast is very suitable for your wolf spirit. And do you remember the copper core tree we saw yesterday? This soul beast's favorite food is the core of the copper core tree. So we might find traces of the two-headed lizard where we discovered the copper core tree yesterday. So our target today, is it right, master? After hearing the master's analysis, Qianjue also felt that this soul beast was very suitable for him. Yes, so let's eat something and hurry up, the master said, taking out some rations from his wristband and distributing them to the two. Perhaps because they had a target in half a day's time. Qianjue and the others finished the journey they took the previous day and arrived at the copper core tree they saw yesterday. Plant-type soul beasts generally have little attack power in the early stages. They either rely on poison to protect themselves or on solid defense to reduce damage. The copper core tree belongs to the latter category. Its solidity and toughness protect it significantly, preventing it from being harmed by soul beasts or soul masters. However, while plant-type soul beasts have no offensive means in the early stages and can only passively take hits, once they reach 10,000 years and can move freely, thanks to their solid defense and strong vitality, most animal-type soul beasts of the same age cannot compete with plant-type soul beasts, except for some special soul beasts. The copper core tree was quite large, with lush branches and leaves. The group circled the copper core tree several times, but still did not see any sign of the two-headed lizard. Qianjue looked to the master for help. The master stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and took out the short sword again. After some busy work, the master finally managed to open a hole in the trunk that led directly to the tree's core. The exterior and texture of the copper core tree's core were similar to copper, but it had a unique smell that copper does not have. Qianjue sniffed and indeed detected a scent reminiscent of gasoline from his past life. We soul masters might find this smell unpleasant, but for the two-headed lizard, it's an irresistible temptation. Let's hide. If there are two-headed lizards here, they should appear soon. After the master finished speaking, he led Qianjue and Tang San to hide in a bush. Sure enough, as the master predicted, a rustling sound soon came from the direction of the copper core tree. The group cautiously peeked out and saw a chubby lizard figure about a meter long flickering in and out among the copper core tree's canopy. Judging by the length of its tail, its age should be about right. Let's take it down. Xiaoju, have your wolf spirit wait on the side. Xiao-san, you shoot its eyes or armpits with your sleeve arrow first, preferably the armpit, as that's its weak point. Can you do that? Oh, and be careful not to get bitten. The two-headed lizard's bite force is very strong, which is evident from its diet of the copper core tree's core. Understood. Both of them responded in low voices. The two-headed lizard cautiously approached the hole the master had made. As it probed, Tang San immediately began to aim. His eyes glowed with a hint of purple, and as he raised his right hand, a black light silently shot out. At that moment, the two-headed lizard was about to enjoy its usual delicacy when it suddenly felt a chill under its armpit, followed by a sharp pain coming from within its body. It immediately turned to climb up the tree, but after just a few steps, it felt another threat of death, and before it could react, it felt something collide with it. In its perception, this thing was covered in spikes, and those spikes definitely carried some kind of neurotoxin. The place it was hit started to ache unbearably, causing it to roll on the ground to alleviate the pain. Whoosh! 2 more arrows shot towards it, hitting its body and creating 2 fist-sized blood holes. Yet after these 2 arrows struck, the two-headed lizard surprisingly stopped rolling. It flipped over and glared at Qianjue and the others. After letting out a roar, it charged quickly towards them. Its body swayed oddly as it ran. Rumbling cannon. Under the master's control, a yellow ball of energy quickly blasted towards the two-headed lizard with the sound of the cannon. Perhaps due to its multiple eyes, the two-headed lizard quickly reacted, twisting its body and jumping up. The energy ball exploded on the ground, sending the two-headed lizard flying. However, the blast didn't cause much damage to the two-headed lizard. It quickly stabilized itself in mid-air, glaring angrily at the group. Using the force of the blast, it flew towards Qianjue and the others. This shows that the two-headed lizard's combat talent is quite strong. It knows how to use its opponent's attacks to achieve its goals. Unfortunately, while in mid-air, it didn't anticipate that an invisible wolf spirit was lurking nearby. A short, hoarse sound came from its 2 mouths after being knocked to the ground by the wolf spirit. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Why does it hurt so much? The two-headed lizard was now somewhat confused about its life. Blue-silver grass bind. A stalk of blue-silver grass rapidly shot across the ground to the side of the two-headed lizard, tightly binding it. The two-headed lizard, dazed, struggled randomly. Qianjue quickly ran over. Since it had just leaped a distance, it wasn't far from Qianjue now. He reached its side in just 3 seconds. Whoosh! A sound of slicing through the air was followed by the sound of 2 objects falling. Qianjue used the Qianjue bow to directly slice off the two-headed lizard's 2 heads, mixed with some blue-silver grass. Blood gushed from the severed necks of the two-headed lizard, and after a few convulsions, its headless body finally lay still. A yellow soul ring, deeper in color than the silver-lined snake from yesterday, slowly floated up, hovering in the air above the two-headed lizard's corpse. The master stepped forward, flipping over the body of the two-headed lizard, and his previously smiling face suddenly stiffened. Shaking his head, the master sighed, "What a pity. This soul ring cannot be used." "Master, didn't you say the age should be suitable?" Qianjue was somewhat bewildered on the side. After all the effort to hunt the two-headed lizard, it turned out to be unusable. My earlier judgment was just a rough estimate. The more accurate age determination for the two-headed lizard is based on the corners of the stripes on its abdomen. The number of corners represents how many hundred years old it is. The master pointed to a black stripe on the blue-green abdomen of the two-headed lizard. Look at this two-headed lizard stripes. The 5th corner has already begun to form, which means its age is close to 500 years. In my research, the absorption period for the first spirit ring is 423 years. Beyond this period, there is a high probability of failure in absorption, and the consequences of failure. The master said, looking seriously at Tang San and Qianjue, "I won't let this happen to you. Let's find another one. There should be more than one two-headed lizard here." or I'll think of other suitable spirit beasts. To be continued. Chapter 22. The first soul skill of the wolf spirit. As the master spoke, he prepared to handle the scene. Qianjue silently watched the master take out his tools, ready to deal with the corpse of the two-headed lizard. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he asked the master, "Teacher, is absorbing a soul ring always painful?" The master, who was about to get busy, paused for a moment. Of course, absorbing a soul ring means harnessing the power of the soul beast, which also contains the resentment of the soul beast you killed. Tell me, would you let the person who killed you easily absorb everything about you? So, this process is definitely difficult. Why do you ask? Qianjue frowned and then looked at Tang-san. How did you feel when you absorbed your first soul ring that day? At first, I felt like I was in boiling magma, relying entirely on willpower to hold on. Only after I slowly adapted did it get better. Why? But why did I feel so warm when I absorbed it yesterday? There wasn't even a hint of pain, and I even somewhat missed that feeling. Qianjue scratched his head, unable to think of a reason at the moment. Upon hearing this, the master hurried over. How could it be like this? Kulme, tell me about how you felt when you absorbed your first soul ring yesterday. I felt like I was in a warm ocean. My whole body felt warm. Then the soul power within me flowed faster than usual, and I didn't feel any pain at all. Qianjue described his experience of absorbing the soul ring to the master in detail. After hearing this, the master frowned. It shouldn't be. Even if there's a pain-reducing effect from the sheep spirit, there shouldn't be a case where the soul beast has no resentment at all. How could it face death so calmly, without resentment? The master was lost in thought, muttering to himself, and upon hearing this, Qianjue's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands. That's it. Because it faced death calmly and accepted its fate, there was no resentment, which is why I was able to absorb it so easily. Just no resentment, but why is that? The master didn't notice Qianjue's odd expression and continued to ponder. Teacher, Qianjue had to wake the master up. This may be related to the characteristics of a Qianjue. Qianjue is the embodiment of death. For those who accept their fate calmly, the sheep spirit's longbow can send them to the paradise of the dead smoothly, while those who try to escape their fate are hunted down by the wolf spirit, suffering painfully under its powerful bites. The silver-lined snake was killed by me while possessed by the sheep spirit, so it likely had no resentment. Is this knowledge transmitted to you when your martial spirit awakened? If it was killed by your wolf spirit, then would it? Yes. It would likely be filled with pain and resentment. Qianjue completed the master's sentence. In that case, the master's eyes brightened as he hurried to the corpse of the two-headed lizard, searching through its body, not even missing the two fallen heads. After a while, the master finally stood up after thoroughly searching the corpse of the two-headed lizard, at which point the soul ring of the two-headed lizard had already faded somewhat. The master looked at Qianjue and said seriously, "Little Jew, I will ask you again. Are you sure you still need to absorb a soul ring? And did you really not feel any pain while absorbing the soul ring?" Teacher, I assure you that everything I said is the truth. I won't pretend to be strong. Qianjue confirmed to the master earnestly. All right, then hurry up and absorb it. Xiao-san, and I will help you guard. I've already told you everything you need to pay attention to. I've never seen a situation where someone absorbs 2 soul rings in succession. So if anything happens, it will likely depend on you. Don't worry, teacher. Qianjue stopped talking and sat cross-legged next to the corpse of the two-headed lizard. Soon, the soul ring of the two-headed lizard slowly floated down to the top of Qianjue's head. The master and Tang-san watched Qianjue intently, wondering if any other situations would occur. Sure enough, very soon, a figure slowly appeared beside Qianjue. It was the wolf spirit, and after the soul ring floated in the air, it seemed to have found its target and headed straight for the wolf spirit. Waking up again in a warm environment, Qianjue saw his master and Tang-san looking at him with concern, and he couldn't help but smile broadly. Seeing that Qianjue had woken up, the master and Tang-san both finally breathed a sigh of relief. Did it succeed? The master asked with some anticipation. Of course it succeeded, teacher, Qianjue said excitedly as he stood up and casually released his martial spirit. The sheep spirit possessed him, and the wolf spirit floated. Qianjue canceled the effect of Qianjue's concealment, and the phantoms of the sheep spirit and the wolf spirit appeared before the master and Tang San. At this moment, beneath the sheep spirit and the wolf spirit, there was a yellow soul ring slowly rotating. Qianjue closed his eyes and felt the first soul skill of the wolf spirit. How is it? What is this soul skill? The master asked eagerly. Qianjue opened his eyes. Teacher, you are amazing. Your prediction was indeed correct. The first soul skill provided to the wolf spirit by the two-headed lizard is indeed spiritual connection. This skill can be turned on and off. When activated, I can receive all of the wolf spirit's senses, such as vision, hearing, smell, and even touch. As Qianjue spoke, he activated this skill. In an instant, the wolf spirit's eyes lit up, and the flames in the mask's eye sockets seemed to come alive. Qianjue controlled the wolf spirit to move in the air, starting with simple left and right movements, gradually transitioning to weaving through the trees. When Qianjue controlled the wolf spirit to move before, it felt like he was remotely controlling something, like playing a computer game. But now, it felt like he was immersed in it, as if the experience had transformed from a computer game into a fully immersive virtual game. It was as if he had become the wolf spirit, moving freely in the air and weaving through the forest. The master and Tang San watched the wolf spirit darting around in the air while observing Qianjue's own body, which, with his eyes tightly closed, was involuntarily bowing his head, raising his hands, bending down, and lifting his legs. Like a fool, the master and Tang San exchanged glances, both wanting to laugh. All right, stop for a moment. The master patted Qianjue's body and said. The floating wolf spirit suddenly turned a corner and returned to Qianjue's side. And Qianjue's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Seeing the master and Tang San beside him, Qianjue excitedly shared, Teacher, Xiao-san, this skill is so fun. I feel like I become a bird, flying freely in the air. All right, first calm down a bit. Let me ask you, how is the soul power consumption of this soul skill? Also, when activating this skill, your main body should still be controllable, right? The master patted Qianjue's shoulder and asked. The soul power consumption is very low. It should last for dozens of minutes without a problem. The main body can also be controlled. The reason I close my eyes is that I am still not skilled. When both senses are in play, it makes it difficult for me to concentrate. Just now, I almost crashed into a tree. Qianjue scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he spoke. Brother Ju, you're not just unable to concentrate. This is basically assimilation. Look at where you were standing. Just now you were flailing your hands with your eyes closed. Like a fool. Tang San couldn't help but tease Qianjue. Qianjue glanced at his position, realizing that he had subconsciously moved his body along with the actions of controlling the wolf spirit. He rolled his eyes at Tang San, just about to speak. The master held his shoulder and said, So your task for the next period of time is to practice and refine the two new soul skills you've obtained. You need to practice the accuracy of the sheep spirit's bow and develop methods for close combat. The wolf spirit's perception is shared. You must practice until you can process the feedback from both sides simultaneously. You need to turn the wolf spirit into your other sense, understand? Understood, master. Qianjue responded to the master as if accepting a command. Good, pack up and let's set off. The master called, preparing to return with great enthusiasm. He was very satisfied with this trip to the soul-hunting forest. Not only did it help Tang San and Qianjue find suitable soul rings, but the soul skills the two children obtained were also very compatible. They even uncovered the secret of Qianjue's martial soul. With this information, they would be able to plan better for their future martial soul development. To be continued. Chapter 23. Xiao Wu after a day of travel. The master and a few others returned to the Nodding Soul Master Academy. Since Tang San and Qianjue had arrived early, there were still 2 days left before the academy officially opened. You have 2 days to rest well before the academy starts. Xiao-san, take some time to go to the Wuhuan Hall in Nodding City to test your soul power. You're already a soul master, and you can receive a monthly subsidy of 1 gold soul coin. Xiaoju, you don't need to go. You've absorbed 2 soul rings, and I estimate your soul power is already around level 13. Your soul power is increasing too quickly. It's only been a little over 3 months since you awakened your martial soul. If you go to the Wuhuan Hall for testing, given your talent, they might not let you leave and could force you to join the Wuhuan Hall. So from today on, keep your soul power level a secret, understand? Got it, teacher. Qianjue replied obediently. Well, you don't need to worry. You'll feel your soul power level increase each time, and when you reach level 20, that sensation will be even stronger. Besides, your current soul power level was raised by absorbing soul rings, so while it won't have any side effects, it may feel a bit superficial. You need to practice more to solidify it and turn it into your true soul power. Additionally, I've spoken with the Academy. Xiao-san, you will still be a work-study student and become a student of the Academy. Work-study students do not pay tuition, but there will be some paid cleaning jobs. And with the Soul Master subsidy, you should be fine financially. As for Xiaojue, since his martial soul is a full innate soul power plus a top-level martial soul, he is classified as a special enrollment student. The Academy will waive all his tuition, accommodation, and meal fees. In the future, you will attend regular classes in the morning, arrange your own time in the afternoon, and study with me in the evening. You will practice using the soul power training method I developed instead of resting at night. Understood? The master clearly outlined Qianjue and Tang San's future arrangements. During the next 2 days, the master immersed himself in research while Tang San went to the Wuhuan Hall to test his soul power, officially becoming a soul master and receiving his monthly subsidy. He also showcased his chaotic cloak hammering technique at a blacksmith shop in town, successfully becoming a part-time worker there and beginning his forging career. As for Qianjue, during the day, he practiced archery on the back mountain of the academy, and at night, he wandered around the campus, controlling his wolf spirit. The wolf spirit could move within a radius of about 50 meters, and in just one night, Qianjue explored the entire faculty housing area. Qianjue even saw several pairs of academy teachers enjoying their nightlife, which was quite a feast for his eyes, but unfortunately, he was still a kid and had the will, but not the strength. Thus, the 2 days quickly passed, and Qianjue and Tang San finally welcomed the day of enrollment at the Nodding Soul Master Academy. Since the master had made arrangements early in the morning, many teachers gathered around when he brought Qianjue and Tang San to enroll. Naturally, their focus was primarily on Qianjue, as someone with full innate soul power and a top-level martial soul was a rare talent that hadn't been seen in years. Even if such a talent emerged, it would typically be from the Wuhuan Hall or major sections. The Nodding Soul Master Academy had been established for so many years and had never accepted a student with such talent. Even if Qianjue was only here to learn some basic knowledge, he would still be a student taught by the Nodding Academy. When he eventually became a top-level soul master, the Academy could proudly say it had produced a top-level soul master, and perhaps then they could apply to become a mid-tier academy. Xiaojue, take this badge. As long as you show this badge, you can eat for free in the cafeteria on the first floor. Also, during your studies, your tuition, accommodation. The director of the Academic Affairs Office, a balding old man in his 60s with the surname Su, enthusiastically pulled Qianjue over and introduced him to the various benefits the academy offered. All right, next, I'll take you to see your dormitory. We have specially arranged a dormitory just for you, and you will live alone, so no one will disturb your training. Director Su was about to lead Qianjue away when he suddenly noticed Tang San standing nearby. All right, you must be Tang San, the work-study student from Holy Soul Village. Director Su remembered that the master had arranged for 2 students to come in, but he had been so captivated by Qianjue's talent that he hadn't paid much attention when he heard Tang San's martial soul was blue silvergrass. He extended his hand, and Tang San sensibly handed over the proof from the Wuhuan Hall. Director Su glanced at it and, upon seeing that the martial soul was indeed listed as blue silvergrass, casually set it aside. He then picked up one of the many packages piled nearby and handed it to Tang San. Come with us. Your dormitory is over there. Saying this, he took the lead, pulling Qianjue along. Qianjue fell half a step behind and turned to silently say to Tang San, "This is the gap." Tang San rolled his eyes helplessly at Qianjue's antics. The 3 of them arrived at the dormitory building of the Nodding Academy. There is only one building for the dormitories, where both students and teachers lived, located some distance from the master's residence. Qianjue had been here once before. The master also had a room on the top floor of the dormitory building, but that room was smaller and was mostly used for storing books and other items. The first floor of the dormitory building had a total of 6 rooms, 3 large and 3 small. The large rooms were over 300 square meters, filled with many beds for the students. The small rooms were for the teachers, with each dormitory managed by a teacher. Director Su led Tang San to the largest dormitory on the far right of the first floor and pointed inside, saying, "Go in, this is your dormitory. Remember to follow the school rules, and if you have any questions, you can find the responsible teacher next door. He will also arrange work-study jobs for you. Go ahead." "Thank you, teacher." Tang San bowed to Director Su before turning to enter the dormitory. Seizing the opportunity, Qianjue peeked inside, but did not see anyone resembling Xiao Wu. He made a gesture to Tang San indicating they would meet later, and then was led upstairs by Director Su. The Nodding Academy's student dormitories totaled 7 rooms. The 3 rooms on the first floor, with the one on the far right being for work-study students, while the other 2 were for first and second-year students. As Director Su walked, he kindly introduced Qianjue to the layout of the dormitory building. The second and third floors each had 2 large dormitories and 2 small dormitories, housing students from the 3rd and 4th grades and the 5th and 6th grades, which were more spacious than the first floor. However, you won't be living with them. The school has specifically prepared a teacher's dormitory for you on the 4th floor, where no one will disturb your training. Moreover, if you have any questions about your training, you can ask the teacher living next door. Director Su led Qianjue to the 4th floor. Although he was already in his 60s, he climbed the stairs to the 4th floor without even breaking a sweat, indicating that he was also a soul master. He brought Qianjue to the middle dormitory, opened the door, and inside was a tidy room of about 50 square meters, fully equipped with various daily necessities, and certainly not of the inferior quality given to Tang San. "How is it? Not bad, right?" Director Su smiled at Qianjue as he entered the room to take a look. Thank you, Director Su. Thank you for the Academy's care for me." Qianjue bowed to Director Su, sincerely expressing his gratitude. "Get up. No need for that. As long as you become an outstanding soul master in the future and can remember this place, remembering that you came from the Nodding Soul Master Academy, then the Academy's efforts will be worthwhile. All right, take some time to get familiar with this place. I'll be going now, and if you need anything, you can come find me at the Academic Affairs office." Director Su patted Qianjue's head, handed him the key, and left with a smile. Qianjue took out some of his commonly used clothing and items from his wristband, tidied up the room and himself a bit, then lay on the bed to ponder life before going downstairs to find Tang San for lunch. Just as he walked next to the work-study student dormitory, he heard a crisp female voice excitedly say, "Eating? Great! What delicious food are we having?" "Of course, we're having carrots and cabbage." Qianjue replied teasingly as he walked in. "Carrots and cabbage, yay?" Xiao Wu clapped her hands excitedly. However, just as she finished clapping, her smile suddenly froze on her face. "Tang San, does eating cost money? Like that soul coin thing?" Wang Sheng and the others exchanged glances. "Oh no, although our boss is strong, he might be a bit of an idiot. Don't worry, Xiao San has money. Enough for you to eat." "That's good." Xiao Wu was happy to hear she didn't have to pay and patted Tang San's shoulder. "It's up to you, Tang San. Don't worry, I'll pay you back later. By the way, who is this person, and why do you call him Xiao San?" "Oh, this is my senior brother, Qianjue." "Zhuge, this is Xiao Wu, just call her Xiao Wu. I'm the boss of the 7th dormitory, kid. I have high hopes for you. For now on, just follow Tang San and call me Sister Xiao Wu. I'll look out for you." Xiao Wu walked over and patted Qianjue's shoulder. She thought Qianjue was interesting and had a nice way of speaking. Qianjue smiled at Xiao Wu. "Why don't you call me brother? And I'll look out for you? Because I'm the strongest here. Look, your junior brothers are all my defeated opponents. Your martial soul is a rabbit, right? See, you can beat Xiao San because his martial soul is grass, which you can eat. But my martial soul is a wolf, and wolves eat rabbits. You definitely can't beat me. You. I don't believe it. I want to have a match with you." Xiao Wu was taken aback by his words and immediately wanted to fight Qianjue. No, let us eat first. If the cafeteria food sells out, we won't have anything to eat." Tang San quickly stopped Xiao Wu, as he knew the effects of Qianjue's wolf spirit. If Xiao Wu got bitten by the wolf spirit, she would probably cry in pain. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San, then at Qianjue, and finally decided to be a foodie. I'll let you off this time, but sooner or later, you'll know my strength. Let us go, Tang San. We're going to eat something delicious." "Okay." Seeing that Xiao Wu was no longer bothering Qianjue, he quickly nodded. Xiao Wu urged Tang San, and a group of little brothers went out, with Qianjue following behind them as they headed to the cafeteria. Tang San, I want to eat this salt-baked carrot, and this steamed cabbage. Xiao Wu pulled Tang San and bounced excitedly as she looked at the dishes in the cafeteria. Annie, please give me 2 servings of sweet and sour pork, 2 servings of tomato scrambled eggs, and 2 servings of stir-fried shredded pork with bell peppers. Qianjue said as he showed the badge that Director Su had given him to the lady serving the food. The lady hesitated. Young man, this can only be used by you. I'm eating alone. I have a big appetite. All right. The lady hesitated and gave Qianjue 2 servings of food. It wasn't a big deal anyway. Thank you, Auntie. Qianjue politely thanked the lady, then turned around and handed 1 serving of food to Tang San before leaving to find a seat, leaving the lady with a look of disbelief as she watched his departing figure. Tang San stood there, holding the food Qianjue gave him, feeling a bit confused. Tang San, why does he not have to pay for his meal while I do? To be continued. Chapter 24. The pet of the group. Tang San, why does he get to eat for free while I have to pay? Xiao Wu huffed as she watched Qianjue look for a seat. Because Brother Ju is a special recruit and has many privileges. Why does he get that? I want to be a special student too. I want special treatment. Xiao Wu pouted. Tang San quickly paid for Xiao Wu's meal and sat down opposite Qianjue with her. Wang Sheng and the others ordered some vegetarian dishes and sat at the table next to them. Xiao Wu held her plate, sulking as she ate, glancing at Qianjue across the table, who was enjoying his meal. Suddenly, her carrots and cabbage didn't seem so delicious anymore. As she was eating, Xiao Wu suddenly remembered that Qianjue had shown a badge to the woman serving food, which allowed him to get meals for free. She tentatively leaned forward and asked, cough, Brother Ju, can I borrow your badge for a couple of days? Qianjue chuckled at her. Aren't you supposed to be my big sister? Why are you calling me brother now? This is because, she stammered, unsure of how to respond. Qianjue stopped teasing her. This badge isn't that useful. It just means you can eat here for free. You have Tang San paying for your meals anyway. You see, in the future, just let Tang San pay for your meals, and when he eats with me, it's the same effect, right? That seems right. Okay. She turned to Tang San and slapped his shoulder with her right hand. From now on, you are my badge. In the future, when I eat, you pay. Hey, that's great. As she said this, she clapped her hands happily, suddenly finding the cabbage and carrots in front of her more appealing. Tang San looked at Qianjue in confusion, wondering why he was being so nice to Xiao Wu and even lending her his badge. It wasn't until Qianjue winked at him that he understood his intention, looking at him helplessly. Come on, we're only a few years old. How can you think like this? I'm not a beast. Tang San complained internally. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the side. Wang Xiaosheng, why are you eating vegetarian dishes again? Isn't your martial spirit a battle tiger? Why is the tiger eating vegetarian? Oh, it turns out it's because its owner is a poor guy. Haha. Tang San and the others looked over to see a rather handsome boy, around 11 or 12 years old, pointing at Wang Sheng and laughing arrogantly. Xiao Wu immediately exploded with rage. Wang Sheng was her first little brother who called her big sister, and now someone dared to bully him. She slammed the table, stood up, and shouted at Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng, what is this thing? Why is it barking here? The clear voice instantly caught the attention of the boy. Oh, what a cute little lowly. But then he noticed the carrots and cabbage on Xiao Wu's plate. TSK. Too bad she is also a poor girl. His disdainful expression and tone immediately ignited Xiao Wu's anger, and she slammed the table again, ready to jump forward and give this annoying person a kick. Tang San quickly pulled her back. Xiao Wu, don't be impulsive. If you go up and hit him, your hand will get dirty. Don't worry. Karma will take care of him. I heard that if you're too shameless, you'll end up with a sore backside. Qianjue continued eating without looking away, throwing in a jab. Hey, who said this was shameless? This is just the rich mocking the poor. The boy, seeing that Tang San and the others were too afraid to cause trouble, grew even more arrogant. Besides, what is wrong with being shameless? I'd rather be a shameless person than a poor one. Before the boy could finish, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his backside. Waves of intense discomfort made him stiffen, clench his buttocks, and he grasped his rear with both hands, shouting out, "Ah, my butt! Who bit my butt? It hurts so much, I'm dying." Xiao Wu was stunned for a moment seeing his condition, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, sure enough. You're too shameless. Even heaven can't stand it and has come to punish you. Ha, ha. Wang Sheng and the others, along with the onlookers, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tang Sen also smirked, hastily shoving some rice into his mouth to hide his smile. He certainly knew what had happened. He had felt the bite of the wolf spirit himself, TSK, although he kept telling himself it was just a mischievous kid acting up, and that he should be magnanimous. He couldn't help but feel happy seeing the boy get punished. The boy's companions, not knowing what had happened, rushed over to him, asking what was wrong. Seeing the laughter on the faces around them, especially Xiao Wu, who was laughing so hard she couldn't stand up, the boy couldn't help but roar at his companions. How would I know what happened? Hurry and carry me away. I can't walk. Get me out of here. His companions, though displeased at being yelled at, quickly helped him up and hurriedly left the cafeteria. Once they disappeared, Xiao Wu gradually stopped her clear laughter. Suddenly, she leaned across the table, shaking Qianjue's arm vigorously. Brother Ju, tell me, how did you do that? How did you know his but would hurt? Teach me, okay? In the future, if anyone dares to bully me, I'll make their but hurt. Xiao Wu called out Brother Ju much more smoothly than when she wanted to borrow his badge. Wang Sheng and the others looked at Qianjue eagerly, clearly wanting to know the secret so that no one would dare bully them again. Qianjue looked down at the sweet and sour pork he had almost brought to his mouth, but was now shaken back to the table by Xiao Wu. He sighed and raised his head, but seeing Xiao Wu's adorable, expectant face, he couldn't bring himself to blame her. With a deep breath, he slowly said, You can't learn this. It's the effect of my martial spirit. Hearing this expected answer, Wang Sheng and the others couldn't help but sigh. But knowing that Qianjue was Tang San's senior brother, and Tang San was one of them, they thought that they couldn't just watch them get bullied. Moreover, both Xiao Wu and Tang San were quite formidable, so they figured they wouldn't be bullied as badly in the future. They couldn't help but feel hungrier, and the vegetarian dishes on their plates suddenly looked more appetizing. Xiao Wu, hearing Qianjue's response, pouted and sat back down, silently picking at her carrots. Seeing her downcast expression, Qianjue couldn't help but comfort her. Don't worry, no one will dare to bully you in the future. They won't get past Tang San. He pointed his chopsticks at Tang San. Besides, you can just tell me. Since you call me Brother Ju, I will definitely protect you. I'll help you make them feel pain in their butts. Oh, and that includes Tang San too. He pointed at Tang San again. Tang San looked at Qianjue helplessly. Hey, then it's settled. If anyone dares to bully me in the future, make them all feel pain in their butts. Xiao Wu, hearing Qianjue's promise, squinted her eyes in excitement and aimed her finger at a few directions, pretending to poke. Some of the students nearby, who were watching, curious about how Qianjue did it, felt a chill between their legs as Xiao Wu pointed at them and quickly turned their heads, pretending to focus on their meals. Seeing them nervously look away, Xiao Wu smiled triumphantly, bent down, and happily ate a piece of carrot. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu's joyful expression, feeling a mix of helplessness and confusion, throwing a glance at Qianjue. Why are you being so nice to her? You'll spoil her. Qianjue lowered his head to eat, feeling guilty. After all, she was Tang San's close friend, and he really shouldn't be so nice to Xiao Wu. However, he couldn't help it. Xiao was really adorable, a little lowly. Moreover, because she was transformed from a soul beast, she had a special innocence that made people unable to resist wanting to protect her. Now, Qianjue was a bit looking forward to the other two girls from the Shrek Seven Devils, the willful Witch Ning Rongrong and the cool and elegant sister Zhu Zhuqing. After dinner, Qianjue took another serving of food to the master. The master hadn't come to the cafeteria. Surely he was so engrossed in his research that he forgot to eat. However, this time he had paid for it. He still had some money, which was his allowance from Deng Sheng. After that, Qianjue took Tang San and Xiao Wu to tour his dormitory, successfully making Xiao Wu a bit envious. But if Xiao Wu were to live alone on the 4th floor, she probably wouldn't be willing. She transformed into a human precisely to experience various emotions and interactions with people. If she had to live alone, she might as well return to the Star Do Great Forest. The next day, Qianjue and the others participated in the Academy's freshman ceremony. Although it was a freshman ceremony, with the teachers and others attending, there were only a bit more than 50 people. Qianjue finally met the principal of the Nodding Soul Master Academy, a man in his 50s but still very robust, a level 40 soul equipment master. He announced with full vigor that these children had officially become members of the Soul Master community. After the ceremony, Principal Chun especially met with Qianjue, telling him that he was a friend of the master and that he could come to the principal's office if he had any needs. Qianjue was indeed a sought-after person here. After that, they attended their first class. Although the master had mentioned many things to them, Qianjue still felt he gained a lot. It seemed that learning was essential in any aspect. Thus, Qianjue attended classes in the morning, practiced controlling the Qianjue martial spirit in the afternoon, followed the master to learn in the evening, and at night, he practiced using the methods taught by the master, spending 2 fulfilling academic years. To be continued. Chapter 25. 2 years later, Xiao San, Zhuge, hurry up, Xiao Wu exclaimed, bouncing ahead with a candied hawthorn in her left hand and a string of glutinous rice balls in her right. Tang San and Qianjue walked side by side behind her, with Qianjue also enjoying a candied hawthorn, as the two chatted leisurely. They had just finished their second-year vacation and were preparing to enter their third year. In the Saint Spirit village, Deng Sheng was still around. With Qianjue's presence, his life had gained hope. He managed the grocery store well. And with the villagers gradually learning that he had a top-tier spirit master with innate full spirit power in his family, they treated him kindly. However, Tang Hao had already left a year ago during their last visit home. Although Tang San felt sad, he was comforted by Xiao Wu's company and Qianjue's encouragement. Knowing that Tang Hao had merely left to complete unfinished business and would return, so he didn't dwell too much on his sadness. 2 years had passed, and Qianjue and Tang San had become close friends who shared everything. At this point, Tang San's spirit power had reached level 18, while Qianjue had surpassed him. 2 months ago, he had already reached level 20. It seemed that they were quite similar, as Tang San had taken 2 years to progress from level 11 to level 18, while Qianjue had improved from around level 13 to level 20. However, it should be noted that Tang San practiced the Xian Tian Gong, which significantly increased his cultivation efficiency compared to most spirit masters. In contrast, Qianjue had been practicing the method researched by the master over the past 2 years. Although he hadn't been able to hunt for spirit marks immediately after the Qianjue seal refreshed, because Nodding Academy was indeed quite far from the soul hunting forest, he had still managed to go on more than 20 hunts during this time. Consequently, his spirit power was now approximately double that of other spirit masters at the same level, and even slightly more than Tang San. In fact, in the early stages of spirit master development, specifically before reaching level 30 as a spirit ancestor, the overall spirit power among spirit masters did not differ much. This is because the methods of cultivating spirit power in this world were limited to meditation, and no one had researched these aspects. The amount of spirit power they possessed depended more on the spirit rings attached to their martial spirits, aside from their innate martial spirit talent. Before level 30, spirit rings were either 10-year or 100-year rings, and the increase in spirit power granted by these rings was not very significant. However, after reaching level 30, the distinction became much greater with the introduction of 1,000-year and 10,000-year spirit rings. The difference in spirit power enhancement between a 1,000-year ring and a 10,000-year ring was substantial, although not quite tenfold. Only someone as brilliant as the master would think of researching new methods for cultivating spirit power to enhance both the cultivation speed and total spirit power. Unfortunately, the master was just one person, although he had developed a new cultivation method that was more efficient than the conventional meditation technique. It still paled in comparison to Tang San's Xian Tian Gong, which gathered the wisdom of countless ancestors of the Tang sect from his past life. However, Tang San's Xian Tian Gong could only be cultivated by him alone if one wanted to cultivate it. They would need to start from scratch and give up all their existing spirit power. In contrast, the Master's newly researched method could be used directly to achieve enhancement. Thus, it was fortunate that the master provided a cultivation method and the flowing shadow stone, which allowed Qianjue to barely keep up with Tang San's pace. It is worth mentioning that during the 2 years of hunting for spirit marks, Qianjue successfully discovered a soul bone, a left leg bone, from the corpse of a 500-year-old spirit tail fox. When a master heard Qianjue describe how the soul beasts he killed either died willingly or in extreme pain and resentment, he speculated that the Qianjue martial spirit significantly increased the chances of soul bones forming from soul beasts that died at Qianjue's hands. So when Qianjue and the master found this soul bone, both were overjoyed. This was not just because they obtained a bone, but because soul bones from soul beasts of such age were exceedingly rare. Soul bones typically only formed from powerful soul beasts that had undergone extreme torment before death or willingly sacrificed themselves. The fact that a 500-year spirit-tailed fox could produce a soul bone confirmed the master's hypothesis. Now, that left leg bone lay quietly in Qianjue's wristband. Qianjue had not absorbed it, not because the left leg bone was inferior, although it was produced by a 500-year spirit-tailed fox. The age of the soul bone was not the sole criterion for determining its quality. The most important standard for a soul bone was its compatibility with the host. Soul bones evolved with the growth of their hosts. For instance, if two identical soul bones were obtained, one from a 100-year soul beast and the other from a 10,000-year soul beast, if a talented spirit master like Qianjue or Tang San absorbed the 100-year soul bone 10 years earlier, they could enhance that bone to surpass the 10,000-year soul bone in quality. The left leg bone from the spirit-tailed fox, a fast and agile soul beast, was speculated by the master to enhance the host's agility. Such effects were generally suitable for most people, as everyone desired to be faster. Qianjue had not absorbed it because the master wanted him to absorb the soul ring from a 20-level soul beast first. Since Qianjue would absorb 2 soul rings during his next advancement, resulting in a significant increase in spirit power, the master intended to use the soul bone to solidify Qianjue's suddenly increased spirit power. After strolling around Nodding City for a while, the three returned to Nodding Academy. Early the next morning, while Xiao was still fast asleep and Tang San was practicing the purple extreme demon eye, Qianjue and the master boarded the carriage heading to the soul hunting forest once again. Master, do you think I can absorb a 1,000-year soul beast for my second soul ring? In the carriage, Qianjue discussed the acquisition of the soul ring with the master. The master's serious expression turned to Qianjue. I have considered this issue. Generally speaking, the maximum age for a spirit master's second soul ring is 764 years. However, for you, with your body strengthened by the Qianjue seal, along with the characteristics of your Qianjue martial spirit when killing soul beasts, absorbing a soul beast below 1,000 years should not be a problem. But once the soul beast's age surpasses 1,000 years, the pressure exerted by the soul ring on the spirit master during absorption increases exponentially. I'm not sure if you can withstand that kind of pressure. So for your first soul ring, I only allow you to absorb rings under 1,000 years. Only for your second soul ring can we consider absorbing rings over 1,000 years, but it must not exceed 1,100 years. Do you understand? Understood, Master. By the way, have you decided which 2 types of soul beasts I should absorb the rings from? I have some ideas, but you can't rely too much on me. Once your spirit power level increases, many things cannot rely solely on research. You must experience them firsthand. By then, my suggestions might not be accurate. So, you need to have your own opinions now. Go ahead and share. Master, I see myself as an agile attack-type spirit master. My first soul skill, the sheep spirit's illusionary Qianjue Bao, has decent attack power with the accompanying light arrows, but it's not very strong and can't deliver a decisive blow. Additionally, the light arrows are single target attacks and cannot threaten multiple opponents at the same time. Therefore, overall, I feel I need a group attack soul skill that resembles scattering or a powerful explosive soul skill, like a charged attack, that can deliver a finishing blow. The master nodded, non-committal. What about your wolf spirit? The wolf spirit, like your rose sand cannon, can operate independently of me, and its invisibility makes it a natural assassin. So for its soul skill, the first thing to ensure is sufficient concealment, no light and shadow effects, and no large movements. Therefore, I think we can consider applying poison to the wolf spirit's fangs, preferably a type that has a longer onset time and is undetectable in the early stages. Since the wolf spirit has the ability to increase pain, as long as the effects of the poison are not particularly obvious, it should be difficult to detect. Just like tigers and lions, a single bite can cause immense pain, and no one would think that their fangs are also poisonous. After Qianjue expressed his thoughts, he looked at the master expectantly. The master's stiff face revealed a smile. You analyzed it well, and my thoughts are not much different. I just want to point out that you considered it too early. You know, soul ring skills are different from soul bone skills. They're limited by the age of the soul ring. For explosive or area attack skills, if the damage is not high enough to change the situation, then it loses its significance. The second soul ring has too low an age. If you add an explosive or area attack soul skill to the second soul ring, it will indeed have some advantages in the early stages. However, once you reach levels 60 or 70, its strength will be insufficient. Therefore, explosive soul skills are best reserved for your third or fourth soul skill, preferably the fourth. Then for the fifth soul ring, you can choose to add an area attack type of soul power. So what should I choose for my second and third? The master looked at Qianjue, and after a while, suddenly spoke seriously. Xiaojue, your talent is unmatched in the world, so my positioning for you is to become a peak on your own. You alone will be a high peak, suppressing everything. All soul masters will take you as their target. You must become a mountain that they can never surpass. Therefore, your abilities must be comprehensive. In the future, you will face challenges alone. You will have no teammates, and no one is qualified to be your teammate. You must master all fields. You need to be an all-round soul master. Qianjue looked at the master in shock. He had never thought that the master's expectations for him were so high. To be continued. Chapter 26. Planning one person becomes a peak. So, what about Xiao San? His talent is also very strong. Qianjue said to the master. Xiao San, his talent is good, but he is not as unique as you. Moreover, his martial soul is blue silvergrass. To be honest, your talent is better than Xiao San's. However, aside from talent, Xiao San is more outstanding than you in terms of situational judgment, focus on tasks, and learning knowledge. I used to think that talent represented everything. Of course, I don't think that now either. But I have to admit that talent is indeed the most fundamental gap between people. Those with good talent may not necessarily become strong. But those with poor talent who want to become strong will have to put in 10 or 100 times the effort to succeed. The master sighed as he spoke. Qianjue did not refute. He had always known that Tang San was stronger than him. Even in his previous life, Tang San had created the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, which had not been seen in the Tang sect for 200 years. In contrast, Qianjue had only lived as an ordinary college student in his previous life. The master was right. He was just a child favored by fate, which not only allowed him to traverse worlds, but also bestowed upon him unparalleled talent. However, Qianjue did not belittle himself too much. No one had stipulated how he should behave in this world. He did not need to rule the world or overthrow the spirit hall. He cultivated not for anyone, but to become strong enough to live freely, without anyone forcing him. He and Tang San, following the master for training, initially did so to cling to the strong and survive. But now, it had transformed into experiencing this world, experiencing the magnificent journey of the Shrek 7 monsters. Oh, perhaps in the future, it would be the Shrek 8 monsters. Of course, when I say Xiao San is better than you, it is only in comparison. You are on the same level, far superior to other children. The master did not know what Qianjue was thinking. He only saw him silent and assumed he was discouraged, so he hurried to comfort him. Qianjue looked at the master, seeing his comforting demeanor, and felt like laughing. Teacher, don't worry, I'm not that easily discouraged. You're right. Xiao San is indeed stronger than me. Moreover, I still hold the judgment that Xiao San's blue silvergrass will not be ordinary blue silvergrass. Ordinary blue silvergrass does not qualify to form a twin martial soul with the Haotian hammer. Xiao San's talent is far stronger than what you see. My future achievements may not necessarily match up to Xiao San's. The master looked at Qianjue, somewhat speechless, unsure where he got such confidence in Tang San. He had said so much earlier to prevent Qianjue from becoming overly inflated, exaggerating the gap in talent between him and Tang San to temper his character. Qianjue's talent was the strongest in the history of Douluo continent. All right, since you understand there is a gap, then you need to work hard. Now I will tell you what your second and third soul rings should be. I just mentioned that I hope you can become an all-rounder soul master. So for your second soul skill of a sheep spirit, You can choose a soul ring that adds a sustaining type soul skill. This will ensure that you have some replenishment when facing multiple opponents or in prolonged battles. When it comes to the third soul skill, you can try to add a control type soul skill, and then the fourth and fifth soul rings should be explosive and area attack types. As for the later ones, we can discuss them according to your strength later. I cannot guarantee that the soul skills you add will be completely satisfactory. As for your wolf spirit, your analysis is very reasonable. Its greatest strength is its concealment. Any soul skill we add must prioritize not destroying its concealment. Therefore, I think your idea of adding poison to the wolf spirit is very suitable. Additionally, I think we can also consider adding some defensive type soul skills. First, it will take damage and feedback it to you, so we must consider its defensive capabilities. Second, the feedback damage it gives you acts through soul power backlash, and does not directly apply the damage it receives to you. The actual damage you take will not be fatal. Adding defensive power to it means that if there are unavoidable attacks, you could try using the wolf spirit to block them. As for the fourth and fifth soul rings afterward, we will see if our ideas can be realized and then make adjustments. Well, Qianjue carefully considered the master's suggestions and found them much better than his own thoughts. Indeed, his considerations were not thorough enough. The rest of the time was spent training without wasting a second. Although he had reached a bottleneck and could not improve his soul power level through training, according to the master's research, his soul power would still increase, just not visibly. Time passed, and through bumpy journeys, Qianjue returned to the familiar soul hunting forest. As usual, he went to the inn to rest. A room, meals, washing up, tidying himself, and then closing his eyes to rest. He could not train any longer. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. Although training could replace sleep, it would still produce some mental fatigue. Even in the academy, they would take one night each week to sleep normally. The soul-hunting forest was fraught with danger. Even Qianjue had been injured multiple times. Although not serious, he had learned enough lessons to understand that he could never be careless at any time. However, the master had not yet slept, continuing to write and draw at the table. The candlelight cast the master's shadow onto the windowsill, connecting this room with the deep darkness outside. Suddenly, a hawk's cry sounded from outside the window. Qianjue opened his eyes, looking at the master, who was still writing diligently. He felt that the atmosphere tonight was somewhat unusual, as if something was about to happen. Unable to rest any longer, he saw that the master had no intention of speaking, so he walked to the window and carefully looked outside. His mind flashing with various ancient hero movies he had seen in his previous life where inns were attacked. Outside the window, there was nothing but silent darkness. Qianjue cautiously closed the window, silently summoned his martial soul, and prepared to find a corner where he could see the room at a glance, so he could react in time. But just as he walked halfway, he suddenly heard the master say, "All right, Flinder, if you're here, just show yourself quickly. Don't scare the child." Qianjue quickly turned to look at the master, who was still focused on his work. He turned back to the window and the door, which remained tightly closed. Just as he was about to check other places, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadow on the windowsill. Within the master's shadow, another dark figure had appeared. The window, which had been closed just a moment ago, had quietly opened at some unknown time. All of this seemed long, but it actually happened in an instant. Just as Qianjue was about to remind the master, a flash of inspiration struck him. Flinder, isn't he the principal of Shrek Academy, a close friend of the master, and once part of the Golden Iron Triangle? Wow, what a false alarm. Once he realized that the visitor was not an enemy, Qianjue finally relaxed his guard, his previously tense body gradually loosening up as he obediently walked to sit beside the master. Qianjue had no idea how many times he had recalled the plot of Douluo continent. He should have reacted the moment he heard Flinder's name, but the atmosphere earlier had been too heavy, and the oppressive air even slowed his reactions. So this is the aura of a level 70 soul sage. Seeing Qianjue relax, the shadow jumped down from the windowsill without making a sound. It was not until it stepped out of the master's shadow that the tense atmosphere suddenly dissipated. With a somewhat cunning face, wearing stiff crystal glasses and a thin body draped in a dark robe, it was none other than Flinder, the four-eyed cat eagle. "Xiao Gang, after so many years, you finally contacted me." Flinder walked over and sat down opposite the master, his hoarse, slightly trembling voice breaking the silence. "Is this your proof, you stubborn guy? But this kid's reaction is quite good. Have you talked to him about me?" The master finally stopped his writing and painting, put everything away, and raised his stiff face. Sighing, he looked at his long-lost friend and did not answer directly, but rather said with some emotion, "Flander, have you been doing well over the years?" "Well, good. It seems that your temperament has softened a bit over the years." Seeing that the master did not get straight to the point, but instead reminisced with him, Flander felt a mix of emotions. The master in his memory was not someone who cared about such things. He only did practical work. Qianjue, go down and help us bring a pot of tea." The master smiled and suddenly called out to Qianjue, "Okay, teacher, call me if you need anything." At this moment, when the master asked him to fetch tea, Qianjue naturally understood what it meant, so he no longer disturbed them. After getting a pot of tea from the boss, he found a spot in the corridor outside to sit down and cultivate. The worries he originally had about hunting the soul ring had completely vanished. With Flander here, they would surely have an easy time in the soul hunting forest tomorrow. To be continued. Chapter 27. Flander. After Qianjue left, the master came alone to the window, looking out at the darkness. After a moment of silence, he spoke softly. "Flander, for these past few decades, I have blamed the heavens, complained about its unfairness." Flander made a slight sound of acknowledgement. He naturally knew that the master was complaining about his martial soul. "But now I no longer complain. On the contrary, I sincerely thank it for giving me such a martial soul, allowing me to devote all my energy to the study of martial souls. Flander, do you know, if my martial soul had not mutated and remained the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, I might have become a powerful soul master. But I would absolutely not have the qualification to be their teacher." The master turned around, a trace of fervor appearing on his face. When he spoke excitedly, he even stepped forward quickly and grabbed Flander's hand. Flander looked at the master in surprise. He had never seen the master so out of control. He pressed the master back onto the chair. "Xiao Gang, calm down a bit. What's going on with your student?" The master took a couple of deep breaths to calm his excited heart. He had been suppressing himself for too long. Over the past 2 years, as he spent more time with Qianjue and Tang San, he increasingly understood the excellence of both Qianjue and Tang San, not to mention their innate martial soul talent. What surprised him even more was their mature mindset. Neither of them would ever slack off in their cultivation. They never needed him to remind them. They were still only 8 or 9 years old, and even he, at that age, would have slacked off and played around. Furthermore, during the battle training over the past 2 years, Tang San's control of the situation and his meticulous observation of combat details left the master in awe. Now, even with his level 29 strength against Tang San, he was losing more than winning. As for Qianjue, although he did not possess Tang San's terrifying combat talent, the strength of his martial soul could compensate for everything. When facing Tang San, he still had some chances of winning, but against Qianjue, he had never won even once. In the master's view, Qianjue's most outstanding quality was his excellent mentality. Even after awakening the world's most powerful martial soul, he showed no signs of arrogance. Now, 2 years have passed, and only he and Tang San knew the true nature of his martial soul. Even his current father was unaware of it, unassuming and calm. This was the impression Qianjue left on the master over the past 2 years, and it assured the master that Qianjue would surely reach the pinnacle of soul masters. With these thoughts settled in his mind, the master also calmed down. "Flander, what I am about to tell you, you must promise me that you won't tell a second person." The master looked at Flander seriously. "Okay, I promise by the name of our golden iron triangle that I won't tell a second person what you say." Seeing the master's seriousness, Flander also did not dare to be negligent. At the same time, he released his soul power to ensure that the upcoming conversation would not be overheard by anyone other than himself. "The student I mentioned in the letter, who can prove my research, is named Tang San. He is my second student, and he has twin martial souls." "Twin martial souls?" Flander repeated in surprise. "Yes, twin martial souls, and one of his martial souls is the Hao Ian hammer. His father is named Tang Hao." "Hao Douluo," Flander exclaimed this time. "Then why didn't he bring the child back to the Hao Ian sect for training, but instead entrusted him to you?" "I don't know. Anyway, he has already entrusted his son to me. He even gave me this." the master said, taking out the token that Tang Hao had given him back then to show Flander. It's actually the highest elder token of the Spirit Hall. He even gave you this. He really trusts you. Flander played with the token, feeling somewhat emotional. With the master's strength, earning the trust of the Hao Ian Douluo shows how much he has given. His other martial soul is blue silvergrass. But the master's next words immediately furrowed Flander's brow. The master saw this clearly and immediately continued. However, Flander, don't underestimate it. Tang San's potential is far beyond this. With his talent, even the most ordinary blue silvergrass in his hands won't be inferior to some advanced martial souls. Besides, you know the strength of twin martial souls. For Tang San to truly unleash his potential, he still needs to grow. Is there really such an excellent child? Flander was a bit dazed by the master's words. If blue silvergrass, such a useless martial soul, can exhibit the effects of an advanced martial soul, then what about the Hao Ian hammer? He felt a bit skeptical. The master shook his head. I won't say much more. Anyway, he doesn't need you right now. For these years, he will stay in the academy under my guidance. After he graduates from the Junior Soul Master Academy, I will let him go to your Shrek Academy, and then you will know. What about that child just now? Your first disciple? I think this child is not bad. He can sense my arrival in advance. This is what I want to talk to you about next. Flander, with Tang San's talent, he may eventually break through to become a super Douluo and achieve the status of a peerless Douluo. But Qianjue's talent is even higher than that. Even higher? Flander widened his eyes. Could be two top-level martial souls in one. Twin martial souls have never been so undervalued. The master shook his head. He is not a twin martial soul, but a more perfect dual soul. The master looked at Flander, his eyes shining with admiration. Qianjue's martial soul is called Qianjue, which is divided into two parts, the sheep spirit and the wolf spirit, each with its unique abilities. The sheep spirit comes with the Qianjue seal, and it can. The master told Flander all about Qianjue's martial soul abilities bit by bit. Once Qianjue obtained his second soul ring, he would have to start using the Qianjue seal to strengthen his body. The master felt that his strength would no longer be enough to continue assisting him. So afterwards, Qianjue would mostly rely on Flander for guidance. After years of friendship, the master knew what kind of person Flander was and could rest assured to entrust Qianjue to him. Most importantly, with the Qianjue martial soul. Every time he leveled up, both the sheep spirit and the wolf spirit martial souls could add a soul ring. And Qianjue's combat talent, intelligence, and mentality would not be much weaker than Tang San's. Flander, do you know what this represents? At this moment, Flander was completely stunned by the master's description. In the world, there really is such a martial soul. What does it represent? Above the peerless Douluo, is it not becoming a god? Yes, Flander, if Qianjue can grow up, we may very well educate a god. Flander stared fixedly at the master, repeatedly echoing the master's words in his heart. After a while, he finally came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. Xiao Gang, it seems we are getting old. In the future, it will be the world of these young people. Flander felt a bit emotional. But thinking about the possibility of God emerging from a Shrek Academy in the future, he couldn't help but chuckle. Ahem. So Xiao Gang, what do you need me to do? I called you over this time to help Qianjue add his second soul ring. And it's also time for him to start hunting for his Qianjue seal. Afterwards, you will take him back to your Shrek Academy to complete his weekly seal hunting. The knowledge he will learn in the next few years, I will let him take with him, and he will study on his own. You just need to ensure his safety. All right, it's settled then. By the way, Xiao Gang, in the past 2 years, I have also recruited 2 good talents, a top-tier assault-type martial soul, the White Tiger, and an innate full-spirit power food system soul master. What do you think? Not bad, right? Flander couldn't help but feel a bit proud when he thought of the 2 geniuses in his academy. An innate full-spirit power food system soul master? What is his martial soul? The master showed a surprised expression. It is basically impossible for auxiliary soul masters to have innate full-spirit power. In the known history of Douluo continent, there has never been an auxiliary martial soul with innate full-spirit power. Even a 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, which is regarded as the best auxiliary martial soul, cannot reach that at awakening. It's a sausage. It tastes pretty good. Flander also revealed a happy smile. A sausage. It's actually a carnivorous food system, Soul Master. Yes, what do you think? Isn't it just as good as a twin martial soul? Indeed. It's not bad. The master nodded. However, soon after, he shook his head. Forget it. Let's leave it at that. When Tang San graduates 4 years later, I will also come to see you then. Ha, good. 4 years later, let me see the twin martial soul that proves your research, with your addition, and the talent of this generation of Shrek Academy students. Our Shrek Academy will definitely be famous throughout the world. Ha 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 ha. Flinder hadn't laughed so heartily in a long time. Since the incident with the 2 dragons, the 3 hadn't seen each other for many years. All right, call Qianjue in. I will introduce you to him. All right, kid. Your teacher is calling you in. Flinder replied, and after that, although it seemed like a casual remark, the voice directly reached Qianjue's ears outside the door. Qianjue was startled awake and pushed the door open with tea in hand. Teacher, you two have been reminiscing for too long. The tea has gone cold, so we can only drink cold tea now. Qianjue lifted the teapot and said helplessly, Hey kid, how did you know we were reminiscing? Do you know me? Or did your teacher mention me? He hasn't mentioned it, but when you came in, the teacher didn't even glance at me and directly called out your name. So I thought you must be a very good friend of the teacher, and your strength must be quite strong. Hey, you're quite accurate. Flinder smiled and looked at the master. Then how strong do you think I am? Flinder looked at Qianjue playfully. I guess you were at least level 70. Qianjue smiled shyly. Flinder's eyes widened. He turned to the master. Did you really not tell him about me? No. Xiaoju, how did you guess that Flinder is a soul saint? The master also became curious. How did I guess? Because you will be level 78 in 4 years. And now you're at least level 70, right? Qianjue thought to himself, but he couldn't say this reason out loud and could only say he was guessing randomly. Well, since you've already guessed, I won't introduce him further. This is Flinder, an old friend of mine for many years, a level 76 soul saint. He will help you obtain your spirit ring tomorrow. Additionally, after this spirit ring acquisition is over, he will take you to Shrek Academy, which is the academy he founded. Even if you advance your studies early, there will still be things you need to learn, and I will pack them for you to take with you to study in your own time. Understand? 4 years later, I will bring Tang San to meet you. Qianjue looked at the master, not very surprised. He had always known that he would definitely change places, as Nodding Academy was too far from the soul hunting forest, which was very unfavorable for his 1,000 Ju mark hunting, when he was still a soul master at a low level. The 1,000 Ju mark was based on his current physical quality enhancement, so the impact was not very significant. But now he was about to be promoted to a great soul master, and in the future, obtaining spirit rings would require exceeding the age limit in dual acquisition, making the enhancement of the 1,000 Ju mark crucial. It must be taken seriously. Moreover, after this spirit ring acquisition, the 1,000 Ju mark might need to hunt soul beasts over 1,000 years old, and soul beasts of that age are already quite rare in the soul hunting forest. So he would definitely change places. It was just a matter of whether he would be separated from the master in Tang San Xiaowu. Now it seems he would indeed be separated. Understood, teacher. I will learn everything you gave me well. Qianjue nodded in agreement. All right, then let's leave it at that for tonight. Rest early. Tomorrow morning, we will set off to hunt for spirit rings. To be continued. Chapter 28. 1,000 Ju mass the next day, the 3 of them packed their things and supplies. After showing the 3-pattern token to the guards, they entered the soul hunting forest. After walking for a while, without seeing anyone around, Flinder called for a stop. This is too slow. Let me take you for a ride, he said. After speaking, he released his cat-eagle martial spirit. A pair of huge wings spread out from his back, and his body was covered in a layer of feathers, with orange-yellow eyes having vertical pupils. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. 7 soul rings suddenly appeared under his feet, slowly revolving around his body. This was the first time Qianjue had seen a black 10,000-year soul ring. Even though Flandra did not deliberately release the aura of a soul sage, the pressure from the 10,000-year soul ring still made Qianjue's breathing quicken. Flandra stepped forward, one arm around Qianjue and the other grabbing the master's wrist. With a flap of his wings, he took the master directly into the sky, several hundred meters high. Which way? Flandra shouted. At this height, the howling wind whipped around them. Qianjue looked at the master, whose hand was also gripping Flandra's wrist. the two of them hanging in the air. The master's other hand was placed in front of him to block some of the wind, observing the soul-hunting forest below. Over there, by the river, land in that shaped area, the master pointed to a river flowing in A shape. "All right, hold on tight," Flander called out, flapping his wings and swiftly flying in that direction. The fierce wind made it difficult for Qianjue to open his eyes, and the master was also tilted backward, hanging in the air. However, the master seemed unfazed, only using one hand to hold on a flandre while the other blocked the wind. The once golden iron triangle should have coordinated like this countless times, so there shouldn't be any accidents, Qianjue thought, and stopped worrying about the master. He focused his mind and released his 1,000-Ju martial spirit. The sheep spirit possessed him, and a 1,000-Ju mask appeared on his face. Sure enough, although he did not feel like he was wearing a mask, the sound of the wind rushing past his ears remained. But he could no longer feel the wind on his face, and his eyes could see things as usual. Qianjue, was very happy to discover another function of the 1,000-Ju martial spirit. He may not have noticed it before, but this sheep spirit mask was indeed practical. Containing his excitement, Qianjue recklessly enjoyed the beauty of flying high in the sky, overlooking the stunning scenery of the soul-hunting forest. He even felt like shouting a few times. This feeling of soaring in the sky was completely different from the sensation he experienced with the wolf spirit. At least the height with the wolf spirit was only a few dozen meters, and the speed was much slower than Flandre's. About half an hour later, Flandre gradually lowered his altitude. What originally required a day of travel was surprisingly reached in just half an hour. After landing, the master shook his arm that had been held and casually combed his disheveled hair. "Let us go. We need to walk the rest of the way ourselves. Otherwise, if they sense Flandre's soul sage aura, we won't be able to find them." The master determined the direction and prepared to lead them to their destination. "Master, I just found out in the air that my mask really has the effect of a mask. As long as I wear it, my face won't feel the wind," Qianjue excitedly told the master as he walked beside him. The master paused. "Really? How come I never noticed before?" Saying this, he turned to Qianjue. "Release your martial spirit. I want to see if your mask has defensive power." As the master spoke, he took out a gorgeous short sword from his storage ring. "Hey!" Flandre grinned as soon as he saw the sword. "Isn't this the token of love that Erlong gave you?" The master shot him a glare, but said nothing. After Qianjue released his martial spirit, the master carefully tried to poke at the 1,000-Ju mask on Qianjue's face with the short sword. Sure enough, when the short sword touched the mask, it was blocked outside by the 1,000-Ju mask, and the sharp sword left no trace on the mask. "Try hiding the mask," the master instructed Qianjue again. Qianjue activated the 1,000-Ju's concealment ability, making the mask disappear. The master once again tried with the short sword, and sure enough, it was still blocked by the mask. "Let me try." Flandre, watching from behind, was intrigued. Feeling a slight chill from the 1,000-Ju mask, he was curious. However, before Qianjue could react, he felt a slight backlash of soul power as Flandre's finger quickly flashed forward. Flandre raised his right hand, rubbing his thumb against his index finger's nail. "Good defense." Qianjue's eyes widened. Indeed, as expected of a soul sage-level agile attack, Spirit Master. He hadn't even seen what had attacked him until he saw Flandre rubbing his finger and understood that Flandre had grazed his mask with his fingernail. He canceled the concealment effect of the 1,000-Ju mask, and the mask reappeared. The master and Flandre immediately saw a faint scratch on the right side of the mask. The master looked at Flandre, who immediately said, "It's not just that shallow. It was deflected a bit by his mask." The master nodded and looked closely at the mask again, only to find that the scratch on Qianjue's mask had already diminished a bit. The 1,000-Ju mask was actually self-repairing. Indeed, after about a minute, the mask returned to its original state, and there was no trace of the previous scratch left. The master nodded, indicating for Qianjue to retract his martial spirit, and turned to continue leading the way, his thoughts racing, although Flandre's attack was just a casual strike. How could its destructive power be small at that speed? An ordinary level 40 soul master, unless specialized in defense, might not be able to withstand it. It was blocked by the mask. Then, at the same level, no one should be able to break through the defense of the 1,000-Ju mask. In that case, The idea of adding a defensive soul ring skill to the wolf spirit needs to be reconsidered. If the mask's defense improves with level, then it might be unnecessary to add a defensive soul skill. If it doesn't improve, then the mask's defense could at least be useful until level 30. And they could decide later. Qianjue and Flandre followed the master in silence, clearly not wanting to disturb his rapid thoughts. Qianjue, your mask has a certain defensive power. For now, at the same level, no one should be able to break through. However, you need to be careful. This is not absolute. You can't use this as bait because if it fails, you won't have a chance to remedy it. And the enemy's attack will go straight to your head. I don't need to tell you the consequences. Sure enough, after a while, the master began to explain the situation to Qianjue. Understood, master, Qianjue replied attentively. Call out the wolf spirit again and let Flandre try. The master instructed Qianjue to summon the wolf spirit again to test its mask. As expected, the wolf spirit's mask also had the same defensive and self-healing effects. Well, you can make good use of the wolf spirit's mask. In the future, add a course where you use the wolf spirit's mask to withstand various attacks. Then, the plan I laid out for you to add a defensive soul ring skill to the wolf spirit should be put on hold for now. The goal of obtaining soul rings this time is still the sheep spirit's endurance and the wolf spirit's toxin. Got it, master. Qianjue noted this in his mind. Well, you need to practice hard. In 4 years, I will have Tang San test you. You must be able to use the wolf spirit to withstand all his hidden weapons. In that case, perhaps we can save the configuration of this soul ring for other plans. Qianjue, Tang San's hidden weapons are not so easy to catch. To be continued. Chapter 29. Qingtang Beast, as the master gave his instructions. Several people slowly moved away from the landing site and approached the destination in the master's mind. For your second soul ring, I recommend the Qingtang Beast, the master said, carefully explaining the detailed information about the soul beast he recommended to Qianjue for the second soul ring of his yang spirit. This is a herbivorous soul beast with very strong vitality, relatively large in size, but very gentle. It has a pouch on its abdomen, where it secretes excess energy into a greenish liquid that is stored in the pouch. This fluid has strong healing effects, and when the Qingtang beast is injured, it absorbs the liquid from the pouch to heal itself. Of course, this liquid also has strong healing effects for soul masters, and it is referred to as Qingtang liquid by them. If a soul master is injured in the soul beast forest and can find a Qingtang beast, their chances of survival will greatly increase. However, the liquid is not easy to preserve. Once it leaves the pouch of the Qingtang beast, it quickly deteriorates and becomes ineffective. To date, there's been no method to store it long-term, so soul masters rarely capture this kind of soul beast. And there should be quite a few in the soul hunting forest. Additionally, this soul beast prefers to live in forests near water bodies. I just took a look from the air, and this area of the soul hunting forest is quite suitable. So we need to act a bit more discreetly from now on. Qianjue, send your wolf spirit to scout the area. All right, Qianjue replied and released his martial spirit. On the surface, he showed no change, but the wolf spirit was already hovering above him. Flandre watched Qianjue in the area above him, shaking his head after a while. Xiao Gang, this kid's martial spirit has a really strong invisibility ability. Even I couldn't detect it. The master's lips curled up slightly. Qianjue said that the reason the Qianjue martial spirit has this ability is that Qianjue symbolizes death. Only those nearing death can see it. If you can see it, it means you're not far from death. Pa. Then I probably won't see it in my lifetime. Don't curse me. Flandre and the master were quietly bantering when Qianjue suddenly stopped. Teacher, I think I found a Qingtang beast. Where? Look at how many stripes it has on its pouch. The master calmly taught Qianjue how to identify the age of the Qingtang beast. Qianjue controlled the wolf spirit to approach the Qingtang beast, which looked somewhat like a koala, but had a slightly bulging pouch on its belly. The greenish liquid inside could be seen faintly through its skin. The Qingtang beast did not look as silly as a koala. It was munching on plants while constantly turning its head to look around, showing high vigilance. However, even with its vigilance, it did not detect the presence of the wolf spirit when it approached. Teacher, it has 6 stripes on its pouch, 5 long and 1 short. That means this is a Qingtang beast over 500 years old. The stripes on the pouch are the best way to determine its age. One complete stripe represents 100 years. When it reaches 1,000 years, the stripes turn purple, and they gradually disappear as it ages. Don't focus on this Qianjue beast. Keep searching for one with 9 or 10 stripes. Understood, teacher. Qianjue replied and continued to control the wolf spirit to search. The master and Flender followed closely behind Qianjue, observing their surroundings. After more than an hour, Qianjue finally found another Qianjue beast still feeding in a dense forest. This Qianjue beast was significantly larger than the first one he spotted. After checking with the wolf spirit, Qianjue found that this Qianjue beast had more than 10 stripes on its pouch, and even the 10th stripe was nearly complete. Qianjue immediately reported his excitement to the master. After hearing this, the master decisively decided it was the one and instructed Qianjue to attempt to hunt it alone. Qianjue did not hesitate. Although he had no experience fighting with soul beasts close to 1,000 years old, he did not feel he had no chance. The previous 20-plus hunts had already made him understand the power of the Qianjue martial spirit in battle. Without saying much more to the master, Qianjue stretched out his left hand, and the Qianjue bow materialized. He crouched low and slowly approached the Qianjue beast. Flender released his martial spirit, concealed his presence, and slowly followed the master behind him. He did not object to the master's arrangement, even though he did not believe Qianjue could win this battle. It is known that a soul master at the 10th level can generally only deal with soul beasts under 300 years old. And even many soul masters who have reached the second ring find it easy to be counterattacked by a century-old soul beasts. It's not that they lack strength. It's because most soul masters at levels 10 to 20 are fresh graduates from the academy with little experience in life and death battles. When facing soul beasts that do not hold back and have various characteristics, they can easily be countered. Although Qianjue is extraordinarily talented, what he is facing now is a soul beast close to 1,000 years old, which typically requires a third-ring soul sovereign to match. However, since he is here, even if danger arises, he can respond in time, so he is not too worried. He just wants to see if Xiao Gang's word from last night were exaggerated. Just as Flender was pondering in his heart, Qianjue had already gradually approached the Qianjue beast. When he was about 100 meters away, he quietly stopped. This was the optimal attack distance for his light arrow. If he were any further, the soul power on the light arrow would quickly dissipate, reducing its power. If he were too close, it would negate the advantage of long-range archery. So this position was just right. Qianjue raised the Qianjue bow, aimed slightly, and shot a light arrow, hitting the unprepared Qianjue beast's pouch from the side. The light arrow exploded on the pouch, creating a large hole, and the greenish Qianjue liquid mixed with fresh red blood flowed out, dyeing the Qianjue beast's fur brown. The attacked Qianjue beast was initially stunned, then lowered its head to see the pouch that had been hit by the light arrow. When it discovered the pouch had been blown open and that the Qianjue liquid and blood were flowing out, it let out a startled cry and hurriedly tried to plug the hole with its short arms, but couldn't reach it. Just then, another light arrow shot towards its eyes. This time, it was somewhat alert and managed to turn its head slightly, resulting in the light arrow hitting its ear, blowing off half of it. It was momentarily dazed, looking down at the leaking Qianjue liquid and the damaged pouch. Its eyes began to redden, and its small eyes fiercely turned towards Qianjue. Then, in his line of sight, another white light came rushing in. This time, the Qianjue beast was completely enraged. Lowering its head, it braced its hard forehead against this attack and quickly scurried with its short legs towards Qianjue. During its charge, Qianjue tried to shoot 2 more arrows at it, but it twisted its body, and the arrows hit its forehead. Despite being hit by 3 light arrows in a row, its forehead didn't even bleed. Boom! The Qianjue beast crashed into the large tree behind where Qianjue had just been standing, causing a significant dent in the trunk, and countless branches and leaves fell. Qianjue had already jumped away 2 seconds before the impact, landing on another tree nearby. The Qianjue beast looked up, its angry little eyes glaring at Qianjue, locking onto his position. The next second, it quickly charged to the base of the tree, where Qianjue stood and began to climb up towards him. The Qianjue beast was also an expert at climbing trees. However, Qianjue was not worried at all. Standing on the branch, he shot a light arrow at the rapidly climbing Qianjue beast, seemingly trying to stop it from coming closer. Such an obvious attack clearly posed no threat to the Qingnong beast. It merely paused for a moment, missed a light arrow shot by Qianjue, and after locking onto Qianjue with its resentful eyes again, it quickly clawed a couple of times and leaped towards him. Qianjue remained standing on the branch, his masked face showing no expression. He did not dodge, but raised the Qianjue bow again, pulling back his right hand, forming a light arrow. It seemed he intended to confront the Qingnong beast head-on. Time slowed as the figure of the Qingnong beast drew closer to Qianjue. Just as it was about to collide with the human who had damaged its pouch, even the gentle Qingnong beast revealed a hint of cruelty in its small eyes. As long as it struck the human, with their fragile body, it would mean death. Although the human still held a bow and arrow, it had already felt that attack. As long as it didn't hit its eyes directly, with its vitality, it posed no real threat. Closer, even closer. The Qingnong beast had already raised its claws. But suddenly, it felt something collide with its body. Before it could lower its head to check the situation, a sharp pain shot through its abdomen, the intensity causing its mind to go blank for a moment. No, a strong desire to survive jolted it back to awareness, reminding it that it was still in battle. However, just as it opened its eyes, the blinding light became the last scene it would ever see. Bang! The corpse of the Qingnong beast fell from the air, crashing to the ground, lifeless. The light arrow had pierced through its eye socket, directly shattering its brain. Even though it was known for its vitality, there was no possibility of survival. Qianjue stood on the branch, feeling the enhancement brought by the Qianjue seal. This comprehensive boost to his body and even soul brought him an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Seeing the battle was over, the master and Flander approached, and Qianjue jumped down from the tree. Not bad, the master praised. Even with his high standards, he felt Qianjue performed exceptionally well in this battle. Whether it was the earlier tactic of luring the beast up the tree or the precise timing of the fatal strike. Qianjue removed his mask, revealing a happy smile. "All right, absorb it. We will help you, guard." "Okay," Qianjue replied, sitting cross-legged and beginning to repeat the actions he hadn't done in 2 years. To be continued. Chapter 30. Soul Skills and Soul Bones. The warm sensation continued to permeate most of the time during this soul ring absorption. It was only in the final stage, as the energy in the Qingnong B-soul ring was gradually absorbed by Qianjue, that he felt a slight pain in his meridians. This pain was not like the resistance from the remnants of the soul when Tang San and the others absorbed soul rings, but rather a response from his body to the overwhelming influx of foreign soul power, telling him that he could no longer absorb anymore. Fortunately, he had already reached the final stage, and after a moment of persistence, he managed to get through it. By the time he woke up, his forehead was slightly damp with sweat. When the master saw Qianjue waking up, he let out a long sigh of relief. Although it was not Qianjue's first time absorbing a soul ring beyond the age limit, the last time he only exceeded it by a few decades, while this time it was over 200 years. Despite various research theories suggesting it was safe, the actual results still needed to be observed in practice. How was it? Was the pressure during the absorption intense? A bit. Qianjue relayed his feelings during the soul ring absorption to the master and the others, then said with some concern, "Master, can I absorb 1,000-year soul ring?" I felt some reactions in my body even before reaching 1,000 years. ISNT it said that soul rings over 1,000 years undergo a qualitative change. What if I can't handle it? Qianjue was somewhat hesitant. He wasn't the type to challenge himself excessively and didn't have a perfectionist complex. He could accept the second soul ring of 800 or 900 years. After all, that would still place him above 99% of soul masters. "Don't worry, it's fine." The master patted Qianjue's shoulder. "We just need to absorb the soul bone earlier." This soul bone was originally meant to solidify the soul power you gain after absorbing 2 soul rings. But now it seems we'll need to use it sooner. I underestimated the pressure that multiple soul rings and exceeding age limits would put on your body. It seems that your Qianjue seal must be seamlessly enhanced in the future to withstand the added pressure from soul rings. We can't rely on soul bones for every remedy. Qianjue nodded in agreement. "All right, let us see your second soul skill." Qianjue nodded, released his martial soul. and canceled the effect of Qianjue's concealment. The sheep spirit's phantom appeared and attached itself to Qianjue. The ancient and mysterious mask obscured his features, and through the eye holes of the mask, two faint blue flames gazed at the master and Flender, while two yellow soul rings slowly rotated beneath the feet of the sheep spirit. Nearby, the wolf spirit floated silently, its eyes behind the Qianjue mask, making it impossible to discern its intentions, with a yellow soul ring radiating brilliance beneath it. Is this what you call the Qianjue martial soul? Flender looked at the sheep spirit and the wolf spirit in surprise. Although the master had described the Qianjue martial soul in detail to him yesterday, he had never seen it in person. Now, witnessing the miraculous existence and mysterious appearance of the Qianjue martial soul, along with the dual soul ring, he truly appreciated its power. Yes, this is the Qianjue martial soul, a miraculous martial soul. It really is a miracle. Flender murmured, Master, this soul ring is indeed a sustainability type. At that moment, Qianjue suddenly spoke, excitedly addressing the master. Oh, tell me about it. The master seemed eager. Qianjue didn't keep them in suspense and immediately said, the new second soul skill I obtained is called Bai Tong. After using this skill, my next attack will react with the enemy's soul power, providing me with a certain healing effect and returning some soul power. As Qianjue spoke, he summoned the Qianjue bow, and with a flick of his right hand, a light arrow appeared. However, this time, the light arrow was different. It was no longer milky white, but shimmered with a greenish-blue glow. Qianjue's arrow initially had no target, but after a moment's thought, he pointed it at Flender. Flender was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled, beckoning him with his hand. Whoosh! The light arrow made a sharp sound as it cut through the air before Flender casually caught it, causing it to explode. Flender pinched his hand. I lost a bit of soul power. For a typical Great Soul Master, it might be about 1/10 of their total soul power. This soul skill used about 1/20 of my soul power. After hitting, the returned soul power was about half of what I consumed. As for the healing, since I wasn't injured, the effect wasn't very profound. I just felt a bit lighter. It seems this soul skill is quite good. The consumption isn't high, and it can also reduce the opponent's soul power. I estimate the recovery amount 1T be very large, but shouldn't be weak either. It counts as a very powerful soul skill. Alright, we can test the specific healing effect later. Now, let us absorb that soul bone. The master contemplated the ability of the soul skill for a moment before setting it aside, preparing for Qianjue to absorb the soul bone. Okay, master. Qianjue complied and took out the left leg bone he obtained from the spirit-tailed fox. This left leg bone looked unremarkable, only about 5 centimeters long, and could only be described as small and exquisite. Flender shook his head and exclaimed, My first soul bone was obtained when I was over level 50. This kid's martial soul is too abnormal. Holding the soul bone, Qianjue slightly guided his soul power, and the bone seemed to activate, trembling slightly before beginning to emit a faint blue-green light. As Qianjue continued to inject soul power into the soul bone, the emitted light grew brighter until it transformed into a cyan glow. Then, the light seemed to dissipate like smoke, flowing through Qianjue's fingers and falling onto his left leg, as if being attracted by it. Cool and comfortable. In contrast to the warm feeling during the soul ring absorption, a similarly pleasant sensation flowed from Qianjue's left leg throughout his body. He involuntarily closed his eyes and began to feel it carefully. As time passed, the light emanating from the soul bone gradually weakened until the last trace of light flowed out. The small and exquisite left leg bone silently shattered into ashes in Qianjue's hand, drifting away with the wind, and Qianjue opened his eyes. He stood up, stomped his foot, feeling the powerful sensation in his left leg, and couldn't help but laugh joyfully. He quickly turned to look at the master, wanting to share his happiness. The master also smiled and nodded at him. So, did this soul bone grant you any skills? Yes, master. This left leg bone has a lightness skill that allows me to adjust my weight. As Qianjue spoke, he activated the skill of the left leg bone, and he immediately felt his body lighten a bit. After jumping a few times and feeling a higher jump than usual, he increased his soul power output until he felt the limit, then carefully checked again, discovering that his weight was only about 30% of what it usually was. Qianjue excitedly relayed this data to the master, who nodded. That's a good skill. Although it seems like a simple effect, its impact won't be small. The simplest benefit is that it can increase your agility. What about soul power consumption? Does it require additional soul power to activate? Is there any cooldown time after activation and deactivation? Qianjue assessed the soul power consumption and tested the various points the master mentioned, replying, "The soul power consumption increases with the decrease in weight. If I maintain the minimum 30% weight adjustment, my soul power can last about half an hour. There is no soul power required to turn on or off, and no cooldown time." Hearing this, the master's smile widened even more. Your skill can be considered quite impressive, but there is one thing. Although this skill allows you to become more agile in battle, it also reduces your destructive power. Therefore, you need to add another item to your training course, which is to be able to switch the lightness skill on and off at any time during combat. Once you can control your weight to the desired level with just a thought, this course can be considered complete. Understood, teacher. Qianjue nodded in agreement. All right, let's stop here for today and prepare to set up camp. We will rest here tonight. Set up camp. Qianjue was a bit confused and was about to ask when his peripheral vision caught sight of the sun about to set. Absorbing a soul bone is not as quick as absorbing a soul ring. You have already done it quite fast in just half a day. The master noticed Qianjue's confusion and reminded him from the side. All right, to be continued. Chapter 31. Joining the next day. After resting for a night, the three masters prepared to continue their journey. This time their goal was a soul beast called the ink phosphor scorpion. The ink phosphor scorpion prefers to live in marshy areas and feeds on water snakes. Its body is covered with black scales, providing excellent defense. Most importantly, the poison of the ink phosphor scorpion aligns perfectly with the toxin we need. A soul master stung by the ink phosphor scorpion's tail initially shows no obvious reaction, but if not treated promptly within 10 minutes, they will gradually lose various motor abilities and eventually suffocate to death due to inability to breathe. Therefore, I believe this toxin effect is quite suitable for your wolf spirit. What do you think? So next, are we heading to the marsh in the soul-hunting forest? Qianjue naturally had no objections to the master's choice. In fact, the ink phosphor scorpion was also one of the target soul beasts for his wolf spirit's second spirit ring. This kind of petrifying neurotoxin effect is often better than blood toxins in many cases. By the way, when we reach the marsh area, remember to look for Bai Ling flowers during the exploration. This plant is entirely green with triangular petals, and it counters the ink phosphor scorpion. When its roots are ground into a paste and applied to the sting site, it can significantly reduce the effects of the scorpion's toxin. We can search for it just in case. Okay, teacher. Qianjue responded and then silently noted it down. This knowledge was something he encountered for the first time, and it might come in handy someday. The marsh was not far from where Qianjue and the others had hunted the blue bag beast yesterday, as the marsh was at the end of a river's tributary. After being flown a distance by Flander, the two walked for about half an hour and arrived at the marsh in the soul-hunting forest. The marsh in the soul-hunting forest was not large. After all, it was just a soul beast forest cultivated by the Empire. Many of the terrains inside were not naturally formed, but developed by the Empire to accommodate various soul beasts. After crossing a muddy path, the three slowly entered the marsh. The master held a long stick, leading the way, carefully guiding Qianjue through the marsh. With every step, he would poke the ground ahead with the stick to ensure it was solid before lightly stepping on it. Flander casually followed behind, and after a while, they hadn't gone very far. In such marshy areas, it was essential to confirm that the path ahead was indeed passable before stepping on it. One must not judge solely by sight, as what you see may just be a layer of mud with soft sludge underneath, especially in grassy areas. Of course, you have the lightweight skill from your soul bone, which is a significant advantage in this terrain. Many places that cannot support a normal person's weight can be used to your benefit. So if you encounter an enemy you can't handle, and there's such terrain nearby, you could try to lure them into fighting in that area, which will definitely give you a great advantage. I've noted that, teacher. Flander, keep an eye out for signs of burrows around. The ink phosphor scorpion is not small, and the paths it leaves, especially in this marshy soft land, will have many small holes made by its tiny legs. These small holes recover quickly, so as long as we can find these signs, we can quickly lock onto our target. While the master shared his experience with Qianjue, explaining how to navigate and fight in this terrain, he called on Flander to help look for signs of the ink phosphor scorpion. Flander's somewhat lazy eyes scanned the surroundings and quickly spotted several traces as described by the master. Found it. There are a few, but they're a bit far away. I estimate that by the time you walk over, it might take more than half an hour. I say, Xiao Gang, why not tell me how to determine the age of the ink phosphor scorpion, and I'll just catch one back. Even if I want to train this kid, it won't hurt to skip this time. He'll have his chance to hunt with me later. Flander said to the master about what he observed, but as he spoke, he made a suggestion. The master looked at Flander in surprise, then turned to Qianjue, who shrugged. He had no objections. Whether he did it himself or waited for Flander to help, he would still be the one absorbing the spirit ring in the end. After a moment of confusion, the master suddenly shook his head in realization and smiled. I was too obsessed, expecting you to become an independent soul master. So I required you to do everything by yourself. But you don't need to do that right now. What do we teachers exist for? Flander, let's officially let Qianjue join our academy now. Upon hearing the master's words, Flander immediately understood the meaning behind them, due to years of tacit understanding. He stepped forward and stood in front of Qianjue. Kid, you heard that earlier. You'll be following me to my academy for your studies. Now let me introduce my academy to you. Listen carefully. My academy is called Shrek Academy, which I founded 16 years ago. You should know what Shrek is. It's known as the monster among soul beasts. As the name suggests, my Shrek Academy only recruits monsters. Since its establishment, Shrek Academy has admitted a total of 41 students, but only 14 have successfully graduated. The rest either did not meet the graduation requirements or died in the hunt for soul beasts. However, the 14 who graduated from our academy are now all somewhat famous figures in various places. As Flander spoke, he proudly lifted his head, waiting to hear Qianjue's admiration. Unexpectedly, Qianjue just looked at him and remained silent, causing him to awkwardly continue. Ahem, do you know why only 14 graduated? Because my graduation requirement is to reach level 41 in soul rank before the age of 20. If you can't reach level 41, you're just a weakling outside, bringing shame to my Shrek Academy. After finishing, Flander noticed that Qianjue still showed no signs of praise and continued seriously. So from now on, you are officially joining our Shrek Academy. You are a student of my Shrek Academy now. With you added, there are a total of 3 students in the academy. The other 2 are a bit older than you, and you'll meet them later. Okay, Dean, please guide me more in the future. Hearing this, Qianjue finally reacted, responding and deeply bowing to Flander. Good. Seeing Qianjue finally speak, Flander happily patted his shoulder. So for this old beast hunt, I will help you out. Consider it your enrollment benefit. As Flander said this, he released his martial spirit. 2 wings sprang out from his back, grabbing one person with each hand. He kicked off the ground and flew low with the 2. Xiao Gang, tell me how to determine the age of the ink phosphor scorpion. Look at the color of the segments on the scorpion's tail. The ink phosphor scorpion's tail is divided into 10 segments with 9 rings. White indicates 100 years. Dark green indicates 1,000 years, and there are a few that indicate several years. What you need to look for is an ink phosphor scorpion with all 9 segments on the tail white or 1 segment purple with the rest transparent. The master, being held by Flander and flying quickly, shouted back against the wind. Good. Flander responded and descended. In less than a minute, they returned to the starting point after covering a distance that took the master half an hour to walk. You 2 wait for me here. I'll be back soon. After leaving the 2, Flander did not rest and immediately turned around, plunging back into the marsh. If it's to train Qianjue, then naturally he can't release his aura, as all these low-level soul beasts would hide away. But now that he is taking action to capture them, he doesn't need to worry so much. No matter how these soul beasts hide, they can't escape his pursuit. Seeing Flander vanish in the blink of an eye, the master patted Qianjue's head. You see, this is the gap between us and the soul sage. It takes us half an hour, while they can finish it in half a minute. Therefore, the level of soul power is the essence of our strength as soul masters. The techniques I teach you may help you gain an advantage among peers, but they are definitely not enough for you to fight across levels. So in the future, when you encounter opponents who are more than one level higher than you, definitely do not be blindly arrogant. Remember, no one in this world has better talent than you. As long as you are given time, you can surpass any of them. Therefore, survive. No matter what, make survival your ultimate goal. Do you understand? I understand, teacher, Qianjue said seriously, looking at the master. Good. You're not the kind of person who is overly competitive, so as long as you pay attention to a few things, you should be fine. In the future, when I'm not around, if there's anything you don't understand, just ask Flender. Although he doesn't study martial souls as thoroughly as I do, at his level of strength, he can have a more direct understanding of many things. His explanations might even be better than mine. Also, remember that your main goal in these years is to hunt soul beasts and seamlessly stack your Qianjue seal to strengthen your body. The soul rings you acquire afterwards will have higher years, and the pressure you bear when adding soul rings will also increase. So the stacking of the Qianjue seal must not be neglected. Of course, the accumulation of knowledge cannot be forgotten either. As the master spoke, he took out several stacks of books and notes from his wristband and placed them on the ground. This is what I've organized for you. The things you need to study next. The specific times for what to look at are written in the first notebook. You just need to roughly follow the plan I've set for you. Gulp. Qianjue looked at the stacks of books and swallowed hard. But he still obediently stored them all in the soul guide device. To be continued. Chapter 32. The second soul skill of the wolf spirit. Additionally, the courses I set for you, you can train at your own pace. As long as you achieve the goals I've set for you, you can stop. Don't lose contact with me over the years. Write to me once a month to report your progress. If your soul power reaches level 30, don't rush to have Flander take you to obtain a soul ring. I will personally come to supervise you. I understand, teacher. Qianjue nodded, memorizing the master's words. Just then, before the master could say anything more, a sound of breaking air came, and Flander descended, holding a scorpion the size of a dog in each hand. Look, this one is 900 years old, and this one is 1,000 years old. Xiao Gang, tell me if I caught them right. Flander raised the two dizzy scorpions for the master to inspect. The master, not caring to say anything more, hurriedly bent down to check the two black-scaled scorpions that Flander had caught. The ages are correct. Xiaoju, come and absorb this 1,000-year-old one. Don't worry, you have a soul bone now, so this absorption shouldn't be a problem. Okay, I will finally experience the pain of absorbing a soul ring. Qianjue sighed, but still took out a dagger and plunged it into the eye of the black-scaled scorpion, ending the life of this 1,000-year-old soul beast. Soon, a purple soul ring slowly floated up from the corpse. Seeing that the other black-scaled scorpion was useless, Flander casually tossed the 900-year-old one away, sending it flying over 10 meters. After being thrown like this, the black-scaled scorpion woke up and quickly scuttled away using its 8 legs. Sitting cross-legged, Qianjue adjusted his state, released his martial soul, and slightly stirred the soul ring. The purple soul ring immediately floated toward the wolf spirit beside him. The purple soul ring enveloped the wolf spirit, and Qianjue immediately felt the familiar warmth again, but this time, the warmth was too intense and gradually turned into a scorching heat over time, as the soul ring infused into the wolf spirit. The feeling of swelling pain he experienced when absorbing the soul ring yesterday also became increasingly intense. Finally, when Qianjue felt he could no longer bear the pressure, a cool sensation suddenly spread through his left leg, and the swelling pain throughout his body seemed to find an outlet, all converging toward his left leg. The scorching heat gradually dissipated, returning to warmth. Huff! The master, who had been closely observing, saw Qianjue's expression finally relax and let out a sigh of relief. This indicated that the absorption of the soul ring had been successful. They just needed to wait for Qianjue to wake up. Sure enough, not long after, Qianjue's tightly closed eyes trembled, and then he slowly opened them. Standing up from the ground, feeling the significant improvement in his physical fitness and soul power, Qianjue couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, there is a qualitative difference between a 1,000-year soul ring and a 100-year soul ring. Just the enhancement to physical attributes far exceeds the 900-year soul ring I absorbed yesterday. Hee hee, and there's the soul skill. The soul skill attached to the 1,000-year soul ring is definitely much stronger than that of the 100-year soul ring. Let me see what surprise your first 1,000-year soul ring skill can bring us. Hearing Qianjue's exclamation, the master responded, "All right, let me take a look." Qianjue closed his eyes and sensed the wolf spirit's second soul skill. After a while, he opened his eyes, filled with astonishment. "Teacher, this second soul skill is quite simple and direct, and it's somewhat different from what we envisioned." How is it different? Is it worse or better? It should be better. This second soul skill is a passive type, with just one effect. Anyone bitten by the wolf spirit will have their physical reaction speed reduced by 20% for 1 minute, directly reducing physical reaction speed by 20%. How can that be? The master was taken aback upon hearing the effect of this soul skill, murmuring to himself, "Teacher, isn't it true that those struck by the black-scaled scorpion gradually lose their ability to move? This is precisely the effect of the black-scaled scorpion's poison. Reducing the opponent's reaction speed by 20% seems quite good to me," Qianjue said, somewhat puzzled by the master's confusion. "Not just good, but very good. If I'm not mistaken, the effect of your ability to reduce reaction speed may have a very high priority. Flander, why don't you give it a try?" The master stroked his chin, looking somewhat perplexed. "Try it then. What am I afraid of? Xiaoju, come on, let me try your wolf spirit." Flander boldly extended an arm. "All right." Qianjue smiled in response, imagining Flander getting the short end of the stick later. Releasing his martial soul, the wolf spirit appeared. Under Qianjue's control, the wolf spirit quickly moved to Flander's side and bit his outstretched arm. However, the expected situation did not occur. It was not Flander who was in pain, but Qianjue. Cough, cough, cough. The backlash from the soul power transmitted from the wolf spirit made him cough uncontrollably. "Oh, I forgot to remove my protective soul power," Flander said with a sly smile. Looking at the awkward Qianjue, coughing and bent over, Qianjue gave Flander the middle finger in exasperation at his teasing. Come on. This time I promise to remove the soul power." The wolf spirit floated over again, this time not using as much force, just lightly grazing Flander's hand with its teeth. Drawing a little blood. "Wow, Xiao Gang, does it hurt this much?" Flander exclaimed, clutching the scratched area and gritting his teeth as he called out to the master. "How much can it hurt? You have no willpower at all. Hurry up and check how much effect Xiaojue's soul skill has left." Flander, speechless, mimicked Qianjue's earlier gesture and gave the master the middle finger. Although he didn't know what the gesture meant, it seemed to express his feelings quite well. As the pain gradually faded, Flander sensed his physical condition and couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, this soul skill is quite strong. Even with such a level difference, it still has about 5% effect. 5% left? Indeed, that's a significant difference," the master murmured. "Teacher, have you made any discoveries?" Qianjue felt that the master had been acting somewhat unusual since earlier. The master looked at Qianjue and Flander's side and said somewhat dejectedly, "It's fine to tell you. Xiaojue's soul skill effect has already exceeded my expectations. The ability to reduce reaction speed is clearly a compressed version of the black-scaled scorpion's poison ability. Although it weakens the potency of the poison, it eliminates the time it takes for the poison to take effect, changing it from a gradual effect to an immediate one. Moreover, it's obvious that the priority of this poison effect has greatly increased. If the absorbed effect was solely based on the black-scaled scorpion's poison ability, it could reduce a person's mobility to the point of suffocation. For Xiaojue's current soul power, achieving an effect on a level 50 Soul King would be remarkable. Yet now, Xiaojue's soul skill effect can even have some impact on a soul sage like Flander. Furthermore, as Xiaojue's soul power increases, if it were completely derived from the black-scaled scorpion's poison ability, the effect would surely diminish over time. However, this current ability, if my speculation is correct, is related to Xiaojue's soul power level. If Xiaojue's soul power reaches the soul sage level, I believe the effect on Flander would also reach 20%. Isn't that great? This skill is extremely powerful. Why are you still conflicted? Shouldn't you be happy? Flander couldn't understand why the master was acting this way. It should be a good thing. But have you noticed that the 4 soul rings Xiaojue has obtained so far? The abilities are very powerful. I feel that this is no longer just the result of my research. It is likely that it is the strength of Qianjue's martial soul that has led to the formation of such soul skills. When we hunt for soul rings, we don't just look at their age. We also need to choose the appropriate soul beasts. This is because different soul beasts have their own distinct characteristics, and the soul skills we acquire are mostly related to these characteristics. However, if you look at Qianjue's soul skill this time, although the effect obtained is still related to the poison of the ink phosphor scorpion, it has altered the toxic effect, making it more suitable for Qianjue's wolf spirit. As if Qianjue's martial soul looks down on the poison of the ink scale scorpion. The master shook his head as he spoke, squinting his eyes, combining this with examples I knew before. Both the black iron stick and the dragon staff are weapon martial souls that absorb soul rings from similar soul beasts of comparable ages. Yet the soul skills formed are completely different. I used to think this was because each soul beast is unique, and the formation of soul skills is an uncertain result. But now it seems that the soul skills formed by the dragon staff are indeed stronger. This is likely because the dragon staff martial soul itself is more powerful than the black iron stick martial soul. The master said, clapping his hands with excitement. This allows us to make a hypothesis. The formation of soul skills, the type and age of the soul beasts are indeed very important factors. But the martial soul of the absorber also plays some unknown role. If I can research the mechanism of this effect of martial souls, then my theory of the 10 core competitive strengths of martial souls will become 11. To be continued. Chapter 33. Return isn't the 11th great? This way you have another goal. So what are you really struggling with? Flanders still didn't understand why the master seemed a bit down earlier. However, after Flanders asked, the master's earlier excitement immediately faded. But this only further demonstrates the importance of talent. Even if you go to great lengths to obtain soul rings from soul beasts of the same age as others, if your martial soul is inferior to theirs, they will still be stronger than you. If the research results are indeed like this, once made public, many who awaken poor martial souls might give up on their lives. Sigh talent. The master sighed deeply. Seeing the master like this, Flanders knew he was struggling with his martial soul again. Well, Xiaojing, what about your other student, that kid named Tang San? Didn't you say that even with a useless martial soul like Blue Silvergrass, he could unleash powers far beyond ordinary martial souls? How do you explain that? Xiao San. The master was momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal after Flanders' question. Moreover, aren't there plenty of examples of the weak overcoming the strong? Over the years, how many top talents have been surpassed and died in competition by those of average talent? Xiaojing, I think you're just being stubborn. The master was stunned by Flanders' words, and after a long silence, he finally smiled. Huh, yes. You make a good point. I've been stubborn. Let's not talk about this anymore. Qianjue, let's name your second soul skill for your wolf spirit. Qianjue, who had been quietly listening, immediately said, Do NP. Teacher, what do you think of this name? The master repeated, shaking his head, unsure where Qianjue came up with such a strange name. Forget it. I can't grasp your thoughts, but if you like the name Do NP, then let's go with it. All right, our soul ring acquisition this time was very successful. Let's pack up and return to the academy. Flanders, you can fly us back directly. It'll be quicker that way. Flanders rolled his eyes at the master's words. You really know how to give orders. But despite the complaints, Flanders immediately released his cat-eagle martial soul. All right, quickly take out your things. Just as Qianjue was puzzled, he saw the master take out a piece of equipment from his wrist ring, which looked like a safety harness used in bungee jumping in his past life. Seeing Qianjue's curiosity, the master explained, My level is too low, and my soul power is insufficient to support being flown by Flanders for a long time. So I made this thing. Once secured, I only need to use my soul power to resist the strong winds, without having to spend energy maintaining the weight on my arms. As the master spoke, he clumsily put on the equipment. By the time he was done, he looked more like a wrapped dumpling, his whole body surrounded by wide ropes. Seeing him like this, Qianjue couldn't help but laugh. Teacher, I think you might as well go back and let Xiaosan design something for you. You know, he has quite a bit of research on this kind of thing, and it would definitely be better than what you have now. Okay, I'll consider it. The master replied expressionlessly, handing the main rope of the equipment to Flanders. After taking the rope, Flanders wrapped it around his right hand twice, then scooped up Qianjue and held him in his arms. All right, let's go. After calling out, Flanders took a couple of steps and flapped his wings, quickly taking the master and Qianjue up into the sky. Thus, for the next 2 hours or so, Qianjue spent his time enjoying the terrain and scenery from high above. Fortunately, he had the Qianjue mask, which could block the strong winds at high altitudes. Otherwise, he would have to constantly use soul power to resist the winds like the master. Finally, after enduring 2 hours of strong winds, Flanders landed the master and Qianjue at Notting Academy. After arriving at the academy, the master took Flanders back to his residence, presumably to give some instructions. Qianjue returned to his dormitory, collected some of his belongings into his soul guide device, and then headed to the back mountain of the school to find Tang San and Xiao Wu. They usually practiced there in the afternoons when they had no classes. Sure enough, when Qianjue arrived at the back mountain, he found Tang San and Xiao Wu practicing together. Seeing Qianjue, they both stopped and greeted him excitedly. Yu ye, yu ye. Although their tones were different, it was clear they were very excited. How was it? Was the soul skill you got this time powerful? Tang San came up and asked with a smile. Yeah, let us see. You've become a great soul master. And Xiao San and I haven't even broken through to level 20 yet. Sure, how about you give it a try yourselves? But I must say first, Xiao San, you can't use your hidden weapons. All right. Xiao San has always stopped me from competing with you. I want to see just how strong you are. Xiao San, come on. Before Tang San could speak, Xiao Wu had already agreed, and, while releasing her martial soul, charged straight at Qianjue. Qianjue didn't dare to be careless. He didn't want to experience Xiao Wu's soft techniques, so he immediately released his martial soul and used the first soul skill of the goat spirit, Qianjue's Bao, which quickly condensed in his left hand. However, because Xiao Wu had taken the initiative by the time Qianjue's Bao had condensed, Xiao Wu had already reached his side. With a twist of her neck, her braid wrapped around Qianjue's neck. If he were facing a real enemy, Qianjue would definitely use Qianjue's Bao to counter, and with the sharp edge of the Bao, Xiao Wu's braid would not last long. But Qianjue certainly couldn't destroy Xiao Wu's braid. Otherwise, she would hate him forever. So he hurriedly dodged aside. However, just as he moved, a bundle of blue-silver grass quickly entangled around him. Fortunately, Qianjue now had the attributes of 4 soul rings. Just as the blue-silver grass was about to touch him, he twisted his waist and turned, just avoiding the blue-silver grass. But unexpectedly, a sudden pulling force appeared, hindering him for a moment, causing him to be entangled by the blue-silver grass around his legs. Immediately afterward, several thick blue-silver grasses sprang up from beneath him, tying him up tightly. It was exactly Tang San's first soul skill, Control Crane and Capture Dragon, from the Xiantian treasure record. Seeing Qianjue entangled by Tang San, Xiao Wu quickly approached him. She wouldn't miss such an opportunity to hit a punching bag. Just as Xiao Wu was about to attack, Qianjue quickly released his left hand, letting Qianjue's Bao fall. However, just as it was about to hit the ground, Qianjue's Bao seemed to come alive, quickly rising up, slicing through the air, and forcing Xiao Wu, who was about to reach him, back. Then, with a few more moves, the blue-silver grass that had been entangling Qianjue snapped and fell to the ground like ropes. With a quick grab, Qianjue took Qianjue's Bao back in his hand, lightly jumped, turned in midair, and quickly fired 2 arrows at the still-standing Xiao Wu and Tang San. Tang San hurriedly used Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps, pulling the Dai Xiao Wu to dodge the light arrows. And after being pulled by Tang San, Xiao Wu also regained her senses and loudly complained. What the heck? Zhuge, your Bao can move on its own. Qianjue landed on a tree, his masked face revealing no expression, and he didn't reply. Instead, he shot 2 more arrows toward Xiao Wu. Qianjue's Bao's light arrows were now Qianjue's main attack capability, and this was the skill he had trained the most over the past 2 years. So his accuracy and speed in shooting were not slow at all. Just a few arrows started to force Xiao Wu into a tight spot. Seeing this, Tang San had no choice but to abandon his plan to approach Qianjue alone and turn to pull Xiao Wu while dodging and gradually moving closer to Qianjue. Thanks to Tang San's ghostly shadow, Qianjue was unable to predict their route. Otherwise, if the two were together, they would likely be shot with arrows even faster. However, Tang San and Xiao Wu were not without the ability to resist. Just as they got within a certain distance, and Qianjue released an arrow, Tang San suddenly exerted force and used a hidden weapon technique to throw Xiao Wu out. As Xiao Wu flew through the air, she narrowly brushed past Qianjue's light arrow and quickly charged towards him. She focused intently on Qianjue's movements, concentrating to prepare for dodging Qianjue's Qianjue Bao. As long as she could evade Qianjue's first counterattack and successfully make contact with his body, she was confident she could win this contest. To be continued. Chapter 34 Departure. Qianjue stared wide-eyed at the flying Xiao Wu, really wanting to let the lurking wolf spirit intercept her mid-air. However, he ultimately couldn't bring himself to do it. With a light sigh, he retreated backward, leaving the tree trunk and falling straight down. As Qianjue fell from the tree trunk, he glanced down to find a good landing spot, only to see Tang San standing under the tree, holding the Haotian hammer. Tang San's gaze was intense as he fixed his eyes on the descending Qianjue, the Haotian hammer lowered and ready to strike upward. Damn! This cunning Tang San actually used Xiao Wu as bait. In a flash, Qianjue guessed Tang San's plan. Just now, Tang San had thrown Xiao Wu over, clearly not expecting her to get close to him. He knew the wolf spirit was certainly hiding nearby. By throwing Xiao Wu over like that, he was betting that Qianjue wouldn't allow Xiao Wu to be hurt, while he took the opportunity to ambush Qianjue when he was focused on Xiao Wu. Damn, scheming bastard. After mentally scolding Tang San, Qianjue noticed Tang San waiting for him like a predator. He pulled his right hand to the side, activating his agility. His figure halted mid-air. Then, using a sudden kick, he propelled himself off the wolf spirit and crossed over Tang San, landing a short distance behind him, successfully evading Tang San's ambush. However, this time, Qianjue didn't increase the distance, but instead beckoned Tang San with a bend of his fingers, signaling him to come at him. He wanted to test how well his close combat abilities would fare against Tang San. In terms of combat skills, Qianjue couldn't match Tang San. The techniques passed down from the Tang sect were honed through countless battles, while Qianjue's skills were self-taught and derived from his experiences fighting soul beasts over the past 2 years. In terms of strength, Tang San's top-tier strength-type martial soul, the Haotian hammer, combined with his regular forging training, made his strength superior to that of other soul masters of the same level. Even with 4 soul rings, Qianjue couldn't overpower Tang San, and without a crushing advantage, Tang San could use his skills to offset some of the disadvantages, preventing himself from being quickly defeated by Qianjue. Sure enough, after exchanging a few moves with Tang San, Qianjue found that although he had the upper hand in various attributes, every time he was about to subdue Tang San could skillfully maneuver his way out of danger. Tang San's persistence prevented Qianjue from quickly taking him down, buying Xiao Wu time to enter the fray. After dodging Qianjue's attacks twice in a row, Xiao was a bit displeased. After landing on a branch, she immediately jumped down and charged towards Qianjue and Tang San. This time, Qianjue found it impossible to create distance, as he was entangled with Tang San. Although he knew that facing both Tang San and Xiao meant he was outnumbered, he wasn't afraid and thought of it as a chance to see how far he could push himself. As Xiao Wu joined the battle, the situation unfolded just as Qianjue had anticipated. He quickly transitioned from suppressing Tang San to a defensive stance. The combination of Tang San's techniques and Xiao Wu's graceful skills, along with Qianjue's hesitance to carelessly use the Thousand-Ju Bao and the wolf spirit, led to bang, thud, after being pounded by their punches and kicks. Qianjue was thrown into the tree trunk by Xiao Wu's waist throw. Ouch! Are you trying to kill me? Qianjue slowly stood up, leaning against the tree trunk and carefully moving his twisted body. Fortunately, when he was thrown, he had used his agility to minimize his weight, which caused Xiao Wu's finishing move to lose its intended effect. At this moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu realized they had used too much force and hurried over to check on Qianjue's injuries. Seeing that he only had minor scrapes, Xiao Wu couldn't help but slap Qianjue's arm, saying, "Ha, Brother Ju, you have great potential as a punching bag. That felt so good today. We should train together more often." Qianjue looked at Xiao Wu with a straight face. "Humph, you think so? I see you've forgotten my ultimate move. My butt hurts. As Qianjue mentioned his ultimate move, Xiao gasped and hid behind Tang's San. It was not surprising she reacted this way. Over the past 2 years, Qianjue had used this move to discipline quite a few people. At least in Nodding Academy, hardly anyone dared to seek attention in front of him anymore. Ouch! After stumbling, Tang Sen looked at Qianjue with a mournful expression while holding his rear. Brother Ju. The resentful look made Qianjue feel a bit embarrassed. However, recalling how hard they had just hit him, he puffed out his chest and said with righteous indignation, "What about when you two were attacking me just now? Oomph. And consider this a memento for you. I'm leaving." Leaving? Where to? Tang Sen was a bit confused. He had never thought Qianjue would leave since Qianjue's home was here, and they had lived together for over 2 years, hardly ever apart. Of course, I'm going to Shrek Academy. This place can no longer provide much improvement for my strength. So my teacher is preparing to let me enter a more powerful academy for training. Shrek Academy. Tang Sen murmured. Don't worry, after you graduate from here, you'll come too. After all, you are both monsters, and Shrek Academy is a school that only accepts monsters. Plus, I've already met the principal of Shrek Academy, and this soul ring was obtained with his help. He is a level 76 soul sage. Buffed. You're the monster. I'm not going there. What's so great about a soul sage? Xiao was very dissatisfied with Qianjue comparing her to a monster. A soul sage. Our principal is only a level 40 soul master. Truly impressive. Tang Sen exclaimed in surprise. Exactly. So you better work hard. I hope by then, you won't be left too far behind. Qianjue patted Tang Sen on the shoulder and said with a smile. By the way, Xiao, this is for you. Qianjue suddenly remembered and extended his hand, tossing the special enrollment badge to Xiao. Tang Sen has been your meal ticket for so long. Now it's time for him to rely on you. What do you mean he relies on me? Don't worry, I'll make sure he grows plump and healthy. Xiao caught the badge and promised Qianjue. All right. Then, you two keep training. I'm off. Don't think too much about me. Qianjue hugged both Tang San and Xiao and then turned to fly away. Yes, he flew away. With agility and the wolf spirit, Qianjue could achieve short-term low-altitude flight. In fact, he could have done this before, but previously, the combination of the wolf spirit and Qianjue's weight significantly reduced speed. Now, with the agility and 4 soul rings enhancing his abilities, he could truly be considered flying. Wow, little San, Brother Ju can actually fly. Xiao grabbed Tang San's arm, wanting to chase after Qianjue. But Tang Sen held her back. All right, Xiao. Brother Ju left this way because he didn't want us to see him off. Hee. This is also good. Graduation is still 4 years away. We absolutely must not fall too far behind. If we can't even keep up, let alone surpass him. Let's continue, Xiao. After motivating themselves, Tang Sen pulled Xiao back into the intense practical training. To be continued. Chapter 35. Shrek Academy. Qianjue looked at the house in front of him, feeling quite speechless. After all, it was an academy run by a group of soul emperors and soul saints. So how could it be managed like this? The accommodation environment was even worse than when he was at the Nodding Soul Master Academy. Principal Flandra, may I ask how our school makes a profit? Qianjue turned to look at Flandra, who had brought him to the dormitory. Our goal is to cultivate excellent soul masters, not to make money. The academy doesn't engage in those things, Flandra said with righteous indignation. Qianjue rolled his eyes. Don't the students need to eat? Don't the teachers need to eat? Don't we need to spend money on training? Is this village owned by our academy? Qianjue's series of questions left Flandra speechless. I also sell some things occasionally to generate some income, Flandra said weakly. A soul saint being driven to this point by money was quite something. Forget it, principal. You go do your thing. Qianjue shook his head and walked inside, placing his sheets and blankets on an empty bed. All right, get familiar with your surroundings. There are 2 other students living next door, and you'll see them when they finish training. You can communicate well and gather at the playground tomorrow morning. Flandra reminded him a few times before turning and leaving the room, almost fleeing. After walking a distance outside, he suddenly realized that he had been looked down upon by a student, and he had backed down, touching his unkempt beard. Flandra wondered if he should take revenge tomorrow morning. But in the end, he shook his head. The main issue was that Qianjue had hit a nerve with their academy's lack of funds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easily offended without realizing it. It's still about money. Flandre sighed. If it weren't for the lack of funds, he wouldn't have sold off half of his lifetime collection, especially since there were some items whose uses he didn't even know. Sigh. After sighing again, Flandre released his martial spirit and flew towards Soto City. He needed to guard his shop and hope someone would buy some of his collection. After Qianjue made his bed, he went out to explore Shrek Academy. Rather than an academy, Shrek Academy was more like a small village, or rather, it was within the boundaries of a small village. The academy had fenced off an area within the village, marking the school's boundaries. After all, the students were all soul masters. Building a wall wouldn't serve much purpose, and no one from Shrek Academy would climb over the walls anyway. After wandering around, Qianjue found that although Shrek Academy looked very rundown, it was evident that Flandre and his group put effort into managing it. First of all, the playground was quite large. It was simply leveled with gravel and dirt, but it was packed very tightly. He didn't know if it was Zhao Wuji who had stomped it down with his gravity-enhanced feet. But when Qianjue tried shooting a light arrow from his Qianjue bow, it only created a very small hole. In addition to the playground and dormitories, the academy also had a canteen, classrooms, and teachers' dormitories. Although they were all quite small, the academy itself didn't have many people, so it was somewhat well-equipped and complete. After finishing his tour, Qianjue found himself with nothing to do and had to return to the dormitory to wait for the arrival of the other two. Flandre mentioned that there were two other students, likely Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, but he didn't know which two they were. Qianjue was somewhat looking forward to their arrival as he practiced while waiting. Time passed quickly during his training, and before long, Qianjue heard the voices of two people outside. He quickly stopped his training, tidied up, and pushed the door open to go outside. The sound of the door opening naturally attracted the attention of the two people outside. They turned to look and immediately realized that Qianjue, who was younger than them, was the new companion. The slightly older boy stepped forward, came to Qianjue's side, and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, I'm Dai Mubai. Are you a new student at the academy?" Looking at the boy in front of him, Qianjue noted that Dai Mubai was only 11 years old at this time and not as tall and imposing as he would be for years later. However, his peculiar dual-colored eyes made him look quite extraordinary. Qianjue was not afraid of Dai Mubai. He also extended his hand for an introduction, saying, "Hello, I'm Qianjue. Principal Flandre just brought me here today. I'm Oscar, welcome. With you, our academy finally has 3 students, so it could be a bit livelier." Oscar stepped forward and shook hands with Qianjue. Our school only accepts monsters, so of course, it has fewer people," Qianjue replied with a smile. "By the way, I'll just call you a Jew from now on. Are you a Battle Soul Master or an Auxiliary Soul Master?" "I'm a level 26 Assault-type Battle Soul Master," Dai Mubai asked directly, not hesitating to inquire about Qianjue's soul power information. "I should be an Agile Attack-type Battle Soul Master. My soul power is probably around level 23, Qianjue replied. "Haha, great. Finally, we have another Battle Soul Master. You don't know how lonely it has been here with just me as the Battle Soul Master and no peers to spar with. It's been torturous. Now I can finally battle frequently. Forget about later. Let's have a match right now. Since your soul power is a bit lower than mine, how about you and Oscar team up against me?" Dai Mubai said excitedly, putting his arm around Qianjue's shoulder. He was eager to fight Qianjue, as it would satisfy his craving for battle and let him see just how extraordinary this new companion was. "Jew, how old are you? You already have level 23 soul power." Oscar, not as combative as Dai Mubai, was surprised by Qianjue's unexpectedly high soul power level. After all, he hadn't even reached level 20 yet, while this companion who looked younger than him already had level 23 soul power. "I'm 9 years old. I should be younger than both of you. You're only 9 years old and already have level 23 soul power." Even Dai Mubai was shocked. He had always thought that his speed of soul power cultivation was the fastest, but he didn't expect that Qianjue, who was only 3 levels lower than him in soul power, was actually 2 years younger than him. His interest was piqued even more. "You're definitely a monster. Come on, let's quickly have a spar." Dai Mubai eagerly dragged Qianjue to the academy's playground. Qianjue didn't resist. He also wanted to see how he measured up against Dai Mubai at this stage. The 3 of them arrived at the playground, and Dai Mubai stood opposite Qianjue, releasing his martial spirit. A pale white light suddenly erupted from Dai Mubai's body as he stretched his arms, his muscles bulging and stretching his clothes, while his bones made crackling sounds. At the same time, his hands underwent a magical transformation, with white fur gradually covering his palms. As his fingers moved, sharp claws became faintly visible, glinting with a cold light. Even more strangely, his golden hair turned white as the light spread, with only a few strands of black hair remaining in the middle. Meanwhile, two yellow soul rings quietly rotated beneath Dai Mubai's feet. Seeing Dai Mubai's appearance, Qianjue felt a long-lost sense of tension. Back at Nodding Academy, the only ones he could spar with were Tang San and Xiao Wu, but he was too familiar with them to fight at full strength. And those soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest are even less to mention. They are not even 1,000 years old. In battle, they rely more on their instincts. When facing Qianjue, they are basically suppressed the entire time. Therefore, there are hardly any situations where Qianjue truly needs to exert himself in battle. Now that he has encountered Dai Mubai, let him see if this original captain of the Shrek Seven Devils can put some pressure on him. Releasing his martial soul, the sheep spirit possesses him. The wolf spirit conceals itself, and the Qianjue mask appears. Two ghostly flames replace Qianjue's eyes, and two yellow soul rings appear beneath him, slowly rotating. If Dai Mubai's martial soul gives an impression of bravery and dominance, then Qianjue's martial soul gives off a feeling of ancientness and mystery. Seeing Qianjue, who is not inferior at all in his entrance, Dai Mubai's eyes shine brightly, bursting with intense fighting spirit. Dai Mubai, martial soul, white tiger. Level 26 Assault Type Battle Soul Master, please advise. Amidst his imposing aura, Dai Mubai announces his martial soul and level, indicating a formal challenge. Qianjue, martial soul. Qianjue, level 23 Agility Type Battle Soul Master, please advise. Qianjue mimics Dai Mubai's words, responding to his challenge. This is the first time he has formally competed with a Soul Master. Oscar quietly retreats to the side. He realizes that this new partner is not someone easy to deal with and has no intention of using his support. He decides to just watch the show. After he steps aside, the duel between Dai Mubai and Qianjue begins. To be continued. Chapter 36. Dai Mubai. As the battle began, Dai Mubai let out a fierce shout and quickly charged toward Qianjue. In a confrontation between a power type and a speed type, the power type was inherently at a disadvantage, so he couldn't allow Qianjue to create distance and thus took the initiative to strike first. With a push of his legs, Dai Mubai's powerful body surged in front of Qianjue. His left hand reached out, tentatively launching an attack on Qianjue, preparing to gauge Qianjue's reaction for follow-up moves. He initially thought Qianjue would retreat or sidestep to evade his attack, and he had already planned his subsequent offensive moves. However, to his surprise, Qianjue did not dodge at all. Instead, he extended his right hand to block Dai Mubai's outstretched wrist. Dai Mubai's martial soul was a top-tier power-type martial soul, while Qianjue was a speed-type soul master. How could he dare to directly receive Dai Mubai's attack? With this thought in mind, Dai Mubai unconsciously weakened his grip, as he was indeed eager for battle but did not want to hurt his new companion. The result was predictable. Qianjue easily blocked Dai Mubai's attack, and after doing so, he quickly flipped his wrist, grabbing Dai Mubai's outstretched left hand, and, with a forceful pull, sent him flying away. Oscar, who was watching from a distance, gaped in disbelief. He never expected that Dai Mubai would be thrown out so easily in a confrontation with his peers. Such situations had only occurred during Dai Mubai's sparring with the two deans in the past. Dai, you need to show some real skills. This probing attack won't work, he thought. Dai Mubai was also a bit dazed. Although he had been thrown away, he managed to control his body in midair, landing steadily without sustaining any injuries. Confused and a bit angry, he asked, "Aren't you a speed-type soul master? How can your strength surpass mine?" He began to doubt whether Qianjue had lied about his attributes before the battle. Indeed, with the attributes from his 4 soul rings, including a 1,000-year soul ring, Qianjue's physical attributes had already surpassed most 30-level soul elders. Dai Mubai was only at level 26 and had yet to obtain a 30-level 1,000-year soul ring, meaning that in terms of raw power, he might not be much stronger than Tang San, but there was still a significant gap compared to Qianjue, who says speed type can't be strong in power. I'm a well-rounded type, Qianjue replied with a smile, lifting his left hand slightly. As light gathered, the Qianjue bow appeared in his hand. After performing an elegant bow flourish, he softly warned, "Be careful, Dai," without waiting to see if Dai Mubai heard him. He raised the Qianjue bow and fired 2 arrows of light towards Dai Mubai. Hearing the warning, Dai Mubai knew he was about to face Qianjue's counterattack. He did not hesitate and took up a defensive stance. However, to his surprise, as he got into position, he was met with 2 arrows of light. He quickly dodged, only to realize that the strange weapon in Qianjue's hand was indeed a bow. That kid really is a speed-type soul master. With no time to think further, after dodging the 2 arrows, Dai Mubai realized he couldn't remain passive any longer. He needed to close the distance to Qianjue's side. Even if Qianjue's strength was greater than his, he believed he could only win by engaging in close combat. Otherwise, he would inevitably lose if this continued. Thus, during Qianjue's next few attacks, Dai Mubai exerted 120% of his strength, managing to evade the arrows while also moving closer to Qianjue during the gaps between his attacks. However, as Dai Mubai approached, Qianjue was also analyzing Dai Mubai's evasion habits, laying traps for him. Sure enough, just as Dai Mubai habitually moved to the right to dodge another arrow of light, a greenish-blue arrow shot toward his position. By the time he saw the arrow and reacted, it was too late to dodge. White Tiger Shield, Dai Mubai roared, unleashing his first soul skill. This skill significantly boosted his defense for a short time and formed a light barrier around his body to absorb some damage. Boom! The arrow exploded against Dai Mubai's body, causing him to stagger and nearly lose his balance. The attack power of the arrow fired by Qianjue was related to his soul power and attributes, enhanced by 300-year rings and 1,000-year ring, nearly breaking through Dai Mubai's White Tiger Shield. However, nearly was still not enough. The second soul skill, Green Passage, attached to the arrow, directly consumed 10% of Dai Mubai's soul power. But unfortunately, Green Passage could not directly enhance the arrow's attack power, and the White Tiger Shield ultimately withstood Qianjue's attack. Seeing that the arrow could not break through his shield, Dai Mubai channeled soul power to replenish the shield's energy and, taking advantage of the remaining brief moment, endured another arrow before charging toward Qianjue's side. When Dai Mubai reached Qianjue's side, Qianjue made no other move but lowered the raised Qianjue bow, crouching down to gather strength, preparing to engage him in close combat. In fact, Qianjue was already holding back because if he wanted to create distance, Dai Mubai could not stop him at all, and he had not yet summoned the wolf spirit, which was waiting on standby. Qianjue had no intention of using the wolf spirit in a spar with his companions. Whether it was Tang San, Xiao Wu, or Dai Mubai, they would definitely become allies in the future. Although Qianjue had never experienced the pain of the wolf spirit directly, he could imagine how painful it would be, as it had always played a decisive role in his hunts. But even without the wolf spirit, Qianjue's advantage was still substantial. His Qianjue martial soul, while not allowing him to gain explosive enhancements like Tang San in the later stages, offered a significant edge against soul masters of the same level with a 1-soul, 2-ring advantage. This was not simply a doubling of attributes, but included the absorption of superior age and enhancements from 1,000-year rings and soul bones. This allowed Qianjue to even engage in a head-on confrontation with top-tier power-type beast martial souls like Dai Mubai. At this moment, Dai Mubai was still excited about successfully closing the distance. However, he knew it was not the time to celebrate. Qianjue's strength exceeded his. So he had to avoid a pure strength contest and instead use tactics to overcome Qianjue. With this thought in mind, Dai Mubai began to strike. His excellent combat talent allowed him to translate his thoughts into action. He extended his hand, using the Black Tiger's heart grab towards Qianjue, applying only 50% of his strength. Knowing this move would not succeed, but the important part was the follow-up transition. Sure enough, as Qianjue felt the grab coming, he merely waved his left hand, using the Qianjue bow to deflect Dai Mubai's arm, causing Dai Mubai to stumble. But he remained calm. This was all within his expectations. He turned smoothly and delivered a powerful backward kick. As Qianjue deflected Dai Mubai's hand, he saw Dai Mubai turn around and kick backward, so he quickly extended his right foot to counter. Qianjue's kick was hasty and lacked force, resulting in a mutual exchange that pushed Dai Mubai back a couple of steps, while Dai Mubai, due to the backward kick, only stumbled for a step. Unbeknownst to him, this was exactly the situation Dai Mubai wanted to create. His second soul ring suddenly lit up, and at the moment it shone, he turned around and spat out a milky white orb of light from his mouth. It was his second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. The sign of this soul skill being activated was cleverly concealed by him turning around. So it wasn't until the light sphere was close to his chest that Qianjue realized he wanted to dodge. However, with the situation that Dai Mubai had painstakingly created, it was not so easy to evade. The speed of the White Tiger's Radiant Light Wave was very fast, and Qianjue had no way to avoid it at all. Dai Mubai had even reduced the output of his soul power in advance, ensuring that even if Qianjue was hit by this soul skill, he wouldn't suffer serious damage. Oscar was nearby, and with his big sausage, Qianjue should be able to recover in 2 days. Bang! The light sphere exploded at Qianjue's chest, and the intense light instantly burst forth, causing both Dai Mubai and Oscar beside him to involuntarily close their eyes and turn their heads away in that moment. To be continued. Chapter 37 Soto City. The light came quickly and faded just as fast, lasting only 2 or 3 seconds before it began to dissipate. I have a big sausage. In the moment he turned his head, Oscar loudly recited his soul curse and activated his first soul skill, causing a large sausage, still emitting heat, to appear in his hand. Once the light dimmed a bit and was no longer blinding, he immediately ran towards the two. What is Dai getting at? How could he dare to unleash his second soul skill at such a close distance? What if something goes wrong? Oscar ran towards the two with a worried heart, but after just 2 steps, he slowly stopped and stood frozen in place. Dai lost. The light had completely faded by this time, but what Oscar saw was Qianjue bending over and standing next to Dai Mubai, coughing continuously, while holding his bow horizontally against Dai Mubai's neck with one hand. Dai Mubai also looked a bit dazed. He didn't know how Qianjue managed to dodge his White Tiger light wave, because apart from coughing a bit, Qianjue looked fine, completely unlike someone who had taken a direct hit from his second soul skill. Oscar came back to his senses, ran to their side, and seeing that both seemed to be fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. Aju, are you hurt? I have recovery sausage. Do you want to eat it? Oscar cautiously asked Qianjue. Qianjue was still releasing his martial soul at that moment, so Oscar couldn't see his expression, only the dim glow of the flame-like eyes of Qianjue's mask, which made him inexplicably nervous. Of course, Qianjue said, retracting his martial soul, causing the Qianjue bow in his hand to disappear as well. He patted his chest, finally managing to calm his breath. In the last moment, he had no way to dodge and had to summon the wolf spirit that had been standing by, using its mask to shield his chest. However, Dai Mubai's White Tiger Light Wave was not a gathering type attack. It was more like Qianjue's Light Arrow, a small area explosive attack. The White Tiger Light Wave exploded upon hitting the wolf spirit, the scattered force causing significant injury to it. This led to a backlash of soul power within Qianjue, which is why he had been coughing continuously. After the explosion of the White Tiger Light Wave, Qianjue had the Qianjue mask, and under the filtering of the flame-like eyes, the strong light had no effect on him. This allowed him to take advantage of Dai Mubai, turning his head to avoid the strong light, and successfully reached his side, placing the Qianjue bow against his neck to win the duel. Retracting his martial soul, Qianjue took a bite of Oscar's sausage. Not bad, it actually tasted quite good, and as the sausage went down, Qianjue could clearly feel the backlash of soul power within him gradually calming down. After finishing a few bites, Qianjue took a couple of deep breaths and felt he had regained his health. Impressive, Aju. Seeing Qianjue recover, Dai Mubai, who had also retracted his martial soul, came over with admiration and patted his shoulder. This was the first time he had been defeated by someone younger than him. Even his older brother had only managed to suppress him because of his age. In terms of talent, he believed he wouldn't lose to him. Yes, Dai. Your soul power exceeds his by 3 levels, and you still lost to him. Oscar chimed in with a smile from the side. Is your martial soul that mask? Shouldn't mask-type martial souls lean more towards mental enhancement? How come your strength is stronger than mine? Dai Mubai asked Qianjue with confusion. It's not a mask. My martial soul is a beast martial soul called Qianjue. It's somewhat similar to my name, Qianjue replied, releasing the sheep spirit and canceling the Qianjue's concealment, causing Dai Mubai and Oscar to immediately see the sheep spirit's phantom on Qianjue. Qianjue martial soul, sheep. Dai Mubai murmured, searching his mind for a long time, but found no impression of this kind of martial soul. However, he knew it must be a beast martial soul stronger than his white tiger martial soul. Qianjue had said he was a sensitive attack-type battle soul master, but judging from his strength, he had already surpassed him. Moreover, Qianjue's speed, as demonstrated in the final blow, was certainly faster, and his defense must also be very strong. He had taken a direct hit from a white tiger light wave, but only suffered some backlash from his soul power. It seems I need to work harder. After setting this goal in his heart, Dai Mubai stopped thinking about today's defeat. He raised his head and said to Qianjue and Oscar, let's go. We'll head back to tidy up and then go eat something in Soto City. Considered a welcome feast for Qianjue. Sure. After the three agreed, they went back to the dormitory together. After they left, a tall figure not far away beside a house also withdrew his gaze. It was none other than the immovable king, Zhao Wujin. Before Flender left, he had sent a message to him, telling him he had brought back a child and asked him to keep an eye on him. When Dai Mubai finished training and returned, he sensed the sounds of fighting coming from the playground. Worried the kids might get out of hand, he secretly came over watch and then saw Qianjue defeat Dai Mubai. TSK, this kid brought back by old Flender is impressive. He even beat Dai Mubai. It seems our academy is going to have another monster. Zhao Wujin sighed, shaking his head as he turned and walked back to his room. If Notting City could be likened to a town from past life, then Soto City could certainly be considered city. The prosperity here was no less than that of some cities from the past life. Shrek Academy was not far from Soto City, and Qianjue followed Dai Mubai and Oscar, chatting all the way to Soto City, taking only a little over 20 minutes. When Qianjue arrived, he had flown in with Flender, so he had only seen the general area of Soto City from the air. Now that he entered Soto City, the vibrant scene of a night market with countless lights and bustling high buildings instantly made him fall in love with the place. Excitedly looking around, Qianjue was dazzled by the various local specialties and trinkets lining the streets. Seeing his curious expression, Dai Mubai grinned and said, let's eat first. After we eat, we can come out to shop. The night market in Soto City won't start winding down until after midnight. There's still plenty of time. Saying this, Dai Mubai led Qianjue into a restaurant. Although Dai Mubai was only 11 years old and still looked somewhat childish, he had already grown close to 7 meters tall, so no one would underestimate them. The waiter, following Dai Mubai's instructions, took them to a private room. Dai Mubai picked up the menu and ordered a dompa pork dish before handing the menu to Qianjue. Today, I'm treating. You guys can see what you want to eat and order more. Qianjue was not polite either. He picked up the menu, looked it over, and ordered 2 dishes he wanted to eat. After all, they would be together for many years to come, so he could find another opportunity to treat them later. All 3 were soul masters, and their appetites were beyond normal limits. Moreover, Dai Mubai and Oscar had trained all day and were already starving, so in the end, they ordered a total of 6 dishes, feasting heartily. To be continued. Chapter 38. The Soul Arena after having their fill. The 3 of them strolled around Soto City. Although all 3 were men, it was Qianjue's first visit to Soto City, so he was curious about many places. Dai Mubai and Oscar accompanied him as guides, introducing the local customs and culture of Soto City. As they walked, they arrived in front of a massive building that resembled a sports stadium from the past life, but far more majestic. From within the building, the sounds of countless loud roars and cheers could be heard. Qianjue had seen this building earlier and did not expect to find such a grand structure in Soto City. Apart from the architectural style, it was almost indistinguishable from the skyscrapers of his previous life. This was the Soto Great Soul Arena, a structure only found in major cities like Soto City. As the name suggests, the Soul Arena is where soul masters battle. We can go in and take a look, but if you want to participate, it's best to wait for the Academy's arrangements. Don't worry, because the Soul Arena is the best place to gain practical combat experience. And we definitely won't miss it. Seeing Qianjue looking at the Soul Arena, Dai Mubai explained to him that he had longed to participate. But Dean Fu had stated that they could not participate privately and had to wait for the Academy's arrangements. Don't worry, little ones. Once your soul power reaches level 29, I will let you participate in the Soul Arena. This is part of the graduation assessment, and by then, you won't be able to escape even if you want to. While Dai Mubai was explaining to Qianjue, a hoarse voice came from the side. It was Flander, dragging his wide robe as he approached. Are you all idle? Instead of properly cultivating your soul power, you're out here wandering the streets. Dean Fu. We came to welcome Qianjue and to help him get familiar with Soto City. We'll be back soon, Dai Mubai said weakly. Get back early. Tomorrow morning, we'll gather at the playground. I will arrange special training tasks for you, Flander said, turning to leave. Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged glances, making a helpless expression. However, at that moment, Qianjue suddenly stepped forward and called out to Flander. Dean Fu. Dean Fu. Qianjue tugged at his robe, signaling that he had something to say. What do you want, kid? Flander looked down at Qianjue. At just a little over 5 meters tall, Qianjue had to look up at him each time. Dean, what do you think of my strength at the Great Soul Master level? Qianjue asked mysteriously. It should be quite strong. Flander furrowed his brows, uncertain. He had only seen Qianjue fight once, when he hunted the greenbag beast. He had not witnessed the battle between Qianjue and Dai Mubai that afternoon, as he was at the shop in Soto City. However, based on that one battle and Qianjue's usual demeanor, Flander believed his combat intelligence and practical experience were likely quite good. Moreover, with Qianjue's unparalleled martial soul and the unique attributes provided by his 4 soul rings, he should be unbeatable at the same level. Wait, unbeatable at the same level. Flander suddenly widened his eyes, as if realizing something. Dean. ISNT, our academy short on funds? The Soul Arena should have external betting, right? If you let me up there, I guarantee you'll make a fortune. What do you say? Flander looked at Qianjue, considering the feasibility of this approach in his mind. He didn't allow Dai Mubai and Qianjue to participate in the Soul Arena yet, partly because they were still too young. And the Soul Masters, there were seasoned veterans who could take advantage of their inexperience. Secondly, he was concerned they might fail upon entering and be discouraged. So he insisted they wait until their soul power reached level 29 before entering the Soul Arena. Given the talent of Shrek Academy students, if they reached the maximum level at the same rank, they would essentially not lose. But now that Qianjue seemed practically unbeatable at the same level, there was no need to worry about discouragement. The only concern would be if their opponents used underhanded tactics. I can let you try. Flander looked at Qianjue, his expression somewhat serious. But I have conditions. Until I approve, you must not participate in the Soul Arena on your own. You must have me present every time. Mubai, you too. Flander stated his requirements, knowing that having him present would minimize risks. Okay, Dean. Qianjue naturally agreed, understanding that Flander was doing this for their safety. All right, let us go. Today, I'll let you see the Soul Arena that countless Soul Masters flock to. Upon entering the Great Soul Arena, the first thing that caught the eye was a massive stone tablet inscribed with countless names. These names were of those who had died in soul battles. The Soul Arena is not a place for the faint of heart. With fame comes risk. Since the establishment of the Soul Arena, for every person who rose to fame, 10 times as many returned defeated. A general success is built on the bones of the dead. Many Soul Masters have become stepping stones for others. Registering for a soul battle in the Soul Arena is quite simple. One only needs to fill out a form with their name, age, birthplace, and martial soul, along with 10 gold coins to receive the initial Iron Soul badge. Thousands of Soul Masters register at the Soul Arena each month, but nearly half of them vanish after a few battles. They either suffer death or injury, or their confidence is shattered by a series of defeats, leading them to leave this sorrowful place. That is why Flander insisted that they must reach level 29 in soul power before participating. Dean Fu. Qianjue reached out to Flander. What are you doing? Are you asking me for money to register? Don't you have any yourself? Where did your monthly allowance go? Flander exclaimed, startled by Qianjue's gesture, as if he had stepped on a cat's tail. I don't have money. Since awakening my martial soul, I haven't gone to the Martial Soul Hall to update my soul power level, Qianjue said innocently. Then borrow from Dai Mubai. Why come to me? Flander replied, feeling speechless. Why should I borrow? I'm here to earn money for the academy, so I should ask the academy for the capital. Why should I borrow? Qianjue looked at Flander, filled with confusion. Flander looked at Qianjue's puzzled expression, unsure how to explain. Fine. Here, take it. After a moment of contemplation, Flander pulled out 10 gold soul coins from his pocket and gave them to Qianjue to register for the soul badge. Dai Mubai looked at Qianjue in astonishment. This little brother actually managed to get 10 gold coins from the notoriously frugal Dean Fu. It truly opened his eyes. TSK, TSK. Dai Mubai made a sound of admiration, then registered for an Iron Soul badge himself. Oscar watched as Qianjue and Dai Mubai held their soul badges, feeling a bit envious. However, he did not register. He was still not at level 20 and could only receive 1 gold coin in allowance each month, so he didn't have much savings. Moreover, as a support-type soul master, he would need to participate in team battles, so he decided to wait until he reached level 20. After Dai Mubai and Qianjue registered for their badges, Flander took the two to sign up for one-on-one soul battles in the gambling-type soul arena. There are 3 types of soul battles: gambling battles, wager battles, and life-and-death battles. The most common is the gambling battle, where the soul arena matches 2 soul masters of comparable strength to compete. Most soul masters participating in this type of battle do so for money and honor, while a few participate to hone their skills, making this form of battle the one with the lowest injury rate. The gambling fights and life-and-death battles are more personal. Both require both parties to sign a letter of intent. In a gambling fight, losing means losing everything wagered, while in a life-and-death battle, losing means losing one's life. The registration fee for a one-on-one battle in the soul arena is 10 gold coins. If you lose, you get nothing back. If you win, you not only get your registration fee back, but also an additional 10 gold coins from your opponent. The soul arena does not take a cut. Its profits mainly come from ticket sales and external betting. Qianjue's funds still come from Flander, who not only provided the registration fee, but also gave an extra 10 gold coins, changing Qianjue's true name on his soul badge to a title. Flander never skimped on necessary expenses. As for the title, Dai Mubai used the evil eye White Tiger, while Qianjue thought for a long time and decided to use the title Eternal Hunter from his previous life in League of Legends. It can be considered a nostalgic tribute to his past life. When registering, the two also underwent a soul power test, which is a necessary step. It was the first time Qianjue accurately knew his soul power level after his martial soul awakening. It was just as he estimated, at level 23. Soon, the results of the soul battle rankings came out. Since they registered together, they were both assigned to the 16th soul arena. Dai Mubai was number 14, and Qianjue was number 18. They were not far apart. After completing the registration, Flander took them to the entrance of the resting area for the 16th soul arena. The battles in the soul arena are quick. The slowest last 10 minutes, while the fastest can end within seconds. And it 1 TB long before it's your turn. After the next one-on-one battle concludes, you can sign up for a 2-on-2 team battle. You can come up with your own names, and I hope you have a good start. Lastly, you must remember that your safety is the top priority at all times. If your life is truly in danger, immediately admit defeat, understand? Flander reminded Dai Mubai and Qianjue, and by the end, his tone had become very stern. Understood. Qianjue and Dai Mubai replied in unison. I will be watching you from the sidelines. After Flander finished this last sentence, he left with Oscar. Qianjue and Dai Mubai watched Flander and Oscar disappear into the crowd, exchanged smiles, and stepped into the resting area of the 16th soul arena. To be continued. Chapter 39, the first battle, the resting area of the Soto Great Soul arena consists of several rooms with restrooms, each about 100 square meters in size. Inside, there are rows of seats arranged against the walls, where many soul masters are either cultivating, meditating, or engaged in other personal activities. However, all these actions have one goal: to adjust their state to the best condition to win the upcoming duel. Qianjue and Dai Mubai casually chose an empty resting area and walked in. Once they entered, their age naturally attracted the attention of many soul masters in the room. Dai Mubai looked relatively youthful, but at least had his height to support him, while Qianjue appeared to be just a child. Despite this, no one mocked them. In fact, some observed them for a while before averting their gaze, clearly to study them. Those who could survive in the soul arena are not fools. The minimum participation level is the Great Soul Master, and being in this room indicates that they have reached that level. Achieving the rank of Great Soul Master at such a young age speaks volumes about their martial souls and talents. The Soul Masters silently noted Qianjue and Dai Mubai in their minds, preparing to watch their duel later, so they would be mentally prepared for any future encounters. Indeed, while waiting in the room, the Soul Masters could also choose to use another exit to get closer to the duel arena to watch the battles up close, without even having to pay for a ticket. This is considered a benefit for the duel participants. However, Qianjue and Dai Mubai were not interested in watching the battles. They found 2 nearby empty seats and sat down to discuss. Dai Lauda, what do you think our duo's name should be? Qianjue whispered to Dai Mubai. What about Tiger King duo? Tiger King, the king of tigers, Dai Mubai said with enthusiasm. Tiger King. Too glitch? How about White Jade duo instead? Qianjue thought the name Tiger King duo was too lowbrow. White Jade. Sounds fragile. Dai Mubai was also somewhat dissatisfied. Hey, how about Amber duo? Qianjue suddenly suggested. Although the terms white, tiger, and king and continent are different from Chinese characters, Amber is still composed of these 3 characters, so Dai Mubai immediately understood Qianjue's intention. Hey, that name is not bad. Let's go with that. Amber duo. Sound quite smooth. Hee right? Qianjue laughed. Time passed as the two discussed, while the staff of the Soul Arena repeatedly called out the names of the Soul Masters scheduled to compete. Contestant number 14, please proceed to the preparation area. Contestant number 14, please proceed to the preparation area. Finally, the staff called out for contestant 14. Let's go out together. I'll watch your duel from below. You must win beautifully, Dai Lauda. Qianjue encouraged Dai Mubai. Don't worry, I'll definitely impress you. Dai Mubai replied confidently with a smile and followed the staff out. Qianjue also exited through another door to the arena below. On the duel arena, a young man dressed in a tailcoat stood in the center. He cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Next, we will have the 14th match of our 16 matches of one-on-one soul dueling at the Soto Great Soul Arena. The contestants are 2 Great Soul Masters, the newcomer with the Beast Martial Soul, the White Tiger, the Evil Eye White Tiger, versus another newcomer with the Weapon Martial Soul, the Flame Spear, the Great Soul Master Gunfire. This is a clash between Beast Martial Souls and Weapon Martial Souls. Will our White Tiger Great Soul Master be able to tear apart his enemy with his sharp claws? Or will our Gunfire Great Soul Master pierce his enemy with a flaming spear in hand? Let's wait and see. Now, please welcome our 2 Great Soul Masters to the stage." After the host passionately introduced both sides, a wave of excited cheers erupted from the audience. There were not many spectators at the Soto Great Soul Arena, only a few hundred. Although the battles of Great Soul Masters above level 20 might not be very intense, the clash between Beast Martial Souls and Weapon Martial Souls still piqued the audience's interest. After the host's introduction, Dai Mubai and another young man stepped onto the stage. This young man appeared to be only slightly older than Dai Mubai, probably around 15 or 16 years old, looking quite handsome. We can see that both contestants are very young, truly talented individuals. We hope both contestants can bring us an exciting match. Now, release your martial souls. Dai Mubai looked at the young man named Gunfire across from him, his eyes reflecting a strong fighting spirit. Their young ages indicated that they were both here to hone their skills, which was exactly the type of opponent he hoped to encounter. As he released his martial soul, Dai Mubai's muscles bulged, his golden hair turned white, his hands grew larger, and he became taller. 2 yellow soul rings appeared beneath his feet, slowly rotating. His imposing transformation immediately drew gasps from the spectators outside. "I hope you can put some pressure on me," Dai Mubai said, staring intently at the young man opposite him. "Perhaps the pressure will be too much for you to handle," Gunfire shot back defiantly. As he spoke, 2 yellow soul rings appeared beneath him as well. He raised his hand, and a ball of fire appeared in his palm, gradually elongating and transforming into a long spear. The spear was 7 feet long, entirely fire red. with a spearhead that jutted out like flames. Just looking at it made one feel a wave of heat. Gunfire twirled the spear, pointing it diagonally at Dai Mubai. The two stopped talking, fully focused on each other, looking for weaknesses and thinking about their strategies for the battle ahead. Ding! The bell signaling the start of the match rang, and both charged towards each other simultaneously. Both were close combat, aggressive soul masters, so a close-range battle was inevitable. As the distance between them closed, the audience seemed to be infected by the tense atmosphere, holding their breath in anticipation of the clash. Whoosh! Finally, they reached a distance where they could strike. Gunfire, relying on the reach of his spear, thrust it quickly towards Dai Mubai's chest. The attack came swiftly, the spear cutting through the air with a faint whoosh. However, despite its speed, the thrust could not hit the prepared Dai Mubai, who slightly sidestepped, causing the spear to graze past his chest, the heat from the spear distorting the air in front of him. Whoosh! Dai Mubai, unwilling to be outdone, countered by bending low, twisting his waist, and delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Gunfire's chest, accompanied by a whoosh as well. Bang! Gunfire placed his left hand on the tail of the spear, raising it in front of his chest to block Dai Mubai's fierce attack. However, while the spear blocked the punch, it couldn't stop the force behind it. The immense power caused the spear to recoil, striking Gunfire's chest and throwing him slightly off balance. He staggered back a few steps before finally stabilizing himself by planting the spear's tail on the ground. Dai Mubai did not pursue the advantage. He raised his fist to inspect it, noticing a charred mark on it, a sign that his hair had been singed. The brief moment of contact had burned his hair, demonstrating the high temperature of that flaming spear. Gunfire rubbed his chest, and, seeing Dai Mubai looking at his fist, muttered, "Strange power." After twirling the spear again, Gunfire increased his soul power output, and the entire spear seemed to glow brighter, the fiery patterns on the spear appearing to flicker. This was his martial soul, the flame spear, a weapon forged from the essence of fire. The flame gun martial soul is very special. The temperature of its body increases with the soul master's strength. When it was first awakened, the temperature of the flame gun was already above 100 degrees Celsius, the highest in their family in nearly a century. At that time, the Gunfire could not even touch its own martial soul. It wasn't until his family took him to obtain the Fire Spirit Horse's soul ring and acquire the first soul skill that he was truly able to use his martial soul. To be continued. Chapter 40. Qianjue appears. Qianjue and Dai Mubai looked at each other again, both of them feeling some trepidation towards one another. They needed to avoid prolonged contact with each other's martial souls. Dai Mubai observed the increasingly fiery flame spear in Qianjue's hand, calculating in his mind. Meanwhile, Qianjue felt a lingering pain in his chest and thought he could no longer afford to clash head-on with Dai Mubai. He needed to solve the situation with technique. After a few seconds of standoff, they charged at each other again. This time, both were very cautious, strictly adhering to the strategies they had just devised. However, overall, Dai Mubai was at a disadvantage because no matter how careful he was, he still had to collide with Qianjue's spear. He was not a sensitive attack-type soul master and did not have the agility to dodge every one of Qianjue's attacks. However, Dai Mubai was not anxious. He was waiting for an opportunity. He believed that if his opponent couldn't take him down in a short time, Qianjue would definitely become impatient and start thinking about using his soul skills. At that point, the situation might turn in his favor, giving him a chance to counterattack. Sure enough, after a prolonged attack without success, Qianjue could no longer hold back. After another failed attempt, he unleashed his second soul skill, Flame of the Sky. Qianjue swung his flame spear, and countless flames erupted, surging toward Dai Mubai. "Here we go. White Tiger Shield," Dai Mubai shouted, retreating while charging toward Qianjue amidst the flames. The White Tiger Shield shimmered with dazzling golden light. It remained unbroken despite the scorching flames. Seeing this, Qianjue was momentarily stunned. The purpose of his second soul skill was to create a burning effect with the flames, as well as to obscure visibility. Under the sea of flames, without a defensive soul skill, one could only barely use soul power to protect oneself. But doing so would mean closing their eyes and being unable to see. Otherwise, they would have to retreat from the range of his soul skill. which would give him the perfect opportunity to attack. However, he did not expect Dai Mu Bai to have such an all-encompassing defensive soul skill. Just as Dai Mu Bai was restrained by his flame spear, Qianjue's second soul skill, Flame of the Sky, was also countered by Dai Mu Bai's first soul skill, White Tiger Shield. At that moment of distraction, a wave of light suddenly broke through the flames, quickly shooting toward him. By the time he reacted, there was no time to dodge, and he could only raise the flame spear once more to block his chest. Bang! The White Tiger Light Wave, as Dai Mu Bai's second soul skill, was certainly not easy to defend against. Even Qianjue did not dare to take it head-on, and had to use his wolf spirit to block it. Indeed, the white light exploded in front of Qianjue, sending him flying into the air. Dai Mu Bai followed closely, delivering another palm push to Qianjue, completely knocking him off the stage. Ding! The bell signaling victory rang, and the host immediately went on stage, raising Dai Mu Bai's hand to announce his victory. After falling off the stage, Qianjue coughed for a long time, finally catching his breath. His clothing was torn, revealing a chest injured from the explosion, his hair disheveled, and his left foot twisted upon landing, causing him to experience waves of soreness. But he did not pay attention to these. He knew Dai Mu Bai had stopped at the right moment. After standing up, he slightly cupped his hands toward Dai Mu Bai on the stage and limped away. Dai Mu Bai, on the stage, did not linger either. After the host raised his hand to signify his victory, he found Qianjue watching from the sidelines and raised his fist to indicate that he had won before stepping down from the stage. In fact, Dai Mu Bai did not look too good either. He had multiple burn marks on his body and looked charred, a result of repeated contact with a flame spear. "Boss Dai, hurry and wash up. Look at how you are now," Qianjue said with a smile as Dai Mu Bai approached. Dai Mu Bai rolled his eyes. Don't underestimate Qianjue. His martial soul is quite powerful. It just happened that his second soul skill was countered by mine. If it weren't for that, I might have been in trouble today. After all, his martial soul poses a huge suppression on someone like me who is used to fighting barehanded. I hardly dared to engage with his martial soul. All right, hurry up, or you'll miss your turn, Qianjue urged with a smile. Okay, I'll go clean up, Dai Mu Bai replied, and rushed to the restroom. Next, we will proceed to the 15th match of our one-on-one soul battle at the 16th Soul Fighting Arena, featuring. The next 3 matches showcased soul masters around level 30, and the duels were quite exciting, with several interesting soul skills on display. Qianjue watched intently from the sidelines, and before he knew it, the host announced his number. Next, let us welcome the 18th pair of contestants in our one-on-one soul battle at the 16th Soul Fighting Arena. The Great Soul Master Qingling with the Green Feather Swallow Martial Soul, and the Great Soul Master Yonglai with the Qianjue Martial Soul. Both are sensitive attack-type soul masters, making this a battle of speed. Now, let's have our 2 great soul masters take the stage. As usual, the host briefly introduced Qianjue and the soul master he would be facing. A soul master named Qingling was a female soul master in her late teens, dressed revealingly, exposing her midriff and even the sides of her body, showing off her toned ribs. She was also quite tall, at least over 1.7 meters, even a bit taller than the current Dai Mu Bai. Upon stepping onto the stage, she noticed Qianjue, who was also coming up. Seeing Qianjue, who was clearly shorter and younger than herself, she frowned. "Little brother, are you really sure you want to participate in the soul battle now? This is not a place for play." Qingling's crisp voice rang out on the stage. She was not underestimating Qianjue. On the contrary, she knew that soul masters of his age were often quite troublesome. Those who could reach the level of great soul master at such a young age were considered geniuses, and they often had powerful and peculiar martial souls. However, the age advantage was evident. They were both great soul masters, and her soul power level had already reached 27, surpassing most people at this stage. Even if her opponent was a genius, she did not think she would lack the strength to compete. But such battles, where one had to exert all their strength, often had the highest risk of accidents. Not only could she risk herself, but the other party could also face accidents. Although the Great Soul Battle Arena prohibited acts of private revenge, if someone from a major force were to get hurt, how could one escape if they targeted you? Thus, Qingling spoke up to remind him, hoping Qianjue would think it over again. "Don't worry, Miss Sister, I've thought it through. You just go ahead and do your best, No need to worry about me, Qianjue said with a smile, unaware of the many thoughts running through Qingling's mind. Both sides released their martial souls. Qingling wanted to say something more, but at that moment, the referee's command was issued. Seeing there was no way to change it, she stopped speaking and unleashed her green feather swallow martial soul. A shadow of a swallow-like soul beast, dark green with a hint of white feathers at the tip, enveloped her. Green light flickered between her arms and ribs, gradually forming a thin wing covered with feathers. Her eyes had turned completely black, with her pupils expanding to fill her entire sclera, and 2 yellow soul rings appeared beneath her feet. Qianjue also released his Qianjue martial soul, embodying the spirit of the sheep. The ancient and mysterious Qianjue mask appeared on his face, and 2 yellow soul rings floated beneath his feet, slowly spinning. To be continued. Chapter 41, Complete Victory, since it couldn't be avoided. Let's end it quickly. Qingling, no longer entangled in her thoughts, made up her mind. As soon as the starting bell rang, she raised her right hand, and 3 feathers instantly shot out from her wings, aimed directly at Qianjue's chest. At the same time, she forcefully kicked off the ground, propelling herself rapidly toward Qianjue. As for Qianjue, he certainly didn't just stand there doing nothing. The moment the bell rang, he activated the first soul skill of the sheep spirit, quickly condensing the Qianjue bow. By the time he finished condensing it, the 3 feather arrows had already reached him. However, this didn't pose much of a threat. He could easily deflect the 3 feather arrows. What truly surprised him was that after he casually swept away the 3 feathers with the Qianjue bow, the soul master named Qingling had already charged within a few meters of him, a speed that genuinely startled him. Qingling's impressive speed was, of course, due to her martial soul, besides being an agile-type soul beast, which significantly enhanced her agility upon possession. Her unique sprinting technique that she had developed also played a substantial role. During her sprint, Qingling would gradually spread her arms, and her body would lean further forward, reducing the air resistance from the front and allowing her sprinting speed to increase significantly, referencing the sprinting style in Naruto. Naturally, a normal person couldn't sprint like this because it wouldn't allow them to maintain balance. But Qingling was different. The wings between her arms and ribs created significant air lift during her rapid sprint, which allowed her to maintain her balance. By the time she reached Qianjue, her body was angled at only 30 degrees to the ground. At that moment, Qingling suddenly spread her hands wide, left hand high and right hand low, and with the increased lift acting on her body, she sharply turned upward in front of Qianjue, her right hand and the wings at her sides sweeping toward him. However, this swift strike merely sliced through the air before Qianjue. He timed it perfectly, stepping back 2 paces as she rose. Otherwise, with Qingling's sharp wings and her speed, he might have been directly cut open. Watching Qingling rise, Qianjue raised his hand, shooting a milky white light arrow above her. Seeing that her previous strike had failed and that Qianjue had formed a bow-like weapon, Qingling realized she was in trouble. She was about to become a live target. So, after ascending, she immediately twisted her waist, and with her first soul ring lighting up, she swung her arms continuously. A large number of feathers shot out, aimed at the incoming light arrows and at Qianjue below. However, seeing the feathers shot by Qingling, Qianjue showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he raised his bow again, calculated, and shot toward Qingling from below. Bang! Qianjue's first light arrow collided with one of the feathers shot from Qingling's first soul skill in midair, exploding and scattering the other feathers apart. Meanwhile, Qianjue's second light arrow passed through the gap between Qingling's feathers, aiming at her as she began to descend. If Qingling didn't take any other action, this arrow would hit her squarely in the chest. Ding! 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 A series of clinking sounds rang out as the feathers from Qingling's first soul skill formed a circle around Qianjue, but none hit him. In midair, Qingling bent her body, opened her arms again, and, while dodging the second light arrow, quickly dove toward Qianjue's side once more. This foolish woman is coming again. If I could dodge once, I can certainly dodge a second time. Watching Qingling charge at him, Qianjue felt speechless in his heart, shaking his head. He again leaned back to dodge as Qingling's wings swept by, then shot his bow backward, slapping her on the butt, sending her crashing to the ground. Fortunately, the arena floor was paved with solid stone. Otherwise, Qingling's feathers from her first soul skill might have embedded in the ground, and she would have suffered even more. How about it, miss? Do you concede? Qianjue turned to look at Qingling, who quickly turned to face him on the ground after falling, and asked with a hint of disinterest. Qingling, under the gaze of the ghostly flame in Qianjue's mask, felt a pang of fear. She quickly kicked off the ground, standing up with effort. Hearing Qianjue's question, she momentarily forgot to ponder why her, but didn't hurt and instead considered his suggestion. She had actually used all her strength. The effect of her second soul skill was to significantly enhance the hardness of her feathers, which was a passive ability she had been using all along. This was why she was so persistent in using her wings to attack. It was her explored method of attack for her second soul skill, one that had indeed allowed her to defeat many opponents. However, she hadn't expected that in this duel against Qianjue, she and team managed to touch him even once, while Qianjue hadn't moved a step from the beginning to now, indicating that he had completely seen through her attacks and neutralized them all, having completely overpowered her in strength. A monster. Looking at Qianjue, who was wearing the Qianjue mask and staring at her, Qingling murmured resentfully before raising her right hand to signal the referee. I concede. All right, this match ends with our great soul master, Qingling, conceding, and the victor is our eternal hunter, twin great soul master. The referee jumped on the stage, announcing loudly while walking to Qianjue's side, raising his right hand. What an exciting match. It is evident that our eternal hunter, twin great soul master, is exceptionally strong, perfectly winning his first victory. Let's look forward to his next duel. Meanwhile, our great soul master Qingling's record has now dropped to 16 wins and 12 losses. Please both of you go off stage for score registration. Next, let us welcome the 19th match of the 16 Soul Fighting Arena. Big Brother Dai, this lady is quite a bit weaker than your gun-toting opponent. I haven't even exerted myself yet. After stepping off the stage, Qianjue immediately complained to Dai Mubai upon seeing him. Dai Mubai rolled his eyes and gave him a light slap. Of course, it's because you're too abnormal. Also, you don't have any pity for the fair sex. Such a beautiful sister, and you just slammed her down to the ground. Qianjue was speechless. He had already gone easy on her. Otherwise, when that Qingling first charged at him, he could have easily knocked her down with a single shot from his bow. Let's go. Let's quickly sign up for the 2v2 team competition. Dai Mubai ignored Qianjue's speechlessness, knowing that he hadn't expended any energy. So he didn't let him rest and dragged him toward the registration area. As soon as they left the 16 Soul Fighting Arena, they encountered Flender and Oscar, who were waiting for them. Impressive. A Jew, you handled it with ease. Oscar approached Qianjue and gave him a fist bump. While watching from the sidelines, Qingling's two attacks had made him sweat a bit, but he hadn't expected Qianjue to take them down so easily, which gave him a new understanding of Qianjue's combat power. What do you mean? You only praise him and not me? Didn't your big brother perform poorly? Dai Mubai saw Oscar only praising Qianjue and wrapped his arm around Oscar's neck, questioning him. Of course, big brother Dai. You performed excellently too. Oscar flattered Dai Mubai a couple of times, but as soon as he was released, he immediately added, you were grilled to perfection. Ha! Qianjue laughed at Oscar's teasing. You little rascal. Dai Mubai couldn't help but laugh, stepping forward to gently punch Oscar in the chest. The atmosphere among the three was very joyful. To be continued. Chapter 42, 2-on-2 match, all right. After enough of the commotion, let us take a break. After the three of them had been messing around for a while, Flanders called for them to quiet down. What's wrong? Do you think you played really well? As soon as Flanders spoke, the three of them fell silent. Especially you, Dai Mubai. Do you think you won easily this time? Flanders stared at Dai Mubai until he felt uncomfortable before continuing. Why aren't you speaking? Don't you know that you won by a narrow margin this time? If it weren't for that second soul skill called gunfire being just perfectly countered by your first soul skill, could you have one? Well, my martial soul was also countered by his martial soul. Dai Mubai muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible to himself. But what is Flanders' martial soul? A cat eagle. Does he just joke about his hearing? Countered? How countered? Can you not attack or defend? If you had just taken a few hits at the beginning, or directly activated your white tiger shield to attack, could he have held on? The enhancement of weapon martial souls in the early stages is not as significant as that of beast martial souls. I have taught you this before. Moreover, that flame gun martial soul's strength lies in its terrifying temperature, but right now, the soul power level of that gunfire is not high. As long as you can withstand the temperature of the flame gun and take a few hits, then this advantage becomes a disadvantage. Apart from the inherent high temperature, the flame gun martial soul does not significantly enhance other aspects of its host soul master, and you could have taken him down directly. When it cut, Dai Mubai was left speechless by Flanders' words, lacking even the courage to retort. Finally, after finishing with Dai Mubai, Flanders turned his attention to Qianjue. And you, do you know what long nights bring many dreams means? Why not in a match that could be finished early right away? When that large volley of feather arrows came down, why didn't you just dodge and instead stood in the middle, trying to look cool? What if your calculations were off? Qianjue lowered his head and rolled his eyes. He felt that Flanders was just looking for trouble, as long as he was confident. What was wrong with ending it a bit later? Besides, even if he miscalculated, he could still block the arrows with his 1,000 Jubao before getting hit. However, he didn't dare to refute Flanders. After all, Flanders was a cunning person. If he lost face, who knows how he would deal with you? Actually, Qianjue guessed correctly. Flanders was indeed looking for trouble. In fact, after watching Dai Mubai and Qianjue in these two matches, he was quite satisfied. He appreciated Dai Mubai's composure on Qianjue's ease, but he had to pour cold water on Dai Mubai and Qianjue. If they faced future matches with such a smug and arrogant attitude, he feared they would eventually encounter setbacks. After giving the two a lecture, Flanders took them to tally the scores of the one-on-one matches. Then they arrived at the registration area for the two-on-two battle spirit matches. Please show your battle spirit badges and pay a registration fee of 10 gold coins. If you win, the registration fee will be refunded, and you will receive an additional 10 gold coins as a reward. The staff expressionlessly registered Qianjue and the others, mechanically reading out the registration rules. After the two showed their respective Iron Battle Spirit badges, Dai Mubai paid the 10 gold coins registration fee, and they registered under the name of the Amber Combination. After waiting for a while, they received their draw for tonight's 2-on-2 match, which was number 23 in the 8th sub-arena. After parting ways with Flanders again, the two hurried to the 8th sub-arena, passing through the lounge to the spectators area, only to find that the 17th match of the 2-on-2 battle had just begun. The 2-on-2 combinations were far slower than the 1-on-1 matches. They were only at the 17th match at this point. There were still a full 6 matches before it was their turn. I didn't expect the doubles matches to be this slow. I thought we would be late. Dai Mubai said to Qianjue, somewhat speechless as he listened to the introduction on the stage. Of course, it will be slower. In a single match, one mistake might allow your opponent to seize the opportunity and take you down directly. In doubles, you have a teammate to back you up. Moreover, in terms of martial souls, doubles matches are not as easily countered as singles. Just as Qianjue was explaining to Dai Mubai, the two teams on stage had finished their introductions and began to release their martial souls. One team had a steel armored scorpion and a black star mantis, while the other team had a frost ring and a Qi Mei staff, representing a battle between beast martial souls and weapon martial souls. The steel armored scorpion was possessed by a somewhat short and stocky man named Shan Mao, who was about 1.60 meters tall, but looked quite sturdy. Qianjue had learned about the steel armored scorpion. It was a type of scorpion soul beast completely different from his wolf spirit's second soul skill absorption, resembling a scorpion the size of sheep. This scorpion had no toxins. The name steel armored indicated that it specialized in defense, and Qianjue believed the soul master was similar. Apart from Shan Mao's steel armored scorpion, the martial souls of the other 3 soul masters were all offensive types, indicating that this match was a confrontation between an attack-oriented and a defense-oriented combination against 2 attack-oriented ones, which should be very exciting. Additionally, all 4 participants had soul power levels reaching 36 or 37, with their soul rings also being 3 yellow, making them evenly matched. Thus, the cheers from the audience were almost several times louder than when Qianjue and the others were battling, as both sides released their martial souls. The moment the starting bell rang, they charged towards each other simultaneously. The frost ring martial soul was overall a bluish color, with 3 blades extending from the front like a windmill, while the back had 4 spikes for both offense and defense. Its possessor was a female soul master named Zhu Bing, who looked to be in her 20s. At this moment, she was facing Shan Mao with the steel armored scorpion. Shan Mao had already activated his martial soul, and numerous areas on his body were covered with the steel armored scorpion's distinctive black scales, especially his arms, which were almost entirely covered. When the two made contact, Shan Mao directly reached out to grab Zhu Bing's frost ring. Sparks even flew from the contact between his steel armor and the frost ring. In fact, while the steel armored scorpion had strong defense, the frost ring was not an ordinary martial soul. Logically, it shouldn't be able to be grabbed without injury to that extent. However, this Shan Mao, the steel armored scorpion soul master, was somewhat one-track minded, seeing that his martial soul was very proficient in defense. He chose the first 2 soul rings from soul beasts that excelled in defense, resulting in these 2 soul skills coincidentally and passively enhancing his defensive power. This created the effect of him being able to grab an opponent's weapon martial soul barehanded. Seeing her martial soul being grabbed, Zhu Bing did not panic and did not struggle to break free. Being a woman and a weapon soul master, she was certainly not as strong as him, so she directly activated her second soul skill, Snowfall. A large mass of cold air spread from the frost ring towards the steel-armored scorpion soul master. The hand of Shan Mao that was grabbing the frost ring was immediately covered with a layer of frost, which quickly spread to his body. He hurriedly released his grip and attempted to retreat from Zhu Bing's attack range, seemingly realizing he had overstepped. However, it was not that easy to escape. Zhu Bing snorted coldly and pursued him. Shan Mao, being a defense-type soul master, was certainly slower than Zhu Bing, and now that he was affected by her snowfall, his speed decreased significantly, making it a prime opportunity for Zhu Bing to strike a down opponent. How about you let go? After taking 2 steps back, Shan Mao felt his body stiffening. He knew this was due to being hit by the opponent's soul skill. Looking not far away, he saw that his ally, the Qimei staff soul master, was already a bit far from them and seemed unable to assist him in time. Struggling to block a few of Zhu Bing's attacks with his arms, Shan Mao let out a roar and activated his third soul skill, Immovable King. He clasped his hands into fists, golden light swirling around his body as he stood firmly in place. In the audience seats, Flander rolled his eyes. Shan Mao's teammates heard his shout and seemed to realize he was in trouble. They quickly used the spikes that emerged from their Black Star Mantis martial soul to push back the enemies and rush to support Shan Mao. However, the opponent's staff-wielding soul master was not to be underestimated. He was also keeping an eye on the battle involving his teammates. Seeing that his teammate was gaining the upper hand and had already forced out the opponent's third soul skill, he naturally couldn't allow him to go back and provide support. The shadows of the staff were heavy. He shook his hands, and the second soul ring at his feet instantly lit up, sending dozens of staff shadows towards the Black Star Mantis soul master. After taking a few hits, the Black Star Mantis soul master had no choice but to turn around and defend, getting dragged down. The situation seemed to be tilting in favor of Zhu Bing. To be continued. Chapter 43. Intense match. When Zhu Bing saw Shan Mao use his third soul skill, she was first taken aback, then stepped back a short distance. It was only after confirming that Shan Mao's third soul skill was also a defensive skill that she tentatively moved forward to attack twice. As the golden light of the Immovable King swirled around, Zhu Bing's frost ring struck Shan Mao, producing a sound like metal clashing, but it was deflected away. It seemed to be a purely defensive soul skill, meant to hold out until teammates could come to assist. Zhu Bing murmured softly, glancing at the immovable Shan Mao, then at her teammates not far away and the enemy, the Black Star Mantis soul master. Although they were not very far from her, they weren't close either. Even if they ran with all their might, it would take several seconds to reach her. And in those few seconds, she had enough time to react. After clarifying the situation, Zhu Bing assumed a sword-hiding posture, concealing her right-hand frost ring to her left waist and remaining motionless in this stance, as if she wanted to see who would finish first, her or Shan Mao. This posture was certainly not aimless. It was, in fact, the charging stance for her third soul skill, Frosty Long River. This third soul skill was quite peculiar. While it could be powerful, every time she used it, Zhu Bing had to charge it up for at least 3 seconds to successfully unleash it. The longer she charged, the greater the damage and range of the skill. She could keep charging until she infused all her soul power into the skill, at which point the damage could rival that of others' 4th or 5th soul skills. However, the minimum 3 seconds of charging time made it nearly useless in the arena, as no enemy would be foolish enough to stand still and let her charge up. This led to Zhu Bing rarely using this soul skill, and almost no one knew about it. But today, she just happened to encounter a soul master who would stand there and let her charge. Shan Mao looked at Zhu Bing's stance. Although he didn't know its purpose, it was clearly a charging posture. He quickly glanced at his teammates, but unfortunately, the Black Star Mantis Soul Master was currently locked in a fierce battle with the Qianjue Gun Soul Master. It wasn't until after 7 or 8 seconds that he finally turned his attention to this side. The two confirmed their eye contact. It was the right moment. The third soul ring of the Black Star Mantis Soul Master suddenly lit up, and the power of the soul ring infused into his legs and back. 2 thin wings, like gauze, burst out from behind him. He bent his legs and pushed off the ground, creating a slight depression in the earth, and using this reaction force. The Black Star Mantis Soul Master instantly jumped into the air, soaring several meters high in a parabolic arc towards Zhu Bing and Shan Mao, his wings fluttering gently as he precisely aimed his landing spot behind Zhu Bing. Bing! The Qianjue Gun's Soul Master shouted angrily, calling out Zhu Bing's name. In an instant, all the details flooded his mind. The repeated exchanges with the Black Star Mantis Soul Master, the constant adjustments in distance. It turned out that he and the Black Star Mantis Soul Master appearing in this position had always been part of their plan. Wrath of the Immovable King. Just as the Qianjue Gun's Soul Master exclaimed, the previously immovable Shan Mao suddenly erupted. His clasped hands shot up to the sky, and the golden light flowing around him burst forth in that instant, scattering everywhere. This was the complete version of his third soul skill, the Wrath of the Immovable King. A wide-ranging attack following a defensive charge. The roar of his teammate and the scattering golden light of the Wrath of the Immovable King almost simultaneously reached Zhu Bing. In that extremely short time, Zhu Bing could hardly make any moves. She couldn't dodge or see the reason for her teammate's furious shout. All she could do was unleash her long-held frost ring, releasing the fully charged third soul skill. A massive storm of ice-blue soul power mixed with frost surged forth, engulfing Shan Mao after Zhu Bing was sent flying by the golden light. Puff! In the air, Zhu Bing spat out a mouthful of blood first. The soul power she had accumulated for so long ultimately wasn't completely released, and when she was sent flying and interrupted, the remaining soul power backlash instantly caused her significant internal injuries. However, it wasn't over yet. The Black Star Mantis Soul Master had already descended from the air. Referee, we concede. As the Qianjue Gun Soul Master called out their concession, the Black Star Mantis Soul Master and Zhu Bing brushed past each other in midair. The Black Star Mantis Soul Master landed smoothly, while Zhu Bing fell and became completely still. Ding! The bell signaling victory and the end rang out. The Black Star Mantis Soul Master quickly approached Shan Mao, but found him still standing with his hands raised to the sky, his entire body encased in ice blue, having become an ice sculpture. From Zhu Bing's original position to the ground 20 meters behind Shan Mao, a path of ice had formed. Meanwhile, the Qianjue Gun Soul Master hurried over to Zhu Bing, and after checking her condition and finding that she was not in life-threatening danger, he breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. Good. Oh no. At this moment, the audience, which had fallen silent, erupted into thunderous cheers, instantly becoming lively. Dai Mubai and Qianjue, who had also been silent just moments ago, couldn't help but applaud. The battles between soul masters can be so thrilling. The exchange of glances between Shan Mao and the Black Star Mantis Soul Master to the end of the match took only 2 or 3 seconds. Yet those few seconds had already determined the victor of the match. After the audience cheered for a while, 2 middle-aged men stepped onto the fighting platform. After they got on stage, they walked towards the still-standing Shan Mao and the lying Zhu Bing. The middle-aged man approaching Shan Mao carefully checked his condition and then suddenly slapped his palm on Shan Mao's head. The ice sculpture that was Shan Mao instantly cracked open in several places. Crack, crack, crack. with a series of sounds of ice shattering and falling. The ice on Shan Mao gradually fell away, revealing him frozen and trembling, his body bruised and shaking. Crack, 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 crack. Shan Mao slowly retracted his raised arms, shivering as he hugged himself, making chattering sounds between his teeth. Seeing this, the Black Star Mantis Soul Master quickly took off his coat and wrapped it around him. However, the Black Star Mantis Soul Master was much larger than Shan Mao, so his coat was only marginally useful. Quickly get off the stage and rinse with warm water to restore your body temperature. Then move around a bit to dispel the cold inside you. The middle-aged man patted Shan Mao's broad back, smiling as he said, "Young man, you still look quite sturdy. Don't worry, it's nothing serious." After saying this, he walked towards Zhu Bing. "How is it, old Xing? Is it serious?" He quietly asked the other middle-aged man who was checking Zhu Bing. Old Xing turned to look at Shan Mao, who was slowly being helped off the stage by his teammates, shook his head, and stood up. "Definitely a bit more serious than yours, but fortunately, that Black Star Mantis kid held back, only knocking her out. Most of it is due to her own soul power backlash, causing internal injuries. There shouldn't be any after effects." As old Xing spoke, he released his martial soul, and a soul beast resembling a koala enveloped him, with 5 soul rings appearing beneath his feet, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. Qianjue in the audience suddenly widened his eyes. He recognized that the koala-like soul beast was the very soul beast he had hunted for his martial soul, the Qingnong beast. Old Xing cupped his hands as if holding something, placing them above Zhu Bing's head, and at the same time, his 4th soul ring lit up. Streams of pale green soul power gradually gathered between his hands, spinning, and finally forming a faint funnel. As the soul power continued to gather, the shape of the funnel became more solid, its color changing from pale green to emerald green. Finally, the funnel glowed with a bright green light, and droplets of emerald liquid dripped down from the bottom of the funnel, directly falling into Zhu Bing's mouth. The liquid continued to drip for about a minute, until no drop overflowed from the green liquid formed in the funnel for a few seconds. Old Xing withdrew his soul power, and the funnel between his hands slowly disappeared. "All right, it's over. Go back and rest. Don't engage in any intense exercise for a week." After Old Xing stood up and retracted his martial soul, he reminded them and slowly walked down the stage with another middle-aged man. Phew! The staff soul master Qi Bei let out a sigh of relief, carried Zhu Bing on his back, and also slowly walked down towards the audience. A loud round of applause erupted from the audience. Chapter 44. Wind Catching Combination. All right, our Black Mountain combination has won this thrilling 2v2 match. What an impressive game it was. The rapid changes in the situation were truly breathtaking. After the Qimei Stick Spirit Master carried Zhu Bing off the stage, the host stepped up to announce the victory of the Qianjue team. The end of one game represents the beginning of another. After summarizing a few points, the host quickly began announcing the names of the next competing teams. This next match was a contest between 2 teams of great spirit masters. Although it wasn't as exciting as the previous one, it still had its highlights. Dai Mubai and Qianjue watched from below as pairs of spirit masters experienced victory, defeat, and departure, and gradually it was their turn. Next up, we have the 23rd 2v2 match of our 8 Spirit Arena, featuring the Amber combination against the Wind Catching combination. Please welcome them. As the host invited them, Dai Mubai and Qianjue walked onto the fighting stage together. Upon stepping onto the stage, Qianjue noticed the 2 spirit masters from the opposing team. They were 2 very slender young men, not particularly tall, probably just a bit taller than Qianjue. However, Qianjue was shorter due to still being in his developmental stage, while these 2, judging by their appearance, were certainly over 20 years old. As Qianjue observed the opponents, they were naturally observing him and Dai Mubai as well. Upon seeing how young Qianjue and Dai Mubai were, the 2 exchanged glances, both surprised by their youth. Both sides released their martial spirits. With the command given, Qianjue and Dai Mubai unleashed their martial spirits, and the mysterious and imposing transformations drew gasps from the audience in the arena. The 2 spirit masters of the Wind Catching combination also released their martial spirits, both possessing beast martial spirits. 2 identical mouse-like spirit beast shadows emerged from the 2 and then shrank back into their bodies. Their hands sprouted short, sharp claws, and 6 long whiskers appeared at the corners of their mouths. Beiji, Martial Spirit Wind-Catching Mouse, Level 28 Agility Attack Spirit Master. Beiqi, Martial Spirit Wind-Catching Mouse, Level 28 Agility Attack Spirit Master. Be careful, little brothers. Since the host does not announce individual information for 2v2 matches, contestants usually state their names upon entering the stage. The wind-catching combinations Beiji and Beiqi shared their basic information as a challenge to Qianjue and Dai Mubai. However, it was clear that they hadn't altered their names and used their real names instead. Evil Eye White Tiger, Martial Spirit White Tiger, Level 26 Strength Attack Spirit Master. Eternal Hunter Twins, Martial Spirit Qianjue, Level 23 Agility Attack Spirit Master. You two big brothers should also be careful. Upon hearing that Qianjue and Dai Mubai's spirit power levels were lower than theirs, Beiji and Beiqi did not show any signs of joy. Instead, their expressions grew even more serious, especially regarding Qianjue, who could participate in the spirit fighting at this level of spirit power, clearly had a lot of confidence in his strength, which they would need to pay attention to. Ding! The bell signaling the start of the match rang, and Dai Mubai rushed towards the two opponents first. His martial spirit was the White Tiger, a top-tier feline martial spirit, which naturally had a restraining effect on mouse-type martial spirits like the wind-catching mouse. If the opponent's spirit power levels were a few levels lower, he might even consider taking on both single-handedly. Qianjue, however, did not charge in with Dai Mubai. His first spirit ring lit up, and with a flick of his left hand, the Qianjue bow appeared in his grasp, its eerie blue glow flashing as he pulled back his right hand twice, sending 2 milky white arrows racing after Dai Mubai. Whoosh! As Dai Mubai came close to Beiji and Beiqi, he directly clawed at the two of them, his long right arm encompassing both within the attack's range. Bang! Knowing his strength was certainly no match for Dai Mubai, Beiqi put both hands up to block the attack. While Beiji had no intention of blocking from the start, he knew his brother could handle Dai Mubai's attack. So he reached forward and back with both hands toward Dai Mubai's chest, forcing him to quickly raise his other hand to block. After Beiqi successfully blocked Dai Mubai's strike, he pushed Dai Mubai's right hand back towards its original direction with force, which not only left Dai Mubai's chest wide open, but also made his stance somewhat unstable. At a critical moment, 2 arrows shot through Dai Mubai's armpits, one to the left and one to the right, aimed perfectly at Beiqi and Beiji. The two had to abandon their follow-up attacks and quickly twisted their bodies, pressing back to evade. Fortunately, they had been keeping an eye on Qianjue and hadn't fully committed to attacking Dai Mubai, allowing them to notice the arrows appearing just in time. Qianjue's archery made no sound of bowstring release, and at that moment, he and Dai Mubai were in a straight line. So Beiji and Beiqi couldn't see his shooting motion. But with Beiji and Beiqi pressed together, Dai Mubai would certainly not miss such a good opportunity. His second spirit ring lit up instantly, and after a brief charge, the White Tiger's fierce light wave erupted from his mouth. Wind wall. The moment Dai Mubai's spirit ring lit up, Beiji and Beiqi knew they were in trouble, and they simultaneously used their first spirit skill. They turned around back to back, their hands waving rapidly as they released their spirit power, quickly forming a wall of wind together. Boom! The White Tiger's fierce light wave collided with the wind wall, exploding with a loud bang that sent Dai Mubai flying and pushed Beiji and Beiqi back several steps. At this time, Qianjue had already moved up close behind Dai Mubai. Seeing the situation, he quickly drew the Qianjue bow again and shot 2 arrows, supporting Dai Mubai. Due to the White Tiger's fierce light wave exploding right in front of them, Beiji and Beiqi were inevitably dazzled by the blinding light, instinctively closing their eyes. But they knew Qianjue would definitely attack them, so they both leaped to the sides. However, Qianjue had already anticipated their movements. The 2 arrows accurately hit them, exploding beside them and knocking them to the ground. Dai Lauda, are you alright? Qianjue asked as he helped Dai Mubai up. I'm fine, it's my own skill. I know it well. Dai Mubai was aware that using the White Tiger's fierce light wave at such close range would affect him, so after releasing the light, he quickly retreated. He just didn't expect that Beiji and Beiqi's wind wall would concentrate all the power of the originally dispersing White Tiger's fierce light wave towards him, catching him off guard and sending him flying. However, since he had backed off a bit, he didn't suffer much damage. Beiqi and Beiji helped each other up, their waist garments torn apart by Qianjue's arrows, revealing their red and slightly bloodied skin. They looked at the re-prepared Qianjue and Dai Mubai, exchanging glances, and understood each other's intentions. One last gamble. We have one final move. If you can break it, you win. 1,000 miles of horizontal movement. Beiqi shouted at Qianjue and Dai Mubai before he and Beiji stood back to back again. As their second spirit rings lit up simultaneously, they began to spin, and the rotation grew faster and faster until their figures became indistinct, leaving only a whirlwind rapidly approaching Dai Mubai and Qianjue. Seeing this swiftly approaching whirlwind, Dai Mubai and Qianjue couldn't help but take a few steps back. White Tiger's fierce light wave. Dai Mubai, somewhat unwilling to accept defeat, unleashed his second spirit skill once more. The light ball of the White Tiger's fierce light wave exploded upon contact with the whirlwind. However, while the White Tiger's fierce light wave exploded, halting the whirlwind and causing it to sway uncontrollably, the explosive power was quickly dissipated and separated by the whirlwind. After pausing for a few seconds, the whirlwind once again surged towards Qianjue and Dai Mubai. Qianjue raised his hand, and a green light arrow shot out. Although it didn't cause any damage, nor did it even stop the whirlwind, it only made it sway slightly. However, the soul power that was returned to Qianjue made him realize that this arrow was still useful. If he were alone, he could simply use by Tong a few times to drain Beiji and Beiqi's soul power, and the two of them would naturally stop. But it seemed there was a simpler method. Qianjue suddenly spoke up, Dai Lauda, give me your hand. Dai Mubai was also thinking about how to solve the current situation. Hearing Qianjue's voice, he was a bit confused but still extended his hand to Qianjue. Qianjue grabbed Dai Mubai's hand with his left hand, raised his right hand, and then lifted both of them off the ground, ascending into the air. Wow! Dai Mubai exclaimed, looking up at Qianjue. He noticed that Qianjue's posture was surprisingly the same as his, as if he was being pulled by something, but he couldn't see anything above Qianjue. Oh no! At this moment, the audience in the stands also gasped in amazement. At the level of 20 or 30, there are very few soul masters who can fly. Not to mention flying, even those who can briefly hover in the air, like Qingling, are rare. And no matter how one looked at it, Qianjue didn't seem like a flying soul master, especially since his posture clearly indicated he was holding on to something, yet they couldn't see it, which sparked their immense curiosity. The whirlwind created by Beiqi and Beiji came to a stop beneath Qianjue and Dai Mubai, slowing down gradually after a few seconds and eventually revealing the two of them, looking up at the unreachable Qianjue and Dai Mubai. The two exchanged glances and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Referee, we concede. To be continued. Chapter 45. Shadows and Traces at the Entrance of the Soul Arena. Qianjue returned the registration fee for the one-on-one soul fight to Flanders and also handed over the prize money he had won, keeping only the 5 gold coins earned from the team fight with Dai Mubai. Watching Flanders carefully store the gold coins, Qianjue smiled and asked, "So, how much did you win on your bets tonight, Dean Flanders?" After Qianjue and Dai Mubai's victory in the team fight, the group regrouped, registered their points, and exited the soul arena. A form of soul fight could only be participated in once a day, and since Qianjue and Dai Mubai had already completed the one-on-one and team soul fights for the night, there was no point in staying any longer. Flanders rolled his eyes. Do you think anyone can open a betting line in the Soto Great Soul Arena? You're just a level 23 Iron Soul Master. Who would place bets on you? If you want your own betting line, first win 10 matches in a row and upgrade your Iron Soul badge to a Copper Soul badge. Qianjue was speechless. He had overlooked this detail, thinking that a betting line would be opened for every match. Flanders also felt a bit helpless, as he hadn't considered this until he went to the betting booth, where the staff informed him that a betting line required at least a Copper Soul badge. He had argued with them for a long time, but ultimately failed. All right, hurry back and get some rest. Assemble at the playground at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, Flanders said before walking away. Once Flanders left, the atmosphere among Qianjue Dai Bai, and Oscar became cheerful again. Oscar suggested, let's go have some late-night snacks before heading back. It's not too late anyway. Indeed, it was just past 9 o'clock, and they had only been at the Soul Arena for a little over 2 hours. Great. Let's go. I'll treat you guys. I got 5 gold soul coins for free today, so let's eat something nice. Qianjue was also curious to try the street food in Soto City and see if there were any specialties. Okay, let's go. I know a place that serves great meat. Dai Bai excitedly pulled Qianjue and Oscar toward the place he remembered. Tonight, he had also managed to get 20 gold soul coins for free, making him very happy. 2 hours later, Qianjue, Dai Bai, and Oscar left the city gate of Soto City, arms around each other. While they were having late-night snacks, they enjoyed the food more and more, engaging in lively conversation. By the end, they couldn't resist having a bit of sake, resulting in a very close bond among the three. Of course, none of them were drunk, not even tipsy. They just indulged a little. After all, they had to attend Flanders' morning training the next day, and they all knew his personality. If they were late or missed the training because of this, they would likely have a rough year ahead. Qianjue, your martial spirit is incredible. It's definitely the most powerful martial spirit I've ever seen. That Haotian hammer and blue lightning tyrant dragon are nothing compared to yours. Oscar marveled at Qianjue's martial spirit while they were eating. Earlier, during their late-night snack, Qianjue had revealed some details about his martial spirit to Oscar and Dai Bai, as they would likely be together for the next few years, and they would eventually discover the secret of his martial spirit anyway. Yeah, I've never heard of a martial spirit that can split into two for use. It's simply... Dai Bai was speaking when he suddenly stopped, his eyes fixated on something in the distance. Qianjue and Oscar looked in the direction of his gaze and saw 2 shadows embracing in the woods not far from the roadside, with a faint mist swirling between them, lingering without dissipating. It seemed a bit strange, but it looked like just a couple being affectionate. Qianjue turned his head to look back at Soto City, which was not far away. It shouldn't be a problem. No, there is a problem. Before Qianjue could finish his thought, Dai Bai had already dashed toward the 2 figures, releasing his martial spirit in the process. 2 yellow soul rings emitted a faint glow in the darkness, creating long shadows as Dai Bai ran swiftly. Dai Laoda, Oscar shouted, but Dai Bai's footsteps did not pause. He continued rushing toward the shadows. After exchanging glances, Oscar and Qianjue quickly followed. The 2 shadows seemed startled and noticed the approaching Dai Bai. One of the shadows moved slightly before turning and disappearing deep into the woods. By the time Qianjue and Oscar arrived, they saw Dai Bai holding a young girl. Damn, this is serious. Dai Lauda, how is she? Qianjue asked worriedly as he saw the girl lying still. She's dead. There's no saving her. Dai Bai gently placed the girl on the ground and stood up, his gaze intense as he looked at Qianjue and Oscar, seemingly struggling with something. Qianjue felt a bit confused by the intensity of Dai Bai's stare. He crouched down, thinking of checking the girl again, just in case Dai Bai had missed something. However, the girl was indeed, as Dai Bai said, she had no breath and no heartbeat. She was truly dead. Qianjue searched for a while, but found no wounds on her body, only a strange feeling of familiarity. Seeing Qianjue continuing to examine the girl, Dai Bai said in a low voice, "Stop looking. She should only have one wound over her heart." Over her heart. The term sent a jolt through Qianjue's heart. He quickly pulled down some of the girl's collar and found a fresh, tiny wound over her chest where her heart was located. Qianjue stared blankly at the red mark, his memories flashing back to when he first arrived in this world. At that moment, Dai Bai also made up his mind. His eyes focused, he said to Qianjue and Oscar, Aju Xiao Ao, "You 2 go back and find Dean Flanders or Dean Zhao and ask them to come take a look. I need to chase that person." After saying this, Dai Bai turned to pursue the direction the shadow had fled, but in that instant, Qianjue grabbed his wrist and stopped him. "Dai Lauda, do you know something? This was done by an evil soul master, right?" Dai Bai turned to look at Qianjue, unsure of how to explain. "This is a long story. Yes, this kind of thing must have been done by an evil soul master. Just let me go chase after him. When I have time later, I'll tell you the details." "No, it's still too dangerous." Qianjue tightened his grip. "Since it's an evil soul master, what use is it for you to chase after him? You're just a great soul master right now. You might end up getting killed to keep you quiet. We should go back and find Dean Flanders first. Then consider our next move. If we have Dean Flanders, our safety will be guaranteed. Dai Mubai looked at Qianjue, then turned to glance at the direction the shadow had disappeared. Over a minute had already passed, and if they delayed any longer, they would really miss their chance. Evil soul masters are not necessarily powerful soul masters. They could just be ordinary people who know some evil rituals. The shadow I saw, although I couldn't make out his exact appearance, seemed like just a young person based on how he ran away. Plus, he ran when he saw me. A great soul master, and I didn't see him release his martial spirit. He might really just be an ordinary person. I won't be in danger. Don't worry. I'm just going to follow him. I 1T act recklessly. I'll confirm his hideout and come back to find you. No, it's still too dangerous. Qianjue refused to let go. This segment does not exist in the original work. Who knows what will happen if Dai Mubai goes after it? If something happens to him, the Shrek's 7 Devils will be incomplete, and who knows how it will affect the later plot. Dai Mubai stared at Qianjue and said again after a few seconds, "This is my decision. You cannot and should not stop me. I have reasons I must go. Let go of Ju. I have thought it through carefully. If I miss this opportunity, I will regret it for the rest of my life." Qianjue looked at the determined expression on Dai Mubai's face and felt somewhat shaken. It was clear that Dai Mubai was truly resolute. If he continued to entangle him, their relationship might crack. Qianjue thought to himself, loosening his grip on Dai Mubai's hand. Dai Mubai sensed this and pressed down on Qianjue's hand before turning to chase after. "Wait a minute." Qianjue called out to Dai Mubai again. But this time, Dai Mubai did not turn back, only stopped and tilted his head, waiting for Qianjue's words. If Qianjue said anything to stop him, he would immediately speed away. "I will go with you." Qianjue spoke up. Dai Mubai was silent for a moment. "No need. This is not your concern. You should hurry back with Xiao Ao to find Dean Flinder and the others. This is certainly my concern. My parents passed away like this. Do you think it has nothing to do with me?" Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai turned in surprise to look at Qianjue. He didn't expect Qianjue had also experienced something like this before, and the victims were his parents. "And did you forget what I told you about my martial spirit? When it comes to tracking and investigation, what can you compare?" Qianjue said, standing up while holding the girl's corpse. He loosened his hands, and the body floated up quickly until it was several meters high. Then it shook slightly and gently got stuck in the branches. "Xiao Ao, you need to run back immediately and find the dean and the others. I will tear off some clothing and hang it in a conspicuous place. You just need to come over when the time comes." Oscar watched Qianjue and Dai Mubai, remembering what Qianjue had said. He didn't say he wanted to go along. He knew that in situations like this, his presence would only be a burden. Going back to find Flinder was the best choice. "Okay, then you all be careful and definitely wait for us to arrive," Oscar urged before immediately running in the direction of the academy. "All right, let's hurry," Dai Mubai called out and led Qianjue to chase after the direction the shadow had left. Their previous discussion had delayed them for several minutes, and they didn't know if they could still catch up. Qianjue silently followed behind Dai Mubai, still pondering whether his decision was right. He also didn't know if this risky action would lead to trouble, but Dai Mubai didn't run into problems in the original work, so it should be fine this time, right? Qianjue comforted himself. However, he did not consider that in the original work, Dai Mubai had never experienced this incident either. To be continued. Chapter 46. Dai Mubai's past. Qianjue and Dai Mubai were weaving through the dark forest, carefully searching for traces left by the shadow in the sporadic moonlight filtering through the leaves. The more they searched, the more Qianjue became convinced that this person was indeed, as Dai Mubai said, most likely not a soul master, or at the very least, an untrained one. This was evident from the way he was fleeing in a panic, leaving behind traces that even novices like Qianjue and Dai Mubai could recognize. Qianjue took out an old piece of clothing from his storage ring and tore off a small piece at intervals, hanging it on the treetops for the wolf spirit to mark their path. This way, when Flander arrived, he would be able to spot it easily. Following the trail, they soon crossed the small forest and arrived at a path. Qianjue sent the wolf spirit high into the air, and after a short while of pursuit along the path, the wolf spirit spotted a figure. Apart from this person, The wolf spirit did not find any other shadows within a few hundred meters, confirming to Qianjue that this individual was indeed the shadow they were tracking. Found it, Qianjue whispered, urging Dai Mubai to speed up as they moved closer, slowing down only when they were more than 100 meters away from the shadow. At this distance, the shadow would be hard-pressed to notice Qianjue, while the wolf spirit could accurately lock onto him. It seemed that the shadow also realized no one was pursuing him, so he slowed his pace. However, he continued to weave through fields and bushes, switching paths cautiously. Still, his movements were of little concern to the wolf spirit observing from above. "All right, Dai, we can slow down now. He is locked on by my wolf spirit and can't escape. We can just follow him from a distance." Dai Mubai nodded in agreement. "Okay, let us follow him and see where his lair is. Then when Principal Flander and the others arrive, we can catch them all at once," Dai Mubai said, filled with anger. Qianjue looked at Dai Mubai, curious as to why he was so invested in pursuing this evil soul master. When Qianjue had crossed over, although the entire village of this body had been killed by such an evil soul master, he had felt only fear at the time and no desire for revenge. After all, he was still young, and such matters could be dealt with later when he grew up. "Dai, can you tell me why you're so determined to track him down?" Dai Mubai glanced at Qianjue, then lowered his head and fell silent for a moment before speaking. "A Jew, you probably don't know, but I'm actually from the Star Luo Empire and a prince of the royal family." After saying this, Dai Mubai turned to look at Qianjue, only to find no hint of surprise on his face. He paused for a moment, then chuckled and shook his head. "Heh, it makes sense with your talent. What difference does your identity make?" No, I'm not surprised because my teacher told me that the White Tiger Martial Soul is a hereditary martial soul of the royal family of the Star Luo Empire. So, I figured out your identity during our battle this afternoon," Qianjue replied, feeling speechless. He had read the original story and naturally knew Dai Mubai's identity. That was why he wasn't surprised when Dai Mubai mentioned it now. However, he couldn't say that and had to shift the blame to Master, who was far away in Notting City. "I see. Speaking of which, we only met this afternoon, but it feels like we've known each other for a long time." Yes, Qianjue also felt a bit emotional. However, he understood the reason. It was because he had always known about Dai Mubai, so after getting to know him, he interacted with him as an old friend, which gave Dai Mubai that feeling. "Well, let me continue. Do you know why I could tell at a glance that the shadow was suspicious? It was because I encountered something similar when I was young, when I was 9 years old. I am not the legitimate child of our royal family. I have an older brother who is 6 years older than me. In terms of intelligence and talent, he is not much worse than me. So he has always been groomed as the heir, as the second son. Although I received more attention due to my innate dual pupils and was chosen as my brother's rival, my father still ignored me. I never felt paternal love from him. He only chose me as a competitor to motivate my brother." Dai Mubai looked up, gazing at the bright moon in the sky, his eyes filled with melancholy. "There has never been any familial affection in the royal family. I should have gotten used to it long ago. But maid of mine made me still have some fantasies about familial love. She was an ordinary person who took care of me meticulously since I was little. That kind of care and love brought me warmth that was hard to come by. Perhaps that was familial love, and I always regarded her as an older sister. But one day when I was 9, she disappeared while going out to buy my favorite food. When we discovered her body a day later, she had passed away peacefully, just like the girl you saw earlier. A priest from our royal family said she died of losing her soul at the hands of an evil soul master. And we never caught that evil soul master responsible for her death. This matter was left unresolved. Afterward, I spent my free time researching all the texts related to evil soul masters in our royal family. I learned that those who manipulate souls are all servants of death. Do you remember the mist you saw that wouldn't disperse? It was not mist. It was too obvious in the darkness. It was the soul of that girl, drawn out by that shadowy, evil soul master. Qianjue finally understood why he had felt something was off. It was because that mist was too conspicuous. So I want revenge. I want to eradicate all evil soul masters in the world. But this requires not only personal strength, but also the powerful authority of the Star Luo Empire's throne. So, the following year, I left the Star Luo Empire and made my way to Shrek Academy to gain strength more quickly, to compete for the throne with my brother. However, Dai Mubai's emotions began to dip again as he spoke. But actually, after over a year of study, I have been considering giving up. From what I've heard, my brother's soul power has almost reached level 37, which is already a significant jump above me. With the age gap of 6 years and similar talent, I really don't know how to catch up. However, your arrival today has reignited a bit of hope in me. Qianjue, your martial soul is indeed the most powerful I've ever seen. And Xiao Ao, although he is just a support-type soul master, his talent is also above mine. With teammates like you, maybe I can really compete with my brother. Qianjue, you will help me, right? Forget it. You don't have to promise me now. We only met a day ago, so it's a bit hasty for me to ask you this. We have plenty of time to get to know each other. When the day comes that you feel I, Dai Mubai, am truly worth your investment, you can agree then. Qianjue smiled. As long as he had the ability in the future, he would definitely help Dai Mubai. By then, helping Dai Mubai ascend to the throne while being extraordinarily powerful himself. He could live freely as he wished. How do we end up back at Soto City again? Just as Qianjue was about to reassure Dai Mubai, his wolf spirit in the air suddenly spotted Soto City. Did we circle back to the east gate of Soto City? Dai Mubai heard Qianjue's words and looked around, guessing. Yes, but it's okay. Once we're in the city, he can't escape. Qianjue smiled confidently. If it were an open area, he could still escape from the wolf spirit's line of sight. But once they entered Soto City, the complex terrain of the urban area allowed the wolf spirit to see everything clearly from the air, making it even harder for the shadow to escape. Let's go. Boss Dai, Qianjue called out as he tore a piece of cloth and hung it on a conspicuous treetop, trailing behind a shadow from a distance as they re-entered Soto City. To be continued. Chapter 47. The Lair after seeing the shadow enter the city gate. Qianjue and Dai Mubai approached the east gate of Suatawa City, but did not enter immediately. From the perspective of the wolf spirit, they saw that the person they were tracking had entered the city gate and quietly hid in a corner, watching the entrance. If it weren't for Qianjue having the wolf spirit, they would have had no way to avoid this counter-tracking. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the shadow finally confirmed that no one was following him and turned to slip into a narrow alley. Qianjue and Dai Mubai finally entered the city. As they walked slowly along the streets, Qianjue appeared very relaxed and casual. Once inside the city, with the help of the wolf spirit's spiritual vision, Qianjue could even follow without retracing their steps, as if he had a mini-map. The terrain of the city and the figure of the person were laid bare before the wolf spirit. Sometimes, Qianjue would find that he was only a wall away from the person he was tracking or even ahead of him. At such a close distance, Qianjue finally saw the shadow's face clearly through the wolf spirit. The young man appeared to be in his 20s, handsome and slender. From his appearance, he looked like a dashing young master, completely lacking any semblance of a sinister soul master. If it weren't for the fact that he had always been in the wolf spirit's view, Qianjue might have thought he had mistaken the person. After meandering through the city for over 10 minutes, the young man finally arrived at the side door of a small mansion, opened the door, and slipped inside. Qianjue used the wolf spirit to take a look from the air. The mansion covered an area of about a few thousand square meters, not very large, and the wolf spirit could almost cover half of it. This gave Qianjue some ideas. He brought Dai Mubai to the outer wall of the mansion, gave him a few instructions, then closed his eyes and focused on controlling the wolf spirit to closely follow the young man. Once inside the mansion, the young man walked purposefully into a room. At the moment he opened the door, Qianjue controlled the wolf spirit to slip in ahead of him. This was a square study. Upon entering, there was a large writing desk directly in front, and looking back from the desk, there was a huge landscape painting mounted on the wall. On either side of the study stood a display cabinet showcasing various exquisite items, while the other side had a bookshelf filled with various books, arranged quite neatly. However, upon seeing this arrangement, Qianjue knew there must be a secret room in this space, either behind the cabinets or behind the landscape painting, a very Qianjue setup. Qianjue controlled the wolf spirit to hover above the young man's head, ensuring he could enter the secret passage when the young man did. Sure enough, the young man turned a wash basin on the writing desk, and the wall behind the landscape painting immediately emitted a faint rumbling sound and rose, revealing a downward passage that emitted a soft glow. The young man entered the passage, pressed a switch inside, and the wall fell back down. The wolf spirit followed the young man as he wound through the passage, and Qianjue could clearly feel that this passage was leading underground. The space below likely wasn't small. As the young man went deeper, the lights in the passage grew brighter. Above, Qianjue kept changing positions outside the mansion, but he never stepped inside. He wouldn't take risks. Having tracked to this point and confirmed the lair of the sinister soul master was already enough. At most, he would use the wolf spirit to scout a bit more. Regardless of what lay below, he would never risk bringing Dai Mu by along again. They would just wait for Flander and Zhao Wujin to arrive. The wolf spirit followed the young man to the bottom of the passage, where gradually they began to hear cries and painful moans. Qianjue's heart sank. There were probably some people imprisoned down there, and the fate of those captured by the sinister soul master could be easily imagined. Sure enough, as the young man turned a corner, the wolf spirit saw a fork in the path. At one of the openings, several fierce-looking male servants were gathered around a table, rolling dice and gambling. When they saw the young man approach, they quickly stopped and respectfully called out, "Young master." The young man waved his hand dismissively and walked straight past them to another fork. Qianjue heard the moans and cries coming from the path, surrounded by the servants, and controlled the wolf spirit to take a look inside. He then discovered that this path led to rows of prison cells, each holding 3 to 4 people, men and women of all ages. Except for a few in the front cells who were still moaning and crying, the expressions of those in the other cells were ashen, as if they had already lost all hope of escape. Qianjue had no time to examine further and quickly controlled the wolf spirit to return to the entrance the young man had taken. He decided it was better to follow the young man for now. Perhaps he could learn more information. When the wolf spirit returned to follow the young man, he had arrived at a room set up like a training hall where a middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged practicing. "Father, father." The young man approached the middle-aged man and sat down, softly calling out a couple of times. The middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and, with a stern gaze, looked at the young man and said displeased, "You went out again these past few days. I see you're getting restless." The young man looked somewhat helpless. "Father, Leah is my girlfriend. She came to find me. I couldn't just not go." Girlfriend? Heroic spirit short-lived, romantic feelings long-lasting. As long as you become strong. What kind of woman can't you have? Why do you have to talk about love right now? The middle-aged man said with disappointment. "Father, it's not that your son is not striving. It's just, fate is like this." Facing his father's anger at his lack of ambition, the young man felt reluctant but still lowered his head helplessly. What fate? So what if you can't cultivate your martial soul? Didn't your father find a way for you to become stronger? You felt the secret methods of the holy city. They can indeed make ordinary people stronger. Moreover, once we make certain contributions, we can apply to the holy city to change our martial souls. At that time, you can truly become a soul master. Father, I think we shouldn't force it. Changing martial souls is just what they promote. Once a martial soul is awakened, it cannot be changed. This is common knowledge. Enough. What has stimulated you today to say such nonsense? Did that woman say something to you again? I tell you, if you keep indulging in this so-called love, I'll have her killed tomorrow. The middle-aged man looked at his son, his stern eyes filled with anger and disappointment. Father, no need for that. She is already dead. Just now, I killed her with my own hands. I was going to come and tell you about this. Huh. The middle-aged man was somewhat surprised. His son had always said that his relationship with that girl was true love, but he didn't expect it to turn out like this today. That's my son. That's the way to go. What love and romance are all illusions. What's important is to become strong. The middle-aged man patted the young man's shoulder, encouraging him. However, the young man ignored his father's praise and looked at him helplessly. Father, I killed her because she discovered some of our affairs. Once joining the Sinister Soul Master organization is exposed, we will be hunted down by the Martial Soul Hall, and we'll have no place to die. Leah is the type of girl who can't keep secrets. I had no choice but to kill her. However, what I want to tell you is not this, but that someone saw me kill her. The young man said with some distress. What? Who saw you? A soul master or an ordinary person? Did they see your face? The middle-aged man asked anxiously. The young man shook his head. I can't be sure. There are 3 young guys, very young and looking quite immature, but one of them is a grand soul master. I was originally far away from them and didn't know how they discovered me. But they shouldn't have seen my face. When he ran over, I immediately escaped. And at that time, I was in the dark, so he should have been unable to see me clearly. Is it possible you were being followed? The middle-aged man, still not at ease, continued to inquire. Definitely not. I used many methods to counter-track, and there were no signs indicating that anyone was following me. For example, the young man then explained all the various operations he had done when he returned. After listening, the middle-aged man nodded, feeling that his son had indeed taken comprehensive measures, making it impossible for him to be followed. Then there's the issue of the body left. Yeah, the young man replied with great distress. When I killed her, I used the Death Soul Ring. If the body is handed over to the Spirit Hall, they will likely discover quickly that this is the work of an evil soul master, and then they'll trace it back to our family. If that happens, we're done for. The young man regretted, lamenting why he didn't use ordinary means. He hadn't expected to be discovered while taking action. I'll go check immediately. Maybe those 3 kids haven't left yet. I'll kill them all and then deal with the bodies. No way, Dad. What if that soul master has already notified others? Achieving Grand Soul Master at such a young age definitely means they are from a notable family or power. You haven't reached Soul King yet. If your strength is inferior to those people, we might not come back. Hearing his son's well-reasoned analysis, the middle-aged man revealed a satisfied smile. This was also why he was so determined to have his son cultivate, because his son was a genius, a true genius, who was merely hindered by his own burden and unable to cultivate his martial soul. He believed that if his son's martial soul could cultivate, he would surely achieve great things. For this, he even joined the Evil Soul Master organization, just to seek that slim chance of turning things around. But first, we need to handle tonight's situation. Don't worry, son. I received a notification from the Protector this evening. He should arrive in Swoto City tonight. After he arrives, we can go take a look. The Protector of the Holy City has at least the strength of a Soul Emperor, so there won't be any problems. The middle-aged man's words startled both the young man and the eavesdropping Qianjue, though the young man was surprised in a good way, while Qianjue was startled in fear. Move by, the situation is not good. We need to retreat quickly. Outside the mansion's walls, Qianjue, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and spoke in a panic. Oh, where to go, little guy? To be continued. Chapter 48 Captives. The moment Qianjue opened his eyes to greet Dai Mubai, an old voice that seemed to be both laughing and mocking took over the conversation. The voice startled both Qianjue and Dai Mubai, and they hurriedly looked around, searching for the source of the voice. Oh no, it can't be this coincidental. Have we really been found? Qianjue felt a chill in his heart. He had just heard that the guardian who had come was at least a level 60 Soul Emperor, while they were just 2 level 20-something rookies. How could they escape? How could this happen? I was clearly on guard around me. How could someone approach without me noticing? Dai Mubai was also panicking. Although Qianjue had described the entrance to the hidden passageway, the environment beneath it, and the captives to Dai Mubai during his reconnaissance, he communicated in real time when it came to eavesdropping on the conversation. So, he still didn't know who had just arrived. Finally, Qianjue and Dai Mubai spotted the figure making the sound on the wall beside them. It was an old man, much older than Flender and the others, who was now smiling and looking at them. He was leisurely stroking his white beard, appearing quite kind and showing no signs of being an evil soul master. However, Qianjue knew that this person was likely the Holy Church's guardian mentioned by the middle-aged man underground. Seeing that Qianjue and Dai Mubai had found him, the old man jumped down. Just as Qianjue and Dai Mubai were about to unleash their martial spirits and escape, they saw the old man wave his right hand. A surge of soul power swept over them, and they felt their own soul power scatter and could no longer gather it. Then, their consciousness became increasingly blurry, and they finally collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The old man chuckled lightly, walked over, and picked up Qianjue and Dai Mubai, crossing the wall and landing inside the mansion. Fan Hong, where are you? After entering the mansion, the old man landed in the courtyard and casually tossed Qianjue and Dai Mubai aside before calling out with a strong voice. Guardian of the Holy City, Fan Hong, and his son Fan Huan welcome you. Not long after the old man's call fell, the door to the study opened, and the middle-aged man came out with his son, respectfully approaching. They stopped a few meters away from the old man and deeply bowed. I am the guardian of the holy city, Yaojing Hall, Gulen. I have come to collect the tributes from these past 2 years. The old man said as he raised his left hand, revealing a ring with exquisite skull carvings set on his left thumb. The skull ring was entirely white, made not of metal but of a special type of white bone. The empty eyes and nose of the skull revealed a dark stone from within the ring. Seeing the obviously more advanced soul ring, Fan Hong bowed again, saying, "We welcome the guardian of the holy city. The tributes are ready. The guardian can collect them at any time." After speaking, he glanced at Qianjue and Dai Mubai, who were tossed on the ground, then looked up at Gulen, feeling somewhat puzzled but still patiently waiting for Gulen's orders. Gulen noticed his confusion and reproachfully said, "These are the people I found lurking outside your mansion. They were spying on you. These two are the 3 kids who discovered me killing earlier. They actually followed me here." Gulen's words surprised both Fan Hong and his son Fan Huan. And Fan Huan only then realized that Dai Mubai was the young soul master who had discovered him committing murder earlier. This black-haired kid seems to have some soul skills. He has already discovered the secret chamber beneath your mansion, and from what I just overheard, it seems he has also figured out the layout of your secret chamber. Fan Hong was extremely angry upon hearing this. Then, these 2 kids can't be left alive. Guardian Gulen, please allow me to kill them. Gulen waved his hand. Why the rush? Let's first go to your secret chamber below. There's no need to hurry in dealing with them. Lead the way. As he spoke, he bent down and grabbed Qianjue and Dai Mubai again. All right, please, Guardian. Fan Hong did not insist. Anyway, the 2 were already in their hands, so it didn't matter whether they were killed now or later. Fan Hong respectfully led Gulen through the secret passage of the study all the way underground, arriving at the intersection guarded by the strong men. The group of strong men was no longer gambling as they had been before. Instead, they stood respectfully to the sides. Upon seeing Fan Hong bringing Gulen over, they all knelt down together and called out, "We welcome the Guardian." Fan Hong led Gulen into the prison passage and introduced, "Guardian, there are a total of 176 tributes here, all collected by various means over the past 2 years. Please have a look." Gulen looked at the men, women, and children in the rows of cells, nodding in satisfaction. "The quantity is quite sufficient, but is there any risk of exposure? You know the rules of the holy city. If our whereabouts are revealed to the spirit hall, you know what will happen. Rest assured, Guardian, these people have already been declared dead in the outside world, and no one will investigate. It won't be exposed." Fan Hong assured Gulen. If it won't be exposed, then what about these 2 kids?" Gulen pointed at Dai Mubai and Qianjue. Fan Hong was a bit awkward. He had forgotten about this, but he had no choice but to stiffen his resolve and roughly explain what had happened with Fan Huan earlier, as they would need Gulen to help them find the bodies later, so there was no way to hide it. "All right, then let's interrogate these 2 kids first." Gulen responded indifferently. So, Fan Hong led Gulen to another room specifically for receiving guests, which was furnished with tables and chairs. Gulen threw Qianjue and Dai Mubai into the middle of the room, and then walked to the main seat and sat down, while Fan Huan sensibly poured tea for him. "All right, you 2 little guys, hurry up and open your eyes. I know you're awake," Gulen said blandly after sitting down. After holding back for so long, wanting to appear as if he were still unconscious, Qianjue finally let out a sigh of helplessness and opened his eyes. Slowly, he crawled up to sit cross-legged on the ground. He looked up at Gulen and Fan Hong beside him, his mind racing as he thought of a way to escape. Dai Mubai also sat up, looking at Gulen and Fan Hong, who were staring at him, and Qianjue, filled with anxiety and regretting why he had followed along. Feeling guilty for dragging Qianjue into this, Fan Hong looked up at Gulen and, seeing that he had no intention of speaking, was the first to ask, "What did you send the other person to report? How long until someone comes? And where is that woman's body?" Fan Hong's questions came down in a series, and Qianjue and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, both feeling that they had no way out. This time it was really tough. Qianjue steadied his mind. He couldn't give up. He didn't know how lucky he had been to cross over into the world of Douluo and gain such a miraculous martial spirit like Qianjue. He absolutely couldn't die down here. He had to survive until Flinder, Zhao Wujie, and the others arrived to rescue him. Qianjue looked up at Gulen. the most powerful person in the room, knowing that his chance of survival lay in Gulin's hands. He scrutinized Gulin carefully, not missing any details about him, until he saw Gulin looking at him with interest, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. "Answer me." Seeing that Qianjue had not responded for a long time and instead was staring at Gulin, Fan Hong shouted loudly, releasing his martial spirit. A blue-gray wolf-shaped soul beast's illusory form flashed before him. At the same time, for soul rings, 3 yellow and 1 purple, appeared under his feet. He raised his hand, preparing to give Qianjue and Dai Mubai a taste of suffering. Wait, I'll talk." Qianjue quickly raised his hand to stop him. Actually, to be continued. Chapter 49, The Battle Across 20 Levels, Part 1. Actually, I'm from a spirit hall. Facing fan onges question, Qianjue study spoke. The spirit hall? The spirit hall has discovered us. Upon hearing this, Fan Hong immediately stood up anxiously and walked in front of Qianjue. Taking the opportunity, Qianjue glanced at Dai Mubai, his gaze intense. "Yes, the spirit hall has long discovered you. We came tonight to monitor your movements, and the main force will arrive soon. Do you know how many of us are coming? How many people? Who's leading? Is it Lu Ji?" Fan Hong suddenly grabbed Qianjue's shirt at the chest and lifted him up, asking urgently with wide eyes. Qianjue raised his hand to grasp Fan Hong's arm, seemingly trying to ease his own situation. "It's not Lu Ji. It's someone stronger than him." "Damn you!" Qianjue roared, shaking his wrist. A glint of cold light shot toward Fan Hong's left eye, and at the same time, the wolf spirit, which he had already released and hidden nearby, lunged up from below, attempting to bite Fan Hong's neck. This was the first time Qianjue had attacked a soul master with such unreserved effort since he came into this world. Fan Hong was unprepared, or rather, not overly cautious. Qianjue and Dai Mubai looked too small. Fan Hong thought that the kid who had killed him was a great soul master. And reaching great soul master at this age was indeed very talented, but no matter how talented, it would only reach the level of great soul master. He himself was already at the strength of a level 48 soul master, and he did not believe that Qianjue and Dai Mubai could threaten him. So he fell into misfortune. Although his reaction as a soul master allowed him to turn his head and dodge the dart aimed at his left eye, he couldn't dodge the wolf spirit's sneak attack. The wolf spirit's sharp teeth pierced into Fan Hong's neck, but as soon as it pierced in, it felt a resistance, which was Fan Hong's protective soul power. Fan Hong instantly reacted, immediately retreating while slapping his palm toward his neck, hitting the wolf spirit and knocking it away from his neck. His neck was torn by the wolf spirit's sharp teeth, leaving several wounds, and blood instantly gushed out. Fortunately, Fan Hong had initially wanted to teach the two a lesson and had released his martial soul. Otherwise, if the wolf spirit's teeth had gone in deeper, Fan Hong would probably have died immediately. At this moment, Dai Mubai also activated his martial soul and burst forth. Just now, when Qianjue had looked at him, he understood Qianjue's plan. Although he didn't know what effect their combined strength of over 20 levels would have against Fan Hong and Gulan. Since Qianjue wanted to give it a try, he didn't mind. After all, it was all about dying anyway. However, the suddenly aggressive Dai Mubai did not attack Fan Hong. Instead, he kicked off with his legs, charging toward Fan Huan. If he could capture Fan Huan as a hostage, perhaps they could have a glimmer of hope. Moreover, attacking the enemy was essential to rescue, even if he couldn't succeed. Forcing Fan Hong's attention to this side would give Qianjue more opportunities to act. "Dad!" At this moment, Fan Huan had not yet realized the impending crisis. As Dai Mubai was charging toward him, he only saw Fan Hong suddenly attacked by Qianjue, and then blood gushed from his neck, prompting him to panic and call out to Fan Hong, wanting to rush forward to check on his condition. After the wolf spirit bit Fan Hong, Qianjue summoned his bow, and as it materialized, he quickly got up and swung the Qianjue bow forcefully toward Fan Hong. Qianjue chose not to shoot a light arrow. The gap in soul power between him and Fan Hong was just too great. A light arrow, being a normal attack, might not even break through Fan Hong's protective soul power, and the distance between them was too close. It was more advantageous to directly use the sharpness of the Qianjue bow. He knew he absolutely could not let Fan Hong react. He had to seize the opportunity of the sneak attack to achieve enough results. or else they would have no chance at all. Ah! Fanon, retreating rapidly, let out a roar. His face instantly flushed red, while he used his left hand to tightly cover his neck, trying to alleviate the intense pain radiating from it. What is this? Why does it hurt so much? Is my neck broken? The intense pain caused Fan Hong to lose the calmness he usually had in battle. Now, his mind was filled with these few questions. Until he saw Qianjue and Dai Mubai charging at him, his battle instincts kicked in, allowing him to use his free right hand to slap away Qianjue's descending Qianjue Bao. However, just as he was preparing to face Dai Mubai's attack, he realized that Dai Mubai had missed him and was charging toward Fan Huan behind him. After a moment of bewilderment, he reacted. Huaner! Fan Hong roared again, his fourth soul ring instantly lighting up. Seeing this, Qianjue quickly made another move, the Qianjue Bao shining with a verdant light as he swung it, while the wolf spirit, having recovered a bit, lunged forward again. However, this did not stop Fan Hong from unleashing his fourth soul skill. Without any movement, a phantom wolf shadow split from his body and quickly charged toward Dai Mubai, knocking him away just as he was about to reach Fan Huan. Dai Mubai, struck by this violent attack, spat out a mouthful of blood mid-air and then fell to the ground, motionless. Seeing this, Qianjue swung his Qianjue Bao with even more ferocity, executing some moves he had researched with great proficiency. However, Qianjue's moves were ultimately not soul skills. Although these attacks initially caused Fan Hong to be a bit flustered, especially since he had to use one hand to cover his neck, decades of battle experience allowed him to gradually defend against them. As time passed, he slowly adapted to the pain caused by the wolf spirit, and his brain, which had been sluggish due to pain, gradually regained its clarity. The clearer his mind became, the more shocked he felt at the realization of what kind of monster he was facing. The martial soul of this kid in front of him seemed to be a type of invisible soul beast. It was this martial soul that had ambushed him earlier. Moreover, this martial soul not only had the ability to become invisible, but also caused intense pain upon hitting people. That intense pain made Fan Hong even think for a moment that his neck had been torn apart. Fortunately, he had released his martial soul first and had undergone martial soul possession. The transparent soul, beast martial soul, had not bitten too deeply into his neck. Moreover, he had reacted quickly during the first ambush, swiftly knocking that thing away. Although his neck was cut with several deep wounds, fortunately, he had not been injured in any vital trachea or major blood vessels. Aside from heavy bleeding, it wasn't a big issue. However, Fan Hong could actually accept this. After all, it was just that the martial soul was a bit magical, capable of becoming invisible and enhancing pain. He felt that his earlier defeat was mostly due to being ambushed first. What truly made him unable to accept was that this kid's physical attributes were completely unlike that of a great soul master. Strength and agility were not much inferior to his own, and for some unknown reason, his own body was reacting much slower than usual, making it impossible for him to exert his full strength. Moreover, this kid actually had a skill that could consume his soul power. Every time that strange weapon of his glowed green, a small portion of his soul power would be consumed after the next attack. Although it wasn't much at once, after several instances, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Furthermore, he couldn't find a way to crack this skill. As long as this kid's attack hit him, even if he had already blocked it, his soul power would still decrease. Avoiding his attacks wouldn't help either. The green light on that weapon wouldn't disappear, and the next time it hit him, he would still be unable to avoid losing soul power. And that invisible soul, beast, martial soul, kept him on constant alert. With that thing constantly harassing him, it would be impossible for him to continuously dodge Qianjue's attacks. As the battle continued, he had already lost half of his soul power, while the kid on the opposite side, despite taking several of his attacks and being hit by his soul skill, was still crazily attacking him, showing no signs of exhausting his soul power. What kind of monster is this kid? To be continued. Chapter 50, The Battle Across 20 Levels, Part 2. After another attack was dodged by Fan Hong, Qianjue paused momentarily, breathing slightly heavier. By this point in the battle, Qianjue already had a sense of the situation. The scales of victory were tilting in his favor. This did not mean that Qianjue's strength had reached a level where he could challenge his soul sect. but rather it was a result of multiple indispensable factors working together. Setting aside the at least Soul Emperor-level evil Soul Master Douluo, who had been watching the fight with a smile. The fact that Qianjue was able to drag the battle to this point was largely due to his martial soul advantage. But the main reason was the successful ambush at the beginning that gave him the upper hand, followed by Dai Mubai's actions. When Dai Mubai charged towards Fan Hong, it caused Fan Hong, who had been ambushed by the wolf spirit and was losing his rationality in his rage, to directly unleash his fourth soul skill, Wolf Shadow Assault. Although Dai Mubai was heavily injured and could no longer continue fighting, Fan Hong lost the strongest burst of his fourth soul skill, which prevented him from resolving Qianjue in one go, thus giving Qianjue the opportunity to turn this battle into a war of attrition. In a prolonged battle, Qianjue had 4 soul rings added by Qianjue martial soul, which allowed his basic physical attributes to be not too different from Fan Hong's. Although Fan Hong's soul power level was over 20 levels higher, greatly enhancing his physical attributes compared to Qianjue's, he never formed an overwhelming advantage over Qianjue, allowing Qianjue to have a foundation to fight across 20 levels. Furthermore, Qianjue had the wolf spirit assisting him in attacks. Although Fan Hong was on guard, the wolf spirit's attacks could not have the same significant effect as at the beginning. But the special effect of Qianjue's hidden Qianjue still required Fan Hong to focus most of his attention on defending against the invisible wolf spirit, leaving him unable to fully attack Qianjue. Otherwise, if the wolf spirit landed a hit, the pain could distort his movements and techniques. This was also a reason why Qianjue could continue to battle with Fan Hong without falling behind. Additionally, Qianjue's 2 second soul skills, Bai Tong and Duan Pa, played a crucial role. The effect of Duan Pa reduced Fan Hong's reaction speed by 20%, which not only narrowed the gap between Fan Hong and Qianjue, but also prevented Fan Hong from fully unleashing his strength. The effect of Bai Tong was even more terrifying, as this skill's effect was fully realized in this battle. It not only accelerated the consumption of Fan Hong's soul power, but when Bai Tong hit, it also provided Qianjue with a certain amount of soul power return, making the consumption of this soul skill very low. With a quick cooldown, Qianjue could use it almost every 10 seconds, each time leaving Fan Hong feeling extremely helpless. Moreover, the healing effect brought by this skill was one of the main reasons Qianjue could persist in the battle until now. Fan Hong was not weak. His first and second soul skills, occasionally hitting the wolf spirit, caused Qianjue to suffer significant injuries. The multiple bloodstains on his body and the fresh blood at the corner of his mouth were the most direct proof. Yet despite such injuries, Qianjue was still able to continue fighting and maintain relentless attacks on Fan Hong, thanks to the healing effect of Bai Tong keeping his physical condition above a safe threshold, preventing him from collapsing. All these conditions combined allowed Qianjue, at the level of a great soul master, to cross 20 levels to fight against the soul sect and begin to gain the upper hand. However, all of this was in the past. Now, Fan Hong was ready to fight desperately. Fan Hong had realized that the situation was starting to turn against him and knew he could not be dragged down any longer. If it continued like this, he would be the one to exhaust his soul power first, and he would surely lose. Shadow Wolf's Guardian. Fan Hong unleashed his 3rd soul skill. The first time he used it in this battle, his 3rd soul skill was a defensive type, which was why he had not used it before. Qianjue had not been able to break through his defenses anyway, and using this 3rd soul skill would just waste soul power. But now it was different. He was no longer going to focus on defending against the wolf spirit, but was prepared to launch a full-scale attack. With a roar, relying on the defensive effect of his 3rd soul skill, he temporarily disregarded the wolf spirit and began to attack Qianjue frantically. He used his 1st and 2nd soul skills as if he had unlimited soul power, allowing Qianjue's attacks and the wolf spirit's bites to land on him, just hoping to quickly resolve this battle. Yet, Fan Hong still underestimated the sharpness of Qianjue's Qianjue Bao and the wolf spirit's fearsome fangs. Even with his 3rd soul skill for defense, Qianjue was still able to inflict considerable damage on him. Pain surged once more, and Fan Hong became increasingly frantic, his attacks growing fiercer, while Qianjue felt like a small boat in a storm on the verge of capsizing. Shadow Wolf Claw. D. Fan Hong roared in anger, his voice echoing through the underground chamber. His second soul ring lit up again, and a gray wolf-claw phantom appeared above his raised right hand, striking towards Qianjue. He believed that as long as this claw landed, that detestable kid opposite him would surely die. Oh! A violent scream erupted, sending chills down one's spine, as if the person was enduring the most horrific torture in the world. However, the one screaming was not Qianjue. Before Fan Hong's second soul skill could land, the one who cried out was Fan Huan. Seeing that Fan Hong had gone mad and that the wolf spirit's attacks had become ineffective against him aside from inciting his anger, Qianjue instead directed the wolf spirit to attack Fan Huan. Fan Huan was unprepared for the intensified pain from the wolf spirit and didn't know how to deal with it. The wolf spirit's sharp teeth bit into his arm, tearing it apart and causing intense pain that made Fan Huan roll on the ground incessantly. Who enter? Fan Hong heard Fan Huan scream and gasped, quickly turning to look. His second soul skill dissipated due to his distraction. Seeing Fan Huan in such a tragic state, Fan Hong hurried over, attacking around Fan Huan to drive the wolf spirit away, then crouching down in a panic to use his soul power to help Fan Huan stop the bleeding. Fan Huan's injury shattered the last shred of Fan Hong's confidence in victory. He no longer wanted to fight. His son was still here, and he could not quickly resolve Qianjue. Continuing to fight would only lead to his defeat. He conceded this battle. Seeing Fan Hong no longer attacking him and instead tending to Fan Huan, Qianjue sighed in relief and hurried to check on Dai Mubai's condition. He had refrained from using attacks on Fan Huan to restrain Fan Hong at the beginning, fearing that if Fan Hong saw he could not stop him, he would act recklessly and attack either himself or Dai Mubai without regard for the consequences. At that time, he had not exhausted enough of Fan Hong's soul power and stamina to withstand his explosive retaliation. Gu Guardian. After quickly bandaging and treating Fan Huan, Fan Hong looked at Gu Lan, who had been watching from the main seat, and called out with a sense of grievance. "Ha ha! All right, stop! Everyone stop! Very good. Very good." Gu Lan waved his hand with a smile, signaling them to cease. However, after calling for a stop, he did not care about the aggrieved Fan Hong, but instead smiled warmly at Qianjue, who was checking on Dai Mubai's injuries, beckoning him to come over. After briefly checking Dai Mubai's injuries, Qianjue had no choice but to go over. Form outweighed personal feelings, and he had no option but to comply. However, Dai Mubai's injuries were indeed serious, and he probably wouldn't last much longer. Hee, little guy, can you now tell me which faction you belong to? I can be sure you're definitely not from the Spirit Hall. With your talent, if you were from the Spirit Hall, you should be in Spirit City right now. Certainly an important training target for the Spirit Hall. How could you come here to deal with evil soul masters like this? Looking at Gu Lan's cheerful questioning, Qianjue felt a wave of hope. Finally, he saw a glimmer of life. To be continued. Chapter 51, Recruitment Indeed. The current situation has always been part of Qianjue's plan. Since waking up after being captured, Qianjue has been contemplating how they could break through the current predicament. Yes, he and Dai Mubai are strong and hardly encounter any opponents of the same rank. But so what? They're now facing a soul zone of over level 40 and at least a soul emperor of level 60. If it were just facing Fan Hong in the soul zone, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope if he and Dai Mubai fought desperately. But against Gu Lan, the protector of the evil soul master organization, they truly have no hope at all. Thus, Qianjue has been unable to find a way to turn the tide. Until Fan Hong attempted to make a move against them, and he saw the amused expression on Gu Lan's face. A thought sparked in his mind. Talent. Yes, it's talent. Where does his greatest power lie? Undoubtedly, it is in his unparalleled talent. Given time, he could trample most people in this world underfoot. And Gu Lan, as a protector of an evil soul master organization, would inevitably need fresh blood, especially since such organizations cannot recruit talent through normal means. They can only cultivate their own or directly capture gifted children to train from a young age, which is the most common method for evil soul masters to enhance their organization's strength. Because if it were a fully grown soul master like Fan Hong, who is already of age, they would not join the evil soul master organization for any belief but for benefits. And the ties of interest are certainly not as solid as faith. Thus, Qianjue's initial goal was never to escape based on his limited strength. That would be wishful thinking. His true aim was to showcase the talent of himself and Dai Mubai. Whether they win or lose against Fan Hong in this battle is actually meaningless. What truly matters is whether they can pique the interest of that evil soul master named Gulan. And it seems they have succeeded. Little guy, have you thought it over? Gulan urged when he saw Qianjue had not responded. I am not from that organization. I only arrived in Suatawa City yesterday. I came here to enter a higher-level Soul Master Academy to study, including Dai Mubai. He is here to study as well. In response to Gulan's question, Qianjue thought for a moment and rephrased his identity, omitting the title of Shrek Academy. In Qianjue's view, the identity of a Soul Master Academy student should be very appealing to Gulan. After all, a Soul Master Academy is merely an institution, not a faction. It is just a place for cultivating talent and does not involve too many entanglements. However, Qianjue was also worried that if Flinder and the others came over later, they might not be able to keep Gulan. If this evil Soul Master organization really valued the talents of Qianjue and Dai Mubai, they might directly send experts to capture them. A protector is at least a Soul Emperor, and perhaps this evil Soul Master organization even has a title Douluo level expert. Flinder and Zhao Wujia might not be able to protect them, which could bring disaster to the academy. So Qianjue had to respond cautiously. Haha, yes, at your age. You should indeed be studying at a Soul Master Academy. Now, show me your martial soul. I'm really curious what your martial soul is that allows you to achieve this. The identity of the Soul Master Academy students indeed pleased Gulan, and he then asked Qianjue to demonstrate his martial soul. Qianjue's thought was not wrong. Gulan was indeed interested in them. In fact, when Gulan captured them, he had already gauged their actual ages from the bone age of Qianjue and Dai Mubai. Later, when Fan Hong recognized them and mentioned their strength as Great Soul Masters, it piqued Gulan's interest. A 10-year-old Great Soul Master is indeed very talented. However, talent is only talent. If it does not grow, it is merely a title. At this point, Gulan was not overly insistent. He just wanted to absorb the two into the organization. If they refused, then he would just kill them. A dead genius would only be a fool. But afterward, Qianjue and Dai Mubai's performance truly shocked him. The two great soul masters teamed up and actually defeated Fan Hong, the Soul Zone, which was extraordinary. Especially Qianjue. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that a 9-year-old child could achieve such a level. So by this time, he had already decided to take Qianjue back to the City of Dead Souls for focused training, regardless of whether Qianjue was willing. Such talent could greatly enhance the strength of their holy city, giving them more confidence against the Spirit Hall. However, before that, he still needed to figure out what the martial souls of these two children were, so he could be prepared. Upon hearing Gulan's words, Qianjue did not hesitate. He canceled the invisibility of the 1,000 wolf spirit and let the wolf spirit appear for the first time in front of anyone other than the master and Tang San. This was something he had planned for a long time, since it was inevitable to use the wolf spirit in the battle against Fan Hong. He would present the wolf spirit as his martial soul in front of the evil soul master. Therefore, from the beginning until now, he had never shown his martial soul, not even the mask during the sheep spirit possession. He did not let it manifest this time either. This is my martial soul, known as the 1,000 wolf spirit, a special martial soul with the abilities of invisibility and pain enhancement. When I awakened this martial soul, the people from the Spirit Hall told me it was the top-tier martial soul, and my innate soul power is also at the full level of innate 10th rank. To think he is really just a great soul master. Fan Hong, who was silently using soul power to stop the bleeding for Fan Hong, finally saw the martial soul that had tormented him all night. In fact, after the battle with Qianjue, he was certain in his heart that Qianjue was definitely more than just a great soul master. How could a great soul master fight him to such an extent? Therefore, he thought Qianjue might just look small, but his age is not small, and his soul power level is at least Soul Zone. Or perhaps he's also a Soul Zone like himself. Unexpectedly, after Qianjue revealed his martial soul, he was indeed just a great soul master. There really is someone who can fight him to such an extent with great soul master strength. Fan Hong shook his head bitterly. accepting his defeat. Gulan was also stunned, looking at the wolf spirit floating in the air, its ghostly smoky figure and eerie blue flame pupils. What shocked him the most was the second soul ring beneath the wolf spirit, radiating a purple glow. 1,000-year second soul ring. To be able to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring for the second soul ring. Gulan examined the floating wolf spirit as if it were a treasure, his excitement nearly overflowing. "Child, can you tell me how you did it?" Gulan asked eagerly, stepping forward and gripping Qianjue's shoulders with both hands. "Well, it's because of my martial soul. The 1,000-Jew wolf spirit is the messenger of death. The soul beasts killed by my martial soul do not harbor resentment, so when I absorb the soul rings, it is much easier than for ordinary people. This should be the reason why I can absorb a 1,000-year soul ring for my second soul ring." "The messenger of death," Gulan murmured, somewhat lost in thought. Suddenly, he raised his head, his gaze intense as he looked at Qianjue. "Child, do you know what our organization is called?" "Holy City," Qianjue tentatively said, something he had heard from the conversation between Fan Hong and Gulan. "No, our organization is called the City of Dead Souls. The deity we worship is the god of death, and your martial soul is the messenger of death. What do you think? Is this not the arrangement of heaven? Child, are you willing to come with me to join our City of Dead Souls? With your talent and your special martial soul, perhaps you could be the next lord of our City of Dead Souls." Qianjue looked at the extremely excited Gulan, pondering how to respond. "Refusal is certainly not an option, but I can't really join this soul city either. That's even less reliable than joining the Spear Hall. Although there are constant struggles between Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo in the Spear Hall, each with their own ulterior motives. At least Qianjue knows what their ultimate goal is. Moreover, the Spirit Hall is an official organization for soul masters with countless resources. As for joining the soul city, let's not even talk about the strength of this organization. Just the way they treat innocent civilians is something Qianjue finds hard to accept. Can I make a request first?" Qianjue asked tentatively. To be continued. Chapter 52, City of the Dead Souls. Can I make a request first?" Qianjue tentatively asked. "Of course, go ahead and tell me." Gulan smiled and encouraged Qianjue to express his thoughts. He was not afraid of Qianjue making requests. He was more worried that Qianjue might not be interested. Can we heal my companion first? His injuries are quite severe, and I'm afraid he won't last much longer." Qianjue turned to look at Daimu Bai, who was still unconscious. A full-force fourth soul skill from a soul zone. It was a miracle that this over 20-level soul master had not died yet. Of course, no problem. Just in time, I have a healing-type soul skill." Gulan thought Qianjue was going to make some big request, but it was just this. He had originally wanted to recruit Daimu Bai into his organization, but as Qianjue's performance became more impressive, he gradually overlooked Daimu Bai. Saying this, Gulan stood up, releasing his soul power. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. 7 soul rings appeared beneath his feet, and the aura of a soul sage was instantly released, transforming his originally kind and gentle demeanor into one of authority. Gulan raised his hand, and a string of azure blue beads appeared in his hand, gradually enlarging and eventually floating upright behind him, slowly rotating and emitting a blue glow. The protector of this evil soul master organization was actually not a soul emperor, but a soul sage like Flandra. Seeing Qianjue looking at him in surprise, Gulan reverted to the kind and gentle old man and smiled as he said, "This is my martial soul, Gulan, sacred bead. Although it's not as powerful as your Qianjue wolf spirit, I awaken my martial soul with innate soul power of level 8. As Gulan spoke, he raised his hand, and the 5th soul ring beneath him lit up. At the same time, one of the beads rotating behind him responded, emitting azure blue light and flying to his raised hand. You might think I'm a support-type soul master because my martial soul resembles a support-type martial soul. But that is not the case. I'm a battle soul master. My Gulan sacred beads total 9. Each can attach a soul skill corresponding to my 9 soul rings. Perhaps because my soul skills are attached to the sacred beads, I can perfectly acquire attack, defense, or support-type soul skills when adding soul rings. Coincidentally, my 5th sacred bead attaches a healing-type soul skill. Go! With a light shout, Gulan raised his hand, and the sacred bead flew out, floating above Dai Mubai. Then a green light showered down, illuminating Dai Mubai. Under the light of the sacred bead, Dai Mubai quickly groaned and woke up, while the Gulan's sacred bead flew back to Gulan's hand, which he casually tossed back into the rotating array behind him. Qianjue hurried forward to check Dai Mubai's injuries. "How are you, Mubai? Do you feel any better?" The awakened Dai Mubai looked at Qianjue in confusion, then turned to survey his surroundings. Seeing Fan Hong guarding beside Fan Huan and Gulan standing at the main position, as his thoughts gradually returned, Dai Mubai closed his eyes and recalled for a moment before clarifying his mind. They had not escaped danger. They were still in the underground chamber of this evil soul master. Looking at Qianjue, who was concerned about him, Dai Mubai shook his head. "I'm fine. Just a few broken ribs, but it seems the dislocation isn't too severe and my internal organs are unharmed." After saying this, Dai Mubai was a bit surprised that his injuries were so light. When he was hit by the wolf shadow split off from Fan Hong's fourth soul skill, he thought he was going to die. "That's good." Qianjue also breathed a sigh of relief. Protector, could you please help my son with his treatment as well? If you have any requests, please just say so." At this moment, Fan Hong timely spoke up, requesting Gulan to help treat Fan Huan as well. Just wait a moment. The soul skill still needs time to recover." Gulan replied with a smile and withdrew his martial soul. He hadn't lied. Even though he had reached the level of soul sage, soul skills still had a certain cooldown period. "All right. Thank you, Protector." Fan Hong didn't press further and simply agreed, continuing to look after Fan Huan. Child, do you have any other requests?" Gulan looked at Qianjue and asked with a smile again. The more requests Qianjue made, the deeper their connection would be. As long as it was achievable, he would satisfy them. Could you tell me more about your organization?" Taking this opportunity, Qianjue probed again, wanted to learn more about this evil soul master organization called the City of the Dead Souls to gather useful information for himself. "Of course, I'll tell you about it right away." Gulan agreed and was very pleased with both of Qianjue's requests. From these two requests, he had already roughly discerned what kind of person Qianjue was. In his view, Qianjue's first request to heal his injured companion showed that this person was quite loyal and not ungrateful, which meant that if they cultivated him in their organization, he was unlikely to betray them. Qianjue's second request to thoroughly understand the City of the Dead Souls indicated that he had not given up thinking for himself, was clever, did not blindly agree to him, nor did he outright refuse. Instead, he began to take the opportunity to learn about their organization, which showed he was a very wise child. With exceptional talent and a clever mind, Gulan was increasingly satisfied with Qianjue. In fact, these evil soul master organizations, to put it simply, are still a power. Evil soul masters is merely the definition given to them by the spirit hall and the world. Although they might sometimes employ unscrupulous means to achieve their goals, they do not seek out those who are wicked and ungrateful. They do not value such people. What they want are smart individuals and geniuses who are not overly constrained by rules and morals. Saying this, Gulan began to formally introduce the City of the Dead Souls to Qianjue. Our City of the Dead Souls, originally named the Holy Soul City, has existed for hundreds of years. It has always quietly worshipped the god of death and rarely participated in the various battles of countries and powers outside. However, it was precisely because of being too low-key that, with some predecessors embracing the god of death, the strength of our Holy Soul City gradually weakened. A once prosperous underground city began to wither and fell behind the pace of external powers. Fortunately, our Holy Soul City welcomed a time of revival. When our current city lord took office, he believed we could no longer remain so obscure. Otherwise, the Holy Soul City would one day become a true dead city. Thus, he sought reform, renamed the Holy Soul City to the City of the Dead Souls, indicating our loyalty to the god of death, and began actively engaging with the outside world to collect souls as sacrifices to the god of death. With the unremitting efforts of our entire organization, our City of the Dead Souls has gradually revived and strengthened as the reform progressed. To put it this way, our City of the Dead Souls is definitely not inferior to the so-called upper three sections. We are divided into one Lord, 3 halls, and 9 protectors. The Lord is the city lord of the dead souls, and at least possesses the strength of a super Douluo. The 3 halls are the Taiguang Hall, Shuangling Hall, and Yujing Hall, each with its own responsibilities. The head of each hall is at least a soul Douluo in strength, and each hall has 3 major protectors beneath it, of which I am one of the heavenly protectors of Yujing Hall. Originally, our city of the dead souls stipulated that one must at least be a soul emperor to serve as a protector of the 3 halls. However, with the development over the years, all 9 protectors of the city of the dead souls have reached the level of soul sages. This is just the strength of our upper echelon. Besides this, there are countless soul emperors, soul kings, and soul sects under the protection of our law. Currently, we have soul envoys stationed in many cities across the 2 great empires, specifically collecting souls for our soul city. Although we are not yet a match for the Spirit Hall, once our strength has accumulated, we will definitely overthrow the Spirit Hall and bring Soul City to every corner of the continent. So, child, isn't the strength of our Soul City impressive? As long as you come to our Soul City with your talents, you will definitely be valued by us. Under our cultivation, breaking through to title Douluo will just be a matter of time, and you even have a chance to challenge the realm of Super Douluo. After Gulen finished describing the grand vision to Qianjue, he stared intently at Qianjue, waiting for his response. To be continued. Chapter 53. Escape. Qianjue quietly listened to Gulen's account, feeling a bit confused. What's going on? When did Douluo have such a powerful organization as the City of Death Souls? If Gulen's words are not exaggerated, the strength of the City of Death Souls is indeed not inferior to that of the 3 religions. Should I agree to this? Originally, Qianjue just wanted to play along with Gulen, agreeing for now and planning to backtrack when Flanders and the others arrived. But if the City of Death Souls really has such strength, then he really has to think it over. What if, as he feared, the City of Death Souls launched a large-scale attack on Shrek Academy? How could Flanders and Zhao Wujia cope with that? But now, given the situation, what can he do if he doesn't agree? Gulen quietly watched the conflicted Qianjue, patiently waiting. In fact, regardless of whether Qianjue agrees or not, he would take Qianjue back to the City of Death Souls. He just hoped Qianjue could make up his mind. All right, I agree to join you. After a long contemplation, Qianjue finally spoke up, deciding to accept. If he can't handle it, then he can't. After all, when the time comes, it won't be him who has to deal with the headache. Ju, Dai Mubai exclaimed. Although he knew the current situation was dire, Qianjue's agreement still left him unable to accept it. Mubai, you should agree too. Qianjue looked at Dai Mubai, signaling him intensely. Dai Mubai understood what Qianjue meant. Given the current situation, they had no choice but to comply. But remembering that the only person who had ever given him warmth was killed by this organization's evil soul master, he simply couldn't bring himself to say it. Old master, can I call you that from now on? I want to ask, what do we do next? Seeing that Dai Mubai couldn't speak, Qianjue quickly changed the topic. Of course, you can. As for what comes next, we'll clear out unrelated personnel and take you back to the holy city, Gulen replied with a smile. And as he spoke, he released his martial soul again, the Gulen's sacred pearl appearing in his hand. Huh? Qianjue was startled, thinking Gulen meant to attack Dai Mubai. Just as he was about to intervene, he saw Gulen push his hands, causing the Gulen's sacred pearl to connect into a chain, heading towards Fan Hong. Fan Hong was taken aback and hurriedly released his martial soul, using his 3rd soul skill, Shadow Wolf Defense, mobilizing all his soul power to block Gulen's attack. But the gap between him and Gulen was at least 10 times greater than that between Qianjue and him. Qianjue could exchange a few moves with him, but Fan Hong couldn't withstand even a single move from Gulen. Even without using his soul skill, the moment the Gulen's sacred pearl made contact, all his defenses crumbled instantly, and the immense force sent him and Fan Hong flying. The blood he spewed in midair was even more than what Dai Mubai had lost earlier. Dad! Fan Hong screamed as he landed and rushed to his father's side to check on him. Fan Hong had protected him well. He absorbed the full force of Gulen's attack, and Fan Hong was not seriously injured. Why? Injured? Fan Hong was helped up by Fan Hong, spitting out another mouthful of blood as he looked at Gulen in confusion and anger. He couldn't understand why Gulen would attack him. To him, Even if Gulen was interested in Qianjue's talent and wanted to absorb him into the city of Death Souls, there was no need to kill him. He and Qianjue had no enmity. It was just that his son accidentally followed them and exposed their hideout. He could just change locations. Moreover, if it weren't for their side being exposed, Gulen wouldn't have discovered Qianjue. Even if Qianjue became successful in the city of Death Souls in the future, he could understand being targeted then. He could just avoid Qianjue. But he simply couldn't comprehend why Gulen would want to kill him at this moment. Why? Because some things are better known by fewer people, Gulen said, turning to look at Qianjue. However, when he turned around, he was taken aback to find that Qianjue and Dai Mubai had vanished without a trace. Gulen frowned, not having time to deal with Fan Hong and his son, and hurriedly pursued them. Outside the estate, Flanders rushed out from the secret passage of the study, holding Qianjue in one arm and Dai Mubai in the other. After finding Oscar waiting outside, he handed Dai Mubai to Qianjue and instructed them, "You two hurry back to the academy. I'll hold that person off." "Okay, Dean. Be careful. That person is an evil soul master, a soul sage, named Gulen. His martial soul is a string of Gulen sacred pearls, and his fifth soul skill is a healing ability. He is interested in my talent and wants to absorb me into their organization. It would be best to keep him here." Qianjue quickly relayed all the potentially useful information to Flanders. Flanders frowned when he heard this. This is a bit troublesome. He had come alone with Oscar, thinking it would just be a minor incident. Even when Oscar suggested it might be an evil soul master, he didn't take it too seriously. How could a powerful evil soul master be so easy to encounter? It was likely just a low-level soul master who had gone astray in pursuit of power. As a soul sage, he should be able to handle it easily. But he hadn't expected to actually encounter an opponent with similar strength. Qianjue suggested it would be best to keep that person, but at their current level of power. As long as the gap wasn't too large, it was difficult to determine a clear winner in a short one-on-one encounter. If Zhao Wujie were here, their combined efforts might quickly subdue the opponent. With that thought, Flanders quickly added, "You two hurry back to the academy and let Xiao X-entry Dai Mubai. Then, Xiao Ju, you quickly find Zhao Wujie. I'll hold him off for now." "Okay." Qianjue agreed, picking up Dai Mubai in a princess carry and running with Oscar. They had to leave this area quickly. Otherwise, when Gulen came out, the three of them would only become Flanders' weak point. "I have a big sausage. I have a big sausage." Oscar kept using his first soul skill to create sausages to stabilize Dai Mubai's injuries. "Big brother Dai, eat quickly, have a few more." "How do you feel? Is it better?" Oscar asked with concern. Dai Mubai ignored Oscar and darkly said to Qianjue, "Hey Ju, can you change your position? Otherwise, just carry me on your back. Don't you think this position is a bit too embarrassing for two big men?" "I haven't said anything, and you have more requests. You have a rib fracture. How can I carry you like this? Do you want to get hurt again?" Hee. Seeing Dai Mubai still had time to think about this, Oscar felt relieved, realizing he probably wasn't too injured. When he saw Dai Mubai being angrily retorted by Qianjue, he couldn't help but laugh. "By the way, Ju, how did you end up like this? Didn't Big Brother Dai say that Shadow's strength shouldn't be too strong? How'd he get so badly hurt?" "Don't ask. Just know it was bad luck." Qianjue replied to Oscar's question with a helpless expression. He shouldn't have listened to Dai Mubai and chased after the evil soul master. After a night of anxiety, he vowed never to stray from the plot again. He didn't want to get involved in anything outside the storyline. To be continued. Chapter 54. Confrontation. Qianjue's face was dark, but Dai Mubai became excited when he heard Oscar's question. He straightened up and leaned towards Oscar, saying, "Little Oscar, you don't know, while we were down there just now, we had a fight with a soul master over level 40. It felt amazing, even though I got taken out in one hit. But I created an opportunity for Ju. By the way, Ju, what happened at the end of that fight? How did you guys stop?" Although Dai Mubai knew that the two of them, as great soul masters, could hardly win against a soul master. When he finally woke up and saw Qianjue, who was injured but not in too bad a condition, he thought that Fan Hong didn't look too good either, as he was still guarding his son. Perhaps Qianjue had successfully defeated Fan Hong by taking advantage of Fan Huan's presence. It might be somewhat unjust to use a hostage as leverage, but since the opponent was an evil soul master, what justice was there to speak of? It was a draw. In the end, because of his son, he was a bit hesitant and admitted defeat. We were stopped by that Gulan. Qianjue didn't want to say too much, only telling the two a result. That's pretty impressive. That's a level 40 soul master. The two of us are just great soul masters now, and being able to reach a stalemate is already very good. Dai Mu Bai exclaimed, clapping his hands together, making a loud sound. However, this movement pulled on his chest wound, and he couldn't help but groan in pain. All right, stop talking and rest easy. Seeing this, Qianjue stopped Dai Mu Bai from speaking further and urged him to rest. The three quickly moved away, soon disappearing from sight. At this moment, Gulan finally ran out from the secret passage. Not knowing how Qianjue and Dai Mu Bai had disappeared, he had searched for a while in the underground secret room. After confirming that they were no longer there, he chased after them, which caused a bit of delay. But someone as cunning as Flinder wouldn't miss such a good opportunity, knowing that the evil soul master would come out from here. He had set up an ambush early on at the side of the study. As soon as Gulan dashed out, Flinder sprang out from the side. With Flinder's speed, most people wouldn't even have time to react. Sure enough, although Gulan sensed some danger in his heart, he truly didn't expect to be ambushed by a soul sage. Caught off guard, he was hit by a series of attacks from Flinder and could only desperately defend himself while seeking an opportunity to break free. Eagle Strike. After a series of attacks, seeing that Gulan was starting to react, Flinder immediately unleashed his sixth spirit skill. At the moment, the sixth spirit ring lit up. Wings on his back glimmered with light. With a cry of an eagle, Flinder used one wing to send Gulan flying into the air. Then with a flap of his wings, he rushed back towards Gulan. Under the acceleration effect of his sixth spirit skill, countless attacks quickly bombarded Gulan. At the same time, just as Gulan was knocked into the air by Flinder's wings, the fourth, fifth, sixth, and third spirit rings at his feet lit up in succession. For out of the 9 Gulan, sacred beads behind him began to glow, shooting forward from behind him. Among them, one shining with green light illuminated Gulan, starting to heal his injuries. One with blue light flew beneath Gulan's feet, giving him a foothold and stopping his body from flying further. One radiating golden light formed a golden shield in front of Gulan, blocking Flinder's attack as he charged in, and one glowing gray formed a giant gray sword beside Gulan, which he directed towards Flinder. In that instant, Gulan unleashed 4 spirit skills at once to try to turn the tide. The giant sword looked solid, but when it collided with Flinder's wings and hands, it oddly made no sound, as if Flinder was hitting air. However, each time Flinder and the gray giant sword touched, a trace of gray material transferred from the sword into Flinder's body, slightly slowing his movements. Flinder, of course, keenly noticed this. Knowing his opponent was an evil soul master, he didn't dare to be careless. After another clash, Flinder spun around and used his wings to once again send Gulan flying, creating distance between them as he momentarily paused to check his condition while coldly observing Gulan. Gulan also took this opportunity to hover far away opposite Flinder, breathing slightly heavily. That series of attacks had almost overwhelmed him. It was truly life-threatening. "You're that child's teacher? Hand him over to me and let him come with me. Staying with you will only waste his talent," Gulan shouted at Flinder, trying to probe him verbally. "Nonsense. I've taught so many outstanding students. I don't need you, an evil soul master, to dictate to me. Go with you? So he can become a street rat that everyone shouts at? So he can harm ordinary people like you? Give up on that idea," Flinder retorted without holding back. But Gulan didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled slyly. "Then you are mistaken. He has already agreed to join our organization. So for just now, he is one of the evil soul masters. What do you plan to do? Kill him?" Gulan mocked Flinder while inciting Flinder's views on Qianjue. "Nonsense. Anyone can tell that he is just putting on a facade with you. I really don't know how you cultivated to the soul sage level." "Huh. Well, since you want to hand him over, I have no choice. Let that kid stay with you for now. You help us train him, but you better take good care of him. Who knows when we might come to take him away." After Gulan finished speaking, he didn't wait for Flinder's response. With a surge of power from the Gulan's sacred beads beneath him, he flew out of the city with a blue light shadow. Gulan didn't dare to stay in Soto City for too long. After all, it was a major city, and the strength of the Wuhuan Hall stationed Lord Wuden below. If things got too noisy, reinforcements would arrive, which wouldn't be good. Moreover, there were forces from various parties, and if any experts with a grudge against evil soul masters showed up, he would really be unable to escape. So it was better to slip away while no one was around. Run. Do you think you can escape? As a flying-type soul master, Flinder excelled in speed. Although he might be slightly lacking in damage when it came to speed, he had never feared anyone of the same rank. With just a flap of his wings, Flinder began to chase after Gulan's figure, and the distance between them visibly shrank. Gulan knew he could not outrun Flinder. From a moment he discovered he was being attacked by a flying-type soul sage. He knew he might be in some trouble. So after pausing Flinder's attack, he threw out a few harsh words and immediately fled towards the city's outskirts, hoping to use the sacred city's secret method to find a chance to escape. Thus, the two fought while fleeing, with Flinder managing to block Gulan and prevent him from escaping quickly. But he couldn't stop Gulan from changing the battlefield. So as they fought, they ended up outside Soto City. To be continued. Chapter 55. The uncaught Qianjue brought Dai Mubai and Oscar back to Shrek Academy. As soon as they entered, Oscar shouted at the top of his lungs, "Director Zhao, Teacher Xiao, something happened. Come out quickly." The voice pierced the night sky. Zhao Wujia violently pushed open the door and stepped out of the room, irritably searching for Oscar. However, when he saw the injured Dai Mubai in Qianjue's arms, his irritation vanished instantly, replaced by seriousness. What happened? Who did this? Saying that, he hurriedly came over to check Dai Mubai's injuries. Director Zhao, we encountered a soul master of evil. Dean Flandra just saved us, and now he is confronting the soul master of evil. He asked me to hurry and bring you there. Soul master of evil? Zhao Wujia looked at Qianjue, a bit confused. He had never heard of any soul master of evil in Suatoa City after all these years. Yet this kid encountered one just a day after arriving. Was he that lucky? Now Flandra is confronting that soul master of evil, and you want me to hurry over? Zhao Wujia confirmed with Qianjue and Oscar again. What is going on? At that moment, a middle-aged man with an unimpressive appearance, who looked about the same age as Flandra, with small eyes and a big nose, approached. Oscar immediately called out, "Teacher, Dai Mubai is injured. Please help him." "Yes, old Xiao. Come take a look and treat this kid Dai Mubai. Don't let him have any after effects. I'll go out for a bit. Hey, you lead the way." Seeing Xiao Xian coming over, Zhao Wujia immediately stood up and said, then called out to Qianjue, grabbing him and heading outside. "Okay, go ahead. I'll take a look." Xiao Xian waved his hand, squatting down in front of Dai Mubai, carefully examining his injuries. "Teacher Xiao, how is it? Is my injury serious? I won't have any after effects, right?" Seeing Xiao Xian frowning while checking him, Dai Mubai finally started to worry, praying in his heart not to have any injuries that would affect his future cultivation and battles. "This injury is quite serious. Your ribs are broken in your chest and have punctured your lung. Moreover, who treated you before? They didn't even realign the broken bones before starting the treatment? This is reckless," Xiao Xian said, releasing his martial soul. Yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, black. 7 soul rings appear beneath his feet. Changing to a more comfortable position, Xiao Xian carefully began to use his soul power to slowly treat Dai Mubai, realigning his broken ribs bit by bit. This process was very painful. Dai Mubai could clearly feel his ribs moving under Xiao Xian's soul power, causing him to sweat profusely, but he gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. Green beans, sweet healing. After an hour of meticulous treatment, Xiao Xian's 4th soul ring finally lit up. As he shouted his soul skill, a handful of green candy beans generated from thin air and fell into his hands, about a dozen of them. Handing the candy beans to Oscar, Xiao Xian instructed, "Give this kid 5 to eat first, then 1 every hour afterward. Come back to me after 12 hours to get more. And don't engage in strenuous exercise for a week." "Okay, teacher." Oscar agreed and took the candy beans, feeding 5 of them into Dai Mubai's mouth. Feeling Dai Mubai's questioning gaze, Xiao Xian stood up and patted his hands. "Don't worry, you'll recover soon, and it won't leave any after effects." Hearing this, Dai Mubai, who had been enduring the pain and worry, finally relaxed. On the other side, Zhao Wujia was quickly moving towards Suatoa City with Qianjue in his arms. In terms of speed, it was definitely slower than when Flandre was flying with him. But it wouldn't be too much slower. Zhao Wujie was tall, and with the assistance of soul power, each step covered several meters. At this speed, they would probably arrive at Suatua City in a few minutes. Taking this opportunity, Zhao Wujie began to chat with Qianjue. Kid, do you know who I am? Of course, you're the vice principal, the unmoving King Zhao Wujie. Although you're not in the martial world, there are still legends about you in it. Huh, is that so? But that is all in the past. Let us not mention it. Right now, I just want to stay at Shrek Academy and enjoy my retirement. Teaching you little monsters. By the way, how did you encounter that soul master of evil? Is he very strong? Flandre couldn't handle him, so he had to call you for help? Yes, he is very strong. Just like you guys, he is a soul sage. And his martial soul is a string of ancient Glan sacred beads. Qianjue immediately recounted what had happened from last night until now to Zhao Wujie. These damn people, they actually dug the wall of our Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujie cursed angrily after hearing this and immediately quickened his pace, charging into Suatua City. The residence of the Soul Master of Evil was not too far from the South Gate, where Zhao Wujie entered. Thus, he quickly arrived there under Qianjue's guidance. However, upon arrival, the two found no sign of a fierce battle. Instead, they only saw a group of people in the Spirit Hall uniforms moving around the residence. The civilians they had seen imprisoned in the underground chamber were being brought out one by one, many of whom wept tears of joy after escaping. Zhao Wujie and Qianjue exchanged glances and released their powerful bear martial soul. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 7 dazzling soul rings appeared beneath his feet. Zhao Wujie stepped forward, grabbing a member of the Spirit Hall and asking, Kid, tell me, where is that soul sage of evil who was fighting here just now? The person Zhao Wujie questioned was a young man in his 20s who seemed a bit dazed when caught, but upon seeing the 7 flashing soul rings beneath Zhao Wujie, he immediately replied respectfully, returning to the senior. That soul master of evil fought with another soul sage and went out of the city through the east gate. In truth, the young man didn't know which soul master of evil Zhao Wujie was referring to, but he knew that 2 soul sages had been fighting here earlier. Since one was a soul master of evil, the other must be a soul sage senior. After hearing this, Zhao Wujie didn't hesitate and immediately ran towards the east gate of Suatua City. The soul master of evil was secretive. Once discovered, he would definitely want to escape, so it wouldn't be surprising if he moved the battlefield outside the city. However, when Zhao Wujie finally ran to the east gate of Suatua City, he found Flandre already there, chatting with a middle-aged man at the city gate. Old Fu, what is going on? Zhao Wujie hurriedly approached and asked, while Qianjue also looked at Flandre, wanting to know if the ancient Glan had been captured. Flandre exchanged glances with Qianjue and shook his head. That person saw reinforcements coming and desperately used a secret technique to escape, so he couldn't be captured. But he must be seriously injured. It will probably take him a year or 2 to recover. After letting out a sigh, Flandre continued, by the way, old Zhao, let me introduce you. This is the subdean of the Spirit Hall in Suatua City, Bishop Liu Ji. Saying this, Flandre turned to Liu Ji and introduced, this is our academy's vice principal. You could just call him old Zhao. Zhao Wujie didn't respond, merely retracting his martial soul and giving a slight nod to Liu Ji. He had a conflict with the Spirit Hall 10 years ago, so he had always harbored a dislike for the Spirit Hall and was too lazy to acknowledge Flandre's introduction. However, even though Zhao Wujie was rude, Liu Ji didn't mind. He smiled and said to Flandre, your academy truly has a strong faculty. Even the vice principal is a soul sage powerhouse, which is truly impressive, where Brother Liu is the one with astonishing strength. As soon as that soul master of evil saw Brother Liu arrive, he immediately fled. Liu Ji and Flandre flattered each other for a while, but in the end, they couldn't withstand Flandre's thick-skinned nature and conceded. Liu Ji cupped his hands and said, then I shall take my leave, Brother Flandre. I still have matters to attend to. Thanks to your academy this time. Please come visit our Spirit Hall another day, and I will certainly welcome you. Sure, I will definitely come when I have the time, Flandre replied with a smile, cupping his hands as well. He continued to watch Liu Ji leave before retracting his gaze. Bah, that stingy old fellow. I helped him unearth such a large evil spirit master organization. Yet he didn't express any real gratitude. What an ingrate. The moment Lu Ji disappeared around the corner, Flinders spat on the ground and muttered curses under his breath. Zhao Wujia and Qianjue rolled their eyes simultaneously. Stop it, old Flinder. Let's get to the point. Now that you haven't captured that evil spirit master, what will we do if they come back? Upon hearing Zhao Wujia's question, Flinder became serious. That is indeed a problem. Let's head back first and discuss it thoroughly. With that, Flinder released his martial spirit, grabbed Zhao Wujia's hand, and flew into the sky, heading towards Shrek Academy. To be continued. Chapter 56. Master S' wife. A few days later, in the early morning, Qianjue arrived at the academy's playground for shooting practice, while Dai Mubai cautiously moved around to stretch his muscles. After eating green sugar beans for a few days, Dai Mubai was finally able to move a little. Oscar was running laps around the playground, training his endurance. As a food system support soul master, he didn't need much practice with his moves. He just needed to train his dodging and escaping skills, as well as teamwork. As for how to deal with the subsequent issues regarding the evil soul masters, Qianjue wasn't too clear either. He only knew that after Flanders returned, he discussed for a long time with Zhao Wujia, and the next morning, he flew away again, disappearing for many days. Speaking of which, Flanders had also had a hard time in the past half-month. He first received a letter from the master, spent 2 days flying to Notting City to help Qianjue obtain a soul ring, and then flew back with Qianjue without a day's rest, only to fight with an evil soul master right after. Now he had to fly out again to find a solution to the subsequent issues with the evil soul masters. It was truly heart-wrenching. It seemed that having wings was just like having a car. One was destined to run errands. Dai Mubai boredly watched Qianjue focus on shooting arrows one by one, while Oscar was sweating profusely from running laps. The training habits he developed over the years made him feel restless, but he couldn't train properly to avoid affecting his recovery. So he lamented, "How much longer? How much longer until I can train? I feel like my body is going to mold." At that moment, Oscar happened to run past him. "It's coming soon." The teacher said, "In 2 more days, you can, appropriately, exercise a bit." 2 more days. Dai Mubai sighed dramatically. Whoosh! Bang! Suddenly, a sound of breaking air came, followed by a figure descending from the sky, crashing onto the playground and kicking up a cloud of dust. "Xiao Gang! Xiao Gang, where are you?" "I'm here." The figure was not Flanders, but a beautiful woman in a plain shirt, her slightly pale face revealing a hint of anxiety. Just by looking at her appearance, it was hard to associate her with the bold descent moments ago. "Are you students of Shrek Academy?" "Xiao Gang. The master you mentioned, where is he? Take me to find him quickly." Qianjue looked at the woman in front of him and realized she must be the last piece of the golden iron triangle, the killing angel Lu Erlong. He hadn't expected Flanders to find her. It should be noted that the reason the golden iron triangle was slowly being forgotten was that the relationship problem between the master and Lu Erlong had caused the three to drift apart. Now, Flanders had called her over to avoid retaliation from the evil fire master, which indicated that he had discussed it with the master, showing that the master had prioritized his safety above his own. Don't think Lu Erlong was just a soul sage. Even a guardian in the City of Death Souls held such power. The reason the three of them could thrive and gain fame in the Soul Master world many years ago was due to their soul fusion skill, the Golden Sacred Dragon, which had a compatibility rate of up to 99%. It's important to note that dual soul fusion skills are extremely rare, occurring only under special conditions between 2 soul masters, making it almost impossible, let alone a 3-person soul fusion skill. Apart from the master and his 2 companions, no one else had ever achieved it, much less with such a high compatibility rate. Thus, many believe this might be related to the Master-S research, which is also why the title of Master was bestowed upon him by many, ultimately due to strength. Moreover, back then, Flanders and Lu Erlong were only 60th level Soul Emperors, and at that time, this fusion skill could rival most Soul Douluos without losing. Now, both had become Soul Sages, and it was likely that only the Super Soul Master of the City of Death Souls could defeat the 3 of them in a short time. Lu. Master-S wife. The teacher hasn't come yet. Recognizing Lu Erlong, Qianjue planned to establish a good relationship with her first. After all, When he read the original work, he really liked this brave woman who loved deeply. After 20 years apart, her love remained unchanged. How many could achieve such feelings? However, just as he was about to greet her, Qianjue stumbled over his words 2 or 3 times, unsure of what to call Lu Erlong. Should he call her Senior Lu? Dean Lu? Neither seemed quite right. After much hesitation, he decided to call her Master S wife. As it seemed, they eventually ended up together anyway. You, what did you call me? Master S wife? You are Xiao Gang's disciple? Has he mentioned me to you? Lu Erlong looked at Qianjue, increasingly surprised. Master S wife, please come here, and I will explain everything to you. As Qianjue spoke, he retracted his martial soul, not fearing Lu Erlong's strange gaze, and walked over to take her hand, leading her aside, leaving Dai Mubai and Oscar dumbfounded. Are you really Xiao Gang's disciple? Has he been doing well these years? Has he really mentioned me to you? After they walked a bit away, Lu Erlong anxiously asked Qianjue, Master S wife, I finally get to see you. Let me tell you, the teacher hasn't been doing well these years. He hasn't dared to think about feelings, and has put all his thoughts into research, making it really hard for him. Once, when the teacher was drunk, he told me about you guys. He cried when he talked about it, saying he was sorry for you, but he didn't dare to face you again. Master S wife, you must seize this opportunity. Absolutely do not let the teacher escape your grasp again. As Lu Erlong listened to Qianjue's description, she gradually became teary-eyed. Xiao Gong, did he really say that? Does he really feel sorry for me? I don't blame him. I understand his actions back then. Anyone would be at a loss in such a situation. Yes, but Master S wife, actually, I think there's nothing much to worry about. If it's about not wanting children in the future, then just don't have any. You two are not together just to have children. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is flourishing enough, so you don't need to worry about that. You are so strong. After each time, just use your soul power to get rid of what the teacher left for you. With strength, love freely. As for what the world thinks, why should you care? As long as you two are happy, that's enough. If the family opposes, we just want to go back home. Who dares to oppose outside? Just beat them until they don't recognize themselves. As Qianjue spoke, he swung his fist a couple of times. This was no longer the world Qianjue originally came from. There were no trolls to protect. If anyone dared to gossip, they might not even know how they died. Hey, you child, why are you thinking about these things at such a young age? Don't study well. How could someone as rule-abiding as Xiao Gang take you as a disciple? Listening to Qianjue's analysis, Lu Erlong's face turned red as she bit her lip. And when she saw Qianjue swinging his fists, she smiled and scolded him while crouching down to pinch his cheek. Although she was scolding him, her actions clearly showed that she liked Qianjue. Ouch, ouch, Master S wife, it hurts. The teacher is not rule-abiding. He is just too rigid. If I had a big beauty like you who adored me, I would have already been with her, not caring about anything else. Master S wife, let me tell you, you were just too indecisive back then, enduring so many years of hardship for nothing. There's a saying that, raw rice turns into cooked rice, right? As long as you and the teacher have a marital bond, would you still worry about him not acknowledging you as his wife? If he dares to deny you as his wife, I won't acknowledge him as my teacher. Master S wife, I will always stand by your side. As Qianjue spoke, he replaced you, bringing his relationship with Lu Erlong a step closer. Lu Erlong looked at Qianjue, her mind replaying the words he had just said. As she thought about it, her eyes reddened again, and she couldn't help but hug Qianjue and cry out loud. Over the years, only Qianjue had supported her like this. Not even the Flanders of the past had done so. It was only Qianjue who spoke to her like this, reaching deep into her heart. The grievances of more than 20 years erupted in an instant, and she cried uncontrollably, her tears soaking Qianjue's entire collar. Qianjue looked at the crying Lu Erlong and also embraced her, his right hand gently stroking her back. Although Lu Erlong was large and soft at that moment, Qianjue had no improper thoughts, only understanding and sympathy for Lu Erlong. To be continued. Chapter 57. Mediation. All right, teacher's wife, it's fine now, don't cry. Rest assured, I will be your inside man, and this time I guarantee you can win over the teacher. After Lu Erlong cried for a while, Qianjue patted her shoulder to comfort her. Lu Erlong raised her head, her eyes misty as she looked at Qianjue. Teacher's wife, let me tell you, men are all big pig trotters. The more you cling to him, the more he will find you annoying. Only when he starts to lose you and realizes how poorly he has treated you will he begin to cherish you. Then what should I do? Lu Erlong cautiously asked Qianjue. She had never thought she would seek advice on relationships from a child. Teacher's wife like this. Qianjue leaned closer to Lu Erlong's ear and slowly shared some of his thoughts and strategies with her, drawing from scenes from TV dramas and novels from his past life. Lu Erlong nodded vigorously, her eyes gradually brightening. 3 days later, after Lu Erlong's repeated calls, the master finally arrived, bringing Tang San and Xiao Wu with him. Teacher, Xiao San, Xiao Wu, Yu Ye, Yu Ye. Upon seeing the master and the others slowly approaching, Qianjue hurriedly went up to greet them one by one. Tang San and Xiao Wu also smiled and greeted him, both of them full of joy, except for the master, who looked somewhat serious as he regarded him. Xiaoju, I told you before, do not engage in risky activities. And yet on your first day here, it turned into this. Oh, teacher, you can't blame me for that. I was strongly opposed at the time. If you want to blame someone, blame Dai, Lao De, Qianjue said, pointing to Dai Mubai standing nearby. Dai Mubai scratched his head, feeling embarrassed as he stepped forward. What Qianjue said is correct. It was indeed my insistence to go. Hello, master. I am Dai Mubai, one of the students from Shrek Academy. And my martial soul is the White Tiger. Dai Mubai didn't know how to address the master, so he introduced himself first. I am Oscar. My martial soul is the Big Sausage, and I am also a disciple of Shrek Academy. Oscar took the opportunity to step forward and greet the master. The master looked at these two and nodded, realizing that they were the two students mentioned by Flender. Both possessed top-tier martial souls and were good seedlings. Normally, he would have immediately studied them, but he was not in the mood at the moment. Where's Erlong? She should be here by now. The master looked towards Flender, who stood behind the students. Erlong has indeed arrived, but it seems she doesn't want to see you. I had to persuade her repeatedly to come here. Whether she stays or not depends on you. Flender said, his gaze drifting towards Qianjue. Qianjue quickly signaled him not to look around. Sigh, let's go. Flender, take me to see her. The master did not notice Flender's little gesture. He only sighed. Now, what occupied his mind was how to face Lu Erlong. In his youth, upon learning that news, he didn't know how to face Lu Erlong and fled the scene alone, unsure if Lu Erlong would forgive him. Watching the master and Flender leave, Qianjue approached Tang San and hugged him, joking, Xiao San, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Tang San also smiled, yeah. I thought it would take a long time. Exactly. Zhuge, ever since you left, Xiao San has been holding his breath in training every day, just thinking about surpassing you, and hasn't he played with me at all. And just like that, in just over 10 days, we meet again. Xiao Wu chimed in, dancing nearby. Haha, Xiao Wu's fine. Let Tang San train like a fool. I'll take you out to play. Let me tell you, Soto City is much bigger than Notting City, and there are tons of fun things to do inside, including a special arena for soul masters to battle. I'll take you there to have fun. Really? That sounds great. Zhuge is the best. Xiao Wu jumped forward and gave Qianjue a hug, and Qianjue also gave her a symbolic hug in return. Hello Eveliona, I'm Oscar. Welcome to Shrek Academy. Oscar couldn't help but come over to greet the lively Xiao Wu. I am Dai Mubai, welcome. Our academy finally has a girl now. Dai Mubai also smiled and stepped forward to say, all right, there will be plenty of time to get to know each other in the future. Let's hurry up and catch up, or we will miss the exciting part. Qianjue said, leading the group to follow the master and Flender from a distance towards Lu Erlong's room. Although the others were puzzled and unsure of Qianjue's intentions, they quietly followed. The master followed Flender to a closed door, and Flender pointed towards the room before stepping aside. Looking at the tightly shut door, the master fell silent. He stood there for a long time, lost in thought, until the group behind him could no longer help but start discussing among themselves before he finally reached out and knocked on the door. Who is it? Kumein. A familiar yet strange voice came from inside, making the master hesitate for a moment. He turned to look at Flender beside him, only to see Flender staring at him with a serious expression, feeling a bit nervous under Flender's serious gaze. The master took a deep breath and finally mustered the courage to push the door open and walk in. Who was the master going to see? Why does it feel like he's going to fight? Xiao Wu secretly tugged at Qianjue's sleeve from behind, asking him, while several curious onlookers gathered around. My teacher's wife. She's the one who fell from the sky a few days ago. The teacher did something very wrong to her over a decade ago, and they haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. But this time, to prevent the aftermath of the evil spirit master incident, the teacher brought her here. Qianjue quietly explained to everyone. More than a decade. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue. If this time were in her past, it would have passed in a flash, especially after she reached tens of thousands of years of age, where even a nap could last for several years. But ever since she transformed into a human, she felt time had slowed down. Every day was filled with many things to do and many things she wanted to accomplish. What exactly did the teacher do to cause them to be apart for so long? Tangsen also became interested and asked. The teacher ran away on the day of his wedding with the teacher's wife. Everyone looked at Qianjue in shock. Ran away? What a huge hurt for the woman. No wonder the master looked like he was going into battle. Only Xiao Wu secretly pulled on Tangsan's sleeve and quietly asked what running away from a marriage meant. It wasn't until Tangsan explained it to her that she snorted and quietly complained, "He's really not a man." Xiao Wu, don't say that. The teacher must have had his reasons. Although Tangsan also disagreed with the master's actions. After all, he was his teacher, and he couldn't help but defend him. Xiao Wu pouted and didn't continue the discussion, instead leaning with everyone against the door to eavesdrop on the sounds inside. The master walked into the room and immediately saw Lu Erlong sitting sideways on the edge of the bed. After many years, the beautiful woman remained graceful. But he wondered if the two could still reclaim the beauty of their past. Erlong, you are well. The master slowly sat down beside the bed and spoke softly. Lu Erlong turned her head, looking at the person she had longed for, wishing she could immediately rush into his arms. But Qianjue was right. A small impatience could ruin a big plan. She had to hold back. Well, you haven't looked for me for so many years, and now that you need something, you suddenly remember me? Lu Erlong looked at the master with a cold face, mocking him. The master scratched his head, feeling awkward and unsure of what to say. Why aren't you speaking? Feeling awkward? On the day of our wedding, you left alone, leaving me to face our family by myself. Have you ever thought about how I felt at that moment? You didn't. You only thought about escaping to distance yourself from everything, to no longer hear the gossip of the family. Did you care about how awkward I felt facing them? The master was rendered speechless, not knowing how to explain all of this. Since you were so heartless to leave back then, why come to find me now? Is it for the children? And at that time, when I learned we were close relatives, I was completely stunned, not knowing what to do. I am not handsome, nor am I strong. Yet you chose me over the much more excellent Flander. Do you know that at that time, I regarded you as my everything? What I thought was that I couldn't let your reputation be tarnished. A brother-sister union is unacceptable to the world. Even if I don't care, how could I let you bear this as well? Besides, I didn't even have the strength to protect you. Oh, at this moment, the people outside overheard the master's heartfelt words and couldn't help but softly exclaim, turning to look at Flander, who also adjusted his collar. Just kidding. He was also very strong and handsome back then. Watching the master reveal his true feelings, Lu Erlong felt a myriad of emotions in his heart. He finally understood what the master was thinking. But it wasn't enough, it was still not the right point. So he continued to keep a cold face and said flatly, "Yes, so you ran away to a remote place. While others didn't know you once fell in love with your cousin. You could continue to enjoy your title as master, focus on your research, and leave me alone to bear the family's rumors. Do you know what they said about me? They said I was shameless, that I seduced my cousin. And then on the day of the wedding, I was exposed, abandoned like a discarded shoe, and then shamelessly went around looking for you, trying to get back together. So this is what you wanted to see, right? No. How could this be? How could they treat you like this?" The master looked at Lu Erlong in shock. He had never thought those people would say such things. Never considered that his departure would make Lu Erlong endure so much humiliation. The guilt in his heart made him unable to hold back any longer, and he embraced his beloved in front of him. I'm sorry, Erlong, I was wrong. I shouldn't have left back then. I shouldn't have let you bear so much alone. It's my fault, all my fault. Please give me a chance to make it up to you. I swear I will never leave you again in this lifetime, Sob." Thinking about his terrible decision from years ago and how much Lu Erlong had suffered and endured, the master couldn't hold back his tears any longer. He couldn't imagine how Lu Erlong had lived through these years. In fact, the master definitely loved Lu Erlong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have married her. Nor would he have preferred to die rather than ruin her reputation upon learning they were siblings. He just didn't expect that his decision not only failed to restore Lu Erlong's reputation, but also made her suffer cold stares. So now he silently made a decision in his heart. He would never leave Lu Erlong again in this lifetime. He had already made this beloved woman who loved him suffer for so many years, so from today on, he would not let her suffer any longer. To be continued. Chapter 58. The plan. Do you really know that you were wrong? Lu Erlong looked at the master, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Really? I was wrong. I shouldn't have run away. I shouldn't have left you. Erlong, you've suffered these years. I will definitely make it up to you. The master said, embracing Lu Erlong again. Then how do you plan to resolve our blood relationship? How will you deal with the gossip? Lu Erlong asked the master, seemingly testing him. Don't resolve it. Don't deal with it. Ignore them. We're together because we truly love each other, not because you're my cousin or anything. As long as we can be together, I won't fear anything anymore. Let them talk. If worst comes to worst, we just want to have children. The master said firmly to Lu Erlong, expressing his determination. He genuinely wanted to make up for what Lu Erlong had suffered after his departure. The hardships and grievances she faced truly scared him. By the way, Flander asked me to come over because of the evil soul masters. Is there an evil soul master that poses a threat to the children? Lu Erlong looked at the sincerely repentant master, but chose not to continue discussing their feelings and instead shifted the topic to Qianjue and the others. This was the strategy Qianjue had shared with him. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Erlong spoke, the master was taken aback and then realized. It seemed that Erlong still hadn't forgiven herself and was unwilling to affirmatively answer him. Sigh, I'll slowly make it up to her in the future. Thinking this, the master didn't dwell on it any longer and continued with Lu Erlong's topic. Yes, this time the trouble is considerable, which is why I want to call you over to help us get through this hurdle. The master then recounted everything Flander had told him about the evil soul masters. After hearing this, Lu Erlong frowned. In fact, she hadn't learned that much. When Flander said that the master hoped to see her again, she rushed over without carefully listening to Flander's account of the evil soul masters. Why don't you all move to my place? To your place? The master asked in confusion. Yes, to my place. Lu Erlong nodded, looking at the master. Don't you want to know how I've been living these years? I'll tell you. After that incident back then, to avoid enduring the gossip in the family, I left the family and moved out on my own, living in seclusion like this for nearly 10 years. Until one day, a friend visited me. Seeing that I was too lonely, she suggested I start a Soul Master Academy, just to ease my mind. I also felt that I couldn't go on like this, so I followed her advice. I didn't expect that over the years, the academy I started just to distract myself, with the help of those friends, has become a high-level Soul Master Academy located in Heavendo City, and I've become the dean of the academy. If you all are willing to go, I can directly give the academy to you and even change its name to Shrek Academy. What do you think? The master looked at Lu Erlong with pity. Not expecting that this fiery girl had become the dean of a high-level Soul Master Academy. Gently touching Lu Erlong's hair, he said, it must be good, but Shrek Academy is Flander's hard work. I think we should still ask for his opinion. The suggestion Lu Erlong put forward seemed to the master to be the best solution, as it would allow the three of them to form a fighting force together and leave Soto City, making it difficult for the evil soul masters to find them in a short time. Then you go find Flander. Let's discuss it. Okay, the master agreed, stood up, and prepared to find Flander. As he reached the door, a group of eavesdropping children quickly began to retreat. However, the master suddenly seemed to remember something, turned back, and asked Lu Erlong, So, Erlong, what if Flander is unwilling to leave? Will you stay? Looking at the master's hopeful eyes, Lu Erlong rolled her eyes at him. Don't worry, I'm the dean of an academy, so I definitely want to abandon the children. Besides, I really like your disciple. Even for their sake, I will stay. As for whether to forgive you, let us see how you perform in the future. All right. After receiving Lu Erlong's affirmative reply, the master excitedly turned around to open the door, but as soon as he did, a group of little ones tumbled in. and the excitement on the master's face instantly froze. So you all heard everything? The master stared at Qianjue and the others, as well as Flander behind them, his tone devoid of any emotion. Teacher, we're going to find our dormitory first. Brother Dai, take us. Tang San was the first to react, turning to Dai Mubai. Okay, let's go. Dai Mubai quickly agreed, and together with Oscar, led Tang San and Xiao Wu away in an instant. Thus, the master's gaze shifted back to Qianjue. However, facing the master's intense stare, Qianjue didn't feel flustered at all. In fact, he even wanted to laugh because he now had a solid backing. Teacher, I'm here to find the teacher's wife. Qianjue raised his hand and said loudly. At the same time, he stepped past the master and approached Lu Erlong, winking at her. Lu Erlong pulled Qianjue over, hugged him, and lifted her chin to look at the master, meeting his intense gaze. As a result, the master was instead somewhat intimidated by Lu Erlong's gaze. Retracting his eyes and turning to Flander, who had managed to avoid tumbling in with Qianjue and the others. Flander adjusted his crystal glasses, ignoring the master's gaze, and calmly said, I don't want to go to Erlong's place, at least not now. I think having the three of us here is enough. Evil soul masters cannot appear on a large scale. Otherwise, it would be a disrespect to the martial soul hall, which won't just stand by. Moreover, the students in our academy are all exceptionally talented, far superior to those in ordinary soul master academies. Going there now would do more harm than good. Pushing his glasses, Flander calmly shifted the topic elsewhere, directly answering Lu Erlong's question without concealing his eavesdropping behavior at all. Come on, I've done so much for you all. Eaten so much dog food. What is wrong with eavesdropping a bit? Sure enough, the master didn't know how to admonish Flander and could only continue along with his topic to ease his embarrassment. But I see that your academy's financial situation isn't very good. You don't even have some basic training facilities. I'm afraid it can't support the students in completing adequate training. Don't worry, I've already found a solution to this problem. We can rely on the fighting spirit arena. Flander said, looking at Qianjue. This kid had coaxed Lu Erlong to take him to participate in the fighting spirit competition on the same day Lu Erlong returned. And he even made time to take him to the Stardow Forest to hunt for his 1,000 Ju mark, never resting. However, after a few days of fighting spirit competitions, this kid had already achieved 5 consecutive wins in personal duels. In Flander's view, continuing this winning streak shouldn't be too difficult, and he would soon reach the level where they could open a betting market, at which point they wouldn't have to worry too much about the academy's expenses. The master followed Flander's gaze and saw Qianjue, immediately understanding Flander's intention. You want them to participate in the fighting spirit competitions to earn money? No, they're still so young, and they have no combat experience. What if something goes wrong? Moreover, their strength is not up to standard. Xiao Ju has just barely broken through to the Great Soul Master level. It's absolutely not acceptable. The master firmly opposed Flander's approach and said seriously to him. But Flander just shrugged. I know so for now. Only Xiao Ju and Mu Bai are participating in the soul fighting. Mu Bai's soul power has already reached level 26, and he is usually very combative, having participated in quite a few battles. And your precious disciple, you know his situation well. Just the attributes added by those 4 soul rings are enough for him to rampage in the soul fighting arena. Not to mention the last time with the Evil Soul Master incident. Those two even fought against an Evil Soul Master of the Soul Zone rank and seemingly won. So, how can I stop them? The master thought for a moment, and it did seem that way. He didn't know about Dai Mu Bai, but Qianjue's strength among great soul masters was probably indeed unrivaled. All right, then only they will participate. No one else can go to the soul fighting without our permission. So the only problem is resolved. Xiao Gang, what do you think of my proposal? The master nodded. Since that's the case, I support your proposal. Moreover, you are right. Allowing these kids to interact with those ordinary soul master students indeed does more harm than good. So let's temporarily settle here and observe the situation first. Erlong, what do you think? The master turned to Lu Erlong. This was their matter, and although he and Flandra had reached a consensus, he still wanted to hear Lu Erlong's opinion. I don't mind at all. Do you think I'm afraid my academy won't be able to send them out? Lu Erlong patted Qianjue's head and rolled his eyes. Well, let us settle this for now. Erlong, you rest first. I'll go make arrangements. Flandra, where am I staying? Is there anyone in the room next to Erlong? Can you arrange for me to be next to him? The master said, pulling Flandra to find a place to stay near Lu Erlong. Go ahead. Lu Erlong waved his hand lightly, seemingly indifferent to the master's departure. Feeling the master's urgency and Lu Erlong's calmness, Flandra widened his eyes at Qianjue. This kid's plan really worked, and Erlong too, originally so eager to meet Xiao Gang, now seemed so relaxed. The key was that this Yu Xiao Gang really fell for it. Such a stubborn person was actually so easily handled by Lu Erlong really. Flandra shook his head and murmured as he left with the master. After the two left, Lu Erlong immediately waved his hand, using a burst of soul power to close the door. Then he hugged Qianjue and laughed heartily. Huh. Xiaoju, your teacher's wife loves you. You should have seen your teacher's genuine emotions just now. Really, really. Boo-hoo. Lu Erlong started to cry again. Xiaoju, thank you. This is the first time your teacher's wife has been so happy in so many years. Really, I think this time, your teacher and I shouldn't be apart anymore. It's all thanks to you. Hee. Teacher's wife. Why are you still crying? This is a happy thing. You mustn't let your teacher go this time. Strive to win him over as soon as possible. Qianjue patted Lu Erlong's back to comfort him. Lu Erlong pulled back, wiping the corners of his eyes. Then teacher's wife. You should rest well here. Think about how to approach your teacher later. Remember, you must gradually change your attitude. This process cannot be too fast, understand? I'll go check on how Xiao San and the others are settling in. Okay, go ahead. Teacher's wife remembers that. The plan to bring the master and Lu Erlong together ended successfully, and Qianjue left Lu Erlong's room, leaving her alone in the room. Lu Erlong lay on the bed, a silly smile on his face, thinking about the future life with the master. His eyes filled with anticipation for what was to come. To be continued. Chapter 59. Reflection. Qianjue came out of Lu Erlong's room, but did not go directly toward their dormitory to see Tang San and Xiao Wu as he had mentioned. Instead, he strolled slowly around the playground, beginning to reflect on his recent actions. The discussion he had overheard between the master and Flinder about whether to go to Heavendoe City had truly frightened him. If they went, it would deviate significantly from the original storyline. It is important to note that Tang San was only at the 18th or 19th level right now. He hadn't even obtained his second spirit ring, let alone the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, which he acquired from the man-faced demon spider during his quest for the 3rd spirit ring. This external spirit bone was crucial for Tang San's early combat power, and if it were lost, Qianjue didn't know if Tang San could still lead Shrek to victory in the Soul Master tournament. Thinking about this, Qianjue sighed. Although Flinder's insistence had kept Shrek Academy in Soto City, preserving Tang San's hope of getting the 8 spider lances, they might still lose an opportunity, the chance to obtain the ice and fire Yin-Yang I herb in the Sunset Forest. In the original story, Tang San was able to reach the ice and fire Yin-Yang because Shrek Academy wanted to seek refuge with the Heavendoe Royal Academy and encountered the poisoned Douluo. After being disrupted by Douluo, they turned to Lamba Academy. It was also after this that Tang San was secretly followed and captured by Douluo. But now, since the master had directly called Lu Erlong over, and Lu Erlong suggested that they use Lamba Academy as Shrek's new venue, it seemed that their group would not be going to the Heavendoe Royal Academy in the future. They would not have a conflict with the poisoned Douluo, and Tang San would not be captured by Douluo, meaning they would miss out on the herb. It was frustrating. Qianjue squatted on the academy's playground, drawing circles on the ground. When Lu Erlong had come, he hadn't thought about all this. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have felt like helping Lu Erlong design a matchmaking plan with the master. That damn Dai Mubai. He insisted on chasing after some evil soul master. Now, look where it got him. Chasing his own opportunity away. Without the herb, how will he catch up to his brother? Without the herb, how will he protect his older sister girlfriend? Qianjue cursed alone on the playground, venting his emotions. After years in Douluo continent, it was the first time he felt that the situation was out of his control. After a good while, Qianjue finally managed to suppress the irritation in his heart. He tidied up his mood and returned to the dormitory to cultivate. What else could he do? Could he just continue feeling this way? Ultimately, it was still due to his insufficient strength. He needed to hurry up and cultivate. The rest could be dealt with when they arrived in Heavendo City. He would adapt as needed. He thought of ways to arrange a meeting between Douluo and Tang San, believing that as long as Tang San demonstrated his understanding of poison and showcased his ability to heal the toxins within Douluo's body, Douluo would surely take a liking to him. Perhaps things might even turn out to be simpler than before. With this thought, Qianjue comforted himself and slowly walked back to the dormitory. The next day, amidst the rustling sounds, Qianjue opened his eyes and turned to see Tang San tidying up his clothes on the other bed. "Good morning, Xiao San." "Morning, Zhuge. Get up quickly. The sun is about to rise." Tang San called out to Qianjue as he habitually did. Back at Nodding Academy, he often called Qianjue to get up, and they would usually go to the rooftop of the dormitory building every morning, where Tang San practiced his purple extreme magic eyes while Qianjue watched the sunrise. After a few years, Qianjue had almost developed the habit himself. "Ah," Qianjue replied, climbing up. He hadn't cultivated the night before. Instead, he had a good rest, burying the panic over the plot changes deep within his heart while also sorting through the future plot of Douluo once again, thinking about how to follow the original storyline as closely as possible. After all, knowing the plot was his biggest advantage in this world. As long as the plot didn't deviate, the situation would remain under his control. For this Douluo world, Qianjue didn't want to change anything. He just wanted to peacefully follow Tang San and reach the peak of this world safely, then live out his life leisurely. That would be enough for him. Thinking this way, Qianjue got dressed and went up to the rooftop with Tang San. There weren't many high points around Shrek Academy, so they had to make do on the rooftop. Speaking of which, it had been over 10 days since they last watched the sunrise together. "Zhuge, why did we come here early this time?" The teacher didn't explain it clearly to me. While waiting for the sunrise, Tang San expressed some of his doubts to Qianjue. Qianjue looked at Tang San, pondered for a moment, and decided to tell him the truth. After all, Tang San's mindset was that of an adult, and knowing wouldn't be a problem. Perhaps he would even have some good insights. Evil soul masters. Tang San frowned, harming innocent people and using their lives to cultivate. How is this any different from those demonic sects from my previous life? In his previous life, Tang men, although famous for their hidden weapons and poisons, were indeed a righteous sect. And most of their disciples were just and noble individuals who would never do such detestable things. If he were to establish Tang men in this world and pass it down, there must be a rule. They must eliminate any evil soul masters they encounter. By the way, Xiao San, if I introduce you to a senior who is very interested in poison, would you get along well with him? Just as Tang San was thinking about Tang man from his past life, he suddenly heard Qianjue ask, "A senior who studies poison?" Tang San's eyes lit up. Yes, since coming to this world, he hadn't heard of many people who had in-depth research on poison. He wondered how the poisons in this world compared to those from his previous life, and if those powerful poisons could be refined here. If that senior indeed liked to research poison, he thought they would get along very well. "What's the matter, Zhuge? Do you know such a senior? I really want to exchange ideas with others in this area." Tang San openly expressed his knowledge of poison. After all, Qianjue had seen enough of his unusualness and never questioned how he learned about these things. He wasn't afraid of exposure. No one would suspect that he had been reborn from another world. Seeing Tang San's excitement, Qianjue nodded, "I know one. But that person is currently in Heavendo City. When we have the chance to go to Heavendo City, I'll find an opportunity to introduce you. Right now, our main priority is still to improve our strength." "All right," Tang San nodded, agreeing with Qianjue's statement. The urgent task at hand was to enhance their strength. After all, many poisons couldn't be refined without sufficient strength. Moreover, Qianjue could already spar with Soul Zone, while he hadn't even reached Great Soul Master yet. He was the one who needed to improve the most. "Oh, by the way, Xiao San, I have something for you." Qianjue suddenly thought of something, swiped his finger across his storage ring, and an object appeared in his hand, tossing it to Tang San. Tang San quickly caught it with both hands. It was a crystal about the size of a human head, with a rough surface and a slight transparency, containing large patches of dark yellow impurities. Just by looking at its size, one could tell it wasn't light, and Qianjue tossing it over-startled him. But before he could complain about Qianjue, he was captivated by the crystal. "This is a spirit crystal." Tang San looked at Qianjue in shock. After not seeing him for over 10 days, Qianjue had actually prepared such a big gift for him. Moreover, how did Qianjue know that he would need such a thing? Could it be that he also knows? Tang San's mind was spinning. He had always found Qianjue to be very mysterious. Not only was his martial soul mysterious, but he also seemed to know a lot of things, as if there was nothing he didn't recognize. What are you looking at? Don't like it? If you don't like it, give it back, Qianjue said, reaching out to take the crystal back. No. Tang San quickly turned around and protected the crystal in his arms. How could one take back a gift given to someone else? Tang San couldn't bear to return such a good treasure, and Qianjue wouldn't use it anyway. Besides, he had also come to realize that compared to secrets, what could be a bigger secret than his own rebirth and crossing over? The techniques and hidden weapons he knew, Qianjue had never asked him about. As long as he knew that Qianjue wouldn't harm him, that was enough. Qianjue rolled his eyes. This crystal was naturally the board crystal containing the dragon whisker needle, which Qianjue had obtained from Flender. The dragon whisker needle ranked 8th in the Tang Sect's hidden weapons list, and in the original work, Tang San was particularly fond of it. Qianjue just happened to use it as a favor. Thank you, Brother Ju. Tang San expressed his gratitude, putting away the board crystal. He needed to find a closed room to take out the dragon whisker needle, but for now he should focus on cultivating the purple extreme magic eye. Well, I won't say more. The sun is about to rise, so you can cultivate first. Qianjue nodded, signaling Tang San to focus on his own matters. Tang San turned around and saw a golden light appearing in the east. The sunrise was indeed imminent, so he didn't say anything more and devoted himself to the cultivation of the purple extreme magic eye. To be continued. Chapter 60. The first class of the school year ding. 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 As the bell signaling the start of class rang, all 5 students of Shrek Academy had gathered on the playground, lined up from tallest to shortest. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Qianjue. That's right. Qianjue was now the shortest among them, although not by much, which left him somewhat helpless about it. After the group lined up, they waited for a while until Master and Flender slowly walked in front of them. Facing the serious expressions of Master and Flender, the students felt a bit hesitant to make eye contact. All right, from today onwards, you are all members of Shrek Academy. In the coming years, you will probably be living in the Academy, so you must abide by the Academy's rules. The rules are few, but each one is not to be violated. Understand? Flender, as the Dean of Shrek Academy, clapped his hands and announced to everyone. Understood. They all replied loudly, sounding somewhat trained. After Flender said a few more things, it was Master's turn. Well, Flender has already explained the aspects of Academy life to you. Next is about cultivation. I will be fully responsible for this aspect moving forward. So if you have any questions regarding your cultivation, feel free to ask me. I also have a new cultivation method that can slightly enhance the speed and quality of your soul power cultivation. I will teach you the specifics later. But now, your first class is to have a clear understanding of your companions. Master, we already got to know each other yesterday, so we can skip this part, right? Xiao raised her hand and said with a smile. Yes, Master, we already understood each other yesterday. I think we can move on. Oscar also raised his hand in agreement. Looking at Xiao Wu and Oscar, Master replied, what I mean by understanding is not just knowing each other. Mutual recognition is just the most basic understanding. Now, release all of your martial souls. Qianjue, you need to show yours as well. Before this class began, Master had discussed with Qianjue whether he should showcase his martial soul abilities. Since they would soon reach level 30 and planned to take them to the Star Doe Forest to hunt soul beasts, hiding it wouldn't last long anyway. However, Master was quite conflicted because he wasn't very familiar with Dai Mubai and the others' personalities. But for Qianjue, there was nothing to consider. Knowing the original story, he was sure that Dai Mubai and Oscar wouldn't leak their information. So, with his confirmation, Master ultimately chose not to hide it, allowing everyone to see the differences and motivating them to work hard to catch up. All right, everyone agreed and released their martial souls. Xiao Wu and Oscar weren't trying to contradict Master. They were just raising their questions. Although they had introduced themselves the previous night, that was only verbal. This was their first time seeing each other's unique martial souls, which quickly sparked discussions among them. First was Dai Mubai. His impressive transformation left Tang San and Xiao Wu in awe. Wow, Boss Dai, your martial soul manifestation is so cool. Even your hair turned white. Hee. Xiao Wu exclaimed, admiring Dai Mubai's white hair and the rabbit ears generated by his martial soul. Hee, your ears are also very cute. Dai Mubai pointed to Xiao Wu's rabbit ears. Next were the two weapon soul masters, Oscar and Tang San, whose martial souls appeared in their hands, a piece of grass and a sausage, quietly floating and emitting a faint glow. However, everyone's attention was not on them, as they discovered something even more fascinating: Qianjue's Qianjue martial soul. The uniqueness of the Qianjue martial soul clearly exceeded their understanding. The sheep spirit shadow on Qianjue was nothing compared to the wolf spirit floating in the air, which none of them, except for Tang San, had ever seen before. Wow, Brother Ju, is that your martial soul? Why have you never mentioned it before? Xiao Wu excitedly jumped up, wanting to touch the floating wolf spirit. Oscar, standing beside her, opened his mouth in surprise, but seeing Xiao Wu's cute demeanor, he couldn't help but tease. Xiao Wu, that's a wolf. You're a rabbit. And you want to touch it? Aren't you afraid it'll eat you? PFF, if it's going to eat someone, it should be you. Your sausage is already cooked. Xiao Wu retorted, sticking her tongue out at Oscar. All right, stop messing around. Master interjected to stop their playfulness at the right moment. As you can see, Qianjue's martial soul is the most unique among you, followed by Oscar. So, I say that today's first class is about understanding, having a systematic understanding of your companion's abilities and martial souls. The fastest way to understand is to experience it firsthand. Experience firsthand. Except for Qianjue, the others murmured in confusion, looking at Master. As for the experience, you will be a powerful team of soul masters in the future. And if a team doesn't even know the effects and characteristics of their companions' martial souls, how can that work? So, in this class, I want you to experience what effects your companions' martial souls have. Only by knowing these can you unleash your maximum combat power. Master expressed his thoughts, and after listening, everyone nodded thoughtfully. It seemed reasonable. Only Qianjue looked at them with sympathy. He already knew what Master was planning. TSK, sure enough, Master was still scheming. All right, the first thing you need to adapt to is the effect of Xiao Ju's martial soul. Master said, swiping his hand across the wristband, and a ruler appeared in his hand, which he tossed to Qianjue. You all extend your hands, Xiao Ju. You need to be firm, Master called out, looking sternly at Qianjue, his gaze seemingly saying, if you dare to hold back, see how I deal with you. Qianjue looked at Master helplessly while holding the ruler. Why was this person so vengeful? Rolling his eyes, Qianjue turned to Tang San, who was closest to him, and said helplessly, Tang San, extend your hand. At this time, Tang San seemed to understand Master's intentions and turned to look at him with some reluctance. He wasn't afraid, as it wasn't the first time he was experiencing the wolf spirit's effects. He was just worried that Xiao would be afraid of the pain. But he couldn't disobey Master's order, so he had to plead with Qianjue. Brother Ju, be gentle. Qianjue nodded and replied, don't worry. To others, Tang San's words might sound like he was asking Qianjue to go easy on him, but Qianjue knew Tang San was actually worried about Xiao Wu. Smack! The ruler struck Tang San's hand heavily, producing a crisp, piercing sound that made the other three waiting nearby shudder. Xiao Wu quickly raised her hand. Master, what kind of recognition training is this? It's clearly just getting hit, a first-hand experience of being hit, whether it's recognition training or not. You have to try it before you can comment. Don't worry, I won't take revenge, Qianjue replied casually in the face of Xiao Wu's questioning. Qianjue walked in front of Xiao Wu and raised the ruler. Xiao Wu looked at Qianjue with a pitiful expression, her big eyes glistening with tears. Brother Ju. Smack! Qianjue brought down the ruler again, producing the same crisp sound. Xiao Wu quickly pulled back her injured right hand, tightly gripping it with her left hand, try to lessen the impending pain. But after a few seconds of squeezing, her little face suddenly lit up in surprise. It doesn't hurt, she murmured in confusion, then carefully examined her injured hand, where a red mark quickly appeared on her palm. Xiao Wu touched the mark. A wound that usually caused her sharp pain now felt completely numb. She blinked her big eyes, and, after a moment of silence, suddenly burst into tears. Wah! Brother Ju, you broke my hand. This sudden change startled Oscar and Dai Mubai, who had been indifferent until now. What's going on? Is Qianjue's martial soul capable of crippling someone? But why does Tang San seem fine? Seeing Xiao Wu in distress, the master rolled his eyes and remained silent. Serves you right for laughing at me yesterday, you little brats. Only Tang San gently grabbed Xiao Wu's hand. Xiao Wu, don't worry, your hand is fine. Brother Ju's sheep spirit just makes you unable to feel pain. Wah, really? Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with tears. Yes, really, Tang San assured her. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San, remembering that he had never lied to her, and believed his words. That's quite an interesting martial soul. Xiao Wu smiled through her tears. Oscar and Dai Mubai, hearing Tang San's words, also breathed a sigh of relief. So that's what this martial soul is about. Then it's fine. Come on, hit me. It's just a bit of injury, and it doesn't hurt, so I'm not scared at all. Sure enough, when it was their turn, both of them felt no fear at all. After being hit, they curiously touched their swollen marks, marveling at the wonders of Qianjue's martial soul. After everyone had experienced Qianjue's sheep spirit, the master clapped his hands. So, did you feel it? This is the effect of Xiao Ju's martial soul, the sheep spirit, which allows enemies hit by him to feel no pain. So in future battles, if you see someone attacked by Xiao Ju and they don't react, don't be surprised. Just know it's the effect of Xiao Ju's martial soul. You can also use this effect to devise some simple tactics. Think it over when we go down. Now, continue the experience. Next is the effect of the wolf spirit. This time, we won't see blood. Xiao Ju, do you understand? Understood. Qianjue rolled his eyes. To be continued. Chapter 61. Experience, come on. Qianjue, let me try what effect your wolf spirit has. Dai Mubai eagerly extended his hand, completely unafraid of the bloodshed that the master mentioned. Since Mubai said so, just satisfy him. Seeing Dai Mubai so excited, the master smiled and said to Qianjue, "Sigh." Qianjue looked at Dai Mubai's excited appearance, truly unsure whether to commend his bravery or criticize his foolishness. After a sigh, he controlled the wolf spirit to float over and stop beside Dai Mubai. "Big brother Dai, I'm here, it might hurt a bit, so you have to endure it. Don't worry, come on. I'm a big man. Am I afraid of pain?" Dai Mubai waved his hand at Qianjue, signaling him to hurry up. Seeing that Dai Mubai was truly unaware of the danger, Qianjue no longer hesitated and controlled the wolf spirit to cut a small wound on his arm with its sharp teeth. Oh my God. The moment the wolf spirit's sharp teeth grazed his skin, Dai Mubai's legs went weak, and he knelt down, clutching his injured left hand tightly, muttering the phrases he learned from Qianjue. Oscar, who was standing beside him, was startled by his reaction and took 2 steps back. "Big brother Dai, are you okay?" "What's wrong? Don't scare me." Dai Mubai ignored him, only lowering his head and gripping his left hand tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. After a while, as the pain subsided, he finally calmed down and looked up at Qianjue with a resentful expression. "Qianjue, is this what you call a little pain?" I guess. I've never tried it before. This effect doesn't work on me. And I already told you to be prepared several times." Qianjue shrugged his shoulders, looking innocent. "Damn." Dai Mubai spat quietly again before slowly standing up, raising his hand to tentatively poke at the skin near the wound. Feeling that the sensation was no different from before, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and stepped aside. "It's your turn, Xiao Ao." Qianjue turned around with the wolf spirit toward Oscar. "No, teacher you. I'm an auxiliary system soul master. Can I skip this?" "Qianjue, brother Ju, spare me." Oscar looked at Qianjue, turning around as if he had seen something terrifying, waving his hands and slowly backing away. But Qianjue's wolf spirit was like a ghost. He took a step back, and the wolf spirit floated 2 steps forward, gradually closing in. "All right, Xiao Ao. Don't back away, you can't escape. Come on and experience it. Don't worry, it won't hurt for long. Look at Big Brother Dai. He is fine now, right?" Qianjue comforted Oscar, using Dai Mubai as an example. "Who would believe you? He just knelt down okay." Oscar didn't believe a word of Qianjue's nonsense and continued to back away, but suddenly felt something behind him. Turning around, he found it was Dai Mubai. "Don't worry, Xiao Ao, it really doesn't hurt. Look, I've experienced it too. How can you run away?" Dai Mubai grinned, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Then he reached out and tightly grabbed Oscar's hands, securing them. That action, along with the slowly approaching Qianjue, resembled a tyrannical young master from ancient times, wanting to tease a young lady caught by his servant. "Don't worry, just a bit of pain and it'll be over," Qianjue said as he controlled the wolf spirit to graze Oscar's restrained arm. Unlike Dai Mubai, who knelt down, Oscar's body instantly stiffened, his left hand gripping his injured right hand tightly, his body becoming rigid, even his breathing stopped. Seeing Oscar's stiff appearance, Dai Mubai couldn't help but laugh. "Humph, you think you can escape?" The few of them watched Oscar, who was tense, and after about a minute, he finally showed some movement, starting to breathe slowly. Taking a deep breath, the pain in his arm finally disappeared, and Oscar felt as if he had come back to life. Looking up at the crowd staring at him, Oscar lifted his foot, wanting to step away from the center of attention, but for some reason, he suddenly fell backward. Fortunately, Dai Mubai caught him beside him. "Xiao Ao, what is wrong?" Dai Mubai called out, checking his condition. Qianjue was also startled and hurried over to check, while Tang San and Xiao Wu surrounded them. "I'm fine, just tensed up for too long, my leg cramped." "It's your turn, Tang San, don't run." Oscar, who was being held by Dai Mubai, said a bit shyly, but still remembered to keep an eye on Tang San and Xiao Wu, wanting to see their embarrassment. Tang San and Xiao Wu were speechless. How did this person become even less than Dai Mubai? "No way. How can I be outdone by a girl?" "Qianjue, give me another one. I want to experience it again." Dai Mubai suddenly spoke up, looking serious at Qianjue. "Yes, I want to try again too." Oscar echoed. Qianjue turned to look at the master, who nodded. "This is a good thing. Experiencing it more can help you more accurately feel the effects of your wolf spirit, which will be beneficial for future battles." "All right." Now, Qianjue no longer hesitated. He directly controlled the wolf spirit to give each of the other three, excluding Xiao Wu, a cut, and the three all gripped their injured areas tightly, experiencing the intense pain once again, quietly feeling the essence of life. Hey, it really is. Although it hurts a lot, it's still bearable. After the pain, Oscar exhaled and suddenly said in surprise. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement. "Yes, the wolf spirit does enhance the pain it causes, but this enhancement is still within the human tolerance range. You reacted that way earlier simply because it was your first time experiencing this level of pain, and your brain didn't react in time, which is why you seemed so overwhelmed. After experiencing it once, your brain was prepared, so it didn't feel as painful. Xiao Wu is the same. Because of your two previous performances, her brain had some preparation, so even though it was her first time, she didn't feel it was that painful." At this moment, the master also stepped forward to explain to everyone. "So, this is the effect of Xiao Ju's wolf spirit. It can enhance the pain experienced by those it injures. You need to remember this feeling. The effect in battle will be more significant than the pain reduction from the sheep spirit, making it easier for enemies to create openings. You must seize these opportunities. Also, Xiao Ju's wolf spirit has an invisibility effect, which takes priority very high, so you basically don't need to worry about being seen by others. This makes it easier for the wolf spirit to coordinate with you tactically. You should take some time to think this over and discuss what tactics can be developed around this effect. This is also the main purpose of why I had you attend this class." To be continued. Chapter 62, Real Combat. All right, you have experienced Xiao Ju's martial spirit, and next up is Oscar's martial spirit. Oscar, use your first soul skill to create 5 sausages. Right now. Upon hearing the master's command, Oscar hesitated, showing a difficult expression. "What are you afraid of? It's just a soul curse. Auxiliary system soul masters have them too. Yours is just a bit special. It's not something you could decide. Are you going to avoid using your soul skills in front of your companions in the future?" Seeing Oscar hesitate, the master immediately became a bit stern. "Okay." Oscar reluctantly agreed, looking up at Tang San and Xiao Wu. It was his first time having to shout his soul curse in front of a girl. "Tang San, Xiao Wu, you mustn't laugh." Laugh at what? Why would I laugh?" Tang San was somewhat confused. "Anyway, just don't laugh." Oscar murmured again and raised his hand to use his first soul skill. "I have a big sausage." "Tang San, what is this? Is this a soul curse?" Tang San was speechless. How could there be such a vulgar soul curse? However, Xiao didn't understand the meaning of this phrase at all, So she looked at the giggling crowd with a puzzled expression. Eventually, she couldn't help but tug at Tang San's sleeve, wanting him to explain. But Tang San didn't know how to explain it either. It was different from the original story. In the original, they were 12 or 13 years old, and Xiao Wu had some understanding of these things. But now, even if he told her it was something boys have, she wouldn't understand. So Tang San stammered, unable to explain it clearly to Xiao Wu. All right, now let's start experiencing Oscar's martial spirit. Each of you take one and eat it. Oscar's first soul skill not only has the effect of restoring soul power, but also has a certain healing effect, making it a very excellent healing type martial spirit. Once you eat it, you will feel its effects. Yes, you can't resist my big sausage just because of the soul curse. Give it a try. It's really delicious. Oscar said as he handed out a sausage to each person. Qianjue saw Tang San's hesitation and went over to pat him on the shoulder, saying, "Actually, it's nothing. It's just a soul skill. I ate Xiao Ao's sausage last time when I was injured, and it was indeed very effective for restoring soul power and healing wounds. If you can't bring yourself to eat it just because of his soul curse, think about the vegetables we usually eat. They are all grown with sewage, yet we still eat them well." As he spoke, Qianjue took a bite of the sausage. He really didn't mind. It was just a phrase. Those trolls online in his past life said all sorts of trash talk compared to them. Xiao Ao's was simply too kind. Seeing Qianjue eat heartily, Dai Mubai also joined in. Initially, he was also concerned, but after a few years, he got used to it, and it was no big deal. In the end, only Xiao Wu and Tang San were left. "Come on, Xiao San. It's just a phrase. We can't let this stop us from eating." Qianjue urged again. But how could Tang San not understand? He was just feeling uncomfortable inside. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, who hadn't been explained the meaning of the big sausage, felt no burden in her heart. Seeing Qianjue and Dai Mubai eat, she hesitantly took a bite as well. "Hey, Xiao San, it's actually pretty tasty. Why aren't you eating?" After taking a bite, Xiao Wu joined the team, persuading Tang San. "All right, I'll eat it now." Seeing that Xiao Wu had eaten, Tang San finally gave up his insistence and tried taking a bite. Not to mention, it was really quite delicious, melting in his mouth, and Tang San instantly cared less about that soul curse. "Okay, now that you all have eaten the sausages made from Oscar's first soul skill, can you feel its effects? Raise your hands and see if the wounds caused by the wolf spirit are still bleeding." The master timely explained. Everyone raised their hands and looked. Sure enough, the wounds caused by the wolf spirit had stopped bleeding and felt like they were about to start scabbing. At the same time, they felt their soul power within them was also more abundant. Don't underestimate Oscar's sausage martial spirit. Food-type martial spirits are mostly vegetarian. He is the first meat-type food system soul master I've seen. And when Xiao Ao awakened, he had full innate soul power, which is enough to show his talent. With him around, your team will always have the best supplies. You'll understand this better in the future. Now, I will continue with the next one. Dai Mubai's martial spirit. So next, everyone experienced the strength of Dai Mubai's white tiger martial spirit, the control of Tang San's blue-silver grass martial spirit, and the soft techniques of Xiao Wu's soft bone charm rabbit martial spirit. Each person's combat style was different, and everyone had their own distinctive characteristics. All right, now we only have one last item left in today as training. After everyone finished their experiences, the master clapped his hands and gathered them together. After they gathered, the master said, "Now that you all have a certain understanding of each other, this understanding needs to go further and be firmly remembered in your hearts. So you can think of it at any time. The fastest way to achieve this level is through real combat." Real combat. The group echoed, immediately looking at each other, thinking about how to divide into teams. You don't need to think about how to divide teams. This time, Qianjue will fight against all four of you. This time I allow you to use all your means, including you, Xiaojue, your wolf spirit, and you, Xiao San, your hidden weapons. I will let Flander oversee from the side and save you if you can't hold back. Flander, can you guarantee that? The master said, looking at Flander who was standing by. Don't worry if I can't do even this. Then I don't deserve to be a sensitive attack soul master. All right, you all heard that. Now, separate by 50 meters and release your martial spirits. Qianjue looked at the four who immediately ran far away, turning to the master with a bit of speechlessness. Teacher, You really think highly of me. With your strength, you have a chance to defeat them working together. It's up to you to seize that opportunity. All right, hurry up and prepare. With no other choice, Qianjue quickly released his martial spirit. Meanwhile, Tang San and the others hurriedly began discussing. Brother Zhu is a great soul master. Why we have to fight one against four? Isn't that unfair? Earlier, I and Xiao San won as a pair. Xiao Wu was the first to speak, feeling that this was a bit unfair to Qianjue. It's different, Xiao Wu. That time was just Brother Zhu letting us win. He didn't use many of his moves. This time, he S1 against 4. I believe the pressure will be considerable, and he definitely won to hold back. We need to be prepared. By the way, Dai Lauda, didn't you fight with Brother Zhu before? Do you know what his second soul skill is? I only remember that in the fight with me, he shot a green light arrow that drained some of my soul power. I didn't see the evil spirit master that time, so I only know this one. Draining soul power? I see. Let me first explain Brother Zhu's first two skills. Brother Zhu's sheep spirit's first soul skill is to summon a bow. It can shoot light arrows and is very sharp, so we need to be careful about that. Then the wolf spirit's first soul skill is shared perception. The wolf spirit's senses will be shared with Brother Zhu, so he might not have a visual perspective in battle, so we shouldn't look for opportunities there. Then for the second soul skill, it's the light arrow that can consume soul power, which should be the second soul skill of the sheep spirit. Now we still don't know the second soul skill of the wolf spirit, so we can try to force it out later, making him use it first, and then we can find a targeted solution. The other three nodded and kept this in mind. Then their SR arrangement. First, Zhu Ji's wolf spirit is a very difficult problem to deal with. With it around, we can't protect our backline, so I think Xiao Ao, after the match starts, you should immediately focus on creating your big sausage. I will help you evade the wolf spirit's pursuit. After you finish making it, give the sausage to me, and then you should immediately surrender. I understand. Oscar nodded. The wolf spirit can become invisible, and Tang San and the others can't protect themselves at all. Staying on the field would only be a burden, and Tang San's suggestion is very correct. Dai Lauda. You and Xiao Wu should pressure Zhu Ge right from the start. Once I get Oscar's sausage, I will immediately support you. At that time, the three of us will surround Zhu Ge, and with Xiao Ao's big sausage as backup, we should be able to win this match. All right, it's settled then. Dai Mubai agreed and extended his hand, and Tang San and the others immediately stacked their hands on top. Victory is assured. Victory, my foot. This cunning little San actually wants to ambush me. Such a beautiful thought. Let us see how I deal with you all. Over here, Qianjue secretly listened to Tang San and the others' tactics using the wolf spirit, feeling somewhat speechless. These guys really have no sense of camaraderie at all. To be continued. Chapter 63 1 against 4, Part 1. Are you ready? Seeing that Tang San was already giving the final encouragement before the battle, the master began to call out. All right. Both Qianjue and Tang San responded. Well then, this practical combat. Now, start with the master's command. Tang San immediately grabbed Oscar and used Ghost Shadow Mysterious Track to run to the side. The wolf spirit was invisible, and Tang San did not know its position, so he let himself run around aimlessly. Only when he did not know where he would go next was he least likely to be caught. I have a big sausage. Oscar also seized the time, using his first soul skill at the fastest speed, hoping to quickly use up his soul power to create enough recovery sausages, and then exit the stage, not to hold back Tang San and the others. On Qianjue's side, he naturally manifested the 1,000 Zhu Bao right from the start. Watching Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu charging towards him, Qianjue stepped back while raising his hand, shooting 2 light arrows toward Xiao Wu, who was running alongside Dai Mubai. White Tiger Guardian Barrier. Dai Mubai did not hesitate at all and directly used his first soul skill, charging through the light arrows. Clearly experienced enough to know that Qianjue's light arrows could not break through his first soul skill. Xiao Wu also quickly dodged and hid behind Dai Mubai, concealing herself. In Qianjue's view, there was only Dai Mubai's figure. Whoosh! A turquoise light arrow shot over, and Dai Mubai's face changed. Just as he was about to dodge, he suddenly remembered that Xiao Wu was still behind him. His body blocked Qianjue's view, which naturally also blocked Xiao Wu's view. If he suddenly dodged, Xiao would likely get hit by the sudden attack. So Dai Mubai thought for a moment and decided to endure it. It was just a bit of soul power consumption. Later, with Oscar's sausages, he could make up for it. Bang! Bang! After taking 2 more light arrows, Dai Mubai finally caught up with Qianjue with Xiaowu. White Tiger, fierce light wave. Before they even collided, Dai Mubai's second soul ring lit up first, and he opened his mouth to unleash a wave of light. At the same time, he pushed off hard and lunged towards Qianjue's left side. Yes, Dai Mubai's second soul skill was not meant for attacking. His White Tiger fierce light wave was a straightforward attack that was basically impossible to hit someone face to face. His purpose this time was to force Qianjue to move. Being a great soul master with only 2 soul skills, one for attack and one for defense, Dai Mubai was decisive in using his only attack soul skill to force Qianjue's movement. It was clear that Qianjue did not expect this move from Dai Mubai. His dodging direction was precisely predicted by Dai Mubai, and he was directly approached. However, Qianjue did not panic. This was only a matter of time. He directly raised the 1,000-Ju bow to meet the attack. Now, Qianjue would not hold back like last time. The angle of the 1,000-Ju bow's counterattack was as tricky as possible, and he did not hold back at all, forcing Dai Mubai, who intended to attack, to defend instead. But Dai Mubai was no pushover either, while fending off the attack. He took the opportunity to use his tiger claws to lock Qianjue's 1,000-Ju bow, using all his strength to temporarily suppress Qianjue's weapon, preventing him from moving. The rest was left to Xiaowu. He was not fighting alone. Xiaowu seized this opportunity and jumped out from behind Dai Mubai, her head swinging as her long scorpion tail braid wrapped around Qianjue's neck. Qianjue naturally knew the power of Xiaowu's braid. Now that his 1,000-Ju bow could not move, it would be troublesome if he got entangled. Therefore, after a moment of thought, Qianjue immediately lowered his body, allowing Dai Mubai, who had been using all his strength, to push down. The position where Qianjue's head had been suddenly became Dai Mubai's. Slap! Due to the slight difference in position, Dai Mubai was not entangled around the neck, but was instead slapped in the face by the braid. The soft braid made a crisp sound as it hit his face, instantly leaving him a bit dazed. But that was not all. What left him even more dazed was what happened next. Qianjue took the opportunity to fall back, bending his legs to gather strength. And as Dai Mubai was momentarily dazed, he kicked upward with force while releasing the 1,000-Ju bow that he had been holding. Whoosh! Dai Mubai was sent flying by Qianjue's kick, soaring high into the air. However, while Dai Mubai was dazed by the braid, Xiaowu was not dazed. As Qianjue fell to the ground, she immediately lunged forward. Now that Qianjue's weapon was gone, as long as she caught him, she could use her soft skills to entangle him and drag him to Tang San's arrival. Just as she was about to succeed, Xiaowu was even in the air above Qianjue. But then Qianjue reached out, and his body instantly slid back a distance, creating space between him and Xiaowu, then quickly flew upward, heading straight for Dai Mubai. Clearly, the wolf spirit was helping from the side. Xiao San! Xiaowu immediately shouted to Tang San, signaling that the wolf spirit was no longer pursuing them, but had appeared over here. Tang San had been paying attention to this side and immediately wanted to help, but just as he took 2 steps, he stopped again. What if he left just as the wolf spirit turned back to find Oscar? After all, the wolf spirit was invisible. What if this was Qianjue's plan to distract them? Tang San pondered, looking at the sausages in his hand, 6 of them. Xiao Ao, how many more can you make? I can still make about 6 more. Oscar replied immediately upon hearing Tang San's question. He was well aware of how many sausages his soul power could produce. Half left. Tang San murmured, turning to look at the still rising Dai Mubai, and made a decision in his heart. Xiao Ao, you continue making sausages here. If you come under attack, just raise your hand to retreat immediately. I need to hurry over. I feel something is off. Tang San said, no longer paying attention to Oscar, and directly rushed towards Qianjue. Tang San's feeling was correct. Now Dai Mubai's situation was indeed quite dire. After Qianjue sent Dai Mubai flying, he was also taken up by the wolf spirit, charging towards Dai Mubai. None of Tang San's group had any means of hovering in the air. Once in the air, it was Qianjue's domain. Dai Mubai, in the air, naturally realized this. With no place to use for leverage, he could not even perform the simplest dodge. Facing the aggressively approaching Qianjue, he had to do his best and leave the rest to fate, consecutively unleashing his two soul skills, White Tiger Guardian Barrier and White Tiger Fierce Light Wave, trying to stop Qianjue from getting closer. But as mentioned earlier, such straightforward attack soul skills released face-to-face were basically impossible to hit the target. Qianjue simply swayed in the air with the wolf spirit and dodged, and then Dai Mubai felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen, as his body, which was already about to fall, was slammed back up again. It was the wolf spirit's attack, and Qianjue, using the lightness from the left leg bone of the spirit tail fox, significantly reduced his body weight. So after the wolf spirit left, he still flew towards Dai Mubai due to inertia. Now Dai Mubai was involuntarily bending over, grimacing in pain, and unable to use his surroundings for leverage. So he could not react to Qianjue's approach. Thus, what followed was a brutal aerial beating, with the wolf spirit hitting Dai Mubai once, then returning to drag Qianjue for another hit, then the wolf spirit again, then Qianjue again. When Tang Sen arrived, this was the scene he witnessed. Xiao Wu was purely a close combat attacker. After Dai Mubai was kicked away, she could only watch helplessly from below. But Tang Sen had a certain level of long-range attack ability. Seeing Dai Mubai being beaten like this, he naturally couldn't remain silent. He quickly turned around, and several flying locust stones he had crafted flew towards Qianjue, making a whistling sound as they cut through the air. Qianjue had been paying attention to them, and now he was using the first soul skill of the wolf spirit, which shared sensory awareness. The situation on the field had been clear to him, and with a little leverage from the wolf spirit, he dodged the hidden weapons. Tang San was not discouraged and threw a few more penetrating nails. However, this time it was worse. Qianjue pulled Dai Mubai around, and the penetrating nails hit Dai Mubai's backside, eliciting another scream from him. Now Tang San was at a loss. Qianjue's tactics were too ruthless, taking advantage of their lack of aerial capabilities. He and Xiao Wu could only watch from below as Dai Mubai suffered. Sighing, Tang San took out a large sausage for Xiao Wu, hoping to help her recover some soul power and adjust her condition to the best state, preparing for the battle once Qianjue landed. At the same time, he was pondering how to prevent Qianjue's next move. However, since Xiao Wu rushed over, she hadn't even touched Qianjue, and her soul power hadn't been consumed at all, so she had no need for the sausage. Thus, after Qianjue had been punching and kicking Dai Mubai in the air for a while, he felt the time was about right. With his back to Tang San and the others, he used a Qianjue bow to slash at Dai Mubai's neck, sending him flying to the side. Seeing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu rushed over, with Tang San releasing a large amount of blue silvergrass, wildly rushing towards Dai Mubai to reduce his falling speed and catch him. Qianjue smiled slightly and, riding the wolf spirit, immediately descended towards the other side, aiming straight for Oscar. Oscar, who had just finished making the large sausage, was startled to see Qianjue rapidly descending towards him. Why was he coming for me? Oscar wanted to call for support from Tang San and the others, but quickly realized that this was exactly what Qianjue wanted. Moreover, he had already exhausted all his soul power making the sausages, leaving him with nothing useful. Saving Dai Mubai was the priority. Staying on the field would only be a hindrance, so he decided to leave quickly. Unfortunately, the sausages he made later could not be delivered. As Qianjue descended, Oscar calculated the timing and, just as Qianjue was about to reach him, raised his hand. Dean Fu, I concede and will leave the field. To be continued. Chapter 64. 1 against 4, Part 2. At the last moment, Oscar conceded defeat, bringing Qianjue over, which could be considered the last bit of time Oscar bought for Tang San and the others. Looking at Qianjue, who had just landed beside him, Oscar felt a bit embarrassed and awkwardly said, Adieu, I've already exited the match. You can't attack me anymore. Of course I won't attack you. Qianjue didn't show any anger. He just smiled and snatched the large sausage Oscar had made, quickly stuffing one into his mouth. Oh, this is delicious. The actions he had just performed consumed quite a bit of soul power, especially the 2 times he manifested the 1,000-Ju Bao. That skill alone took 1/5 of his soul power, and now he was just replenishing it. Looking at his empty hands, Oscar's eyes widened slowly. How can you do this? I've already exited the match. You can't just take my things. This is against the rules. His sausage, once created, became an independent entity. Aside from disappearing after a certain duration, it was no different from a real sausage. He couldn't directly make them dissipate, and the reason he didn't destroy them when he saw Qianjue coming was that he thought since he had exited, Qianjue shouldn't be able to take his things anymore. Otherwise, he would just throw the sausage on the ground and stomp on it, seeing if Qianjue could still eat it. Can't you see that no one is here to stop me? Qianjue said while eating, completely ignoring Oscar's anger. Oscar turned to look at Master and Flender, who were also watching the situation here and clearly saw what was happening but didn't come over to stop it. This already said a lot. Damn! Oscar could only spit in frustration and walk toward Flender. As for Tang San and Xiao Wu, they had already caught the falling Dai Mubai. In fact, Dai Mubai wasn't severely injured by Qianjue in the air. Qianjue wouldn't really harm him, but it was the continuous beating from the wolf spirit that left Dai Mubai a bit dazed. Now that he was rescued by Tang San and fed 2 recovery sausages, he was feeling much better and stood up with the support of Tang San and Xiao Wu. This Jew is so ruthless. It really hurt just now, Dai Mubai said, rubbing his belly and chest with some indignation. Let's go, Tang San. This time the 3 of us will go together and definitely get revenge. Clenching his fists, Dai Mubai was ready to lead Tang San and Xiao Wu to find Qianjue and continue the fight. However, after just 2 steps, Master S' cold voice came over. Dai Mubai, you have already been judged out of the match. This battle has nothing to do with you anymore. Master's words stunned Dai Mubai and the others who were about to step forward. Why? I can still fight. But you're already dead. Master's voice was icy. If this were a real battle, you wouldn't think that being beaten alone for so long is just a simple matter of pain, would you? Look at your collar. Collar? Dai Mubai, puzzled, reached out to touch his collar, and Tang San and Xiao Wu turned to look. They then noticed that there was a tear in his collar, and the edge of the tear was incredibly smooth, clearly cut by a sharp weapon. If that weapon had been aimed at Dai Mubai's neck, he might really have died. I really died? Dai Mubai still had a look of disbelief. Yes, white boy, so I advise you to exit the match quickly. The longer you delay, the more soul power Qianjue recovers, and the remaining battle will become increasingly difficult for Tang San and them. At this time, Flender spoke up, arms crossed. Teacher Yu, are you being biased? I've exited the match, and a Jew can still take my sausage. Now that Dai Mubai is out, why don't you tell us sooner? It wasted so much time, and Tang San and their sausages were wasted too. At this moment, Oscar also walked over, seeing that Dai Mubai had been judged out as well, unable to help but complain. I'm not biased. If this were a real battle, you are dead, and your things naturally belong to others. And if Dai Mubai is severely injured, it is normal for Tang San and them to want to treat him. Master said lightly, his words reasonable. Oh he, Xiaowao, Dai Mubai, since the teacher says you have exited the match, then do so. The rest will depend on me and Xiao Wu. Although it may be very difficult for us to win this battle, it won't be so easy for Qianjue to take us down, Tang San said, patting Dai Mubai on the shoulder as he led Xiao Wu toward Qianjue. Xiao Wu, make sure to show your strength later. This battle has been under Qianjue's control since the beginning, and we haven't been able to gain any advantage. We can't let him look down on us. Okay, Xiao San, as long as you can find an opportunity to let me get close, I can definitely give Qianjue an unforgettable memory. Clearly, Xiao Wu was also holding back her breath, having not been able to touch Qianjue. Xiao Wu, I will find a way to locate the wolf spirit and see if I can deal with it quickly. Only in this way do we have a slight chance. However, this will require you to hold Qianjue off for a bit. Can you do it? I can. Don't worry, Xiao San, after all. Qianjue won't really hurt me. We can definitely give it a try. The worst that can happen is just losing. Even though the previous attack with Dai Mubai had been broken through, Xiao Wu still showed no fear when hearing about facing Qianjue alone, full of fighting spirit. All right, then let's give it a try. Watching Tang San and Xiao Wu walk over, Qianjue finished the last large sausage. Are they coming? Just right. My soul power has almost recovered. Wiping his hands on his clothes, Qianjue flicked the 1,000 bow and pointed it at Tang San and Xiao Wu. Xiao San, use all your tricks quickly, otherwise there won't be any chance left. Tang San looked at Qianjue's invitation to battle and couldn't help but admire him in his heart. Qianjue had indeed managed the situation too well. What was originally 1 against 4 had been turned into 1 against 2 by him. Brother Ju, it seems I still have a lot to learn from you. You even seem to act more like a control-type soul master than I do. This battle has been under your control from the beginning until now, but as Tang Xin spoke, he suddenly shifted his tone. But Xiao Wu and I are not so easy to deal with, so make sure you don't hold back. With the last sentence falling, Tang Xin suddenly knelt down and jumped up while quickly brushing his hands over his belt, launching countless small hidden weapons in a technique reminiscent of scattering flowers in the wind, spreading them in all directions. Except for the area where Xiao Wu was standing, almost no spot within a 20-meter radius was left untouched. Damn! Qianjue exclaimed, hurriedly swinging the 1,000-ju bow to sweep away the incoming hidden weapons while quickly retreating. Tang San's hidden weapons were not easy to handle. They might even be poisoned, and he didn't dare to be careless at all. However, as Qianjue retreated, his wolf spirit wasn't so fortunate. When Tang San scattered the hidden weapons, the wolf spirit was lurking not far behind Tang San and the others, waiting for an opportunity to ambush, and thus fell within the range of Tang San's attack. Although Qianjue could control both himself and the wolf spirit at the same time during battle, controlling the wolf spirit to constantly change positions to attack enemies or assist himself was limited to some basic actions. To simultaneously control both himself and the wolf spirit to dodge Tang San's small hidden weapons, he found it a bit beyond his capability. After all, he only had one brain, and performing such intricate operations on two fronts was something he couldn't manage yet. So, although most of Tang San's hidden weapons, controlled by Qianjue, hit the wolf spirit's mask and bounced off, not causing significant damage, a few did land on other parts of the wolf spirit, embedding themselves in it. As the wolf spirit moved, those few hidden weapons were incredibly conspicuous, floating in the air. Over there, in midair, Tang Xin immediately identified the wolf spirit's position, shouted, and quickly sent out 3 streams of blue-silver grass towards the wolf spirit and Xiao Wu, as well as Qianjue. He actually found the wolf spirit's position like this. Qianjue murmured as he watched Xiao Wu rushing in. He had always focused on the wolf spirit's position, trying to keep it in an inconspicuous place in the air to prevent the opponent from determining its location. However, after easily dealing with Dai Mubai and Oscar, he felt confident about the battle, so he relaxed a bit and placed the wolf spirit not far behind Tang San and Xiao Wu, intending to launch a surprise attack to end the fight, which led to the wolf spirit's position being discovered. Indeed, one cannot let their guard down, but it's not a big problem. If you found it, you found it. With hard strength here, do you think finding the wolf spirit allows you to defeat me? Qianjue thought to himself, and instead of retreating, he charged forward toward Xiao Wu. He first danced the Qianjue bow in his hand, cutting Tang San's blue-silver grass into several segments, then executed a jumping slash toward Xiao Wu. In fact, Xiao Wu's fighting style is very selective about opponents. If she faces someone who uses heavy weapons or is accustomed to fighting unarmed, she can exert significant pressure on them. However, if she encounters an opponent using light weapons with sharp blades, she finds herself at a disadvantage. For instance, right now, although Xiao Wu successfully dodged Qianjue's jumping slash and engaged him face-to-face, she had no opportunity to touch Qianjue at all. Whenever she tried to get close, Qianjue merely had to position the blade of the Qianjue bow forward, forcing her to retreat immediately to avoid being hit, leaving her in a precarious situation. Huff! After being entangled with Xiao Wu for about a minute, Qianjue finally seized the opportunity and swung his bow down, aiming to knock Xiao Wu to the ground. However, just when Xiao Wu seemed to have nowhere to retreat, she suddenly moved back, escaping Qianjue's attack range. At the same time, Qianjue felt a tremor within him as a backlash of soul power came from the wolf spirit. Something went wrong in the battle between Tang San and the wolf spirit. Cough cough. Seeing Xiao Wu retreat back to Tang San's side, Qianjue decided to no longer hide the wolf spirit, revealing it and summoning it back to his side. Currently, the wolf spirit was indeed suffering a bit from Tang San's attacks. In fact, given its attributes and strength, if it were to fight a typical soul master alone, it would have no problem. Most soul masters would likely not be its opponent. But it happened to be up against Tang San, the protagonist, facing various hidden weapons. Tang sect techniques, and even being struck on the head with the Haotian hammer at the end, causing its mask to become deformed. How pitiful! Qianjue casually pulled out a few hidden weapons from the wolf spirit's head and stroked it. Huff! Xiaowu, are you okay? Tang San sighed in relief when he saw Qianjue stop and asked Xiaowu. He was still somewhat worried about letting Xiaowu face Qianjue alone. So he kept an eye on this side and was able to pull her away with blue silvergrass just in time when he saw her in trouble. It seemed that Xiaowu was still too strained facing Jugu alone. She only managed to hold on for a minute. On his side, he had fully attacked the wolf spirit for a minute, using hidden weapons, Tang sect techniques, blue silvergrass, and even the Haotian hammer. But it seemed still insufficient to break the wolf spirit. Even continuing would likely be futile. Neither task was accomplished. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. It seemed that there really was no way to win. Qianjue was simply too strong for them right now. All right, stop. This battle ends here. Just then, the master finally spoke up, calling a halt to the practical training. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged a glance and reluctantly accepted, as they really didn't know how to continue. Qianjue noticed that Tang San and Xiao Wu had given up and also withdrew his martial soul. A hidden weapon fell from where the wolf spirit had disappeared, making a clanging sound. All right, everyone gather around. Let us discuss your thoughts on this battle. The master called everyone together, inviting them to share their opinions on the battle. However, several of them fell silent, seemingly unsure of what to say. What's wrong? Speak up, anything is fine, as long as it's related to this battle. The master prompted them again, but still no one spoke. All right, since you're not saying anything, I'll briefly share my thoughts. First, Xiao San, I think your tactical arrangement in this battle had some issues. Since you wanted to base your battle around Oscar's recovery ability, why did you abandon Oscar to support when you saw Dai Mubai in danger? You let all of Oscar's remaining sausages fall into Xiao Ju's hands. The operations that Xiao Ju performed earlier consumed a significant amount of soul power. If it weren't for the sausage's recovery later, you and Xiao Wu might have really had a chance to take him down. This reflects a lack of thorough tactical execution and decisive judgment. You need to pay more attention to this in the future. Then, Oscar, you had little room for maneuver in this battle. So your issue is simply this: do not limit other things with your own thinking. Although you think that after you leave the field, Xiao Ju cannot take your sausages, that's just your one-sided idea. Remember, if it's something you can decide, don't leave it to others to determine. Got it? Got it, teacher you. This was indeed my problem. Oscar nodded, acknowledging that not destroying the sausages at that moment, and instead giving them to Qianjue, was a foolish decision. What about me, master? I was taken out first, so I must have many issues, right? Dai Mubai asked, wanting to know where he went wrong. No, quite the opposite. Although you were the first to be eliminated in this battle, I feel you didn't have any major issues. You effectively showcased the role of a strong attack-type soul master and even restricted Xiao Ju's weapon. It was just that later, you and Xiao Wu didn't coordinate well, which allowed Xiao Ju to seize the opportunity. This situation will gradually improve as you train together more in the future. Your issues aren't significant. Instead, it's Xiao Wu, the master said, turning to Xiao Wu, speaking very seriously. Your fighting style has some significant limitations. Throughout this battle, you didn't even land a single hit on Xiao Ju. This is a problem related to your own capabilities. You lack the means to force close combat. Therefore, in the future, you need to find ways to compensate for this flaw in your soul skills. Otherwise, you will suffer many losses later on. Xiao Wu nodded in acknowledgement, realizing this point. At the same time, she had some thoughts in her mind. There was a skill that could effectively compensate for this, but it would have to wait until her third soul ring to be added. Finally, Xiao Ju, you performed very well in this battle. The entire fight was under your control. Just remember, at any time, you must not let your guard down until victory is certain. Understand? Understood, teacher. All right, everyone perk up. Being able to identify problems is a good thing. Isn't that the purpose of our training? Seeing that Tang San and the others were obviously not very high in spirits, the master encouraged them by clapping his hands. He naturally knew the reason for this. 4 against 1, and still struggling like this, they were all exceptionally gifted children, so it was natural for them to feel a bit disappointed. In fact, it is perfectly normal for you not to win, in my view. Especially you, Xiao-san, your twin martial souls are the same as Qianjue's. Both can attach dual spirit rings. However, both your father and I hope that you will attach them after your soul power level increases in the future. This way, your strength will undergo a qualitative leap in the later stages, and you may even surpass Qianjue. The same goes for you all, Daimu by Oscar Xiaowu. Your talents are also top-notch. The reason why there seems to be a significant gap between you and Qianjue now is simply because your current soul power levels are still too low. That is why Qianjue's 4 soul rings additional attributes seems so strong. This situation will gradually weaken as your soul power levels rise in the future. So, do not belittle yourselves, understand? Understood. Everyone replied in unison. After the master's explanation, they regained their fighting spirit. Good. The master looked at the group of children before him with satisfaction, his heart filled with confidence. With their talent and effort, he believed that in the near future, they would definitely shock the whole world. To be continued. Chapter 65, 4 years later. Shrek Academy. Playground. A crowd surged. Line up. Everyone line up. Come one by one. Go to Teacher Li for bone age testing first. Daimu Bai shouted, maintaining order at the scene. Today was the registration day for Shrek Academy. After 4 years of development, Shrek Academy was no longer the dilapidated little school it used to be. The wooden fence from back then had now turned into a sturdy wall, and the Academy's entrance had transformed into a newly built stone archway, with the words Shrek Academy written in large characters by Flanders himself. If compared carefully, Shrek Academy was still quite far from those prestigious Soul Master Academies. But the various dormitories, canteens, classrooms, and even some training equipment were all newly built and well-equipped. This was all thanks to Qianjue and Daimu Bai. Time flew, and in these 4 years, Qianjue had reached the age of 13, with a soul power level of 37. Daimu Bai was even more impressive, having reached 39, nearing the threshold of Soul Sect. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before he broke through to become a Soul Sect, setting a record for the youngest breakthrough in Shrek Academy's history. Of course, how long he could maintain this level was another question. Just like the previous record for Soul Master, which he had only held for less than a year before it was surpassed by Qianjue. Now, the record for breaking through to Great Soul Master was set by Qianjue at the age of 11. It was likely that no one would break this record in the future. The other 3, Tang San, Xiaowu, and Oscar, had also recently broken through to level 30, with Oscar being the fastest, reaching it a month ago. The master was planning to take this group of students to the Star Dove Forest to hunt for soul rings after registration ended. Moreover, if they could recruit new students this year, they could use the opportunity to help them integrate into the Shrek team. Not qualified, you can leave. Next, Li Yusong said flatly after determining that the child in front of him was over 14 years old. Why? Teacher, my son ranked among the top in the junior academy, and his first soul ring is a 100-year soul ring. Why is he unqualified? The child's parents said incredulously. All right, then how much soul power does your son have? Is it over 25? Has he touched the threshold of Soul Master? What threshold? Oh, he has touched it. My son's soul power is already at level 19. As long as he obtains his second soul ring, he can become a great Soul Master. Li Yusong rolled his eyes. I meant Soul Master, not Great Soul Master. So I said your son is unqualified. What? Soul Master? Do you require a student to have the strength of a Soul Master to enroll? Are you recruiting teachers or students? If they have the strength of a Soul Master, do we even need to go to school? What kind of academy is this? Too harsh with such high requirements. Facing the parents' anger, Li Yusong calmly exhaled. Mubai. Hey, Daimu Bai, who was maintaining order beside him, immediately responded and released his martial soul. For years had passed, and Daimu Bai had grown even taller, with the enhancement from his martial soul transformation. Just standing there gave off a powerful oppressive feeling, making the angry parent step back a few paces in fear. Li Yusong pointed to the 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings beneath Daimu Bai's feet. Do you see this? Over 14 years old, this is our academy standard. Your child is 14 and hasn't even reached Great Soul Master, so I said he is unqualified. Is there a problem? By the way, Mubai, didn't we post the enrollment requirements? Why are these parents still bringing their ordinary children here? Well, maybe they thought our requirements were just for show. After all, How many geniuses under 13 with soul power over 25 are there? Dai Mubai said helplessly. But Li Yusong did not think much of it. Where are the missing ones? Isn't our academy just like this? Forget it. I'll make an announcement. Otherwise, testing each child would be too troublesome. If it were me, Flanders shouldn't have made the rule about not refunding the registration fee. That way, we wouldn't have so many people here. Saying this, he stood up from his seat, looked at the long line of registrants, and released his martial soul, a staff engraved with dragon patterns quickly appearing in his hand. Boom! He slammed the dragon-patterned staff heavily on the ground, and the aura of a soul emperor radiated without reservation. The crowd, which had been whispering, suddenly fell silent. You parents, bringing your children to register at Shrek Academy. Haven't you even read our registration guidelines? Do you know what Shrek means? It means monster. And our Shrek Academy is a school that only accepts monsters. If your child is over 13 years old and hasn't reached a soul power of 25, don't come here to waste time. That's just a waste of time. Next. After saying this, Li Yusong sat down, waved his hand, signaling the dazed child and parent in front of him to leave. After this outburst, the crowd of registrants erupted into chaos. They had seen the enrollment brochure for Shrek Academy, but simply didn't believe the requirements could be so high. Now that they heard it directly from a teacher, it seemed their children truly could not enter this academy. It was a pity that even a recruiting teacher was a soul emperor. It seemed this academy really had some strength. They began to believe the promotional claim that students from this academy could become barons of the empire upon graduation. Thus, the crowd quickly sighed and left in droves, with only a dozen or so remaining. Exactly. Now it looks more like it. I said, if we haven't recruited what we wanted for 4 consecutive years, what use is it to have so many people applying? Extend your hand. Li Yusong looked at the dispersing crowd with satisfaction, nodded, and continued with his work, letting the girl in front of him extend her hand to measure her bone age. However, after just 2 touches, a look of surprise appeared on his face as he raised his head in shock to look at the girl applying across the table. How is it, teacher? May I pass? The girl's voice was soft and sweet. Yes, you can, but does your family know you came here? Li Yusong frowned, seemingly concerned about the girl's family situation. I don't know, but isn't it said that there are no restrictions on education? And I meet your academy's requirements. Under 13 years old, soul power over 25. You seem to have no reason not to accept me, right? Well, that's a valid point. All right, you pass. Wait aside for now, and later let Mubai take you to the next stage. The troublesome part, isn't my concern. Okay. The girl obediently agreed and stood next to Dai Mubai, who turned to appreciate the girl beside him. Yes, just appreciation. Due to Qianjue, Tang San, and Xiao Wu's early arrival, Dai Mubai had seen hope in his family struggles. Therefore, in these years, he had refrained from pursuing frivolities and conflicts, instead dedicating almost all his time to improving his strength, as evidenced by his soul power being 2 levels higher than in the original story. Didn't Ti say that if you're over 13, you should come to waste time? Your son is already 15. Just as Dai Mubai was admiring the girl's cuteness, Li Yusong suddenly said with some annoyance, Yes, he is 15, I know. But teacher, my son not only has reached the 25th level of soul power, but both of his soul rings are 100-year rings. Teacher, can we be a little lenient on this? It turns out that the child being tested now is already over 15 years old, but the parents believe that their child's soul power has met the required 25th level. And since both of his soul rings are 100-year rings, they decided to stay. Looking at the obedient child before him, Li Yusong suppressed his temper. After all, the other party was also doing this for their child, and he could understand that. This isn't a matter of my leniency, but perhaps your child's talent is already quite good, but he is still somewhat distant from being a prodigy. Rushing him into this will only harm him. Look at the students in our academy. This one, Dai Mubai, is also 15 years old, but his soul power has already reached the 39th level. You see, their soul powers are so different. How could they possibly fit in together? I think you should send him to another academy. If it's really like you said, other academies should be easier to get into. Listening to Li Yusong's earnest advice, the parent looked at their child. They then realized that their son no longer had the spirited look he used to have in the junior academy, but was instead looking at Dai Mubai with some fear. He seemed to have understood what Li Yusong was saying. Ah, thank you for your advice, teacher. I was too stubborn. Come on, son. We've been waiting in line for so long. You must be hungry. Let's go eat first. Then we can go check out that academy called Qianjue. I heard it's also a good academy and should suit you. After thanking Li Yusong, the parent turned to leave Shrek Academy with their son, and only the faint sound of their conversation slowly lingered. To be continued.